Fuck! Hell, is in it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second last day of the SCA qualifiers for TI12, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another great day of SCA Dota. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We've already had quite a fair few of our teams eliminated. More than half of our teams are already gone. So we're stuck with just the last few hopefuls here for the road to TI in Southeast Asia. It's going to be fun to see who does make it through. Of course, we've got, I believe, 3 lower bracket games today and 1 upper bracket game, the upper bracket final, lined up for today. So it's all winding down, Mike. You know, the journey for a lot of our teams here in this year's DPC is coming to an end, and there's only so many matches left till this tour is over. This entire thing is over. As we can take a look at our bracket to see the journey that these teams have taken to come to this point in our Southeast Asian qualifiers. Of course, yesterday you and I saw Execration versus Team SMG, with SMG taking that one in a very spectacular back and forth up against Exe. Blacklist taking that 2-0 over Bleed. Neon taking it over Geek Fam, and Boom somehow staying alive and beating AGM. So quite the adventure. You know, this time around, we're going off with Bleed Geek Fam, and we've got Execration and Boom in the lower bracket as well, with SMG and Blacklist in the upper bracket finals. Now, I'm not sure about you, Mike, but did you ever expect yourself to see SMG and Blacklist on the upper bracket finals here?
I can't say I necessarily did. I mean, I guess I could have seen it, but I wouldn't have picked both these teams of all teams to make it. But there you go. I mean, they're in the upper bracket final. Here's the schedule. Of course, Bleed versus Geek Fam first up, Execration versus Boom after that, and then you've got the upper bracket final between SMG and Blacklist rivalry. And then, of course, right after that, we have a lower bracket semi-final that we do have to wait to see how the lower bracket series go before we can tell you exactly what teams are playing in that final series. But a pretty hyped day of Dota, and this is, in my opinion, where the heartbreak really starts for the fans, right? Because now the bigger teams have made it, the big orgs have made it to the end of the qualifiers. I dare say most people would have expected these teams to probably be here today, right? If you're going to look through the list, you'd probably say most of these teams you would have guessed should have made it to the final stages of the qualifiers. Maybe not in the order that we're seeing right here, but I mean, that is the order, Jonathan. We can't change it. The teams are better than each other, and that's where they get. They get to the upper bracket final here for SMG, and of course, the side of Blacklist rivalry. And I can't wait to see what happens today, because it's going to be some heartbreaking Dota, which for some reason makes me very happy.
I mean, it's always fun to see a lot of teams struggle. I mean, not the struggle, but, you know, the work, the effort, the drama around that journey is always fun to see. I would counterpoint here. I don't know if anyone really expected Boom to do good. I knew that the team had potential, but let's be frank here. Off the tours were pretty bad for Boom. So the fact that they've gone this far is pretty good. It's just that you would have wanted Boom to be this competitive earlier on in the tours as well. So it's like a mixed bag where, like, this is what we've been waiting for from Boom, and at least it comes out when it matters. Who knows if they can maintain that. No easy enemies left here, Mike. I know later on Boom versus Execration, but this matchup, Bleed versus Geek Fam, let me tell you, Mike, this one is hard to gauge, because I remember when we were casting Tour 3 or Tour 2, when Bleed Geek Fam would play, it was a very big question mark while we were watching that, because that was classic Southeast Asian Dota, where you would be stuck for 60 minutes and you just don't know when it's going to end, you know, and then it ends with a random ass team fight on the side lane or something. It's like, you don't know. This is going to be interesting, because I feel like Bleeds looked decent in some games, but in their series up against Blacklist yesterday, it looked a lot less so. It felt like they were kind of missing the mark. Blacklist was just on top. And Geek Fam has had a few of those same issues that Bleed have had, but I don't think it's as emphasized. Like, when you watch Bleed, they still have some of those issues where it seems uncoordinated. It feels like there's not too much communication going on, or the game idea isn't really melded in as a team. Whereas for Geek Fam, I don't think that's an issue. I think for Geek Fam, it's maybe some of the choices as a team, but less so about like kind of working together. And we can see some stats here to compare. Geek Fam overall just having much cleaner stats to back that up as well, Mike.
Yeah, I think if you were going to choose a favorite, like if I had to choose a favorite, I probably would say Geek Fam. But I do agree with the point you're making. It can be very close between these two teams, and at the very least, the stats are reflecting that Geek Fam should theoretically be the favorites. To be expected here in this best of 3 lower bracket. But it's kind of the thing. We're in a lower bracket TI-12 qualifier, right? So these stats are great and all. But, if you're going to kind of play your best Dota, right now is the time to play your best Dota because you've got no safety net. The season ends after this. If you can't win this series, the season's over and you've got to wait till basically next year for things to start up again. So, it's time to bring out all the stops. There's no messing around this series.
Yeah, for sure. And it's funny enough, these are 2 of the 3 teams that went to Western Europe to practice, went over to Europe to get a little bit of practice for these qualifiers.
Unfortunate.
So the fact that they're in the lower bracket is rather interesting with the teams staying in Southeast Asia and SMG and
I could have told him.
Doing spectacularly well.
I could have told him. I could have told him not to go. I could have told him stay in SCA. Trust me, it's more competitive. I promise you that. No, we got to go to Western Europe. All right, go. Look what happened. How many? This is what happens when I leave the region, Jonathan. No one's giving advice. No one's telling them what to do. You asked me earlier who would have expected Boom to be here. I would have, Jonathan, because I'm back. Right? Boom always performs well when I'm back. We know how it is. Gary loves to impress me. We know that.
No, you'd say that because you haven't watched Boom play. You've seen the clips I've sent from the DPC. You've seen what Natsumi's done. My boy, Sean Vargas.
I heard Natsumi never wants to play against the techies again. I can tell you that after that clip. Yeah, that was beautiful, Natsumi. We loved it. Thank you.
Well, thankfully, Techies is dead, and we'll see it continue to be ignored as we take a look at our draft. Bleed, banning out that Primal Beast, the Trine Protector, Gyrocopter, and the NP. Geek Fam taking care of the Rubik and ET, which we've seen DJ play a lot of that ET in this qualifier. He has pulled it out quite a fair bit, so I like the respect coming out. I'm wondering if we see any of the other high-priority bans, something like the Venge being taken out, or some of the off-lane options like Beastmaster, the Dark Seers there as well. So there's still a lot of options that I think work really well for both off lanes. Maybe a bit more targeted for bleed onto Force, the Primal Beast being something that Cox and Force have played. So we'll see. I mean, only one ban left for Geek Fam here. Gotta make that choice. Is it something like the Venge, the Beastmaster, the Brewmaster even, which has been really annoying with no Gyrocopter in hand. It's pretty hard to manage.
It's cool too as well, right? Like something we haven't really talked about as well. There you go. There's the Shaker ban. I mean, this is a Corden special. We've been seeing a lot of Corden Shaker coming out throughout the qualifiers, so I'm not too shocked to see it banned. Can I just say as well, John, one thing we haven't really spoken about yet is you've got ex-teammates playing against each other, right? Like, we spoke about Boom. Jackie and Skem, they were both part of what I like to call peak Boom, right? That was the peak of that org. At least for now, things are changing perhaps. They're still in the qualifier. But that Boom in particular was a real fan favorite for SCA. And, now they're going up against each other. How things change in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. And, okay, before I talk about the draft, I will put a caveat. Peak Boom in terms of peak performance, but I think peak Boom as an org was old Boom with Inner Dream, with Remo Cell, Kazu, Hyde. That was peak Boom as an org.
I'll take that.
That was like, it was booming. All right, so
I'll accept.
Yeah, peak performance for sure, Jackie and Scam. Still, draft Venge does come out for Geek Fam, surprise, surprise, and Bleed does get to pick up that Brewmaster we were talking about as well. So you don't have the easy, clear options for the Brewmaster split. You don't have the Gyrocopter on your hands. You've always got an anti-carry off lane that can just hurricane people up, leaving them up in the air while you try to clean up everyone else. And, Gyrocopter is a hero that didn't really care for that too much just because, well, Flak Cannon and his side gunner, those hits still hurt. He can still get some damage done. So it's just safety nets with that Gyro ban. See the rest of the bans coming out. Still seeing a lot of the Bad Rider bans. We've seen a lot of that on Pos 4, a little bit on mid. So I do appreciate that respect, and they take care of the Slark as well. Jackie has a few options here left in the pool. Stuff like his Naga, stuff like the Terrorblade, all still on hand. So if you did want to hard carry with any of his classical heroes, they are ready to go.
Yeah, certainly so. We'll see if they do go down these routes. I mean, I always say it, right? Like, when it comes to playing against a player like Jackie, I don't think you want to go into the late game. Like, this guy, he knows what he's doing when he gets to the late stages of the game. And I realize, like, people like to meme about him sometimes in certain games, but from what I've seen, this guy, you know, we used to talk about it all the way back in the day in Motivate Trust, but when this guy gets to the late game, you're in trouble. You know, so it's...
Oh, yeah.
You've got to be careful, right? I know you mentioned it earlier, Geek Fam and Bleed, they tend to have very long games. I don't know if that favors Geek Fam. I'll be frank with you, John. I don't know if that's a great idea for Geek Fam.
Yeah, can be pretty painful up against Jackie. I do like this Phoenix coming out here for the side of Bleed. We've seen a little bit more of that Phoenix come out. You don't necessarily have the team fight combination for it yet. But we have seen DJ play pretty spectacular Phoenix performances on the Pause 4. You can still flex this for Dubu on 5 as well. So it's pretty open. For Geek Fam, just with Avenge and having the swap save feels pretty nice. I'm wondering if they double down on like minus armor. They'll go with a Warlock pickup first. So just going for a little bit of sustain. Mainly really just this area control. Like the slow you have with Upheaval, the imp damage as well that comes out is not to be underestimated with your Fatal Bonds. The damage just flying around in AoE, you can kind of enable a lot of cores now. I would say something like a Lush would be nice, but you don't really have a reason to pick a Lush rack here until you see Jackie's hero. So it's not really that straightforward to kind of play off the bonds. Perhaps something like a Quap. You don't have the best lockdown yet from Bleed. So Queen of Pain or a Puck can kind of play nicely here for Geek Fam, although it would be a very early mid pickup here.
Yeah, I imagine Geek Fam probably just go for an offlane pick. Unless they're going to run the Venge offlane that we saw yesterday. Could also be a potential, though. I didn't like the offlane Venge, I'll be honest. I mean, I saw what the point was, and to be fair, it was kind of work, but we'll see what they do. Geek Fam for now, they'll go down the Sven route. Why the hell not, right? Sven has proven to be pretty powerful these days. I mean, they don't know the other position 1 yet, to be fair. So you do have the nice counter potential against Geek Fam here with that Sven pickup, but for some teams, Sven seems to be a bit of a comfort pick, and it is one of those heroes right now that doesn't struggle to farm, really likes the bigger map, loves all the bonus armor he's getting with all these physical carries you're starting to see coming out. So I like the Sven. Even this early on, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think in combination with Warlock, like this is pretty impressive of a lane, even early on. Upheaval plus the Fatal Bonds here.
Yeah.
The damage will be skyrocketing. It's very hard to kite around the Sven when you're also slowing down by nearly like 70%. So it's going to be hard to actually disengage from that Sven. You do have some save coming out. Yeah, you've got the Tusk on, so down the line, that could be one way to kind of protect. That should be a DJ Tusk, and we should be seeing the Dubu Phoenix come out here. My one concern is this lane, Tusk plus the Brewmaster. It's not the most straightforward lane. Granted, you are up against a melee Sven, but he can easily punish. Again, if you kind of snowball into the Warlock or onto the Sven with a Warlock behind, Upheaval comes out, you're not going to be running away. They do pick up the Quap on Bleed's end, with the lack of hard lockdown being here on Geek Fam as well. So you're going to be relying on, what, Magic Missile, Stormhammer, single target stuns, which have travel time. A Quap can react to unless you stagger them very well on side of Geek Fam. So I like seeing this coming out for Corden. Just a stable laner. And it will just pick up the Force Hero more than likely here in that Underlord offlane. There is some flex onto mid, but I think overall you're looking at the Force Hero early and saving Cox for last, perhaps, depending on what Jackie picks up. I think Underlord's just so stable. Like Underlord Venge lane is pretty annoying. Once Atrophy War is up and you get the Wave of Terror out, that's a lot of minus damage. You know, you're not going to be CSing that easily here for Jackie in the laning phase.
That is very annoying. And now that you mention it, I didn't. Yeah, I kind of forgot about the Atrophy plus the Wave of Terror. But that is going to be extremely annoying to play against. And not to mention, going back to the combo you mentioned earlier, the Warlock, Venge, Sven, and now the Underlord, like the Fatal Bonds. There's a lot of cheeky wombo combos that happen here, right? Like if you get a nice Pit of Malice into the Well, what's that spell you always carry on about? You mentioned it earlier, the slow of Warlock. Upheaval. Yeah. Pit of Malice into Upheaval would be pretty revolting to play against. You know, the Fatal Bonds with Sven and like even the Venge, like little things like Wave of Terror would be devastating with a nice Fatal Bond. So it should be very, very intriguing to see if they can pull these combos off. Mind you, I really appreciate the Underlord pick into the Quap as well, right? Like you talked about the fact that they didn't have the best lockdown, and now they even have a puck. So now the Quap does not have a free game anymore. In fact, it's the complete opposite of a free game. But look at the wombo combo of Geek Fam. This AoE control. Like, if you can land one of these spells nicely, like if you could land a Dream Coil or a Pit of Malice nicely, or even a nice Stormhammer into the Upheaval and the Fatal Bonds, it could be a very quick wipe.
It could be. I'm actually surprised Bleed opted for the Quap over the Puck. Like, we were talking about both of these options for either team, and it doesn't feel like you have the best way of protecting this head. Granted, I guess Sonic Wave pushback, we've seen that do some work to help prevent damage coming out into the egg. You've got basically 2 melee cores. You've got range supports that don't hit that fast. The Venge can, but it takes itemization. So the egg should be protected enough. I am wondering how you deal with this on Bleed, because their own hard lockdown is lacking, especially for this puck. Like Snowball, catching a puck with Snowball Punch is optimistic, to say the least, down the line, especially once you've got some items up here for Cox. So I think it's just easier to play this game, especially for the mid laner of Geek Fam for Cox. I think in comparison, Corden has a little bit more to worry about. He's got to watch his positioning. He's got to be very aware as to where Geek Fams hang around, in particular these supports. Like, you don't even need to run up with your Underlord here. You could just try to Venge swap into Pit. And then how do you stop that? You have no counterplay as a Quap. You get follow-up stunned by the Sven next by. Like, there's so many ways for Geek Fam to approach these fights. Whereas for Bleed, it's a little bit more one-dimensional. It's very reliant on this DJ Tusk to kind of get things done for you. You're hoping to be annoying with Ice in the Brewlings. They go to TA here for Jackie, so TA matchup up against Underlord Venge, not the worst. There is some burn for that refraction, so it's also not the worst for Geek Fam. I'm looking at this draft, Mike. I'd actually just heavily lean towards Geek Fam draft. I think this is a lot easier to play. I think their tempo is good. You're picking TA into Sven. We've seen this before, where you're reliant on Meld and your Desolator to kill, but Sven, just War Cries, the bonus armor's enough to even sustain some of the softer supports through that burst as long as they're playing as a team, and just delays this burst potential for TA. It delays that numbers advantage you want in a fight with the TA on hand. So I think Geek Fam just managed to work a draft that made it really awkward to find this last pick for Bleed. Bleed, they do have some good tempo. If they get this initial farm up in Jackie, still hit a decent timing on like Dragonlance Deso and really push this hard with her solo pickoff potential, it can shine. But I am worried about the potential of Geek Fam's draft. I think if you're going to take team fights, Geek Fam has an easier time here.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, and I think Bleed were having a lot of trouble with that last pick pos one. It's just, you look through the options, right? Like Terrorblade's there, but it's kind of crap against Sven. Naga's crap against Sven. Your Ursa was banned out, which is probably the best option you had. Against the Underlord lane and against the Sven later on, it was probably the best thing you could have gone down. The Drow would have been bad because there's just too much catch for it. There was no good options left. Geek Fam really just kind of put them into a corner and said, okay, you want a last pick pos one? Here you go. Last pick pos one. Let me see what your answer is. Let's see how this game goes. Game number 1 of a best of 3. This is the lower bracket quarterfinals, and one of these teams, they do have to go home. In fact, one of these teams will proceed through to the semi-finals. So there you go. 1 best of 3 away from getting 1 step closer to TI-12.
Yeah, it's just the journey through the lower bracket's just so much longer. And, even after this, you still have like 2 more to get into the grand finals, 2 more games before the grand finals. So it's quite the journey. And again, no easy teams left. Despite the draft being better in Geek Fam, who knows? Maybe Bleed just executes on this timing. You never can tell with Southeast Asia, Mike, as you figured it out yesterday, because you would have thought that you'd have F9 MVP in yesterday's first game. So that can happen, man. It's Southeast Asia.
What can you do? It does happen. See how this game one goes. You know, if I'm looking at the positive notes of the TA, I guess you do have very nice kite ability. Like with the traps against the Sven, it can be very annoying in the middle of a team fight. I mean, the minus armor at least gets rid of the Warcry bonus. That's something. I'm trying to look at the positives here for Bleed, because it does look like they might be in for a tougher game. We shall see. Thing is with Geek Fam as well, like, they want to play the slower game now, right? Like, they want to play a bit more of a defensive game, you would argue, whereas Bleed might want to be setting a much faster tempo this game. So you don't want to play against Sven late game, you don't want to play against Puck late game, Underlord late game is very annoying. You know, like, you don't want to have to play against these heroes ultra late, I do believe, so you'd much rather set a pace that perhaps Geek Fam just can't keep up with in this game one.
For sure. I think the mid-game tempo for Bleed is pretty damn strong. I feel like that ties into a couple level 6s. Like this Phoenix egg for Dubu has to come online pretty damn fast. If you can get that timing right and just use Sonic Wave as a defensive tool for the egg, kite out these melee heroes to try to hit it, you're pretty happy. You can take these team fights off the back of that. But again, execution's not as straightforward. Taking a look up top, Ulnit on the Sven with Skem on the Warlock up against Ice 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 on his Brewmaster and DJ on that Tusk. Again, this lane is not easy at all for the side of Bleed. Ice already getting run down.
Yeah, nice little body block there from Skem. Not going to be quite enough to finish the job, but plenty of damage being done to Ice Ice Ice, and it's all about just burning through the regen right now, getting rid of some of the net worth of Ice Ice Ice, and making his life just a little bit harder in the offlane to get things started. Skem, of course, can have a lot of impact as well. This is the thing with Warlock, right, is it's actually really strong in the laning stage, and it just seems to keep getting stronger. Like Fatal Bonds plus Upheaval, even Shadow Word is obviously an amazing ability during the laning stage, but you see a lot of Warlocks these days just completely skipping Shadow Ward and going for Upheaval and Fatal Bonds instead. And it is actually super devastating to try and play. And you can see DJ, he's not even trying to lane with Ice 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 because he knows there's no point. You're just going to essentially dish out more damage towards your own teammate because of Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, so he's just opting for the pulls. Scam has been contesting nicely, but the creep wave does still meet favorably here for Bleed, so you've got some EXP to flow in for Ice. Level 3, maybe you can start to play with that duo. Mid lane, haven't seen too much from it yet. Cox on the Puck, Corden on that Queen of Pain. So far, smooth going for Cox. Not to be unexpected anyway. Like, this matchup is very straightforward. For Puck, you can't go for the Shadow Strike on the Quap because of phase shift. So landing Harass onto the Puck is a very tough order for Corden and Cox. As long as he keeps dodging with phase shift, which isn't that hard, he'll have lane control. He'll have rune control as well. Although you do have the value point in the blink for Corden, it still doesn't feel great when your Quap can't crush a lane. It's just a Puck lane, you know? It ends up being this way in most matchups.
And you can already see he's adjusted by going for the max Scream of Pain, just not bothering with the Shadow Strikers. Our bottom lane, of course, the one lane we haven't talked about yet, Narman and Force against Jackie and Dubu. But now, Jackie is not having the greatest time in the world, though that is to be expected between, or against rather, this lane of the Venge Underlord. You mentioned how much minus damage Jackie would have to play against in this lane, and well, you can somewhat see it reflecting in his CS, though he has caught up quite nicely now because the creep wave was underneath the tier 1 tower. There's also obviously a very nice wave just burning through refraction charges very quickly against Jackie because you have the Firestorm up. I suppose Dubu should be able to keep him rather safe though, right? Like on the Phoenix with the Fire Spirits, you can jump Jackie, but with a couple Fire Spirits and you probably aren't going to have the damage output to really take him out.
Yeah, you can cut off any aggression. Does end up being a stable farming lane. And the side of Bleed are pretty happy with that. I mean, Jackie, again, he's not farming the fastest, but it's also not slowing down as badly as you'd expect it to be. And you are just gaining steady farm. I mean, you're not looking to pop off too fast here with a Phoenix. You don't really have the hole to keep a chase down here on the side of Bleed. So we are getting a bit of a slower laning start. No first blood coming out yet, 4 minutes in. But that's sort of to be expected outside of maybe top lane. I think that's the one lane where kill threat can present itself quite fast. Otherwise, they are going.
Oh, Scam. Yeah, top lane. They'll make the jump in, and Scam is down. First blood to go the way of Ice Ice Ice. Alden's going to try and trade DJ. Oh, he's not able to get the shard to move him down to the low ground. Past that little ditch, so he will go down. Alden will at least find himself a trade. So 1 for 1, but first blood gold going to go the way of Ice Ice Ice.
And the gold is nice, allows this acceleration into his Spirit Vessel a little bit faster, although he is diverging for the Ring of Health first. I don't think you mind too much as Ulnit. I mean, you get the free EXP solo. So he's about to hit level 5, not too far off from that. And Skem can start switching gears if he wants to, like start to focus in on stacking, building up for this Ven. That should be Narman's job with a Wave of Terror. Very easy for the Venge to get multi-stacks up in the triangle. And we will see Narman start to get to work there. You can leave Force alone. He doesn't have any durability items up, but again, as long as he plays it safe, stands back, Firestorm available, it shouldn't be too tough. DJ trying to scout out Skem, trying to build stacks, and does manage to at least block one camp. So, yeah, they know the style Geek Fam will want to do with this Ven. They know that they're looking for farm acceleration. Obs ward pretty deep to block does mean it should be a pretty massive loss. Once Skem does get a sentry out, you'll lose vision, you'll give some gold away just to block the camp, but DJ does what he has to, you know?
Certainly does. A 1-for-1 so far. Both sides just kind of sitting back and relaxing. Jackie actually hitting top CS on the TA regardless of the lane. They've not been able to shut him down as much as you would have hoped here on Geek Fam's end of things, so Jackie's still off to a fantastic start. 37 and 11 on the TA. You get into the point where the Geek Fam, they feel like they have to pull the lane because they don't want to have to go up against the TA Phoenix anymore. It's much more comfortable for the TA than I would have expected. This is mid, Cox, trying to fight over the power rune, though it is going to spawn bottom instead, but now Cox needs to get there, but he will. In fact, Narman just takes it. Narman did not have faith he was going to get out of that, apparently.
Yeah, it just ensures that no steals will come out. They're trying to posture for mid. I mean, they've got the Dream Coil already here, but it's fairly deep under the tower.
Force, meanwhile, puts a hand up, just skipping again against Jackie, not wanting to play directly against the TA's mid lane. A fight has broken out. Corden is actually going to survive the Dream Coil initiation from Cox. And Dubu will just continue chasing down the puck. Might have enough damage with the Fire Spirits, and it will be. Very nice from Dubu. Able to secure the kill on the mid puck, and he even gets that solo XP for himself. Happy days for the Phoenix.
Yeah, manages to get that work done. Good TPs coming out mid, saving Corden as well. He's just going to be able to soak up a really deep dive from Geek Fam. Like, Dream Coil comes out from Cox. Narman was already stepping back, didn't manage to get the Magic Missile off. The Sonic Wave pushing him away from that cast range. And while that happens, DJ manages to drop some wards. You know, they ward up the triangle. They see these camps being stacked once more. They can contest if they want. So Bleed are playing to this tempo. They're not allowing Geek Fam to try to build up these resources for Ulnit. They can contest early, and this is where it does become concerning that these wards are not being counteracted just yet. You need to open up these camps. You need to open up the jungle, especially just for the Sven to start to build in, because Sven does need a really fast timing on something like his mom.
Chase on Force.
Hold on.
But I think Force is just perfectly fine. No Meld Strike available from Jackie to really get the damage out. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. I don't think Force would have been just fine, but I mean, Force, I say he's just fine. His net worth has suffered a lot on the Underlord, so they just haven't gone in the lane they wanted. Jackie's still doing a fantastic job again on the TA, and Dubu obviously ensuring that Jackie did get that early start he would have liked. And now look at this. They'll just scout out the stacks being made in the triangle. Jackie already wanting to go for these, and he will. He's got the protection of Dubu, so he believes he can get away with this. The only person around to see this is Narman. Narman trying to get the stack started himself now as the Venge. Just take any creeps he can. And this is going to force Cox to rotate and quickly take them. Yeah, you don't want to hand these over to Jackie, though Jackie is still being a nuisance here with Dubu, just with the traps and the Fire Spirits flying out. Like, I can't tell you how many creeps Dubu got, but he probably got a couple at least.
That's really worthwhile. Again, playing off the vision here for Bleed, having this great understanding of what they have to contest. Now you don't have that flash farm left for Ulnit. And he still had at least one camp stacked up on his top jungle, but it's not stacked up too much with how often Skem has had to show up in lanes. And now this pacing kicks in for Bleed. They clear out top, they've got level 6 on ice, they've got that split ready to go. And you've got Jackie, who does have his Dragonlance flying out now as well. And it's all coming together. With these tier 1s being taken, this invasion gameplay from Bleed can just continue with no punishment.
So far for Bleed, very, very good news. mean, the one saving grace right now for Geek Fam is the fact that Olnit is having some fantastic farm with the Sven. Complete free farm for the Sven at the moment, and top of the net worth board he is. So you've got that going for you as Geek Fam. We did kind of say earlier as well, you want to play the slower game as Geek Fam for game number 1 with this style of draft. Whereas Bleed are the ones that might have the pressure to try and play a much faster game. So I feel like as long as Olnit stays on top of the net worth, like just keeps on par with Jackie, you're always going to be feeling pretty good as Geek Fam.
You will be feeling good. I feel like the Sven, it's one of those heroes that kind of wants to be more ahead than equal. You know, with your innate farming speed, you do want to play with an early advantage in like the mid game. That's where the Sven really shines in terms of just having this early start, being able to pressure fast, having this durability that's very hard to counteract without the magic damage or control, which Bleed does lack. So I think this does stall out their ability to fight into Bleed at, say, maybe the 12 to 15 minute mark. They'll try to smoke up in Geek Fam. They do have the Golem ready on Skem.
They do. So if you can secure a kill here with the Siege Creep in the mid lane and a Golem, that's a guaranteed tier 1 mid tower basically going down, but Geek Fam not quite finding an angle to jump on Corden. Cox is trying his best to protect the Siege Creep a little bit longer. Now the Glyph coming out, and they do protect successfully. So the Siege Creep continues. Geek Fam hoping Corden blinks in or does something to try and abuse this creep wave, but he is being very patient, just dragging the aggro past the tier 1, and he'll successfully defend on his own. A nice idea from Geek Fam, but Corden, I believe, just read it. He knew what was going on.
They don't take any risks. You don't have your level 6 up yet for Dubu, and that egg really ties into this team fight, like this egg Sonic Wave combination of just stalling out time, trying to get the pop. It needs to come into play before these wider engagements really come out here from Bleed. Geek Fam, more than happy to just farm up. Olnit still maintaining a slight lead over Jackie, not big enough to be comfy. Jackie's own timings and his Desolator are still lining up very nicely here on that TA. And I would actually say your points about like this ultra late game timing for Geek Fam stand, but this mid game timing from Bleed with no contest is getting a little bit scary. Like this Deso timing on Jackie is still going to be massive. Despite playing into Sven, you're not at the point where the Sven will stick to your team. Yeah. He is going to sit back and farm. So the minus armor you are getting with Meld and Deso is going to be more than enough. Despite the Atrophy Aura, despite the Wave of Terror, that's only going to stall out for so much here on the side of Geek Fam.
Oh, absolutely. It's still going to be a very intimidating mid-game for Geek Fam, that's for sure. Geek Fam, for now, though, happy to just take the time to sit back and relax. Still 2-2 at 12.5 minutes in. To be fair, you did mention to me that it was probably going to be a slower game between these two based on the historical data that you have. You've seen this before?
All of us in the crew have seen this before, Mikey.
Cox, mid lane, he's okay. You're just waiting Rift away. That's Bud for you.
Again, it's pretty optimistic to jump a puck without like a blink initiation on your Tusk. So he just gets it back off. There's an opportunity to shove in with Ice showing up. So they could potentially just take this tier 1 mid. Geek Fam don't look too interested in defending. They'll be able to find it for free. That'll open up more forward access to the top jungle, a little bit more into the triangle as well. And Geek Fam, again, they're not looking like they just want to contest at all. They'll just sit back, farm, and build up. With this additional map space, though, again, it's always concerning. Just because you haven't seen Jackie come out, you know that eventually DJ will have a blink. You've got the egg ready on Dubu. Ice is just waiting to be annoying on his Brewmaster. So all these tools are getting available. We are approaching that 15-minute mark. That's going to be right around when Jackie gets his Desert. In fact, a little bit earlier than that. So this TA is actually going to be ready to go. And Geek Fam they're looking confident about playing still, but I like this build. Look at Jackie. After Deso, into the Shard.
Yeah.
Just they understand they need some form of hold for Cox. The silence is going to be big from the trap. And then this puck becomes a really easy target to pick off just because Cox is the only hero that's throwing on a map that's really easy to burst. So once it bounces up, it's just going to melt.
That TA shards is infuriating. Like 3.5 second silence at max duration. It really is very hard to play against in the middle of a team fight. If you have some nice traps set up. Dubu down a bottom lane could get ganked here by Cox. The Dubu seems to know that they are around, so he'll leave. through the Twin Gates. He will not give up his life, though he does cancel the usage of the Twin Gates. He's going to go back now. Wave of Terror actually scouted him out, so Narman's going to move in with a swap out. And Dubu, well, he tries to go in to defend the tier 1 bottom, but it's going to cost his life for that. Unfortunate.
A little bit interesting. I mean, he already had the idea of just leaving by the gate, trying to take this position up top and apply that pressure with his team onto the tier 2. And gives away a kill. Not the biggest kill for Geek Fam to find, but, you know, that's the first kill we've had in, what, 5 minutes? 7 minutes? So it's massive. You know, first kill in 7 minutes is pretty big.
It's huge.
But Bleed they're still happy, you know. They're firing, they're playing. This is just the DPC all over again, man. I thought it would be different. We're on a new patch, guys. It's been a few months. But no.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jonathan. This is peak Dota right here. I love it.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about. You weren't there to watch it, Mike. You weren't there staying until like 12 midnight for some of these games, okay?
Well, wasn't that Talon, though, to be fair?
I don't even remember if it was Talon. I just remember being very angry at sea. For good reason.
Mid lane. Group up here from Geek Fam. They're going to try for the mid tier 1 tower. You've got a BKB already up on Ultimate, so he's more than happy to join his team to fight now. Sure, he had to disassemble the Echo Saber, but no problem. The debuff immunity going to feel a lot better for Ultimate for this fight if it does break out, and now Dubu, he does get caught. Yeah. Another Phoenix kill to come out for Geek Fam. Here comes Ice though. With the Primal split, he'll move in onto Skem, try to get rid of that Warlock, but the Golem is already down. They'll get the value out of Skem as he still runs away. Ice is unable to finish the job, and now Bleed. They need to get the hell out of there. It is not looking good for him. They've at least found themselves a Tusk on the way out here for Geek Fam. So DJ will drop, and Geek Fam successfully get away with the mid-tier 1 tower on top.
They can't afford to lose Dubu like this. Like, this Phoenix has to hang back. It has to get the egg off. It has to connect with Sonic Wave to protect it, to have this area control, to have this presence in teamfights. You can't fully rely on just Ice. We see the issues when playing the Brewmaster up against Finn. These Brewlings will just melt. And it's just not safe for you to try to be annoying in this game for Ice, which is how he loves to play. Still, Bleed, they will go into Roshan with that fresh Deso on Jackie. They'll get started onto that objective. Geek Fam, no vision in the area. No clue it's happening, so it could be a nice sneaky little Rosh for Bleed to play with.
Yeah. It's a good Roshan here for Bleed. Obviously, they've got the TA advantage with the Tusk, so it's expected they go for the quicker Roshan, but just take this away from Geek Fam before they get to the stage where they could take it themselves. It really feels like Geek Fam are at that stage. Well, they could have thought about it. Nevertheless, they won't risk it. They'll hold back, they'll go for a 4-man smoke instead. Lines being drawn out right towards the Roshan pit. Top left corner of the map, they know Jackie and DJ are around there somewhere. Jackie's the one that obviously needs to get caught out for Geek Fam, though they are going to break their smoke on DJ. Jackie, how do you get out of this one? They'll make the jump in on DJ first. DJ will go down, and now the shot, or rather the coil is out. They've caught the TA. Jackie's going to run north into the tree line. He'll try to hide with the meld, and now the egg comes out from Dubu. Jackie's already taken down Narman, but now they've taken down Dubu's egg. How does Jackie fight? He's going to try with the Aegis up, but the first life is gone. And no help is incoming. Jackie is on his own. He will try to man up against Aldit, but it is not going to be anywhere near enough. A triple kill for Cox. And a very clean fight from Geek Fam. And I really appreciate the 4-man smoke right after the Roshan's taken. The Bleed were not expecting that.
And they see Bleed split up. They see them work these side lanes, work the mid and bot, and they're like, oh, we can punish. It's just 2 of them up top. This is a TA with no BKB.
Well, Trap Slow is there. They get the silence as well. Force, he'll drop the Pit of Malice. DJ will use the Walrus Punch, of course, and Force, I mean, he is a very tanky boy, forcing Ice to actually just split to be able to get this kill, though. Force now popping the pipe, still walking away. They'll slime up again, Force. He'll go down. It costs Bleed a bit, but they'll take what they get.
Yeah, you just have to take what you can get at this point. It's not the best kill. You know, you lost Aegis, you lost your pause 1, but you find something for your trouble. Geek Fam more than happy to trade this way. And just sit back, reset. It's an Underlord. It has its Vanguard up. It's going for the Crimson Guard. It doesn't care too much. You're getting all of this space out for Olnit, who does have a decent enough lead now over the TA. 2k up. Going for the Blink Dagger, going for that Harpoon. And they've got the coil and the golem ready.
Scam. Yeah, Skim's being chased. The Shadow Word actually keeping him alive for now, but the Golem, it's been dropped, and now the Coil comes in there after the Quap. They have got Corden controlled up, and Corden is down. Cox will look for more. Dubu on the run. He'll head towards the west, towards the Twin Gate. Alnit, he has the Stormhammer ready. He just needs the vision, and now he'll have the vision. Dubu does get caught, and there is no chance of survival. Alnit will take his second kill of the game.
Yeah, this is... I mean, it's getting a little bit dicey for Bleed. 3K lead coming out for Geek Fam. 5 to 10 now. You've got the blink already up here for Alnit, so he can just chase down very nicely. You did manage to force out the golem usage, so that is a pretty long cooldown to commit here for Geek Fam, but I don't think they mind. Like, you're not fully reliant on the golem this game. You've got the coil, you've got the Pit of Malice. You don't really care for that AoE drop with some follow-up AoE control coming out in your team anyway. And it's a Bleed that, you know, we talked about this timing they had to hit with this Deso on Jackie. It hasn't done much.
Oh, Narman. Gonna be caught here in the mid lane. Swap is out. Try to lower the damage of Ice Ice Ice. In fact, just drag him back into your team instead. Ice Ice Ice.
No.
Gets ganked. Here we go. Egg out. Gonna go down immediately from Dubu. And now the Coil. They've caught Corden. That is not great news for Bleed. But he does get away in the nick of time, and now Jackie to join the team with DJ. But Jackie needs out to boot. They do not want this fight any longer. Cox will keep chasing, but Bleed are out of there. Though I say they're out, they have lost two. In goes for more. Alnit, he wants DJ, but the blink away is there, and Alnit, he'll pop God's Strength, but I guess he'll just farm with it. Not a big deal.
Yeah, not the biggest loss in the world. Once he has this harpoon up, blinking out like that, it's not going to be as easy with Sven fixing a lot of his issues and trying to catch heroes here. And that is pretty much already farmed up for Alnit if he wants to buy it out straight. It looks like he might be waiting for the Silver Edge first if he wants that, kind of trying to sort out what he wants. Bleed, again, this is kind of chaotic coming out from Bleed. Maybe a little bit less synchronized than you want it to be. Dropping the egg without having that Sonic Wave to protect, dropping the egg without any sort of protection or follow-up at all. It's a rather desperate play. You know, we're not seeing Bleed play to the strengths of this draft. It's Geek Fam that's running around. They're the ones in control. And for Bleed, this draft just, unless you get something like, say, a blink up in DJ, which he does have, then you can play the pick-off game, but even the pick-off game's just looking so hard. They need to play on their own terms. If you try to counter-initiate onto Geek Fam, I don't think that ever works out, just because I don't think your 5v5 is any better than Geek Fam's. You just can't fight into this control until maybe you get a couple of BKBs, if you even want that. Like, none of these cores are particularly happy about building BKBs themselves here either.
No, absolutely not. Things are about to get worse as well if you are Bleed. Like, Cox is going for the Ethereal Blade on the puck. That's going to make life hard for the TA up until she hits level 20. You know, you might be able to get the Mill Dispels talent. That'll maybe sort that Ethereal Blade out, but Geek Fam is certainly making this game as hard as humanly possible. And there's that Ethereal Blade I just talked about. Obviously, again, no level 20, no BKB on Jackie means that Ethereal probably going to do a lot of work in this fight. Yeah, you could just blow someone up with it as well if you really want to as Cox. Here we go. Alnit, he'll pop the God Strength, just move into the tier 3 tower. They have got the Quap silenced up into the Dream Coil now, so they have got the Quap controlled. The Geek Fam, they will force everyone from Bleed back, and they'll think about resetting. And in fact, they will. The God Strength, it's half its duration gone now. They won't risk it.
And they force out the Primal Split from Ice Ice Ice. So they don't have to worry about that. That's a bigger spell to trade away than the God Strength. Much longer cooldown, a lot more utility being taken out. Bleed will try to smoke off the back of that. They've got this Radiance in Ice 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 as well. I don't know about the Radiance prioritization over something like the Ags, with the additional utility you have with a Primal Companions.
They could have the Sven. They have found the Sven. Alnit, no, a nice swap. Narman. Perfect positioning from Narman. That would have been a huge kill onto the Sven. But Alnit will walk away.
I mean, it's Venge gameplay, and that is set to get worse as well, right? Like, this is still level 2 swap. Once you hit level 18 down the line, you hit your level 20 talents. It gets pretty hard to see that burst blade come out.
Jeez, look at the damage from Cox. That ethereal blade flying out, just doing so much more. And Ice, well, the Radiance helps him a little bit with the evasion against Aldit, but not too much. They will still secure the kill. Cox really starting to pop off now in the puck, and it's beginning to be incredibly hard to control this side of Geek Fam. They are just dancing circles around Bleed.
That they are. And they hit this really big spike. They understand what Bleed needs to try to do, which is the pick-off game. It never comes out. Their team fight just can't hold up against Geek Fam. And now the high ground's open once more. Godstrength's open. Allnet can just get to work on these tier 3s. They've got
Allnet. Oh my goodness.
God.
Dubu just gets destroyed. He has buyback, but he has not had a good chance at throwing out the egg in the middle of a team fight. Every single time it's felt very desperate, and obviously Geek Fam have been able to capitalize every single time. And that'll be enough. They see the buyback, they're happy with that. That's enough for us.
I think you take it. It's free buyback. You managed to find the tier 3 anyway. They're not able to do much on the map as Bleed. They're not able to split push, not able to build up on Jackie and other lanes. They're stuck in their side of the river. So you're not able to really play this catch-up that you need now in Bleed. And this is just set to escalate. You know, you've got the full Silver Edge being farmed up by Allnet. You've got the Ags coming down for Norman down the line, way down the line. But once that Ags is up, this Venge saves are just going to be even more of a nuisance. Because it kind of feels like you need to find the Venge. But once Ags is up, it's like if you find a Venge, he's still going to be there. He's still going to swap.
The Silver Edge is up and Allnet now. They want to go for a fight. The 5-man smoke from Geek Fam. Running through that northern jungle area. They're running right into Bleed. They're both smoked up as 5. Who breaks the smoke first? Allnet, he'll realize. I think he just saw Jackie for a second, but they run into the tree line. They'll get out of there. Ward's placed by Bleed, but immediately de-warded by the puck. But in goes DJ. He'll try to jump Corden, or rather Cox, but Narman does swap him out. In they go onto the Tusk. DJ about to melt, still alive for now, but Cox takes him down. That is one gone, but he'll buy back. Ice. The Brewlings are melting. He'll get one of them out of there. Just barely the Storm one gets out.
That is not good. That's split down once more. You do have the egg. Sonic Wave's already down, so no egg protection. How do you take this fight as Bleed? Like, you're all 5-man back up, but Dream Coil's still ready. Golem's still ready. Godstrength's gone, but that's not even your primary concern here. They just have to back off. Another buyback that leads to nothing for Bleed.
They might still be able to try for Roshan. It seems like they are sticking around for it. So you don't want to give it away to Geek Fam. You are the ones with the TA lineup, and giving an Aegis to Geek Fam right now is basically a guaranteed Rax for the Dire. You don't want to give them that option. Just make your high ground defense that much more difficult. So Bleed are going to start. They will move in. They'll try to get it done as now. Oh, Ice. You'll get caught in the top lane. That's your Brewmaster gone. He had no split anyway, but you would have rather had him than not have him. And with that Bleed, they need to leave. Roshan surely just goes the way of Geek Fam as Allnet. Allnet's not done. Allnet's jumped in, but Allnet's gone.
What?
He was hunting. He was hunting for a straggler. But Bleed, they were ready for it. Cox still being chased. Oh, Cox. Big trouble now. Goes into the phase shift. Blinks away to the north, but Corden is there to just chase him down with the Sonic Wave out. Where is he? The phase shift protecting for now, but not for long. Cox is gone.
God.
And now Jackie has the Roshan in his hands.
That is massive for Bleed. They find the big kills, they find the streaks, and they find the gem their way. So Jackie can still keep surprising now with these traps, with the silence he has. And with Aegis in their control for Bleed, Geek Fam, they drop the ball. I mean, they get that pick off. They feel good about it. They start to chase a little bit too far in. They have to respect Bleed to an extent because they pushed him out of the pit. They could have just gone to Roshan themselves. They could have played with this area control.
Yeah.
Instead, they're giving an opening. Bleed, they can start to dig outside. They can start to clear out some tier 2s. And Geek Fam have to be so cautious like that. I have no idea why they forced that. I really can't think of a good reason except for maybe overexcitement. They're thinking, all right, this is going to be a clean rush. Let's get a pick off. They're split apart. Ice just fed randomly. Instead, they end up feeding. So, have to be a bit cautious. They're still in control. 2K up. 2 lives on Jackie. Quite frankly, without a BKB on the TA, Aegis still doesn't mean too much. So you can still kind of get a grip onto this TA if you manage to catch Jackie off guard. But that will lead Geek Fam to also just kind of slow down a little bit. Try to get their own build up, try to reel in this farm, maybe try to work onto the Ags of Narman. Narman was hanging around waiting for Cox as well, couldn't get the swap. Doesn't quite have the cast range with the level 2 swap, and doesn't have anything like the Aether Lens up as well. In fact, not even anything like a Psychic Headband on the neutrals. Rather unfortunate. Just a easier time to position for the Venge not being given here, but it is what it is.
Yeah, nice shots pick up now by Skem. The Tormentor being taken by Geek Fam. Got the old Imps up now with the upheaval. Those Imps are not to be underestimated. They start blowing up, you start taking a lot of damage. It can be very painful. I've underestimated the Imps once, John. It was not a good idea, let me tell you.
Not at all. Enough.
Yeah.
There was a time, I think, when the Imp Shards were new, that the Imps actually broke backdoor.
Oh.
It as like a creep wave at some point. I don't know if that was patched out, but it used to work that way.
Thankfully, I wasn't there, John. Not that time. Corden. Oh, if they could find the co-op first. They got the vision, but no, the blink away. Corden, no. Alnett blinks in the right direction. DJ, he's going to buy a bit of time with the snowball, but he's going right back into Geek Fam with the Pit and Malice out. They're both just melting, and they are gone. Ice could not save them. Ice now needs to get himself out of this. The chase is on, though. Who they got now? It seems like they found Dubu. Poor old Ice. Just not able to help. What can you do? He only had 1 sprueling, and well, with that, 3 down for Bleed. I mean, it's just a very tough fight. A nice snowball attempt, but the Pit of Malice always there from Force.
Yeah, it's not easy for Bleed. And we talked about this from draft. We talked about this coming into the game, but this kind of draft into what Geek Fam has made is it's so hard to play the way you want to on Bleed. You try to get the saves. You have to worry about the Underlord. The area control is just superior on Geek Fam. They're going to pierce high ground once more, force out the Fortify really early. There's no one here to defend with that Fortify. This
absolutely not. Well, there goes the bottom racks. No protecting it for Bleed. They'll have a chance in the mid racks though if Geek Fam want to keep going. Respawn timers are relatively low for Bleed, so I think Geek Fam will play it rather safe, knowing the Aegis is still up on Jackie for another minute and a half, so no need to risk it against the full 5 stack of Bleed. They've got to address the top lane anyway. Ice done a great job of just pushing that out. It's like Force will take care of it anyway on the Underlord. Has the Fiend's Gate if he needs it. And Geek Fam, they're just going to control the Radiant Triangle. Like, the map is basically theirs right now. So you've got the bot lane for Jackie, but the rest of the map feels like it just belongs to Geek Fam. And it does seem as though Geek Fam are just going to start preparing for the top tier 2 tower while they're at it. Just that final outer tower. Nothing really in the way of stopping them.
Pretty much. The one thing you have for Bleed is this BKB for Jackie. So you can try to make use of it, especially with this Aegis, but they have to move fast. Only 40 seconds left in the secondary life. But this BKB reveal could be pretty damn big for our TA, although he TPs before the courier reaches him. That should still make its way right in time.
Geek Fam just waiting. There's your BKB out. Satanic though up on Alnett, that's huge. Ice, they're going to jump in. Who have they got? It's going to be the Warlock, but Skem gets swapped out. He'll have a chance to drop the Golem now, as they've got DJ instead. The Tusk is already gone. Meanwhile, Alnett dealing with Ice, and all the Brewlings. Jackie also caught out on the TA. Is going to lose his first life. He'll be back in a moment, but he needs some help. Dubu's going to drop the Egg to protect, and Jackie will retreat. They don't want to fight into the egg, but they are still going. Alnit trying to chase out Ice, gets the harpoon off, but the Brewmaster, he is okay with all the evasion. He'll back off for now. In goes the Quap, back towards Alnit. Alnit trying to hide as he's quite low, but he's underneath vision right now. They've got a great ward on the high ground. In goes the Quap again, but Corden, he's been hexed up. He needs some help. Corden blinks away again. Alnit is still dropping so darn low. So is Cox, but nobody's dying. Corden's got him. They at least get Cox in the park. But Alnit does manage to TP away.
Are they going back in?
In fact, it was the Fiend's Gate.
Yeah, they're not crazy enough to re-engage in that fight. Really disciplined out from Bleed. It looked very shaky, but this time around you get an actual good egg from Dubu, who denies off that further chase onto Jackie once that Aegis pops. If they just waited a few more seconds, you might not even had an Aegis to worry about here on Geek Fam, but they do get punished. The TA starts to get the hits in. The forward vision they did have here on Bleed paying off massively. The melt strikes coming down, the side blades bouncing around were huge, and what this adds up on Corden, prolonged fights are pretty painful. Like it is, you know, it's not the most damage in the world, but the fact that it's constantly reapplied is definitely not helping the cause here for Geek Fam. And again, Bleed are hanging on, 10-21. It's still in Geek Fam's favor, but they get good Aegis use out. They managed to slow down Geek Fam from trying to siege further on the high ground. And now potentially slowing down the game onto the next rush again. A minute and a half until we see the respawn here. But we've seen it before for Bleed. They can contest around the rush pit pretty well.
Gonna say as well, I've been meaning to say this for the last 10 minutes, but this specialist array on Jackie, like the TA with this neutral item, it seems so disgusting, doesn't it?
It is.
Like it's not really, you know, game winning in any sense right now, but just the value you get as a TA with this item, it just feels a bit ridiculous. It really does.
It is. It does so much work. I mean, he was getting off so much damage off the back of that as well. I think for the side of Geek Fam, I don't necessarily think they did too much wrong. Maybe a little bit of a split-up chase with Olnut chasing onto the right side while everything else was happening onto the left, and that just kind of split their damage away, allowed the Sven to be kited around a little bit more than you'd want him to be. But overall, I think Geek Fam still executed really nicely. They just need to maybe be more cautious in these really tight spots when they can't focus down the egg, when they can't find Dubu. The Phoenix is still a force to be reckoned with. It's just that we haven't seen that egg too often, but you know, we finally see a good egg, and the difference it makes to actually force Geek Fam back is massive. So they have to find a solution for that somehow. Roshan, a very quick spawn, 20 seconds away. And that will be a nighttime spawn up top, so Geek Fam could set up for it. They'll go for a smoke play first.
Yeah, here we go. 4-man smoke. Geek Fam. The run down through the river. Down towards the mid lane. Ice already spotted by Force. They know the Quap was around to boot, that they are chasing the Brewmaster for now. Ice, he's going to be under vision. A great ward out, and now Alnit just jumps right in. The Brewmaster's gone. The evasion helps a little bit, but all that needs to hit a couple times, and you just lose all your HP.
Yeah. And that's the Sven. No, that is God's strength down, but again, not the biggest deal in the world. They could posture for Roche. They're clearing out the top wave. Olnut just needs to dip in and check it, and he will. And that's going to be big. Look at Bleed. They're so far away from this top area. They could try to gate through and try to catch him by surprise. But again, forcing this AoE teamfight without the Brewmaster around, it just feels very difficult right now for Bleed.
Yeah, well, they'll just choose to split push the side lanes instead. Skip the lanes out, try to avoid Geek Fam just going right for your high ground. But Roshan going to be giving a refresher shard away to boot. I wonder who they hand that over to. So we can already see Olnut has a refresher orb queued up, so he might actually want it, and he does. He'll take the refresher shard himself, so you have the double god strength now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant
And that just means he doesn't have to leave as early. You know, he's going to have that secondary chance.
Yeah, double BKB as well, pretty massive.
Right.
It doesn't feel like you need the double golem as much in this game. Again, you're not really reliant on Scam for too much here. So you can't afford to just give it to your core. I like that the cheese is on Norman as well. so he has a bit of a save. Swap plus cheese. He has the Ags as well, so double swaps, double magic missiles coming out. Gonna be quite nice. Bleed, they do get the respawn up on ice, so they can play this high ground defense. There's a DD hanging around here, but Geek Fam, it's a little bit too far out for them to reach into. So they'll just slowly shove in. There are lines being drawn. They maybe still want that rune before committing. I mean, if they find one pick off high ground, just opens up.
Can they find the double damage rune is the question. Nobody's seen it yet from Geek Fam's end. Bit of a shame. Well, DJ's got the Axe up now, so you do have the Walrus Kick available, and that is potentially game-changing if Geek Fam do go for a bit of a deep dive. So you don't even need to deep dive, quite frankly. If you can just kick someone back and just blow them up, then that's the high ground attempt completely over, basically, for Geek Fam. Highly doubt they're going for a 4v5, even with the Aegis up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
To be fair, though, Olnet's usually the one jumping somebody on bleed, so chances are the 4v5 is going to be the other way around. So having a look around through the bottom lane, but nobody from bleed is hanging around that area. They know it's not safe. Into the mid tier 3 tower they go once again. Geek Fam will try. DJ looking for the kick of his life. He's going to send the Underlord in. He's a very tanky boy, but they'll try to blow up Force. Force melting, but a nice swap away. Narman not going to allow it. Instead, Alden now jumping right in the middle, but he's going to run away from the egg. This is not the fight Geek Fam wanted. They'll reset a little bit. Now the Dream Coil. It's going to hold down the Quap. Who else have they got? Force. He is still being chased down. Force is gone. He could not get through the Fiend's Gate in time. Everyone else, though, is able to get out. So they lose their Underlord. He does have buyback, but obviously he's not going to pop it. And that'll mean Geek Fam, they won't go any further for now. They'll wait.
Yeah, he already popped a refresh on Allnet as well. So you're not going to get these big wins in a prolonged fight with double BKB, double God Strength. We will get a bit of a mid-game pause, which is, typical of Southeast Asia. Geek Fam... See, the swap is massive as a save. I think the issue is, again, a good egg comes out from Dubu, so Olnet's instantly forced back. He doesn't have enough attack speed to clear that out by himself. None of his team was ready to back him up. And that's where the issues lie. There's a lot of pressure on DJ and Dubu to kind of get their position right in this game, but so far, they've done enough to save their 2 sets of Raxes here. And they have an opening with a bit of a smoke play out.
But they do. Blade, looking at that mid lane, they see Cox. I mean, he'd be huge to kill off on the puck, but you would have to do it twice. Still has the Aegis up. Maybe Bleed would have been just looking to get rid of that one quickly and then try to set themselves up for another good team fight. I mean, for now, I think Bleed are just more than happy to be on the map farming. They were just in their base 2 minutes ago. Geek Fam. The question is, what do you do now? Like, do you go back to the farm game? Do you... Obviously, you still have the Aegis up for another minute and a half. Do you just go for a smoke? They do have smokes available here on Narman. They may just have confidence in their late game to go up against Bleed anyway. And here come the Dagon, speaking of late game. Cox, just buying out level 3 Dagon, I believe it was. I mean, why not? Like, just having that blow-up potential is always going to be really nice for a hero like Puck, who already has an Ethereal Blade on top. And speaking of Cox, he's huge on this Puck. Ethereal Blade, Hex. This Puck is a menace.
Yeah, Cox is huge, and that is a Dagon 4. So the blow, it's even more damage coming out here. They will lose a tier 1, not the biggest deal in the world. They'll find themselves some Wisdom Runes while they can. You are still confident about your late game, but again, it's piercing the high ground that's becoming really hard for Geek Fam. The Primal Split from Ice Eyes is getting even more annoying. He's got the level 20 talent, so melting through the Brewlink's not as fast. And Jackie's damage output is getting really big. Dubu's egg is getting pretty impactful in the back line. Although granted, it's still a level 2 egg. So it's actually not fully uncontrollable here for Geek Fam if they just fully commit, but and they play it a little bit safer. Split push from Ice does pay off. Bot tier 2 does fall. So you've cleared out a little bit more of the map here. It's been reclaimed. No secondary life left for Cox. And Bleed, if they find the next Roche somehow, if they dip outside and take Roshan, I think that's where the game can kind of flip on its head. And Geek Fam, they've got to play this one really clean coming into these team fights. You have to really consider when Skem has to drop that chaotic offering. You have to get a good Dream Coil out. You have to be in the right position for Force to get a massive Pit of Malice to stop this engagement and provide space for your Sven to do damage. Otherwise, you know, Bleed are starting to find a way to play together here.
They certainly are. I mean, props to Ice. Like, he's got the Octarine Core and the Spell Prism, so he's more than happy to just use the split to push out a side lane by himself, and I like it. It's classic Ice. Just be as annoying as possible and find a way to drag out the game long enough that your team is ready. Speaking of Ice, though, he has been scanned out going after the shield rune, and he might pay for it. He will take it, Ice. Surprisingly not getting jumped. Geek Fam maybe assuming the rest of the team was there with him. But Bleeder actually behind on the high ground of the Dire jungle. Uh-oh. This is sneaky. This is very sneaky, and they're going to see Scam. They'll make the jump into the Warlock, and Scam, he is still not down. DJ will save. In fact, no, DJ, he's the one to go down. Warlock, how did he survive that? Scam is still alive. I'll let the one to find a double kill. Meanwhile, the Quap Cordon just gets blown up. How did Scam survive?
They kick him back, but there's no damage to him in the back line.
Well, I guess I was right then. DJ did save him. Just not the way I thought.
He kicked him back. It gave Skem the position to drop the Chaotic Offering onto Bleed while their BKBs were running. That's their one BKB Pierce spell right now, outside of Dream Coil, with a talent up for Cox. And that's such a huge blunder. And this is an opening onto the high ground. They do have buyback, they do have Egg ready to go, but no split on Ice for 40 seconds. At least fortify to stall. But Geek Fam are in a good position. They've got a full refresh for Cox. A full refresh here for Olnit. So he's got the secondary BKB, the secondary God Strength ready to go. They'll play it safe with a buyback.
Yeah.
Perhaps Roshan will work in their favor here. 40 seconds until we see that respawn. If it's a quick one, with a buyback forced out, Bleed would be under a lot of pressure to try to control that area.
Yeah, that they would. And Geek Fam is no pressure on them right now. They're more than happy, again, to play the slow game, wait for the next Roshan, and even go after this Radiant Tormentor. The Ice is around. So is DJ, so is Dubu, and so is Jackie, quite frankly. They will take the Tormentor, though, no issues. Narman will get the shards for free. So now you've got that magic missile bounce available for Narman. Very annoying in the middle of a team fight. And Roshan, again, is the objective now of Geek Fam, but they're going to be a minute and a half away. Now, Roshan, he's going to take his time.
It's going to provide some time for Bleed to try to repair their lanes, try to get a reach out into the pit. It is going to be a top spawn, so maybe a little bit more difficult without the outpost there.
Nice, if they could catch him, it'd be huge. He gets swapped in, Pit of Malice to lock him down, but there's the split out. Can he get the Brewlings up? He's trying. The runaway is there, and he is okay. Very nice from Ice. In fact, now Bleed, they want to try and force a fight. They'll get the kickback onto the Vengeful Spirit, though she is still alive. In fact, DJ's the one in trouble. DJ goes down, and Dubu will be targeted on the Phoenix. He will drop second. Narman is still alive in all of this. Is now Ice. Also being caught by Olnit, taken down. Cox will claim the double. And that's 3 down for Bleed, 2 of which have no buyback.
That was so forced out from Bleed. Without the split, even with the buyback and Ice, this is just high ground. Like, you jump Avenge, it doesn't even matter. Even if you killed Narman, he has his Ags. What will that really achieve for your team here in Bleed? They get a little bit trigger happy. They try to find this opportunity, and it just cost them. That's mega creeps all of a sudden. That could be the game.
It looks like it might just be. The tier 4 tower is now under siege. Jackie buys out a Swift Blink. Looks like they're waiting for at least DJ to be back up, and, well, there's the buyback from Ice. They will try to defend these tier 4 towers. It's a matter of whether Geek Fam want to continue fighting, but it seems like they are just going to leave. No need to force it. You've already got the mega creeps up. Just chill and wait. It's happy death time.
Yeah. It's down to 1 tier 4 tower, a couple of junk buildings to at least cop the attention of the creep wave if it does shove in a little bit. So they've got some room on Bleed to come outside, but Roche is up, top spawn again, 2 minutes until it switches sides. And a simple objective for Geek Fam to find. And again, when Mega creeps up, you're not going to be able to shove out fast enough to reach into that Roche pit. AC up and running for Olnet as well. Combine that with a Shard, with a Warcry up. It's going to be difficult for Jackie to look for the burst play, even with this Divine. At least he has the Divine, but it's so difficult. Like, even one extra hit for the PA to find a kill onto, say, the Warlock is enough for you to do something about it on Geek Fam.
Yeah.
This time around, they hand a refresh over to Skem, so double Golem is there.
I mean, look, it's very hard. The gate is out towards the Tormentor. Looks like they want the last shards out for Force. They'll take it, no problem. Back through the Fiend's Gate towards the top lane again, and they'll smoke up. Here we go. There is a Divine Rapier on Jackie. This is the basically all in play. This is the I'm going to carry this game 1v9 kind of play from Jackie now. Mind you, it is Mega Creep, so you may as well, as now the Dream Core comes out and the swap out on Ice Ice Ice. Can he split? He certainly can. He will survive another day, but now the split is down for 75 seconds. So you've got a window of opportunity now for Geek Fam to safely move into the Tier 4 towers again. Once the split does wear off, quite frankly, not that it wasn't safe already, considering they do have the Aegis. But they are waiting. They'll take every advantage they can get. One Tier 4 tower left. Cox will start. Pit of Malice to lock anyone blinking in. Tier 4 tower almost gone. Olnet thinking about jumping in with the God String. Not doing so yet. Still a lot of patience from Geek Fam. There goes the final Tier 4 tower. Ancient is exposed. Where's Jackie? He's waiting to find a target. In goes DJ. He's found a Sven. Olnet still alive though. Narman swapping him out. Olnet popping the Satanic in his full HP again. He will survive. Corden will not though. Corden is down. No buyback available. There goes Ice Ice Ice. That's a dieback to boot. They're diving the fountain now. They just don't care. Narman still surviving through the remnant as the GG is called. They have seen enough. In Geek Fam, they were basically in full control of the game the whole time. I mean, laning stage wasn't that bad for the side of Bleed, but Geek Fam, they just stuck to the game plan and it all works out.
Yeah, they had a really good understanding of what they had to do, and they hit the spike. They managed to put that pressure onto Bleed really early on once he had a couple of items up on Olnet. I think the big issue here for Bleed was really this last pick TA doesn't do much. Right, like it just didn't really play into this draft that you had on Bleed that well. There's no real minus armor stacking here. You didn't have a great options for Illusion Heroes left, so you were stuck with a very hard decision for good old Jackie to kind of find his core to play with. And I think the big loss for Bleed was around top, around this fight. This was around the time they took that first Roshan, or around that time in that fight. And that's where things went southbound, because they took Roshan Bleed. It looked like they were coming back in, set to build their momentum up, start to take some tier 2s. But then they split up on the map. They show 2 heroes up top, and Geek Fam just jumped them. And suddenly you lose Aegis from that, and then you're set back so badly. It was also very difficult for Bleed in this game to figure out which target to prioritize. Because if you jump Cox, if Narman's there, he's just going to swap. If you jump Narman, he has Ags. He doesn't care. And that's why the Venge is such a big hero to play up against. That's why it's banned out, because it provides so much in lane. It has so much utility, and it forces you to make some really tough decisions that, quite frankly, there's no easy answer for.
It certainly was not. Geek Fam just doing a fantastic job here in this game one, drafting-wise and play-wise, everything going very, very smoothly for them. There wasn't really any issues going for Geek Fam. And even with the Divine Rapier pickup of Jackie at the end, you just never really saw the opportunity for Jackie to jump in safely and get some damage off. You just never saw the real opening. I think that last team fight we saw by the Ancient, you can see it here. There was not really a stage where anyone got hit but the Sven, who got kicked back, but Narman always ready with the swap. And I think Narman was, even though your scorelines don't really represent it, Narman, he had some very, very strong saves on this Vengeful Spirit. And I think that's what really set them off. Like, you just couldn't kill anyone. Every time Olnet was close to dying, there was a swap out from Narman. You know, he made it impossible. The key figures in a fight always ended up surviving. Hell, even one of those last team fights, Skem ends up surviving thanks to a swap from Narman and gets the Golden Fatal Bonds off. So, you know what, John? I think Narman probably just deserves the MVP here.
Yeah, for sure. I think he played amazingly on this Venge. He set up the lane for Force really well. Granted, that's an Underlord Venge lane, so it's hard to see that ever fall. But his positioning was perfect. You know, he's getting off these big swaps. He had a really good item buildup, which is very typical. The medallion Solar Crest timing is pretty on point. And then he just basically played swap game, you know, saving my idiots is his gameplay. And it worked out quite nicely here for Norman. So
sounds like something I would say.
I'm just keen to see what adjustments Bleed take into game 2. You have to ban this Venge. If you don't have first pick and you're not going to take the Venge yourself, you have to take it out. Like, this Venge does way too much. It's also rather curious they prioritize Ice so early into the Brewmaster. Like, sure, you banned out Gyrocopter to protect Brewmaster, right? Like, theoretically, that's the one hero the Brewmaster does not want to play up against, but Sven was still there. So you didn't really manage to protect it fully because you were still constantly threatened by the Crater Cleave. And the lane for Ice wasn't the most pressure as well. Like, they were playing up against a Warlock. They understood that they had to just play against this pressure. Double melee into Warlock Sven, not the best of times. So I'd like to see Bleed just ban Venge, draft for stronger lanes, and try to play more tempo. I think this just dragged on a little bit too long. They didn't hit that 15-20 minute spike they wanted to, and it just fell flat from there.
Okay. Well, with that, John, we'll head off to a short break. And, of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Geek Fam and Bleed Esports. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to be heading into game number 2's draft between Geek Fam and, of course, Bleed Esports and its MLP, Dota, and John X5. Joining you once again, Jonathan, welcome back. Game 1, Geek Fam does secure the victory in convincing fashion. There's no other way to put it. It seemed like they were in control pretty much the whole of Game 1. Draft-wise, obviously, we kind of agreed that the draft went fantastically, right? Just according to plan, nothing went wrong for Geek Fam. But game number 2, I want to ask you the question, Jonathan, the difficult question. What do Bleed need to change up in their second game draft to give themselves a chance at game number 3?
10 seconds
I think they have to be careful of just not having strong lanes. It felt like you didn't have the most active lanes either from Geek Fam, but they were very defensive. You know, they managed to just stand back and farm, and they enjoy that farming pace. You talked about the later timings you could get here on Geek Fam. There was more tempo that had to come out there from Bleed, but it felt like their draft didn't back that up. You know, you had a Quap that wanted to play fast. You have this TA that wanted to connect with more heroes, that wanted to look for more kill opportunities with an early Deso, and nothing really came about it. I think maybe some of that's down to your choice in supports. Like Dubo on the Phoenix didn't feel like he had the best of times. DJ was starting to make some plays with a blink. But again, there was no aggression coming out there from the side of Bleed for quite a fair bit in the game, where it's, you know, when you're up against defensive lanes like that, it can be hard, but you just have to do something about it. You know, if you are going to play the farming game, then you have to understand when your timing is stronger than Geek Fam as well. So we'll see how they correct in that. Last time around, we saw Bleed ignore the Venge as a ban, and Geek Fam pick it up first pick. So if they don't ban that Venge here, Geek Fam are just going to take it again. I don't see why you change that for Narman.
I thought Narman did a brilliant job last game. I would not doubt them for going back to that pickup if they wanted to, for sure. Cox is yes, he is eating. This guy, he's a troll. This guy, this guy's got to be a troll. There's no way. There's no way. I can't. TI12's coming up, man. Come on. Don't ruin my career like this, Cox. Please.
He's ruining everyone's careers, Mike. he wants our entry. If we're going to qualify, these guys better not go there.
5 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sending you an invoice, Cox. I'll tell you right now. You're getting an invoice after this. After these days, I'll tell you. Final ban-outs to come before we can see some picks coming out. Again, I was actually listening to, not listening, I was watching to one of the content pieces from Bleed Esports today, Jonathan. Couldn't help but notice Misery was not too happy the other day with the performance from the boys of Bleed, and I think the words he had to say after their series against Blacklist were that they just weren't playing the heroes as they're meant to be played. That was Misery said something along the lines of, guys, you're not playing the heroes I'm giving you. You're not playing them the way you should be, and it's like, I'm not sure how to kind of implement that into how game 1 went, but I imagine some similar words were said. Yeah.
It ties in because you think about Dubu's positioning on the Phoenix, you think about this combination. Your one combo was really Brewmaster to be annoying, Phoenix Egg with Sonic Wave to protect it, right? Because it was like 2 melee hitters onto the Egg. You had to play around that fact. We didn't see that big connection with Dubu and Corden. Now, Ice was being annoying, but to what to achieve what, really? Not much. I worry about this draft with the Venge. I mean, you don't ban it, you don't pick it. I mean, you can't pick it, your second pick. Geek Fam just takes it. Now, so there's the Venge on hand. Bleed gets the Warlock. But again, if you think about that last game for Skem, he wasn't a big factor at all. You could have taken the Warlock out, replaced it with literally any other hero that allows the Sven to lane, and you would have had the same game. Like, these golems were nice, but they weren't the be-all, end-all for Geek Fam. It was really just Cox on his puck. It was Narman with his swap saves. So I'm not sure about that. They do at least get access to their Shaker for Corden mid.
Michael Corden's here. Yeah.
But they haven't banned out a lot of the ranged heroes now. I mean, the one way to make a Shaker mid suck is literally don't pick anything melee. That's it. Take some, like, the Quap we've seen lose. Okay, fair enough. But you have the puck that's still available. You've got cheekier mids, maybe something more spell spammy, say Alina, a Zeus could be really good in that lane as well. Like, I don't know, like picking the Shaker just like this with your bans not protecting the Shaker pick, it can feel scary. Granted, you can shift that onto DJ, but it feels like you really need like like you need mid EXP and farm for the Shaker to really hit its early timings.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, it's certainly a bit of a comfort pick for Corden at the very least. Obviously, we've seen him play a lot of mid-Earth Shaker over the last few days of the qualifiers, so You know, maybe just going back for the comfort. I do agree that perhaps they haven't protected the pick the best, but we'll see if they do even give it to it. Like you said, it could be a DJ pos for Earthshaker for all we know. For now, Geek Fam, they're going to go back for the Doom. Always kind of surprises me this hero has not gone out of the meta ever since the Doom changes, but I mean, quite frankly, it still seems like a very strong hero anyway. Especially in that support role, it still does almost the exact same job. Somewhat. It's Geek Fam. They'll pick up the clockwork, so arguably should be an off-lane Doom. Could also be an off-lane Vent. We saw that yesterday from Tino, so I wouldn't doubt it if it did come.
Yeah, you've got a lot of options here for Geek Fam. I'm curious where they lane this clockwork. I don't think a clock plus Doom lane is all too scary. Double melee, chase down, it's all right. I think Jackie has a lot of room to just draft what he wants now. If they wanted to just go straight in, knowing the off-lane matchup at the very least. Maybe just look for a support or a little bit more flex to tie into this Shaker. Because it's a little bit hard to lock in Shaker here. I mean, you're already playing Shaker into Clockwork down the line. So you will eventually, just not be able to use any of your spells. We have seen that be a problem for the Shaker before. Random interjection here, Mike. For some reason, someone called Boom.Lane just messaged me just to say the draft is starting for game 2. Boom.Lane, why are you just waking up now? You have a match later, Boom.Lane. Why are you just waking up now?
Isn't Lane actually like... I know this was actually a thing at one stage, but wasn't he a stand-in for the team in case things went wrong?
Technically, yes. When your team roster was 5+2, and that 2 included the manager and coach. So technically he was a sub.
That was my dream at one point. I was like, please put Lane in.
Get Yopaj sick.
Put Zach in.
Alphon, Lane. Oh my god. College is G.
He comes the Zach Ember. I can't wait. Never bet against Zach Ember. Or rather, always bet against Zach Ember. That would have been the rule.
Oh god. There goes the Jackie Naga at the very least. So very strong Comfort Illusion spam. Going back to Alphon a bit, because this is very straightforward for Bleed so far. Boom.Lane, he has been griefing me in my games. I feel like reporting him to Gary for an infraction or something.
What did he
do?
We
play a game, we jump in, he picks Invoker and it's like, I'm support, runs around, does nothing. Just like he does nothing for Boom.
Oh.
And there you go. I know Alphon's gonna watch. And there you go. Those are my words.
That was a personal shot. My goodness.
Yeah, well, you got to make it personal sometimes here. Bleed, they've got the Naga and Mirana combination. Geek Fam, they've got the answer in Bloodseeker. I don't think you're too scared. This is a really good matchup. The lanes coming out here for Geek Fam look amazing. Rupture Swap is in play. In as much as that is a meme, it is in play.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy game for the Shaker. Like, you can Rupture Shaker. He can't blink. He can't use his Ags. He's not going to be feeling happy. It looks like a very secure lane for Ulna to play with as well. For Bleed, I mean, you've got Naga. You're going to be sitting back. You're going to be trying to clear out these creep waves. You're going to be trying to split the camps up, get some farm. It's going to be another slower game. And I think Geek Fam just has this pacing again. Sure, a Bloodseeker needs some initial farm. Something like Maelstrom BKB is the timing, so it's like a 15, 18-minute timing for a Bloodseeker to really be online. And you have Doom offlane, so that can also slow down the pace a little bit. But we have seen Dooms play a little bit more active now. We're not seeing as much might as Dooms nowadays, Mike. So there is some early impact here for Force. I'm a little bit worried about Bleed, mainly on the fact that if you had to tie this game to the 2 supports, Mirana and Warlock, I mean, they don't sound like the best rotational supports. They can play with the Shaker, they can play with the Naga. But I know there's some funky stuff going on for Bleed. There is strong wombo combo, right? The same thing goes from game 1 when Geek Fam had this. Fatal Bonds plus Warlock, Fatal Bonds plus Shaker is pretty damn big. You've got the Upheaval, which can feel really nice up against Bloodseeker to an extent, and the Clockwork Doom. So there's some good play here, but I'm not sure about this. I feel like Geek Fam, with this kind of tempo, if they hit their timings, they'll just run you down.
10 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
No final ban to come. Geek Fam
5 seconds remaining.
still looking for what looks like an offlane ban here for Ice Ice Ice. They'll get rid of the Razor, just any hero that does very well against the Bloodseekers, not too advised here for Geek Fam.
Dire team pick.
They'll get rid of the Ember Spirit as well, just in case. And Geek Fam with their final pickup. Still looking for a mid, I believe, here for Cox. Question is, are they going to keep the mid Earthshaker as well, right? Like, it looks like it should be a Cordon Earthshaker coming out for Bleed. The flex is still possible. You never know. They could throw the ES into the offlane, though we haven't seen much of that, and I wouldn't really advise it against Bloodseeker Clockwork, but Geek Fam, they should be practically sure it's a mid ES. We'll see. It's ice, so you never really know. The man can practically play anything.
I mean, he was one of the fellas that ran that Chen offlane. So, all
that
the
was
way
a
back
time.
in the day.
Yeah.
So he can play anything down there. I'm wondering what they want. Like, I do feel like you want something faster on mid here for Geek Fam, something that can play with your Clockwork Venge, just because when it comes down to it, your Bloodseeker. Okay.
Oh.
What are
Wait
we
a minute
out here, Geek Fam?
Yeah, who's
I
mid?
mean, Ench mid up against Shaker is pretty atrocious for Shaker.
Right?
Fair. That is
New
not
technology.
for Shaker.
This is the new tech?
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting. Well, let's see, John. I mean, I can't say for sure it's going to be a mid Enchantress, right? Like, it's not something you get to see every day, that's for sure.
And Misery raised his hands up. He's like, what the hell is this? They're actually going to do mid-ench?
Welcome to SCA, Mr. Misery. I know you've been here the whole year, but welcome.
He's like, what's wrong with all of you here? What's in the water in Southeast Asia?
Oh, they'll go the Wraith King ground. Okay.
So an offlane Naga for ice is what I'm assuming here.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
It looks so greedy. Like Wraith King plus Naga. If you drag this game long, you will win. To be fair, you will outright win for Bleed if you drag this past, say, 35, 40 minutes. But if you don't get that spacing out, if Geek Fam forces this issue early on, early timings on Ench, it's going to be pretty damn scary. This Ench versus Earthshaker matchup, pretty damn scary for the Shaker. You're not going to win these
it's not it.
trades.
It's a mid-venge.
Enchanted up.
It's mid-venge. I was going to say...
I think that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, mid-venge.
Wave of Terror taking out a lot of the bite from your total output on Enchant Totem. I mean, it's still a ridiculous amount of damage, but it's a good amount of damage reduction. You play Poke with your Magic Missile. It's going to hold steady. I think that's pretty all right here. Maybe not as dominant as mid-ench. Honestly, the mid-ench would have just crushed, but the Venge holds out fine as well. That means we're going to hit like a very fast timing on Ags, like Dragonlance, Ags, maybe something like the Hurricane Pike and an SNY coming out, and this Venge will basically be a secondary core. I'm keen to see how Geek Fam plays this. This is some interesting laning coming out from Geek Fam. I think Bleed, it's more straightforward. You've got the Naga offlane making its appearance once more. What's up with the Naga offlanes and like Malaysian Singaporean players really enjoying that? Like SMG loves it. You know, they've been tossing it out there. Now we have Ice playing it again.
It works. Yeah, it worked. I mean, SMG, they're in the upper bracket finals right now, Jonathan. So you got to give it to the boys. You know, new technology, but it works. Why the hell not? The new tech I'm interested in, though, the mid-venge. Let's see what Cox can do with this. I mean, I have some based words to say about this, Jonathan. I'm not going to. I'm not going to judge it because I haven't seen it. So let's.
Don't like it? They do this in EEU, Mike. I believe this is something that's popped out in the EEU qualifier.
You know how I feel about that region, Jonathan. Don't get me started. EEU is okay, actually. They're all right. What is it?
I was like, you're clumping them up together, Mikey. You had words for Western Europe, you know?
Ah, that's right. Yeah. All right, move on. Right, let's get into it. Game number 2. Bleed vs Geek Fam. Let's see how this one goes. Should be a very, very fun matchup. Let's see who has the better draft and who has the better play style going into this game 2. Obviously, Bleed, they're one game away from getting knocked out of the qualifiers altogether. And, well, Geek Fam, they are one game away from proceeding to the semi-finals of the lower bracket.
Yeah. They just need to find this win here. They can get that done if they can play this momentum. Cox have to be careful. Breaks the smoke, but they don't have the net on ice, so can't really set up for the arrows. Should be a 2-for-2 trade coming out here in the end. Nothing too scary, but they could still commit.
Yeah, I mean, you have the nice setup for the arrow as well. Like, you just need vision on somebody. And Geek Fam seem to be very well aware that they're probably on the high ground of that dire jungle, so they'll just sit back by the tier 1 mid tower. Bleed will relocate,
30 seconds.
but they are on division now. So, Geek Fam, they've got all the info they need not to get themselves into a level 1 team fight if they don't want it. And I think it's very well advised not to get into a level 1 team fight against the draft of Bleed. Not going to be safe against the Marana and an Earthshaker of all things. I suppose you never know. They might think about it. Why the hell not?
I just thought of a very funny thing.
What's
But
that,
I don't
John?
know. It's Cox again. Cox swap.
The battle begins.
He does have swap.
Nice. Scam will move in with the battery assault, but he will not be able to take the bounty. Stop laughing at yourself, Jonathan. That was terrible. It was terrible.
I don't know why it's so funny to me. It's so I don't know. I'm just a simple-minded person.
This-
Watch Cox block mid.
There's a bounty rune just sitting in the mid, like the mid river. Nobody took it.
No
Okay.
one needs that money. All right, Cox.
That's
wants it.
okay. Here we go. Here's the race of the century. Oh, Corden's got it. You can't outrun Michael Corden, Jonathan. You can't do it.
No, you can't. But you can outclick him. So Corden has to be a little bit careful. But he's just going to be denying the wave. That is something that the Shaker does excel at. It's going to be a little bit oppressive for Cox. So he's going to have to just watch himself. Misses out in 2 creeps already. This mid lane's maybe going to be a little bit slower until, say, level 4, level 5. I can see some action coming out here for Corden mainly. If Cox steps out of position, there is a lot of play the Shaker can do, whereas the Venge is a lot more passive this lane. But perhaps you get support rotations out. That's where Bleed really shines, if they can get some spacing out for DJ. We shall see down the line. Taking a peek up top as well. Allnet on the Bloodseeker and Scam on the Clockwork. This lane can start to tie in. Once you've got the Blood right plus the Cogs, you can look to just lock in Ice. There's not too much the Naga can do about that, really. I mean, the illusions can make it a little bit harder to land that damage perfectly from Scam. But the Bloodseeker is not going to be threatened here. Unless he severely oversteps his bounds and cops an arrow somehow with the net combo, Allnet's going to be free farming. Ice should be able to farm as well, but a Bloodseeker does have way earlier spikes in comparison here.
He does. Bottom lane as well. The Wraith King having a very, very good time. I suppose you can kind of say the exact same thing, right? Like the off lane of Geek Fam, chances are they're not going to be able to slow down the Jackie Wraith King too much. Narman obviously can be very, very annoying with these enchanted creeps, but that's about it. Should be just fine as they are going to move in. Force being targeted. Fatal Bonds out. And Force, he might just be dead. In fact, I think he is. Jackie's got him. I heckin' love Fatal Bonds.
is under attack.
It's a great spell. You've got the Summon Army coming out as well. Skellies plus the Imps coming out. That does manage to run down. This is a great start for Jackie. Like, this Wraith King with an early timing, this Wraith King with a fast Armlet Desolator can be a menace, and that's how Bleed should be looking to play. Like, play up-tempo, and then if you need to slow it down, you're still going to be feeling good with Wraith King plus Naga to scale, plus Shaker. So, they establish a good start. Force has to be a little bit cautious. There's only so much Narman can do. And of course, nowadays, you don't even tend to see too much of the impetus early on the support Ench. So he can't really do much to shove them away at this moment at the very least.
Lotus Pool, they're going to fight over it just a bit at the top lane, but DJ does outclick Allnet. Allnet will have to leave with empty hands here as it's back to the creep wave. And bottom lane getting even more frustrating here for Geek Fam. So the thing is, every time you commit that Fatal Bonds, like, you just can't underestimate how much damage just gets shared between everyone. And well, while they aren't in danger right now, it just makes you not feel very safe. As top lane, the Naga Siren almost going down. Ice is dropping quite low. Now DJ playing with fire, but has 3 leap charges, so we'll be okay. Meanwhile, Narman does find Jackie's courier down at bottom lane. Not sure exactly what was on it. I think his phase boots may have been available on that courier. In fact, never mind. It was on the way out anyway, so there was no items available on it.
Yeah. Should be just fine dropping that. Overall, a little bit of a slower start. You are happy with the lane outcomes for Bleed. You're having almost free farm coming out for Jackie, and Corden's holding his own on mid. So you are getting that build-up you'd want, and here's that will have to dictate that momentum for the side of Geek Fam. I think the one thing you will want is, again, stacks, and DJ's already just running around, grabs the bounty for his trouble, gets some scouting done. And this is something DJ does excel at. He's a very annoying forward to play into. So he buys space for the 1v1, which the Naga, again, should be happy enough to just play the farm game on. and you're not able to do much. You know, you're in the jungle, you can't stack, you can't do anything, and DJ just comes out on top.
Are fortified.
Certainly does. Skim trying his best to harass DJ out here, though Ice may have gone a bit far. Alna's going to go for a bit of a chase, but I think he'll be okay. Meanwhile, mid lane, you see Corden getting extremely known out to Cox. Both mid laners finding plenty of farm, it seems, just on even grounds, though it certainly seems like Cox now has the advantage when it comes to harassment. It's Corden, you can see how afraid he is to get close. So he's found the farm he wanted, but he has somewhat lost control in the mid lane. He does seem like he's going to back off to the fountain.
It's a lot of space out for Cox. Has the level 3 Wave of Terror as the core, so very spammable spell. 35 mana for 115 damage is pretty damn good. And that debuff duration is almost 100% uptime even at level 3. So you can just start to really pressure in, work your farm advantage back your way, and scale up. I'm still curious to see what Conk's item build will be. Should still be the Ags, but wouldn't mind the Dragonlance here for a little bit more reach and output. You can't underestimate Avenge's damage. And this is a universal hero type, so a few stats up and it hits like a truck.
6-minute power rune timing coming in. The supports have rotated, though it is mostly Geek Fam supports that are making the mission over. You've got DJ still trying to contest the top power rune. See if he gets lucky. Arrow's going to fly out. Power rune is actually going to spawn bottom. It will be a nice shield rune there for Cox. There'll be no contest towards. It's a bit unlucky for Bleed. DJ not able to deny this one off. Now Narman going to be just fine to keep himself in this mid lane, even with the low HP. He'll be just fine.
Yep. Gonna be able to just do what he wants. They've always got the swap ready as well if Cox wants to play aggressive, but they back off from mid. All the sports go back to the side lanes. The solo lane for Force has been a little bit better now. Does have the Vanguard, so he's not under any kill threat solo from Jackie. And then start to scale up in this farm, although
Force could be in a spot of danger. This rotation's coming in from DJ now as Jackie's going to throw the stun out into the arrow, landing perfectly from DJ. Force is pretty tanky, but even with the Vanguard, he's not going to be tanky enough. Jackie will take him down, and meanwhile mid lane, Narman's gone to boot. Corden takes out the Ench, commits the Echo Slam for that, but gets away with a free kill, and Cox was unable to help out.
and he already used his swap earlier on, not able to really get a save off. 3-0 start for Bleed, and coming out of this game too, looking really strong in the laning phase. Geek Fam just a little bit shakier. You know, you are defaulting to more farm just for your Bloodseeker and your Doom. Your Venge as well, it's
Jackie.
farm.
Oh, bottom lane, I thought they may have been able to make a jump, but level's a bit too low on the supports, and see, not able to have an opportunity at trying to get a cogs off on Jackie. Top lane, Alnet is also surrounded. Ice, if he can get the ensnare off, it's almost a guaranteed arrow. Alnet running. Ice, he has the song if he wants to commit that, but he wants to hold it for the disengage in case they need it. Alnet now getting ensnared, but there are creeps blocking for the arrow. So Alnet just getting to a stage where he has something to block the way, and no arrow will follow.
Bit of a missed opportunity. That should still provide an opening for the push up top.
Oh,
And you are
so
denying off the farm here.
He gets unlucky again. Corden tries for the power rune, doesn't get it.
And, you know, sometimes you have a lot of games like that.
Yeah.
They try to equalize the randomness of the runes, but it's still there. Now, with haste, we try to make a play, but Cox does cancel the TP. Maybe gets stunned up from the vision provided here by Corden. He's not been able to relieve top. I think your concern for Geek Fam is just how slow this game will be for Force and Ulnet. You will have to play the waiting game. You will have to surrender some tier 1 towers here. I don't know when the counterplay starts to come in for the side of Geek Fam. Maybe when you have an initiation tool for Force, perhaps once you have this Ags on Cox.
Corden.
That's where things can start to open up.
Can they find Corden? It seems like Force is on the right path to get the Doom off into the Magic Missile. Corden, he's got some help on the way. Dubu with the upheaval, going to try and save, but the swap is out. No deny attempt either. They'll just let Corden die in the end. Geek Fam, very strong rotation coming out from Force and Narman to secure that kill.
That's the kind of move you want. They do manage to song here up top. Ulnet.
And Jackie's here. They're going to try for the Bloodseeker. This is not going to be the easiest kill, though, with a nice cogs out from Skem to block the way and hold it. He is still running. DJ with the arrow, trying but not going to land. Still, they'll jump in with the Starstorm, and that's going to prove to be enough. Jackie will find another kill on the Wraith King. So they missed the arrow setup, but it won't matter. They'll make it work anyway.
Yeah, so it's a ton of commitment out from Bleed, but they want to be able to take this tower out. They get some good activity on Jackie. The armlet not too far off. There is some room for Geek Fam to play down bot at the very least. But again, you have a greedier draft in Geek Fam. You're going for the Midas and Force. You're going for
Jackie.
Oh.
He went through the twin gates. They were waiting. Skem was waiting. On the high ground of that twin gates, waiting for the Wraith King to come back. And, well, Jackie, he's lacking some help right now. Roshan, he comes through, at least getting rid of one of them. So you got that. Narman had to be forced back. Still, they are running. Jackie, he's actually getting out of this for now. Force is still chasing him down. Narman on the chase as well, but Jackie is okay. Did Roshan just save Jackie? I mean, I don't want to say it did, but you didn't have any follow-up damage from Narman, sadly.
I think he did, actually. That Roche bash to push back on the inch, just lacking that enchant for the chase, did make a massive difference. So they managed to hold out. They don't lose anything. They will lose their objective anyway. And the game's still relatively equal. Slight lead coming out from Bleed, mainly onto Jackie. Cox and Force are above and beyond Ice, and Corden, but Olden is suffering as well. Again, the stall game has to come out here from Geek Fam. Bleed, they're kind of set to start playing early tempo. With Armlet and Jackie, he doesn't have too much to be scared of. Maybe just wait out this next reincarnation first. Corden, he's only about 700 gold away from that Blink Dagger on the Shaker. So he's going to have a lot of impact. Ice, he's going for the typical Manta build-up, I'm sure, here on the Naga. Everything's lining up. Geek Fam, their draft just is a lot greedier in the laning phase, and they just need to wait out a lot more. It's down to Bleed to play aggressively. They've got the Golem drop ready on Dubu. They can look for more objectives. They could easily line up for this mid if they wanted to, but Geek Fam are doing a great job of just invading this jungle area right now. So even if a mid push did come in, they have this really good flank from the backside. They have good vision over that area as well, though it does fade now. And it's stall. You know, it's basically stall. If Bleed played a stall game into this, it's not too unfavorable for Bleed. At the same time, you are giving Geek Fam a chance to actually have some play when these items do start to form up.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's still a very close game, 4-1 right now, but Bleed certainly feel like they're in control of this game, at least for the time being. Alnett is about to escalate. He's going to have the Maelstrom up soon on the Bloodseeker, as Jackie's going to run into Narman now in the Radiant jungle, but doesn't have the kind of attack you need to kill off Narman with that level 1 untouchable available. Also, while that was happening, Corden now has officially got the blinker. So it might be around that time where Bleed makes the call to go for a big smoke up with Corden, see if they can find a good team fight for themselves. Even more of a positive note right now for Bleed is the fact that they've used Rupture onto Ice, but he got out, and now DJ getting swapped back but leaps away. Skem's on the chase but cannot reach DJ. He might have to wait for the next rocket flare and try to guess where DJ goes. Meanwhile, Narman does actually end up going down to Corden. Skem, he's got rocket flare in 1, but I don't believe it wouldn't be enough damage. It's only 80 damage at level 1. Onto the mid-tier 1 tower.
And Bleed just keep applying this pressure. You know, the Geek Fam couldn't manage to run up to try to stop Ice from TPing away. He didn't have mana for Song. Could have just killed him off for that Rupture, but and they jumped the gun. Allnet plays a little bit too early when his team's not ready. They miss out on the big kill. They miss on the smaller kill. Tier 1 mid falls off the back of that Narman pickoff as well. So the map is starting to shrink. They've got good forward vision here on Bleed. Ice is clearing out all the camps with his illusions. He is going for the Orchid instead of the full Manta first. So he is going to have a lot of presence out and a lot of control to play with. Geek Fam starts to get dispels.
Oh, he's going to cop it again here. Narman. Untouchable's nice, but not quite against Corden. And Corden hits just like an absolute truck. Stop playing Ice, again in trouble, getting ruptured up, going for the TP attempt with the cogs. Skem, just in the nick of time. I don't know, it's 0.1 second for Ice to get out of there. But he got him right on the edge with the cogs.
And that's what they need here on Geek Fam. A little bit of punishment coming out while they're playing almost like a 4 protect 1 on Bleed. They're running around as 4, they're giving Ice some space out. And 6-2. Despite all these kills, the lead for Bleed, again, marginal at best, but this is allowing them to play. They've got the map control on their side with the mid and top tier ones gone. They do lose their mid tier one from a bit of a shove in from the creeps, but not the biggest loss now. And then for Geek Fam, you at least have your Maelstrom up on Ulnet. Once his BKB is up, you start to feel better. The Ags as well for Cox, only one part away. And that should be the point where you start playing. Like this BKB timing on your Bloodseeker along with the Ags on Avenge should be when they can start to put some pressure back onto Bleed. But Bleed are not relenting. Onto the bot tier.
Oh, nice echo. Corden, he's in. He's got the Doom controlled up and forces down. Jump in on Jackie. Onto Naaman. The Ench. It's a slow process, but not with Corden. Corden makes the jump, and that's Naaman gone. I may have been seeing things, by the way, Jonathan. But did Corden just slam the ground?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
No,
With
he
the
slammed
echo?
a while ago.
He did slam the Doom, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. You got me double thinking.
Oh, I have to get some
was
glasses, I reckon, Jonathan. I'm going a bit blind. Yeah.
I don't know how you could use glasses when your monitors were literally right up to your face, Michael Phoenix. I think you have some deeper issues there. You know, depth perception doesn't quite work down under, or something like that.
You're probably right, John. Mid lane. They're looking at Cox. Jackie's here with the blink up. Cox, he could be a huge danger. He's got a swap target in Naaman, but there's just no time. Completely blown up. And Bleed, this game, they are playing a very clean game. It is smooth as butter from Bleed Esports.
That it is. They're just playing with their tempo. Jackie's being really active on this Raid King. Ice is just splitting lanes, farming up, trying to get into this Orchid. And again, this game doesn't necessarily simplify all that well for Geek Fam as time goes on. They do have scaling, but you're dealing with Raid King plus a Naga. You're dealing with two pretty much hard carries here. And a Shaker who's going to go for the Ags, who's going to have this insane right click. For Geek Fam, I don't know. Like, at some point, you've got to start playing. You've got to play off the back of Uln's BKB when that's up. Cox needs his Ags. But even the Venge Ags at this point, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough just yet. And it's level 1 swap. You don't have your Shard. You don't have the most items to boost your right click yet. So, you know, Venge Ags this early on, it's nice. It's not going to be enough to really change how this game is played so far. And Bleed, 4K lead up now. Jackie, Desolator not too far off. I mean, I think Geek Fam, they're going to need forced to have a blink. Like, just have a blink initiation on the Doom to start these fights to help you chase down with a clockwork. Maybe start thinking about this really straightforward combo, but also kind of awkward combination of Rupture Swap. Could be also another way for you to kind of open up these fights for yourselves, but I don't know, like your solution for Naga down the line is going to be the full Mjolnir. Maybe an Ags out for Ulnet, but again, as of now, that's going to take so much more time to farm up to those points.
Yeah. And here's Roshan. Double damage on Corden, that's certainly going to help their cause quite a bit. And Roshan should not be too long of a process. Well, you just give the Aegis to Corden here? Like, Jackie just doesn't... You might not need the 3 lives this early on. We'll see what they want. I think just give it to Corden. Much better option here in the Shaker. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the slot open. Would have been very funny if Jackie just picked it up, though. Not good, but very, very funny.
Yeah.
So he can just run forward like a complete fool if he wanted to and just be perfectly fine. 9-2. And I don't know how many times I can keep talking about these times from Geek Fam. We'll just have to wait for them to come out. For Bleed, I mean, it's getting spicy. Ags for Corden almost done. And you at least have your Ags for Geek Fam on Cox. But again, Venge Ags at this point, level 1 swap, it's not really that cool. It doesn't really do you too much yet. And top is just going to be under siege.
I reckon there should be like a cosmetic that comes out, like an animation when you do get the Ags on Shaker. Like it's just number 23 on his totem or something. Which is Michael Jordan's number, by the way, in case you're wondering, by the way, John, where the joke is. It'd be amazing. You just get Ags up, that's the animation. Congratulations.
It's not an animation.
Like a cosmetic.
It's a texture change. Yeah.
Right, a texture. All right, John. A graphic designer here trying to educate me on the words to use. My goodness, you know what I meant.
Oh, I almost didn't know what you meant, Mike, but thank you. I thought you meant you wanted Shaker to animate into a number 23.
Why would I want
just
that?
A jumping, just a literal, the missing texture thing that you see in Dota 2 sometimes, the error. Just have him be that, but it's 23. Savage would never stop playing Shaker at that point.
That's true. 3-man smoke up, Blade Esports. They're having a laugh here in the Radiant jungle. They know they're in the triangle, so Geek Fam, they are indeed hanging around that the dire triangle for now. Pings out towards Alnid, who's farming the right side of the map, that ancient camp by the Tormentor. But they're going back towards the triangle where Skem may have just revealed himself with that rocket flare. Meanwhile, Ice actually found the mid-venge as well, and staring him up, allowing or making sure that they cannot follow up here against Jackie. So they do jump Skem, and Skem is down. Jackie wants more. A nice fish shot. Corden! He got 2 of them, and Cox, he'll try to go for the swap out, but he's still gonna die. Even the Remnant being caught. No messing around from Bleed. They will take it out.
Is under attack.
Onto the mid T2 tower they go. In fact, Ice with the song. Force. How are you gonna get yourself out of this one? In fact, he might just walk out. Ice has no ensnare up. He goes for the Orchid. In comes Jackie now with the stun out. There is a Crimson Guard on Force to slow things down as Olnit's going to move in. So will Skem onto the Naga. Jackie now rough shit up, has the reincarnation, so he should be fine for 1 life. In fact, he's standing his ground on the side. Ice though going to go down the Naga Siren. Here comes DJ looking for an arrow on Skem, but won't find it. It's a 4v5 now, but here comes Corden. Corden's onto Narman, and Narman will get blown up. A 1-for-1. Cox now jumping in, but Cox, he's got 1 life of Jackie, but he's going to lose his own life. Hoping to play with the Remnant, it seems. There's your Remnant out, but they'll focus it down. In fact, Corden, he's after Skem. Skem is down. Corden, just finding everyone. Cox, trying to get the Remnant out of there, but it's not looking good for him. Jackie will take care of it. It looked like a great start to the fight. Sadly, though, they just keep going, and well, you just can't underestimate the damage that Corden and Jackie can do right now. It is just insane.
Is a massive amount of output, and they don't have a straightforward way of just stopping that right now. They tried to focus down Jackie as well, like Olnit using the Rupture on the Wraith King. It's not a great target, just because Wraith King can stand and fight up against the Bloodseeker quite nicely. Perhaps once you get your Shard up with the Blood Rage, giving some lifesteal starts to feel better for the Bloodseeker and trying to force that. For now, even the BKB is just not really enough to do much there. And you never found a good Doom target for Foresider. It's been pretty cautious with that usage. So, yeah, you kind of need to start these fights on much better terms for the side of Geek Fam, just a little bit forced. And you've got the full Manta up for Ice now, along with the Orchid going for the Heart next. Very typical Naga build-up. 8k lead standing for Bleed, 14-3. And Geek Fam, it's just back to stalling. It's back to waiting. Get that Blink out for Force. Get that Mjolnir into Shard up and running for Olnit. And just kind of hope for the best.
Things are looking rather tough. Like, you look back at Cox on the Venge. He's basically a position 4 Venge at the moment, just with the Ags up. Nothing really different between a position 4 and him at the moment. Here's the smoke up. Running towards Jackie down at the bottom lane. Jackie is 25 seconds away from having reincarnate, so it'd be a huge, huge kill to go for. Jackie, maybe realizing something is wrong, is starting to run south. His team is by the Twin Gates, the top side, and yeah, he realizes he's out of here. Good game sense from Jackie to leave the area. Keep in mind, he was under vision as well from that Observer Ward on the high ground, but they won't be able to catch him now.
Yeah. They can just keep applying pressure, work up top, maybe force a response onto the tier 3, invade the jungle, and switch out onto the tier 2 mid. Geek Fam trying to use the space as much as possible. Just farming forward here. They are just so close to that Blink on Force. But even then, like, who do you really doom up here?
They've got the ward vision, though, on the cliff. They want to take the fight while they've got the vision, it seems. Nothing happening yet. Bleed are doing a very good job of just kiting these fights out. Not allowing the advantageous opening that the Geek Fam are looking for. Now the smoke up into the Moonlight Shadow, but again, the vision is on the high ground for the Dire, so they've got the advantage here, but the jump is in. Jackie, he'll try for Skemp, but now Jackie being stunned up. A huge golem, and now the Echo Corden. Corden just annihilates them. Oh boy, this team fight's over. Wasn't even close. Narman the only one to get out. A Golem Fatal Bonds plus an Echo Slam. That'll create a full team wipe, and that's exactly what it does.
Yeah, just onto the high ground. Nothing to stop them. BKB still ready to go on Jackie. Geek Fam just have no play. 19-3. 3 more kills for Bleed to have the happy number coming up on the screen. The reverse happy number. And I just don't know how Geek Fam takes this. At the very least, with Golem and Slam down, they could try. A good usage of Doom could be big, but still no blink on Force.
Hookshot in. Skem is going to try to get something started, though Skem just gets deleted, and now Cox gets baited. Unfortunate for Cox. Trying to follow his teammate in, he will die immediately, though a song is going to come out from Ice, but Jackie wants to keep going. Or does he? Impetus shots are hurting, but he wants to go back in, onto the Bloodseeker perhaps. Olin forced to BKB up, just to avoid the Wraithfire blast. That'll be it. I mean, if you're Bleed Esports, you could just go back in. You know the BKB's down. You still have Reincarnation. Without the BKB on Oldit, he just can't fight. He's a sitting duck. Jump in, Fisher. The arrow will not land on Narman. And in fact, Bleed, even with the BKB down, they're not going to risk it. They play it safe.
I respect some of that counter fight from Geek Fam. I don't know, like, Geek Fam's big issue is just the contribution of the Venge. It's not there. He's going for the shard as well. He's going to need a lot of stat items to start really feeling like a huge damage dealer in the middle of these fights, and that's, again, so much farm necessary for that. You have Narman pretty much working to be a core as well with a Hurricane Pike pickup. I mean, if you were going to go this route, right, like, surely you'd want more farm on your Enchantress at this point. Right? Like, it is the one that's kind of trying to carry through for you, but you're not finding that split farm. You've got the Blink up on Force, Blink Doom's available. The Shard's ready on Allnet, so he can stand up against the Raid King at the very least. But this is time for reset. You know, Bleed, when they will take this fight again, they'll have Slam, they'll have the Chaotic Offering. They have the full heart up and running on Ice Ice Ice. They're going for the Roche. And Geek Fam can't contest. Their lane's not prepared. They don't have forward vision. Just going to be a freebie for Bleed into the high ground again. They'll try to smoke, but it's going down way too fast.
Yeah, there's no way you get there in time. Like, Skem can scout out with the Rocket Flare right now, but Roshan's already less than half HP, so... Well, Geek Fam, they may still try to force a fight. Try to go for the surprise initiation. It's very challenging when you're up against 2 lives on Jackie, 2 lives now on Corden. Though they are sticking around, placing some vision down. In comes the side of Bleed, breaking the smoke on Skem, who already gets caught out, and Skem just gets deleted here by Jackie and Corden. Onto Cox they go, Cox. Oh, there's not much he can do as the mid-bench. He'll lose his first life, and the second one immediately, it seems, as Jackie will just chase it down. No messing around. Meanwhile, Corden, still looking for more. Will not be able to get a nice stun with the Fisher, but they've got 2 targets down. I don't even know if you can force buybacks, to be fair, because the respawn timers are so low at the moment for Geek Fam. Like, you've only got 20 seconds for your Venge to be back up, but that is 20 seconds where Bleed have a free high ground.
Yeah, just take another set of racks. And the Crimson Guard trying to slow it down a little bit, but you don't have that much strength to really block off here on Force. So it will just fall. That's 2 racks is up for the side of Bleed. Geek Fam, they look so lost. Like, they have no openings. They don't know what they're doing. It almost feels like Cox has very little impact.
And they get Ice.
Even with his early ags.
They're going to try for Ice. They've got vision. They jump in with a hook shot. Rupture out as well. Ice, he has the song. He'll use that, but Allnet got the BKB off. Ice trying for the TP, makes it out. Oh boy.
Invisibility.
What do you do? Obviously, Allnet, he doesn't have a basher yet. It's been a very tough game for Geek Fam. Not really his fault. And now Bleed, they are slowly but surely moving in towards that dire triangle. but they won't make the jump in. Obviously, they know that Geek Fam will have quite a bit of vision around this area. They'll go through the bottom lane instead. Lines have been drawn out. And here's your 5-man smoke from Geek Fam. See if they can find themselves a pick-off before the fight truly begins.
Who are we going to kill today?
Closest target to them is going to be Ice 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 on the Naga Siren. You see, no song available. He did just use it. He's a tanky boy, though, with the heart up. You've got to get through 3k worth of HP on this Naga. Perhaps they could find Dubu, but he's on the high ground. Moonlight Shadow now being committed by Bleed. Oh, Geek Fam trying to move in. They'll see DJ de-warding on the cliff, so there goes your ward. They'll hang around their other ward for now. Skem moving in, cops an arrow. Now the Fisher, Corden, no hesitation. Skem, he'll just cop 2 hits and he dies.
Yeah.
Oh my
just going
goodness.
This is just
Cox, you're just destroyed by Corden. He still has the remnant at least. But, well, I say that, not too much longer it seems, though he does eat the cheese up, and Cox, he's going to continue trying to go as Jackie. Well, he's going to lose his first life. The problem is this Earthshaker just jumping right in, just getting it done. He does get doomed up, so there is no Echo Slam to be committed, but it doesn't matter. Megas are up. Bleed have played an extremely clean game, and GG's call.
Yeah, that is a interesting experiment with the draft from Geek Fam. I mean, understandably, Venge mid, again, it's something that has popped out in other regions. But with the way they're playing, with the way Narman was itemizing anyway, with the impact from the heroes in this game, maybe if you had a little bit more extra farm on that Enchantress, you might have been better off. You know, you might have been able to slow down Corden a little bit more. You might have been able to just build up and have that early pressure, because this lineup from Geek Fam was so greedy. Right?
Yeah.
You're playing Doom off lane, you're playing a mid that needs a lot of farm as well. There was no play. Whereas for Bleed, their lanes are strong. Sure, there's an argument that Naga and the Raid King are pretty greedy, but Jackie takes a very active position on the Raid King, works the map, rotates early, plays with his team, because he has this fantastic start, because there's no real laning pressure coming out from Forced. And they just run down. They play with this early tempo. They have the scaling into the late game. Very well-rounded draft from Bleed, and much better execution than game 1, I have to say.
Oh, absolutely. Bleed playing a fantastic game number 2, forcing it to a game 3 now of this lower bracket quarterfinal. And so much on the line. Both teams still fighting for their spot at TI-12, and here you see the beautiful Echo Slam from Corden with the setup of Dubu with the Golem and the Fatal Bonds. And they just explode. There's just too much with the Fatal Bonds usage. Too much damage, and even DJ just jumping in for the casual team wipe on Narman. Why the hell not? And you see Skem. Like, Skem tried so hard this game to find a big initiation for his team. But every single time, it felt like he was just getting enchant totemed by Corden. Every time. And it's just 2 hits away from dying with that enchant totem. There's not really much he can do.
Yeah, there's really not much any of them could do here. I don't know what angles they would have had to kind of open up this fight. I think the ideal was a Blink Doom onto Corden, but finding Corden in the first place with how much mobility he has, he doesn't stay that close to the front lines until he has to, until he's ready for that initiation. So, I mean, you've got to ban this out. Corden's been doing a lot of work. You mentioned it. He's been playing a lot of the Shaker in the qualifiers. Has been working out quite well for Bleed. I like the confidence Geek Fam had to pick the Venge first phase. I think they understood what it did in game 1, but just does basically nothing in game 2. 1-8-0 for Cox and Bleed. Hard to say who to give the MVP to. Maybe Corden, Mike?
Yeah, I agree.
That one?
No, I agree. Yeah, Corden, for sure. I mean, I think everyone played a very clean game, so it is hard to pinpoint one particular player that did very, very well. But Corden is just... You give this guy Earthshaker, he just destroys the map. Like, he knows exactly what to do with this hero. And it's obviously a lot of comfort here for Corden. Certainly deserves the MVP in this game number 2. And I wonder, like, I think Geek Fam, they go back to banning out in the first phase. They did ban it out in the first phase of game number 1. They allowed it in game 2. And I believe in game 3, they probably will not be allowing it again. It's just too comfortable for Corden. You don't want to risk it.
Definitely not. Like, this is one of the newer heroes he's had coming out in the qualifiers. We didn't see this at all in the DPC. Granted, Shaker was pretty dead in the DPC anyway. So outside of Dendi, right? Like, we were always talking about Dendi pulling this off. It took us a patch, Mike, but it comes out. And I'm keen to see what happens in Game 3. I think there was a lot of high and lows for both teams in both games. Game 3 is the decider. Who gets to go on towards that journey to TI? We'll have to see.
We'll see very soon. We're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we've got game number 3 with Bleed Esports up against Geek Fam. We'll see you soon.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to game number 3 between Bleed Esports and, of course, Geek Fam to see who is making it through the lower bracket semi-final and who, sadly, has to stay home for TI12. And it is MLP Dota and JohnXFi joining you once again. Jonathan, game number 3 is upon us. In case you weren't watching, game 1, Geek Fam looked dominant. In game 2, Bleed looked very dominant. In game 3, are we going to have a close matchup, Jonathan, or is one of these teams going to be ultra dominant like game 1 and 2?
I don't know. I can't predict Southeast Asia at all. I figured after game 1, Geek Fam would be able to 2-0, but then they couldn't play with their draft. So, hey, we'll find out in this game number 3. I can't see what happens. The one thing I do know coming out is that Boom Esports are very happy to see a game 3 because they just woke up. Their series, it's going to be pushed back a bit. Alfon, Boom.lane messaged me. It's like, oh, thank goodness there's a game 3. Thank you, Schem. Oh, all right, man. Now we know why. Blame Boom.lane.
Yeah, Gary tweeted out, like, oh, we've got morning games today. He was like, oh, morning games, you know? It's like, you guys aren't even awake yet. Oh, Gary, get them some coffee. My goodness. What's going on? What the hell's happening?
What's going on there? When their manager just wakes up and says that, you've got issues. Reconsider this man called Boom.lane.
I'm convinced Lane has the most stressful job in esports. I've seen that guy stressed out over everything. He has a stressful job, poor old Lane. And we just give it to him every time as well. It's the worst part. He just can't catch a break.
Just double down. Every time we play, all our friends always cursing at Lane as well for no reason. We just curse at him. It's like, God,
even I did once.
Darn it, Lane. Yeah,
I played one pub game with Lane.
Doing?
Played one pub game. He never played with me again. I don't know why.
God.
Anyway. Gyrocopter's the first pick. So Bleed, they're just going to go ahead and secure it. Every other game, I believe Gyrocopter was banned in the first phase, but not this time. Geek Fam, on the other hand, they'll go right into the Primal Beast. Whether that's going to be a mid or an off lane or even a support is yet to be seen, though I do remember having very fond memories of seeing Force playing Primal Beast quite a lot. So I want to say it should be in the off lane.
It should be. I mean, this is something Force has been comfy with all the way back to his time on Polaris. This is something he enjoyed. Quite frankly, the taunt fits Force very well. Something about that Baby Rage taunt just instantly connects it to Force for me. So a nice opening here for Geek Fam. Bleed very safe for the Gyrocopter. It doesn't reveal too much about your draft. You have a lot of options for your off lane. Brewmaster's still open for them to pick up as well, though you'll likely look for it on the later picks. But if it's not banned out, you have the Jar on your side. A Brewmaster would be amazing for Bleed. This is something Ice loves to play. I think it gives you a way of stopping the Pulverize as well with the Tornado up, so you can just Hurricane up the Primal Beast, you can Hurricane up the Core. They ban out the Venge and the Ember on the side of Geek Fam and take the Rubik themselves. So we have what seems to be our Narman Rubik online. Decent spells to steal. Gyrocopter is a pretty annoying hero to steal from, actually. Like, homing missiles relatively easy. You get your shard up. With your spell amplification on Rubik, it's painful to play into your own homing missile with Rocket Barrage here. So I like this coming out from Geek Fam. I think this lane as well of Primal Beast plus Rubik is pretty scary. Lift back into Trample and Onslaught is a lot of output. Very easy to kind of just snowball here for Geek Fam. So it sets up for a faster game in comparison to last time.
Well, this time Bleed's going to take the Clockwork for themselves. So you could run the Clockwork in the Gyrocopter lane. Probably a nice way of putting an end to the duo of Geek Fam in the off lane of the Rubik Primal Beast. And Primal Beast, not the biggest fan of playing against the Clockwork, because just so many ways of stopping him from onslaughting and trampling. I believe we'll just go ahead and secure that. Obviously, Clockwork's still been very popular, even as the meta changes, and I think it is mostly based on the fact that Rocket Flare just gives you so much information. It's always just going to be a good ability to have here for Bleed. And obviously, pretty nice combination again with the Gyrocopter during the laning stage if you do want to run the two together. I believe Dubu is a fan of playing Clockwork quite a bit.
That he is. And as you mentioned, a really good counterpoint. I feel like Clock Gyro is a very straightforward lane. They go with a Kotl here as well for Bleed, so there's some flex. Corden could run that mid if they see the opportunity to. If not, DJ can just take it on pause 4, work onto the Ags. There's a quirky choice of running it off lane as well, but I don't think that's going to be coming out here. You don't have the option of the Ember to kind of tie into something like the Kotl support. But again, a Coddle mid is pretty fine, especially if you're expecting Primal Beast mid. It shouldn't be too hard for Coddle to just get some early control on and just get his farm up. And Primal can't really contest too well once level 2, level 3 is up. So that should be fairly annoying if, again, you're expecting Geek Fam to run that for Cox. Again, more than likely, this is just force running it. There is an interesting synergy of Coddle Gyro in that your flat cannon uptime will feel almost 100%, and that is going to be really oppressive for Geek Fam. Like Chakra onto Gyro is pretty damn scary. Geek Fam will just go for the Disruptor. So playing with some AoE teamfight now to tie in. Static Storm, Kinetic Field can feel really nice here. Don't mind that too much. I think that covers some for bases, and they'll go with the Underlord. So they will run the mid Cox Primal Beast.
Okay.
Perhaps. I mean, you could flex either one. It's a really tanky lineup, but the matchup against potentially Coddle mid is okay. Level 1's all right. Level 2 is still kind of all right, but once you can just constantly knock back this Primal Beast, then if you don't land your Onslaught Trample, it's a fairly free lane for Coddle.
We'll see what they do. Blade 4th pick for themselves now. Yeah, they react to the switch up in picks here from Geek Fam as they'll go for the Storm pickup. So it's going to be a support Coddle mid-Storm coming out. You do have the mana battery, as you like to call it, and the Keeper of the Light, so Chakra Magic's always going to be a fantastic combination with the Storm. In fact, Chakra Magic on all the heroes Bleed have are going to feel fantastic. Like Gyrocopter low cooldown spells are going to feel amazing. Clockwork's going to feel amazing with it. But of course, mostly the Storm's going to feel amazing. Though I could see, I could hear in your voice you weren't the biggest fan of the Storm pick coming out against the Primal Beast, from what I heard, Jonathan?
The lane matchup's all right. I don't think the Primal Beast struggles against the Storm as much, even though it's a melee matchup. You have Onslaught, you have Trample, you can run down the Storm. We've seen this happen before as well. My concern is you've picked Storm into Underlord and Disruptor. These are two heroes you don't want to be zipping on. You know, you zip onto Underlord, you get Pit of Malice, you don't do anything. You don't want to rush a BKB on Storm either if you can help it. So Static Storm is going to be really value now as well from Geek Fam. I don't know. Like, you have a lot of value with Storm plus Coddle, but the hold from Geek Fam does feel like it's enough. I don't think you're that worried about this at all. I think you can handle the Storm. I'm really curious what they pick for Ice on the offlane. They do ban out his two most annoying heroes so far in the qualifiers, Night Stalker and Brewmaster gone.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Darkseer was banned out earlier. I don't think you want to go for the Naga. I mean, you could, but it does feel a little bit more manageable for Geek Fam with their AoE control and damage. So the Naga Siren's maybe not as big of a threat. What do you want here for Ice? Because it still feels fairly open for Geek Fam. Like, Terrorblade's still an option if you don't ban it here on Bleed's end.
Yeah.
And Terrorblade versus Gyrocopter, it can work quite okay.
Oh, certainly so. Well, Blade are thinking about this final ban out first. Like, what position 1 do you really not want to have to play against? And I kind of agree that TB has been brought out quite a few times against Gyrocopter and has proven to be quite strong, especially once you hit that Skadi timing. And that is always the case with TB, to be fair. It's always about the Skadi timing being hit. The Blade will continue thinking about this final ban out. Good to see Misery, by the way. John, you and I had the pleasure of meeting Misery. I believe it was in Malaysia. Really nice guy. Very pleasant to talk to.
That he is. I'm hoping he's been acclimating to sea quite nicely for, what, 2
I'm
years
sure
now?
he does. I'm sure he has.
Yeah. He's adjusted to South Asia, and they do ban. They ban out the PA here on Bleed's end. So they leave the Terrorblade, they leave the Morphling, they leave, what else? Terrorblade, Morphlinger once it stand out. Maybe a Bloodseeker? Honestly, I don't mind that at all. I think Aldnet played as best as he could, considering the circumstances of the last game. So I wouldn't mind a Bloodseeker too much either. They will pick up a Razor offlane. So they covered their bases on Geek Fam up against any of those pesky melee heroes that Aldnet might want to play. And that is a pretty oppressive lane. Like, the uptime you get on the Razor in that lane, you're going to be able to spam out your Static Link or your Plasma Field. You could run DJ Clockwork here as well, and then just keep Gyrocopter Coddle, which is also a pretty scary time. Just cogs into Link, and then this Chakra spam early for the Gyrocopter to play aggressive in lane. They come out with really nice lanes here in Bleed. So that is one thing. I think think the laning phase should be pretty good for Bleed regardless. They're going to have a really good time here. You don't have too many options to kind of deal with Razor for Geek Fam.
It's a very...
will be there, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a challenging position 1 pick to make now for Geek Fam. Like, it's like, what do we pick that doesn't care that much about the Razor? Not many heroes out there in the Pos 1 role that enjoy playing against Razor, I'll tell you that. They are thinking about it. Like, you have options like the Troll, not necessarily the best by any stretch, but at least you have the range form that you can play with. We'll see what they want. We'll wait it out. Do they still have Morphling? Morphling's probably one of the better options they have now, considering you are up against a Gyrocopter, I'd say.
Yeah, Morphling has a lot of value here. That probably works out best, but the pacing is rather slow. And you have a lot of early momentum anyway with a Primal Beast and your support duo, so maybe not the biggest deal in the world to kind of just sit back and play this farming game. I do worry that if you are caught off guard as a Morphling, pre-defensive items, a Storm, and anyone else that decides to jump in, make short work. Like Clockwork Initiation is going to be big on that kind of hero. We'll see. Not too much time left here for Geek Fam. Have to show your cards soon.
10 seconds. The faces of Geek Fam players not telling us much, I'll tell you that, as they do go back to the TB. Okay. But there really wasn't many good options, that's the thing. Like, we both kind of agreed Terrorblade was probably the pick to make, but it's like, against the Razor, let's see how Olnett tries to play this one out. So Ice theoretically should have a pretty damn good lane for himself, unless they switch the lanes up a bit. You never know. We haven't seen much of that happening throughout the qualifiers, but could see it happen. I suppose the big positive for Olnett is you hit a timing where you might have treads up with a couple Wraith Bands and you can just run into the jungle. You know, you can just flash farm the jungle with TB. May not have to care about the Razor after that, but yeah, the first few minutes of that laning stage are not going to be... first 10 minutes is not going to be very pleasant, I don't think, for Olnett.
At the very least, you are laning with Disruptor, so
right.
As long as you see the Razor early, have that vision on him, and he static links a little bit later, and he's moved enough, you can always glimpse back. You can always play with Kinetic Field to buy some spacing for Olnett. The uptime of Glimpse is a lot better than Static Link, so Geek Fam can try to play around that. It's just a little bit more challenging. Overall, in terms of draft, I feel like Bleed came out with pretty good lanes. I do like what Geek Fam has for tempo. I think this is going to be a rather challenging game for Corden. Like, he has to watch his jump targets. Jumping Scam or Force can be pretty scary. I think Geek Fam has to play as a unit of 3, unit 4 almost, in this mid-game tempo, and have Olnett farm as much as he can. Hit this early, Manta Dragonlance time or Yasha Dragonlance, and then you can start to have this Terrorblade join in. But they have to stave off this laning aggression, because Bleed, if they start to find that punishment in the laning phase, which they can outside of maybe mid, it starts to go really fast. Like, you can't underestimate how fast a Gyrocopter can do early on, even without, say, the Ags being early here.
Yeah. Let's see how it all pans out, John. Game 3. It's a best of 1 now between these two teams. Again, one of these teams is staying home for TI-12. The other one is proceeding to the semi-finals of the lower bracket. God, I wish this region had 2 slots for this qualifier, I tell you, John. There's just too many teams. Too many teams, too many fan favorites. Sadly, we only have 1 spot. What can you do? It happens.
Yeah, it happens. And to be fair, I don't know if I'd want C to have 2 slots after 2 or
John,
3.
No, don't
Let's be frank here. No, let's be frank. Did you watch any of those games, Mike?
Yes, I did.
Did you? Would you say
I did.
after those games that we deserve 2 slots? I think we barely deserve 1. I think if Talon had to play through qualifiers, I'd be perfectly happy. If Talon even lost, it's like, I don't know about this region right now, man. Something's off. Let's be real.
Okay.
So let's be realistic for once.
Okay. I feel you, John. I feel you.
All of them need a kick up their ass for some reason. I don't know. Like,
Here comes Coach John.
It was so close. And now you just all look so lost in your own sauce. It's like, what's up?
Hold on a minute. Talon came 3rd recently, you know?
Yeah, I mean, again, but post-Tour 3, if you told me Talon wouldn't be going to TI, there would be only 1 slot, I'd be completely satisfied. If Talon lost it, like, they deserve it. You know, it's like, if anyone was here, it's like, whatever. I don't know. Like, the qualifiers are looking sharper, for sure. I think we've seen some teams step it up. But this series in particular, I think game 2 was pretty abysmal from Geek Fam. Game 1 was pretty abysmal for Bleed, so I'm hoping, we were having a behind-the-scenes chat there, Mike, while waiting. I'm hoping this is more competitive. I don't want this to be a stomp. I want it to be competitive.
I believe it will be, Jonathan. I think we're in for a show here for game number 3. We'll see. Mid lane, of course, Corden going up against Cox here on the Primal Beast. Nice deny from Corden on that range creep as well. The onslaught connecting, but it just wasn't enough damage, and Corden still finds a deny on the range. Very, very nice. What do you think of this mid lane? Do you feel like Corden should have an advantage in this mid against the Primal Beast?
Should be pretty happy for the Storm. Level 3 is going to be a big spike. If you can kind of position yourself well, you can always harass back with double overload Vortex play. But Cox shouldn't be feeling too threatened. By the time he gets his own level 2, level 3 up, he can threaten very nicely with Onslaught and Trample. So that's where the timing lines up for the Primal Beast, but he will cop a lot of aggression early. Yeah, a little bit more straightforward for Corden, but not unreasonable to see a Primal Beast come out on top, which we've seen a couple of times. Taking a look at the other lanes, Ulnet on that Terrorblade, along with Skem on the Disruptor, already has that glimpse up. Ice 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 on the Razor, and DJ on the Coddle. And this one is also pretty straightforward for Bleed. You have good magic damage to harass out Ulnet. You've always got the static link when Ulnet comes in without the Metamorphosis. But you have to respect the glimpse backs.
Yeah, they do. Ice going to be in a bit of danger. Ulnet really pressing the advantage now, and Ice looks like he's about to die, and will. Skem will take the first blood. And not quite the target you would have wanted to give it the bonus gold on, but at the end of the day, for Ulnet, this is a race you're up against. Every time he dies, you're going to be very happy.
What the hell? Skem just passed him 2 tangos ASAP.
Yeah.
He still had a tango on hand, but, I guess support's doing support things, I suppose.
Eat your veggies.
Perfectly fine.
Eat your vegetables, he said to Ulnet. There's Ice might die again. For now, he's okay. His Skem will go down. Nice save from DJ, because he did have Glimpse up at level 1, so he could have gone for a chase on Ice, but at the very least, Skem will die, DJ will secure the kill, and Ice will survive.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, mid.
Fairly.
Corden. A lot of damage being dealt by Cox with the trample, but he is going to be okay.
Yeah, Corden does opt for the level 2 static instead to punish the jump in from Cox, so not looking to get too aggressive with, say, double overload plays. Looking rather even on mid, a little bit better for Corden with all of the CS he's managed to build up, so already a strong start there. The last lane we haven't really lucked out down bot. Force on the Underlord and Narman on that. Rubik up against Jackie, of course, on the Gyrocopter, and Dubu on the clock. This one's pretty much the most passive lane. You'd expect both sides to farm up. Dubu playing 10.
Oh, he doesn't have Cogs. Doesn't have Cogs at level 2. Went for the Rocket Flare. But just feeling like he doesn't need it anyway, because you're up against Rubik Underlord, so Cogs at level 2, probably not going to do much for you.
Yeah, always have the lift back save available on Narman. And again, a farming lane for Jackie's not too bad. He's not being slowed down. So he can just build up. If you manage to stack up for this Gyrocopter, he will flash farm like a maniac. So you will have to kind of keep an eye on that triangle. They already have some forward vision here from Geek Fam. So nothing's happening yet. They managed to get the glimpse on Ice again, but has the link, so can't really pressure.
Yeah, you don't have the Metamorphosis either on Ulnet. It's a bit of harassment from Skem, but doesn't really do too much here. At the very least, you want the Metamorphosis for some actual kill potential. Mid lane, Corden looks like he's had all the water runes denied away from him here. No, never mind. It seems like Dubu will protect one. I thought the Rubik got the other one, but not quite. It's Dubu just cuts Narman off. Very, very nice. This is one of those lanes as well between the Primal Beast and the Storm where the power rune is going to be ultra important. Like both these heroes want the first power rune. Very, very important for this mid lane. Onslaught in from Cox again, trying to harass Corden, but Corden will turn right back around with the Electric Vortex and dishes the damage right back. Very even still between the mid. Corden's still finding a CS advantage for himself.
Yeah, good advantage to have. It's pretty hard for Cox to fully commit. If the overload does come in, that movement slow cuts off so much damage output from the trample. So it's a little bit more awkward for him to try to play around with spell usage.
He's okay. Ice Ice not going to bother for the chase. You've always got the glimpse back anyway. Probably would have been just fine. I'll tell you what, like this Razor pick, it's not doing as much as you would have hoped, right, against this TB. Like, Ulnet is still finding some great farm. 27 and 28 and 4 now on the TB, not really struggling whatsoever, and you're just about at the point where you could go jungle anyway if you needed it, but he doesn't. He's happy to just stay in the lane, knowing that he's safe as long as Skem is around. Bottom lane, though, Jackie's not looking too safe, but he does manage to walk away. They just don't have the follow-up for him.
Trying to get a little bit of a top-up for Gordon mid. Does have a 6-up. It's a good look to make a cheeky play, but DJ just literally goes in for Chakra and walks away. This kind of laning start, it's still pretty solid for Bleed. You're having this early advantage for Gordon. He's more than happy to just sit back, farm. Already has a Falcon Blade up, Power Treads, and a Witchblade gonna have some good timing here. The passive lane for Jackie leading into some good farm.
6 minutes. Power runes. Oh, it caught him. He gets lucky. He gets very lucky. He got an Arcane rune. Skem is not going to look too happy at the moment, seeing exactly what rune Corden got. And Skem will go down as Corden saves himself just enough mana, I think, to get to the high ground of the triangle. And he will. Very nice from Corden.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Luck favors the prepared, they say.
Yep. And he was prepared. No mana on Cox, no bottle top up at all, so can't get anything done and try for the pulverize.
Nice rotation from Dubu now, catching out Olnit. Olnit, he's going to try and make his way out of this. In come the TPs. Cox going to try and help out with the trample onto Ice, though Ice is still chasing, but it's not good enough. Ice, he can't keep going. Dubu and Ice are gone. Cox will just make a double kill happen with the rotation up from the Primal Beast, and Olnit will survive.
You blew it!
Yeah, I like that read. I understand why Bleed goes for that. They know that Skem's not around the area. He went mid to refill bottle. And without that glimpse back, the Razor can start to do some work, but they don't expect the Primal Beast to come in, and Cox cleans up. You have to respect that. The Primal Beast now, level 6, 2-3-0 build. It's pretty damn scary to play into all of that output Cox does have on hand. Geek Fam's finding the slight edge here, but you are still getting a substantial amount of farm on Jackie, but you're not lagging too far behind. Farm distribution amongst our 4 top cores are fairly even. It's really Ice, and Cox that are kind of lagging behind just a little bit, with Ice taking the short end of the stick here. I think for Geek Fam, this is pretty much in line with what you'd want coming out of this laning phase, right? Like, you're going to need some build-up. You need a few more items to play with, whereas Bleed theoretically can start to play aggressive with Corden online. And they have to just kind of put that on hold, although Cox.
Corden, mid lane, Cox trying to go for a pulverize, won't quite get there, but does get a regen rune for himself. Definitely doesn't want to give that away to the Storm if he can avoid it. But to be fair, Corden basically has his own regen rune with DJ standing right behind him. Level 3 Chakra Magic already up, ensuring that Corden is always full mana. And I think this is going to be the one scary point for Geek Fam as the game goes on. Like, Corden's having practically a perfect game so far. Almost top of the net worth board, only beaten by Jackie on the Gyrocopter, and with unlimited mana from DJ. You are set up for a very good game for Corden.
That he is. I think, again, the counterplay still stands for Geek Fam with a Pit of Malice, with a Kinetic Field and Static Storm here.
Yeah, Dubu should just be dead. No real escape from Cox. Nama will take the kill on the Rubik. But in the meantime, top lane, oh, there could be a big fight. Jackie, he's behind the tier 1 tower. Static Storm's gonna hold him in. Jackie's trying to fight back with the flak cannon, but in come the cavalry, the pulverize. Where did he go? The blinding light locked Cox back, but it's still a kill anyway. Olnit going back after Corden now. Corden forced to zip away. Does avoid the onslaught at least, but a triple kill for Naaman of all players.
Yeah, it's maybe not the hero you'd want to feed those kills into, but they defend her top. Managed to get that aggression going after that pick-off bot, just instantly TPing up top. And again, like, this is fairly free for Corden, but if he got caught out by the Pit of Malice or by that Static Storm, it would have been a very different story for that Storm. He's going to need something defensive to come out. He is working onto the Orchid. Maybe down the line, 3rd or 4th item pickup of BKB almost feels necessary here for the Storm. And Geek Fam, they're ready to go. You've got just enough on Cox to do his damage. He's going for the Blade Mail next. They're starting to shove in that mid. Can't really fully commit for a push.
Oh, Corden.
Yeah.
Gets the old glimpse back. 10 minutes in as well, the power rune's going to spawn down bottom. Looks like they've got to pulverize out onto DJ. DJ going to try for the runaway. Onslaught was already committed, to be fair, so DJ is making it out. They do not have the follow-up to get the coddle. But they will find the double damage rune here for Cox. And of course, deny that away from the Storm, which was the main point in all of this. Happy days here for Geek Fam.
You're getting a lot of room out for Ulnet. He has not been punished despite all the movement up top. They've been very, very on point in Geek Fam to punish any sort of move onto the Terrorblade. Jackie's kind of been held back with how he was forced to get aggressive there as well. Massive Madness not too far off into the Ags, and that's when the Gyrocopter can start to feel a lot better here in terms of farm matchup, but Terrorblade's not going to be lagging too far behind now. Some room to shove in down bot. Force wants to play tag here.
Yeah, Force going to try. Dubu will go through the twin gates. Glimpse back from Skem going to be very nice. Just the nick of time. That'll be another kill to go the way of Cox, who activates the double damage rune. Gets a tier 1 tower while he's at it. Pings are coming out towards the top lane. Like, they want to see if they can secure a kill onto Ulnet, but he's by the tier 2 tower. And we've seen the attempts multiple times now. Geek Fam have been fantastic in the way that they can rotate very quickly if Ulnet is in trouble. Speaking of trouble, Jackie backing off the right time. The Skem, if you can find a bit of vision, he has the level 3 glimpse up, but just lacked the vision to be able to land it on Jackie. The Gyrocopter is going to be just fine. Keep in mind, of course, Jackie is farming up the Ags now, so he's not going to have a BKB for quite a while. So that glimpse is going to be very detrimental if he does get scouted.
That it is. Just has to be cautious. All of them are very susceptible to the glimpse back static storm plays here. Even Corden, who had that strong start, is not going to be safe from this initiation that Geek Fam does have on hand.
Oh, Corden getting unlucky this time. Pulverized? No, cancelled. Oh, Cox presses the S button. Bit late, but doesn't matter. It's a 30-second cooldown. Who the hell cares? And they'll get a shield rune for themselves as well. Now, I love this from Geek Fam. Like, Corden got 1 rune at the 6-minute mark. Ever since then, Geek Fam have not allowed it again.
And they're just smoked up. They're ready to go again.
Oh, Jackie's farming the Ancients. This is the big one. Static Storm to lock him in. He does get the creeps at least, but it's too late. He's down. Meanwhile, Dubu jumping in on Skem. They'll get a disruptor for their trouble. It seems as Corden's trying to fight back against Narman, but he's forced to zip away. In goes the chase after Cox, but Cox has no spells to throw out. Onto DJ instead. They'll secure a Keeper of the Light kill. Even getting the Chakra Magic now for Narman. So Narman can just give his team the mana. And onto the tier 1 mid-tower they go.
That's not going to feel good. You just Chakra up Ulnet while you can. So get the next Metamorphosis ready. And manage to find that objective. This is the timing talked about with the Terrorblade. Just with the Dragon Lance up, not even the Yasha ready. Just already feeling confident on Ulnet. 2 tier 1s down. Good tempo coming out here for the side of Geek Fam.
Bottom.
For Bleed, I mean, they're buying space for Ice, but it doesn't feel like the Razors to here you kind of want to be farming up here.
Yeah. Very, very challenging game right now for Bleed Esports. The Geek Fam doing a brilliant job so far in the first 15 minutes or so of this game 3. And with that, I mean, Bleed, they want to play the slow game. Like, you've still got a Storm, you've still got a Gyrocopter. You're more than happy to play into the late game. But I could say the same for Geek Fam, right? Like, with the TB, with the Underlord, they'll still be more than happy to do the exact same. For now, they'll just sit back and relax. We'll sit at 4-9 with the 2k advantage the way of Geek Fam. They do look towards Dubu mid lane. Cox, Onslaught is going to be there, though. A nice Cogs pushback from Dubu. Trying to rush for the haste rune, but it seems like he will not be able to get it. Although maybe he does. The haste rune is taken. Hook shot just to allow himself to get out. Very nice play.
Yeah, cuts off another rune, so they miss out on 1 more here on Geek Fam at the very least, but you can't really do too much for the haste at least as well, so doesn't do much. They catch Corden a bit, but
they do.
Follow up for him.
Yeah, Corden is going to go back for the Lotus Pool, I think, knowing that there's not really any lockdown. Skem is on his way, but unless they can keep the vision up on Corden, he will be all right. Just TP's right out in the Roshan pit.
They waited a little bit longer. They could have maybe gotten the chain control they'd need to kill off that storm, but get a little bit impatient. You do have the blink up on Cox now, so it's going to be easier for him to start these fights with the blink in and the pulverize. And he is going straight for the heart, so looking to be that big tanky front line to start these fights off for the team. Not even going for anything like the BKB on a Primal Beast, which I suppose is not completely necessary this game. your lockdown isn't really that amazing from the side of Bleed. Your magic damage isn't that amazing either. So he can't afford to just play greedier with his Heart Rush.
Dubu, mid lane, Scam, looking for the glimpse. Vision is required, nice Obsword placement. Scam, he'll take it happily. Dubu, he does have the hook shot if he can find an angle, and he does. Beautiful angle there from Dubu. Really threading the needle of the side of Geek Fam to get out, and Jackie giving him the option. Bottom, Corden trying to jump force, but the Fiend's Gate is not going to allow him to finish the job off as Corden now needs to back off their Cox. Almost finding the Pulverize. A glimpse back, they will at least catch DJ. Bit of a consolation prize for Geek Fam. But they do also protect their Underlord, so more than happy with that.
Yeah, it's that offensive, defensive use of the gate to get back up in when you're getting jumped. And now they can go for a tier 2 tower. They held up on the Metamorphosis for Ulnit. Tower is
Nice.
fall.
Ice is going to find Narman, but Cox is just all over the map. Narman, he's going to go down too quickly. Cox looking to jump in, but doesn't do so yet. Bleed, they'll take what they can get. I mean, it's only a support kill, but right now, any kill's a good kill.
I mean, you'll take what you can get, but it's really not doing you too much in a map. Like that, sure, you could argue the same thing for the DJ kill on the Keeper of Light, but it leads to a tier 2. It allows them this control in the bot jungle now. It shrinks the map down for Bleed. That is a kill that goes out onto Ice, but again, I question what the Razor will be doing this game. He's going for the BKB. He can just try to static link, stand forward, and buy that opening for his team. But your team fight is lacking from the side of Bleed. Like, that is something that Geek Fam, again,
Bottom.
in spades here.
Orchid up now on Corden, he'll make the move in onto Cox. It's a big kill if he can get it, but the Blade Maul's making it very hard for Corden!
Oh my god.
And Cox got the kill first! To make matters worse, Cox got the kill before he dies. Dubu, easy enough to scam, they'll find a second. Mind you, it wasn't the worst death, right? Like, killing off Cox right now is probably going to feel very good. Just a bit of a shame the Storm has to die before then.
Yeah, it's not the best feeling. The Blade Mail just does enough. Like, it was basically just Corden doing damage, so just dies to that reflect. Has to kind of respect the durability on that Primal Beast. It does even out the game a little bit more, allows his build up into the Sanj and Kaya quite nicely here. Has a full Orchid, really nice reveal with that jump in. And equalizes the game, only a 1k lead for Geek Fam. All things considered, very playable for Bleed, despite not having the best of starts here. And they will go for the smoke play. And this is the point where Corden has to take the aggression.
Let's see what happens. They'll see Cox in the mid lane. Ag's now up on Jackie. Jackie is going to join his team in the mid lane for this one. Skem would be a great target to aim down first. Dubu, he'll scout out Cox. Hook shot is going to be out. They found the Primal Beast with that one. Cox, what do you do to survive this? Meanwhile, Force being static linked up by Ice, losing all the damage. Cox, though, he's going to jump back in, but avoids catching Dubu. There's now Corden. He's on a Skem. He'll cop the static storm, but this is not a good team fight for Geek Fam. Or is it? Let's come in. He's trying to help out his team, but nobody's going down on Bleed. Everyone survives. The Sunder out of the last second on DJ to allow Ulnit the escape he needs now. But a fantastic fight from Bleed Esports. Fighting 2 for nothing.
And it's Geek Fam that drops the ball a little bit there. Really good hook shot and isolation coming out from Dubu. Cox doesn't even fully commit with the onslaught. They kind of tried to kill off the Clockwork. Just falls a little bit short in the follow-up chase. So no punishment. 90-11 Bleed. In a pretty good position. A great BKB reveal from Ice. Not too far off from the full Manta style now as well. And Geek Fam, they played right into vision, right? They walked into the flare vision on Cox. That provided that opening for Dubu. They have to respect that. They didn't manage to get the Static Storm follow-up as well. They managed to catch Corden, but Ulnit was still pretty far out. Couldn't come in to try to maximize that. They need to play as a unit here. Maybe you don't feel ready on Ulnit yet.
Oh, mid, Jackie. Jackie, he is a big target. Blinding Light will knock away Cox. Jackie, though, how does he survive this one? The run is on, but they'll lock him down. Jackie's still not being targeted completely, but there you go. They'll get the damage out. Geek Fam just making sure the Bleed were not rotating to try and help out Jackie, and that they weren't. it was really only DJ around.
Yeah. It's really awkward to hang around that area. Really good read from Geek Fam to start playing that aggression. Keep going here.
Playing Cox, he has the blink up. He just needs to get within range for Corden to go down. He'll land the onslaught. He'll get the pulverize, and now with the static storm follow-up, there is no chance for the storm to survive. Another great kill for Geek Fam.
And that's just scary. Like, they're trying to work lanes here on Bleed. They don't respect how short the cooldowns are on Geek Fam to maintain this aggression. Like right now, your biggest spell that has a long cooldown is Static Storm. Everything else is really spammable. This Pulverize is just doing so much work. It doesn't care for the BKBs. And you are still buying space for Ulnet. So you get the action across the board. You open up the map for this Terrorblade to get into the Scotty. Once the Scotty's up in Ulnet, which should align roughly with the hard timing of Cox, things start to get a little bit scary for Bleed. All Geek Fam has to do is land at least one of these spells on point, either the Pit of Malice or the Static Storm, and the cleanup shouldn't be too complicated for Geek Fam after the fact. For Bleed, it's a ton of pressure on Dubu. If he isolates one tool, if he takes away the Primal Beast from this fight, or just put this Terrorblade in a really awkward spot, then Bleed's fights open up as well, but they need to be the ones aggressive. It can't be Geek Fam running into you in this one.
No. Thing is, Bleed, they may have their opportunity to get aggressive now because Roshan has started. Rocket Flare will provide the info they need. Dubu checking for the team. Ice already running towards the pit, but he's really the only one. Lines have been drawn out. Can they get there in time? There is a three-man smoke. Here comes Bleed, but Roshan is still dropping way too low, way too quickly. They are getting there almost in time. The hook shot is up, so there is a steal attempt. Roshan still alive at 2k HP. The Rocket Flare giving more information as Cox is dropping way too low. He might need to leave the Roshan pit. He'll heal up a bit, but now the zip in. Who's got the Aegis? It's Cox. Corden has died. Corden has died for this one. Ice. He'll get pulverized by Cox again. The Razor is down. Jackie needs to run out of here. It is not safe for the gyrocopter. Ulnet's on the chase. Meanwhile, Dubu just getting through the twin gates, leaving Jackie to probably just die here to Cox. Cox will get within range now. Doesn't have pulverize yet, but doesn't need it really, as Jackie is forced to turn around and fight. Glimps back, and that'll be it. Jackie's down. Nice attempt from Corden. He zipped right in, but the Static Storm from Skem is making it so impossible for this Storm. But without a BKB, he just has no play against this Disruptor.
Definitely no play. And that's why we were so surprised by the Storm pick, right? You pick it into the Disruptor, into even the Underlord. Like Pit of Malice and Static Storm are just such massive spells that the Storm just hates playing up against. And really good positioning from Skem, hanging out in the tree line right by the Roche Pit, not giving any information out. So allowing himself that opportunity to break up that steal. And sure, maybe Cox picking up the Aegis isn't the ideal. You might have preferred it on Ulnet, but it's also not too bad if an Aegis carrier, the Primal Beast. Considering how low your cooldown is on Pulverize, you could use that in your first life, die, come back in, get another Pulverize off, and clean up. Whereas with a Terrorblade, when you die with Metamorphosis, well, it kind of feels awful anyway. So it works out for Geek Fam. 5k up, 9-16. Then start looking for those tier 2s. With a full Scotty being up for Ulnet now, things start to get really dicey. Like you have some lifesteal on Jackie, but without a full Satanic, this Scotty is just going to ruin your sustain.
I might just add as well, I love how well Ulnet's gelled with this team, right?
Yeah.
Like considering he's from the north, like he's come into SCA, and it feels like he's just always been part of the team. Like you wouldn't be able to tell it's not an SCA player.
Yeah, he's worked well. I think, again, the one thing with Geek Fam is they've worked towards this lineup for a long time now, especially with Immortal Fate at the helm. So it's all of those factors coming in. It's a trusted player from Immortal Fate. He's vibing well with the team. They're fitting into their gameplay. They've had a lot of time to refine. And it's paying off. Ulnet's shining in this game in particular. They take that tier 2 up top. They're trying to cut the creep waves up top here as well. From Bleed, I think the issues for Bleed, it's not really execution. I think they're doing what they can, but what do you really do with this lineup? Because right now, all your initiation is Clockwork and Storm. You're banking on a big hook shot cogs. You're banking on a good target for Corden to jump in, Orchid and Burst. Jackie, you know, he's just going to do gyrocopter things, but really, you start to get more team fight once you get something like the Ags on DJ, but that, again, that's still a mile away. And I don't know, I haven't felt Ice's presence. Not him as a player, but certainly the hero. Like, what is he expected to do with Razor off lane? It didn't stomp lane. It's not doing anything in these fights.
And he might just get stomped now, because Ice, he has been targeted. Cox gonna hit the onslaught perfectly. Ice gonna go for the link. Cox, he has Pulverize in one. He doesn't even seem like he needs it right now, because Ice, well, maybe now he does. Now that the trampole's gone. There you go. They'll take down the Razor once again. 26-minute power runes coming up. And it's gonna be top. Force will take the regen. Oh, in fact, it's an illusion rune there now. I mean, Jackie, he's still keeping up on par with Farm against the TB, just 2k behind, but it is not looking like a very good game for Bleed. Stubu now, blocking the way, gets the hook shot into the TP, but Narman with the lift up and the glimpse from Skem just in case. And a stolen hook shot. That's not going to feel too good, as Jackie is still being targeted. Cox will not leave him alone. He's got Pulverize up, he's just waiting for his teammates to get there. The homing missile does finally land as well. Hook shot is off the mark here from Narman. DJ trying to get away from Cox. He does not want to get pulverized. But he's a fast man on a fast horse. And he'll get away.
Was that the fast horse that Fearless had in his team name? Stop Coddle. Very speedy guy. A rather unfortunate... Oh, wait, no, it might not be. Corden. What's he doing?
Oh, Corden. Split push in the bot lane. BKB is up. At least he'll try for the zip TP play and he will make. Skem has been the bane of this Storm's existence this whole game. But now with the BKB up, things are different.
Yeah, you have more play for Corden. Unfortunate that you have to use your 9-second charge like that, but does bail out and buys himself some time. If Narman had his hook shot there, you know?
Force gonna find Dubu. Dubu does get some D-wards off while he's around. He's gonna try and walk away from this. In fact, Jackie gets a homing missile and Corden just zips right in. Won't find himself a target. Bleed obviously playing very cautiously because you lose a team fight without buybacks, and trust me when I say there's only one buyback and that's on the keeper. And that is just guaranteed high ground from Geek Fam. This is the position that Bleed have found themselves into this game number 3. Trying to find that farm right now to get that buyback gold up, but it seems like Geek Fam, they might just slowly start pressuring the top tier 3.
They don't have Aegis on Geek Fam's end. It has expired, but you can just control the map now. Only one outer tower left for Bleed. Not too much for them to reach out. And they'll just slowly siege.
Here we go. You do have a buyback now on Corden as well. So DJ and Corden have buybacks. Jackie does not. Alnit, he doesn't seem to care about buybacks anyway. He's under the tier 3. Hook shots off the mark from Dubu. And they're out for now. Though Corden is still wrapping around from the western side of the map, looking for a target, but see, his team is not really there to back him up. Ice was busy pushing the mid lane. It's like Ice will get out of the bot lane and push that out a bit. Though Cox looks like he wants to meet him there. And in fact, Cox, that is a very, very nice read, though they blinked the wrong way. Onslaught back towards the Razor, but thankfully for Ice. And oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
Not quite thankfully. Narman was there. Beautiful hook shot. Ice, he'll pop the BKB. He'll buy a bit of time for his team to get there and help out. Cooldown will be down from Jackie, but the Blinding Light knocks everyone away, so nobody cops that cooldown. Still they go. Ice still looking healthy. Corden, he's quite low on mana. In goes the Onslaught. Who they got? They're trying to deal with Dubu, but he's okay with the Glimmer Cape. And now Ice. He's the one being targeted on the Razor. He should be gone, and he will go down. Jackie's on the run. BKB helping him survive for now, but not for long, as it's about to wear off, and Cox has got the Onslaught. Catching the gyro. That'll be Jackie down. No buyback on either the Razor or the gyrocopter.
Oh my god. That was on the edge of vision for that hook shot coming out from Narman. And this hook shot, again, it does so much work. Finally kicks into gear. They've got the high ground opportunity. There's not much play left for the side of Bleed outside of cutting out waves here with Corden. They're just going to have to surrender at least one set of racks. Fortify is there to slow down the cause, though. So you do have that at the very least. The creep wave is still far away off from going through the back door again. Looks like they have enough damage. Just clear out. Again, Bleed, their high ground defense isn't amazing. They don't have that Ags and DJ, so there's just no team fight, no area denial here.
Geek Fam still trying for the mid-racks. Slowed down a little bit here with the Glyph and the Illuminate of DJ. So we'll get a rocket flare stolen here by Narman, so not a bad ability to have as the Rubik. So especially when you're trying to catch heroes out so frequently like they are. And it only gets worse. Now you've got a full Daedalus out on Olnit. I believe there was a big item bought out on Cox.
Yep, he's got the eggs. So
That's a
it's
problem.
even more annoying to catch out Cox. Like, even if you catch him in, once he uproars, you're basically instantly dead as Dubu. Everyone else is just going to be suffering as well. They'll try with a smoke out here, though.
Give it a crack. 4 heroes. Jackie's going to be left to farm. Problem is they're running into 5. Jackie will TP to the outpost. He's going to join his team for this one. Keep in mind, the buybacks are still lacking. It's only Corden and DJ that have one on the map right now. They'll wrap around through the bottom lane. Skem does get caught out. The hook shot from Dubu immediately out, trying to deal with the disruptor. Skem, however, is getting himself out. Static Storm dropped the Corden. Corden is still chasing. Corden finally takes Skem down. But in the meantime, Ice in huge trouble. Corden also caught. Corden's down. They need to run. Bleed are not looking good in this fight. They do find at least a Terrorblade for their trouble, but the Gyrocopter has now been caught. Jackie's still trying to get himself out of this, but Cox not making it easy. Which way do you go, Jackie? He'll run towards the west. In comes Corden with a buyback. He'll try to help out. They're on to the Primal Beast. Cox is getting low though. Cox, he just keeps going right after Jackie. He doesn't care. What a Giga Chat, Cox! Cox has got a dieback, I think. Corden is gone. Oh, look at this. Oh, what a Giga Chat, Cox. They just can't stop him.
Yeah.
Ultra kill for Cox.
He just forces his way in. Just brute forcing into that formation of Bleed, and they just bleed out. Like, they get the good jump target here on Bleed. Prop to them. They jump Skem, but all the auras managed to keep Skem alive long enough to get the Static Storm off. The Static Link was on point as well, isolating, dragging him down, forcing out that Sunder. But man, Cox, how do you stop this guy with a heart? He's just had...
This guy's good.
No BKB. It doesn't matter.
No, we questioned the mid-Primal Beast as well, right? We thought Force surely takes the Primal Beast, but turns out Cox, he knows how to play this hero real damn well.
He really does. I mean, he played a lot of it in the DPC, but considering they didn't really see their mid matchup, I was like, all right, you know, it's probably just going to be off lane. And then they see the Storm pick up, and they just go for it. It's like, why would you do that? You know Cox plays this hero.
Well, Blade, they're not out of it yet, but they're losing the second Roshan of the game.
Are they gonna...
I don't see... I mean, they could try. They are.
Oh,
what? Are they? No.
Insane.
That would have been crazy. That would have been insane. Roshan getting very, very low. Still alive, but I don't see how you make it there in time. And the answer is probably you just literally don't. Roshan is gone. Geek Fam will take the Aegis and the cheese. Olnit with the secondary life. Cox with the cheese. And with that, I mean, it's getting harder and harder now for Bleed. Even a double damage rune just sitting before the Roshan at the top rune spot now. Geek Fam, if they can find that, I think they'd be rushing towards the high ground again.
Oh, they would be. They've got the protection for Olnit. He's going for the BKB next. And that's going to make it so much harder to try to kite around this Terrorblade, which they kind of did in the last fight. The rune does respawn, unfortunately, an illusion, so not the biggest. You do have a tool now for Bleed. Full Ags up for DJ. So the Will-O-Wisp can give them some openings here. Let's see if it's going to be enough. That is just one toolkit up against the SWAT of teamfight control Geek Fam has on hand. And they'll force their way in again.
Daedalus now up on Jackie, but again, no buyback. He's going all in. He needs the damage. The team needs the damage.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Top racks under siege. Bleed in position to try and fight. Force and Narman, the only heroes on the map right now with buyback gold. Blinding, or rather the Will-O-Wisp being placed here by DJ. They will get out, no problem. Top racks is down, into the mid lane they go. Olnit will pop the meta. Illuminate making it a little bit challenging, but Geek Fam, they are not looking to retreat anytime soon by the looks of it. Corden is going to zip in. He'll try for the Terrorblade. He wants that first life down, though he is still fine for now. They're all dropping a little bit low, but still able to sunder his Nam and Rubik and get out of there as Corden. Corden's the one in trouble. Corden gets glimpsed back. Corden's down. Scam once again finding the Storm without his BKB. It was already committed earlier. And now Geek Fam looking to put the final nail in the coffin. Jack is right in the middle. Cox again, just so aggressive. He just can't die. Ice, ice, ice. The one being targeted. He is gone. 2 down now for Bleed. Geek Fam still with 5, still with the Aegis, still with the cheese, and Cox. Someone stop Cox. This guy's crazy. He just can't be controlled. Dubu will go down now. No buyback. It looks like it's the end of the road for Bleed Esports. It's Geek Fam looking to make their way into the lower bracket semi-final. They have not called it yet. They're trying to buy a bit more time to at least have Corden back up. He's 13 seconds away. You may as well fight it out to the last effort. This is TI-12 qualifiers after all. Corden will be up in 2 seconds. They still have their tier 4 towers. It's possible to win, though very unlikely. But Bleed are going to try for the comeback. One last time here, Jonathan. Tier 4 towers under siege. One is basically gone. 6 seconds away from Ice 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 respawn. He'll be up for this team fight. But the Ancient will be exposed in all this as Corden. He'll go after Scam, but the Glimmer Cape and the Hex out and the Pit of Malice, they just will not let Corden survive. He'll get the BKB off in time, but Corden needs to leave. Glimpse back again. Oh, Scam!
No way.
Scam has got Corden another time. And in they go. Pulverize out on Jackie. The gyrocopter will survive. Ice 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 has gone right in, but Cox jumps in again onto the Razor. Ice, he does have a BKB at least, so he will try to make it out as Dubu will help him survive. Jackie back in. Cox is the target. They want the Primal Beast down, but he's still surviving. Cox just can't die. There goes Ice 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 on the Razor. Still no buyback available. Back into the Primal Beast. Cox, he wants to dive the fountain almost, but he's looking to just stand there and just taunt them. Look at this. Hands up. Wave him goodbye. We've got a plane to catch, boys. Or maybe at least, as they're onto the semi-finals. And sadly for Bleed Esports, this is where the road ends. TI-12 will not happen for them, but it could potentially still happen for Geek Fam.
What a Cinderella story for Geek Fam. A team that had to get promoted from Div 2, dropping down in Tour 2 into Div 2, getting promoted in Tour 3, and coming out on top. Like, Bleed, this is a team that went to the majors. Now, maybe not the best results coming out there, but this is a team that had a lot of promise with big names like DJ, Ice Ice Ice, Jackie, a lot of experience there, and it's just not enough. Geek Fam, again, the investment in this roster to stay together, to form up from what was a decent Tour 1, an atrocious Tour 2, and a comeback in Tour 3 into the Cinderella run, potentially for TI. It's quite the story. They play perfectly here. Cox on his Primal Beast, one of the heroes that he really shined on when he did manage to see him in Tour 2 in Div, while they were in Div 1. Just performing. Again, the Storm matchup for Primal Beast. It's okay for Storm. It's something that theoretically is a little bit easier for Storm, but not that hard for Primal Beast. Like, it is something workable for the Primal Beast, and Corden just had such a rough time. Again, I'm just surprised with the draft. Not the Storm in as much as this Razor pick. Because really, I don't think Ice played bad, but what is he supposed to do as the Razor? You pick it into the Disruptor already. You're just never going to get that static link harass in lane. And what does he do in these team fights? There wasn't much that he could really do.
Yeah, a very challenging game for Bleed Esports, and here you're seeing one of the final team fights is this Primal Beast, man, he was just too much. Like, Cox, he gets to the stage where he has a Heart of Tarask up, and he just literally starts playing games with them. You know, he just knew he wasn't going to die anymore. He just felt it in his blood and bones, and well, there you go. Just Dubu, you see him trying to run, just trying to kite out this big beast. But props to Geek Fam. Just a fantastic game number 3 against Bleed Esports, and they are looking strong. I'll tell you, in the lower bracket. We can only imagine who their opponent is going to be, because of course it's going to be either Execration or Boom Esports, which is the series that I believe is going to be coming up after this one. But whoever the opponent is, they are not going to have an easy time. I can tell you that.
certainly not. No easy opponents left at all here, Mike.
No.
And that next series is also going to be really entertaining for sure. Execration, after what happened yesterday, they probably are very angry and motivated to prove a point here. But Boom as well, slipping by, sliding through, just waking up. We'll find out with that one. That's going to be fun. This one, again, very well played by Geek Fam. Every single unit just working together. I can't help it. Every time I look at chat, when you say stuff like Cox is getting bigger and bigger,
I mean,
I can't help themselves.
Listen, I can't be blamed for this. I'm not doing this crap on purpose, all right? The guy chose his name. Tell me, John, MVP. Look, I've got two particular people. It's either Cox or Skem. But the thing is, Skem did such a good job. I'm having a really hard time saying Skem's not the MVP, but then you look at this Primal Beast, how can you not say he's the MVP? I don't know. You tell me.
I think
it's a hard one.
It's so hard. I want to say Cox for the meme, but I think Skem deserves mention, but Cox for sure. Like, the fact that he crushed mid so hard, I think was a real big downer for Bleed. This start for Corden was not off.
Give him
of
both.
course, we'll hand it to Skem. Yeah, both of them. Oh, both of them deserve it. Skem as well. The
Give it to
static
both.
storms, the glimpses back, the fact that he set up for Olnit's lane was fantastic. I think it had to be it was literally these two heroes. So
Yeah.
hats off to Skem. Again, good old Skem jumping between roles onto boss 5, performing spectacularly once more. And Geek Fam, I'm looking forward to see where the story goes, because there's so many great storylines in Southeast Asia before we move on. Again, like Boom, a Div 2 team that didn't manage to get promoted, by the way. A Div 2 team still being here in our lower bracket run. Execration, the team that went to literally every major, not doing the hottest. You have SMG, who've never been to a major because, well, SMG moves under gunfire. That tends to make you throw stuff off your hands, Mike. And Blacklist, who's always had a lot of promise. And so many great stories left. And so many teams that have to end with stories soon. So it's going to be a fun day to watch, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, there's another story ending here today because we're going to have Boom Esports up against Execration. And Jonathan, we've got the one and only Aries and Wagamama taking over. And let me tell you, I mean, everyone, they know the same thing. Wagamama literally changed their lives, Jonathan. The $2,000 that we spent on the boot camp was an investment in a vision of myself as a better player. And I'll never forget his parting words to me, Jonathan. Your 5 minutes is up. Please send in the next guy. It was an amazing experience for me. Thank you.
Copy pasta just for that? Holy, that's a great throw, Mike.
Did I spend my whole night memorizing it for the memes, Jonathan? Maybe I did. Shout out to Wagamama. Best $2,000 I ever spent. Anyway, we're going to head to a short break. And right after that break, we're going to have the celebrity himself, Wagamama and Aries, coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Welcome back to our second series of the night. We're going to be sticking around in the lower bracket. We've got Boom taking on Execration. Wag, we saw a bit of an upset in the previous series, of course, with Geek Fam knocking out Bleed. And then now, with this one coming up in particular, there were high expectations for Execration. They were pretty much one of the only Southeast Asian teams that was at least able to have some consistency throughout the year of making it to the majors. But now they find themselves down in the lower bracket, and they find themselves up against a Boom team that are starting to get on quite the roll.
Yeah, Boom, they didn't have the hottest start here, losing out against Bleed in their first series in the upper bracket, but down here in the lower bracket, like you mentioned, they're building that momentum, and we've seen it time and time again. Teams in lower bracket, they, can go a long way once you get going, and we'll see here, Execration coming off a loss, if they can bounce back against Boom in a good way. As I think Execration, they haven't looked as strong in this qualifier as I think a lot of people expected going into it.
Yes, I 100% agree. And I think if we take a look back at that SMG series as well, game one, it's like a 24-minute victory for SMG. Game two was that back and forth where it took 60 minutes and they almost lost the lead on Execration as well. It was like a 30,000 deficit. We went back and forth on the lead, but in the end, Execration could take it. And then that third game was where we saw SMG pull out the strategy of the Naga sign, which we've seen a couple times. And I think that was a bit more of a draft victory in the end from them. So we're going to have to see, because I think now when we look at this series as a whole, it's going to be the battle of the mid laners. Yopaj, I mean, he's again, he's been the star for Boom without a doubt, and that was the case when they had that tournament victory at Gamers 8, and he is demolishing the qualifiers, and we see him popping off on the Earthshaker. We saw him even game 3 on the Dragonite versus Army Geniuses. He was like 7-2, played a pivotal role to their success. So we're going to have to see how he's able to battle up against Bob, who is a very momentum kind of confidence-based mid laner too. Yeah,
to talk a little bit about mid laners then, I really think that's a good topic for this matchup. I mean, Yopaj, he plays extremely well in the mid game, and overall the decision-making of where to gank and how to move is excellent. And he was the biggest one-man show we've seen so far in all the games that you and I cast. His Earth Spirit was just taking over one of the games and destroying everybody. So he definitely is a dangerous player if he gets the ball rolling. However, his laning stage, he did struggle against Siller multiple times. He got solo killed a lot, and I think his laning stage was, not as strong as perhaps we would expect. If we look over to Bob, I almost want to say the opposite thing there. I think Bob is also a standout player, but I think usually he wins the lane pretty damn hard with his Shaker. He loves Shaker. Every single game Shaker is picked if it's not banned for this team, but he also seems a bit nervous. I've seen 3 ground echo slams from this man in this qualifier alone, 2 of them in the same game back to back. He does look like he is a little bit prone to making mistakes. Also on Earth Spirit, I saw him do some really questionable stuff, but overall he's playing fantastic. He just looks a little bit nervous as well going into this.
It does really seem like both the mid laners have a very similar role to and play style for the team as well. Like you just mentioned the Earthshaker, you mentioned the Earth Spirit as well, who seems like these kind of position 2s are very rotation heavy based and want to be able to control the tempo and dictate where the plays happen on the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. They're both filling that playmaker role perfectly, which is exactly what you want from your mid laners in this current patch. It's the best type of playstyle to adopt, and that gives a lot of space to your side laners. But going into this draft here, we're starting out the draft just now. Before they get into the bans, I want to mention a hero that I think is super important here for these two teams is going to be the Treant Protector. Both the teams use it really, really well. You got Abeng playing it, and you got Xnova playing it as well. And both are just looking very, very solid. I think both teams are 2-0 on Treant currently, and the impact has been really great.
No Earthshaker, you don't have first pick from Boom. They're going to make sure that Execration don't have the capability to be able to play it as well. So I think one of the days of the qualifiers you brought up, we were seeing a lot of the Nature's Prophet, but we weren't seeing too much of the Treant Protector, which we felt like was could fulfill a very similar role in the aspect of a strong laner, a little bit different with your team fighting compared to the +1. So yeah, I'd really like to see that come out as well from either side. I think even could potentially look at the Phoenix as well. from these two teams, which is something that Boom prioritized in the earlier days.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, Nature's Prophet's still high priority. It's still a very strong hero, but I think Treant is just this, underappreciated hero right now that should be getting more attention, especially by some of these teams that are running it very successfully. It also lends itself really well to players who have good understanding of how to control the dewarding and map control. And looking over to Boom, I think Xnova is one of the ones who have been shining the most in terms of just controlling the vision game. Because if you get a lot of those D-wards, then there's less detection on the map for the Treant Protector, so it doesn't get caught so much.
Yeah, everyone. Well, we've got time to bring up some couple other plays. I think WS has been a really nice addition to Boom. Again, was a big question mark for me, and I'm sure a lot of other people, but I've seen him have some incredible games and really have helped Boom get over the finish line. And I think for Execration, really Shanks as well is a undervalued person. Like you hear a lot of people talk about Palos and Bob, but I think Shanks in particular is a position 4. He can completely take over games with his kind of your position-based range spellcasters. So very excited to see overall this series. We're in for a treat, Wagner, and there's that Treant Protector like you're asking for.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it should be a very good series. Treant Protector opening here for Execration, so very excited what they get here. But I also like the response coming out from Boom, going for this Batrider. It's, not necessarily the strongest here in the patch, but when push comes to shove, Batrider is a lovely hero to have in competitive Dota. It's just so damn easy to get initiations, to get, locked down onto one target. I think at its core, what Batrider provides is so good. Even in patches where he's not super strong, he still has great success in competitive Dota because it simplifies your execution of the team fights.
Which at the end of the day can be a very, very core thing when you get down to all the craziness of some late game team fights. If you just, if you have a simple game plan, a simple strategy of how you can execute a team fight and just jump in, blow one person up, and then sometimes, things are much easier for that team in particular. So I was very impressed. I've got to mention Ice for Team Zero in China was playing a lot of the position for Batrider, had a ridiculous win rate on it. I have not really seen many other people still play this Batrider support. I know there is the flex potential, but at least in China, that hero was doing very well. Yeah,
I'm curious. I think in this game, I expect it to either be like maybe WS or they're going to play it as support here because I don't feel like it's Yopash hero. Do you think that he's going to be on the Batrider? Because I feel like he suits a little bit better perhaps on other heroes.
I think he can definitely play it, but I agree. There's probably some other ones that he would be looking at, but not the WS now, as we're going to see it picked up with the Legions. So you press the attack, of course, always very nice. First, the overgrowth as the game goes on. And we've seen the Legion really continue to rise in popularity. I think Riyadh, we saw it a lot as well. But even after the patch and throughout the qualifiers, Legions looked very good in a lot of the games.
Yeah, this is only the third time we get Legion here in the Southeast Asian regional. But I think the hero is, definitely not a bad one. But it can be dangerous to pick it up this early when you don't know what the enemy carry is going to be. There are some matchups that can be really, really rough. You go up against some Monkey King or something along those lines, and you might find yourself struggling. Execration, gonna snag up the Earth Spirit here, so getting the potential for Bob to play that.
I think one thing quickly to mention is like Boom are very single target oriented with Lasso and Jewel, so this scaling potential on the Earth Spirit to consider about a Scepter as the game goes on could be very difficult for them to handle with the Enchant Remnant being able to protect anyone who gets, of course, controlled from all the ultimates.
That's an amazing point, yeah. If he gets to the Aghanims, I think he can just completely save against the initiations, and then you force the opponents to go on their Earth Spirit, which can be difficult to do. He can just, reliably sit back, and he doesn't need to even stay close to the people who get dueled or lassoed. He can roll after them and save them. Ember coming out and Disruptor coming out for Boom here, so quickly going into their 4-hero lineup. And I think Ember is a pretty logical hero against Earth Spirit. You get a hero that lanes pretty well against it. You can also chase him quite well, even though Earth Spirit has high mobility. And Searing Chains is a good lockdown against him.
If that matchup is not too fun for the Earth Spirit, can you see it going offlane? And the only reason why I bring that up is Tino was playing offlane Earth Spirit at Bali or Riyadh. I think it was Bali. It was, one of those big tournaments lately that he was playing offlane Earth Spirit. So if you feel like it's a bad matchup, can you see it go as a 3?
You could definitely throw it 3. I just don't think that it's necessarily so bad that you have to. So it's an option they have in the in the back of their pocket here. They can always pull that out. But I think he can lane against Ember mid completely fine too. It's more the mid game impact of Ember versus Earth that I think is pretty good with a lot of his chase potential. Same with the Glimpse, of course. The Disruptor makes a lot of sense. They're addressing the Earth Spirit and don't want to have him pop off. Since Boom themselves have good understanding of what Earth Spirit can do, as we talked about Yopaj earlier.
Well, let's see what they want to pick here on Execration. Gonna have to reveal something. I mean, this is definitely one of the more powerful positions where you have the pick into the ban. Often we've been getting a lot of carries here.
Yeah, I mean, looking over to Palace, I think Sven and TB are 2 heroes that he's been really shining on. I don't like TB here, but Sven could be a good one. Gonna go for the Troll. Okay. I don't mind Troll at all. I think Troll is super good against Ember, actually. It's underrated. Because of the root being such a nasty potential. If Ember ever gets close to Troll, gets rooted once you get stuck near Troll, you don't get away. And a lot of Embers don't like building Dispels. They want to go for this Maelstrom into Kaya Sanj, into later Shivas. Like, there's no BKB in there, there's no Eul Scepter in there, and you don't go Manta Star either. So basically, if you get caught, you might be in trouble. On top of that, there's also a hero that can do pretty well against Legion Commander. Good luck dueling against the Troll. That's usually pretty dangerous.
And you got to say, I mean, Troll Train Protector, dude, that sounds like a super strong lane.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Troll is, whether you're in the meta or not, has always been regarded as one of the best laning carries out there out of all the other possibilities, so...
And what they're going up against is just a Batrider Legion, right? Like, that doesn't look too strong coming out from Boom Esports against the matchup here of Tree and Troll. I think that lane should be a landslide for Execration if nothing is offsetting it here. And that could have big impact. I think Troll is a fantastic carry in the current patch. He does generally really well from what I've seen in high level and playtesting as well.
How does Troll play into a hero like the Naga Siren? Because I feel like there's some issues with dealing with the illusions currently. Naga Disruptor, a nice setup, plus everyone else as well. And because I'm trying to think of some other carries. The other one I thought of was Razor, but then I feel like you have issues with taking objectives with that.
It's hard to pick illusion heroes against Troll, at least Naga. You can pick like TB against Troll, it's not too bad. But, well, the illusions can bait Troll during his ulti. He locks onto the illus. A lot of Trolls, I mean, everyone, goes Battle Fury nowadays anyway, so you cleave through them pretty damn fast. And with the Shard as well, with the extra attacks, he kind of just shreds. And then you have the Whirling Mist chance as well, meaning that Naga can't really go up and man fight against the Troll. She just misses all her illusion attacks. So I'm not too worried for them about that. I like the bans that they're doing. Medusa, the ulti is usually a very good tool against the Troll, and Razor, Static Link, it kind of goes without saying, it's one of the harder counters to Troll.
5 seconds remaining.
See, at least Boomer, under the assumption they're looking for their Tino hero still in the off lane. No Doom, no Darkseid to play with.
Yeah, Doom, Darkseid removed, Beastmaster also gone. I mean, I could still see Primal Beast being an okay option here for them. They need something that has a big presence in the front line. And, oh, they're gonna go for, okay, they go for another approach though. They go for this Visage. The good thing about Visage here is that it gives them some threat across the map. They can go towards that Aghanim Scepter and fly around, and the pickoff potential is disgusting of Visage. And also, it plays pretty well with Treant Protector. If you start 5-manning and just pushing down towers, the Visage Treant is a good combo. You get a lot of team fight, and you have tower damage as well.
What are they laughing at? What's going on? As soon as the Visage was picked up, Natsumi started bawling out laughing. Yopaj was following as well. I don't know, Yopaj and WS must have had something to say, but they are feeling very confident with this, and we do get the Naga, so Like you said, maybe not as much of a response to the troll, but Naga versus Visage has always been a very, very good lane matchup and overall the game as well. But I think just importantly the lane, because that is one of the biggest weaknesses out of there with the Visage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Visage getting to level 6 is always the struggle on this hero, but we'll see how the pairing is going to do there as he's playing together with Shanks. They do have the double ranged lane. They have a lot of magic damage nukes, so maybe they can trade with the Naga decently, but those solutions are going to be very pesky, and the Riptides will definitely hurt here. So Xnova has a little bit of work cut out for him to keep Natsumi safe early and harass the opponent together with the illusions there. But if they get off to a good start, Naga could potentially become big here. I just think the carry to carry against Troll will be tough.
Okay. Well, is this a game then, like if besides the carry to carry for Palos, what about the 4 other heroes that he has to go against and kind of the support that he has behind it? Do we think Palos can actually just hard carry this game and put Execration in the backpack and get the game victory for them?
It looks like a very solid Troll game in general, like good laning stage secured here, and I don't really mind a lot of the heroes that he's going up against, but they do have that double single target. We talked about their single target lockdown. They have that lasso into duel. There's a potential that he doesn't get to cast his ulti at all, especially with the disruptor as well being there to follow up with the ulti to silence him. So we will see if they target him properly. Maybe they can shut him down. Another danger as well, of course. We gotta hope that Palos doesn't have his PC issues that they had earlier in the series against SMG, because they basically lost one game to SMG just because of his disconnects there, which was very unfortunate.
Let's hope that doesn't happen in this all-important lower bracket game as well. We've already had to say goodbye to multiple teams, but today in particular, Bleed got sent home from the hunt, making it to TI-12, and now one of these two teams, staple organizations, you must say as well, in the Southeast Asian region. It's going to be devastating for Execration or Boom, for their fans, the players, the organization. One of these teams, their run will be stopped short now after this series.
Yeah, and we see a deep little hook here thrown by Execration as they go around fishing for anyone, and there is a little fish nearby. Naga is sitting pretty safely. She got the Watcher as well, so smoke reveal. She's gonna see a tree.
She's gonna pop up, take the Watcher, walk away. Very cool.
Yeah, just claiming that, and doesn't look like we're gonna have too much of a fight. A little bit of a ward check here, making sure the enemy don't have vision by Bob walking in the tower, but didn't get attacked, so knows that they don't have a ward, at least right over there. But that doesn't find the ward that Radiant placed. It was deeper across the river with the smoke.
Three for one, all right. I'm going to be loving life. Good start for them. And should be a little bit of damage. Palos able to pump out into Baboko, so we do get to see that support Batrider. But really, Eyes is going to be on this mid lane at the moment. Yopaj and Bob Black, we were seeing to kind of start the series. These are two very mechanically gifted mid laners, and they are very confident with their own ability as well to be able to come out on top in these matchups. So let's see how the Spirit Brothers are going to go at it.
Yeah, they're going to brawl straight away. The range creep was secured by Bob, but he's taking a bit more damage here from the right clicks of Ember and the Sleight of Fist. But yeah, definitely got to keep an eye on who's going to get ahead here, and if there can be some potential outplays. But Ember, like I said, should be favored in this matchup. So Bob is the one who has to outperform a little bit.
How is Yopaj considering about his skill build here in particular with this matchup versus the Spirit?
I think you can go 0 points Flame Guard in this matchup. He can put a Flame Guard level on level 2 and then just start maxing Sleight of Fist afterwards and get Searing Chains. But I think you can completely omit Flame Guard as well and just rely on Searing and Sleight of Fist spam to demolish the Ember, or the Earth, sorry. He's gonna go for the Flame Guard, so gets a little bit of creep clear for the second creep wave here, as he has a lot of creeps to kill.
So that's a nice thing about the Earth Spirit currently, can always break the Flame Guard early with the Boulder Smash. Let's take a look at some of the other lanes. So top, we already got some shenanigans going on with some lane pulling from Boom, looking to try and avoid this current matchup. Like we were saying, Dream Protector along with the Troll Wall, that is going to be a very difficult lane for Boom to go up into. So currently looking to avoid that as best as they can.
Yeah, it's very tricky. Abeng has to run away here, and actually there's a level 2 Batrider that could bother a Treant quite a bit here. He's not skilling up anything. Okay, forces the TP.
Ooh.
Going for the no-point sticky napalm. This is pretty standard for support Batriders. You want to get a lot of points in the Flame Break and the Firefly early.
How do we feel like Batrider matches up versus the Troll? Because I was under the assumption that like Core Batrider was always a very big issue for Troll to play into. Is that still the case as like a support Batrider?
I mean, it's a bit tricky. It mainly comes down to Troll being on point with using his ulti at the right time. If he holds it too long, the lasso could come in and just seal the deal and get him killed. Overall, though, I think it's still not too bad for Troll, especially if he gets towards the Aghanims. Getting the Dispel can remove all those sticky napalm stacks for himself as well.
And then lastly, down to this bottom lane, you know, we said that Execration would be favored up top, and then we thought that bottom Boom should without a doubt have the advantage, and we're seeing that currently. 12-3 compared to the 10-2. Visage has always got a very strong level 1, but after that, your other spellers not too powerful inside this lane, so might be some kill threat, especially we'll see how Natsumi wants to consider about his skill build if he wants a point with that ensnare early on.
Yeah, it's very good use of the illusions right now, splitting them, putting 2 on Visage, 1 on the Dark Willow, and then just auto-attacking away at the creep wave, causing a lot of Riptides. So far, bottom lane going great, but I really want to highlight that Radiant are doing much better top than they should. 12-6 on the Legion, thanks to this early shenanigans that they went for and their harassment onto the Troll by Batrider. They are actually getting out ahead pretty much here on the lane. Troll is ahead in CS, but he has no denies to his name, and Treant only has 1 deny as well, so a lot of the experience being given here towards Boom.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And we're going to see that potentially frees up a rotation from the supports. Boom actually putting a lot more priority, bringing both X-Nova along with the Bob.
Oh, Bob is low.
He might even hunt for a kill onto Bob. Yopaj blocks the roll, and where are you going to run now? Both Boom supports are here. Focus snipes it. Easy flame for the kill.
Yeah, blood grenading it for a kill there. He did leave WS alone top for a little while, so they're trying to do damage to him meanwhile, but that's going to be a good start there. And like I said, this matchup mid, you take a lot of damage against the Emperor Spirit as a Nurse Spirit. It's just pretty rough.
We'll see how difficult that matchup continues to be once the Orb Corrosion's picked up for Yopaj, and 3 points in the slight now as well. Top lane, they might be able to get a return kill onto Baboka. Or can they punch back on Boom? WS continuing to chase.
X-Nova behind.
Willing Axes being
coming in.
Issue currently. X-Nova with a wraparound, great use of the portal. Palos, second death for the boys on Execration. Shanks looks to try and mirror the movement. Bramble's going to be on the mark onto WS. Another round of the Blood Grenades as well will secure a return kill, but Baboka's starting to stack up the sticky on a bang. Won't be able to continue to chase though. Nonetheless, though, Boom getting some huge kills onto cores on the across the map.
Yeah, really nice start for them here. Every core is feeling pretty good about themselves right now. In particular, the Ember Spirit, of course, like we mentioned. Look at mid. Already, the Earth Spirit is down to 200 HP here after he came back. He tried to fight against the Ember, but Ember put 2 points in Flame Guard to be able to keep the guard up, even against the kick. And he took a lot of damage under Creep Wave due to this.
A flash of inspiration.
And how far is he now? He's still too far for level 6 here on Ember. Can't really make a surprise play onto the Earth. But there will be that timing where there's level 6 Ember, and you just have to be super worried if you're Earth Spirit, because he can chase after you.
And importantly, Ember's going to have probably better rune control at the start for the first one. So maybe if it's a good power rune, that could
Oh no!
Even more difficult.
Bob, there's no bounty rune there. There's nothing for you. He's looking for something. He's thirsty, man. He's got no HP.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh, poor Bobby. Poor Bobby. All right, well, again, you leave Shanks from bottom lane as well, so Natsumi's continuing to free farm. Boars are off to a very good start. Let's see if they're going to keep having 2 supports top from Execration. Maybe they want to start to rotate down to secure the power runes. They need to enable Bob.
Yeah, they're sitting around the runes. Baboka gonna find Abeng here. They're gonna just kind of brawl at each other a little bit. There's 10 seconds to the rune spawn. Embers throwing the remnant top and gonna run bottom. Able to be at both. Don't think they can take top though, as Shanks is there too.
Might have a kill top lane as well while all this is going on. WS and Palos are going at it. Palos, he gets a solo kill, man. Back inside the river we go now. Yopaj Tries the Remnant on over. Meanwhile, Boke almost solo kills a Bang. Bob, 13 health currently with the Remnant over the top. Yopaj finds another kill for the boys.
Oh, he's hiding.
And now they're going to be able to catch up the Shanks as well. Great positioning out of the Ember Spirit. Ducking behind the trees. A double kill secured early on.
And there's still the rune. He did mess up a little bit not taking the Invis rune bottom. He remnanted up top. Didn't realize that the rune did spawn bottom.
Can he kill a Bang?
I think so. He has a remnant. Oh.
He's gone.
Yeah, I think he can still get him.
It'll be quick though. Bob's coming nearby. They won't have the damage at the moment. They still see him. Shanks, stray bramble. Doesn't go for it.
Wow, Yopaj getting away with so much right now, creating a lot of space for his team as well. While doing this, as Natsumi is enjoying life bottom on his Naga. 1v2 or 1v1 here.
Wagga, they just denied the Wisdom Room as well.
Oh, the illusion play, yeah. That's a good thing about having Illusion Heroes, Terrorblade, and Naga. They have the potential to do this in the laning stage, so that's going to be another dent in Execration. They only have level 3 on Willow. Oh no, Bob. He's going to be fine.
Kind of more of a defensive magnetize used there to hold them back. Bob's still going to hunt for the kill. The slide spam with Orbit
Got the kick.
starting to really ramp up here, Bob. Kick onto Yopaj not enough, and now with Baboka here, it's going to be another death 3.
Oh.
Shanks will get a nice snipe. And it looks like X-Nova lives on 50 health, but now Baboka's here for the cleanup. There's nothing a Bang's going to be able to do. We'll chuck out a Nature's Grass, but it will be to no avail as Baboka. I mean, he's also licking his lips, man. He's level 5, 3, 0, and 1. So this Barrite is going to have a very good time this game as well.
Yeah, there's a huge level difference. I mean, level 5 Disruptor and level 5.5 Batrider versus the level 3, almost 4 Treant Protector.
Oh.
And then the level 4 Willow, yeah.
And Bob just TP top, tried to get the kill on WS. Roll wasn't able to connect. Somehow they've read it. So his first real big rotation of the game doesn't pay off as well.
He's having such a tough time, and with the Batrider taking the power rune as well, you know, you're not getting any power runes here for the Earth Spirit, and kinda it's the only way back for him after having tough laning stage is to make these rotations. So not finding a kill there or even an assist top is really rough for him.
I guess the shining light for Execration is the fact that Palace is free farming and did get that solo kill previously onto WS. You also do have this medallion now completed on Tino, and he's going to be rushing the solo crest, which we'll have shortly. Do you feel like Execration need to start playing around with the Visage, considering he's starting to get kind of his first power spike of the game?
I think so. You gotta... Oh, Bob.
Mid lane, Bob? Oh, man, dude.
Not again, man. Yeah, the Searing Chains this time as well. He has to play around Visage, like you said. They need to start enabling their movements here and play towards the one hero who's online. Troll just wants to farm. Earth Spirit has nothing, and the supports are under-leveled. Like, you need to make plays around Visage right now. Yesterday, man.
Like you said, Troll wants to farm, but he's not going to be given that opportunity.
Duel?
Lasser back into the duel. They're going to be able to secure the first victory of the game for WS. Now, Palace is still kind of stuck here. Did Boom bring an extra number just to potentially shut down Palace? Maybe they're just happy with the damage into the tower instead. Yopaj is starting to move top, though.
Yeah, they're coming in. They had glimpse, but lost vision a little bit there towards the end as the creep doesn't have the best eyesight. So not going to be able to get him back there for the Ember to maybe chase. Bottom, though, they're trying onto Naga, but she has the song available.
Happening. It's not happening.
No.
It would be quite surprised. Natsumi, all right, we'll have to pop the song. And Bob is starting to swing down to bottom. He's going to think otherwise.
I mean, it's at least something, you know, the pressure onto Naga trying to stop her from farming, because right now she's 90 CS minute 10. That's extremely high. She is 31 CS ahead of her counterpart, so doing a fantastic job just farming away. And if you don't do anything about her, the Naga, even though I said Troll is a good matchup against the Naga, she is looking to become huge this game.
It might just only be the Troll as top lane again. Looking to continue to put the pressure onto Palace's lane. Another duel victory as soon as it's back up. Now Shanks is going to have the Bedlam to work with. Chucks it over towards Palos, who's continuing to hunt down WS, but they're splitting their attention onto two members. They'll at least be able to go back. And that is a streak. Palos, 413 gold's going to be given over to the Troll. You are now under assault as Yopaj off the back of the haste rune Looking to swing on top, and what are they going to be able to do to protect him? Maybe a terrorize if it's going to be on the mark, but it's so difficult to connect, especially with how sparse Yopaj is.
Oh, so clean.
In and out of the bramble. Oh, does run back into it now. Yeah, it's not going to matter. Oh, will it? Palace? Okay, never mind.
He jumps away. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit is moving towards top. They want the WS kill maybe, but you're not going to be able to find it as he wisely backs away here. Yeah, this that was a really nice move by Yopaj there for a while. Just haste ruining through the Bramble Mazes really cleanly as well.
Dire's bottom tower.
For now, though, it still looks to be Boom who are firmly controlling the pace of the game here with the movements that they're making, and a lot of it is because of the support levels. Like, we're level 4 on Tree and Protector. It's minute 12. He needs this ulti. They need to have this tool available. Give this man a lane to sit and leech experience. He needs mid.
Another power in, dude. Oh my god.
Ember is controlling everything, and if it's not him, it's his team.
Oh, Palace top lane. Oh, he's in a lot of danger now. Battletron gonna suck him under the tower.
That ulti is not the play.
Dude, this is the one person you would be hoping.
Oh, I got the kill.
To be able to get them over the finish line. And he got the kill, man, but he can't be dying. You cannot have your troll dying like this. If you are going to win this game, Palace needs to almost go flawless now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best, but 4 heroes top at least for him, and he did trade 1 for 1. I know it's not ideal, but I would say that's not something to be too concerned about. He's going to be fine. He almost gets his Battle Fury from the gold of the kill as well, and meanwhile his team can now make a move bottom as TPs are on cooldown from the move top. So now Naga could be in danger. But it's only the 2 of them though. They're not connecting with more. Visage isn't close enough.
We've been saying it, but you got to start to look to play with Tino pretty shortly. He's about to have a drums as well. Mid lane Palace, he wants to go farm over here instead of top. They've still got the glimpse to be able to suck him back in. Palace is forced to try and stand his ground, but the health pool's starting to get dwindled down. Bob's going to be in with a pretty decent magnetize. They also get the glimpse away from Shanks, so making sure there's no numbers advantage for Execration. No casualties.
Looking for a slight there, but couldn't quite get him. No casualties going down, but that's going to be Bob having to run to base again. Now, they're moving 2 heroes bottom, but I don't see Execration really like harmonizing their heroes in the same way the Boom are doing. They're not getting to connect onto Natsumi a single time. Like, they tried twice to go on him, but both times it was just 2 heroes. They need 3 or more to bring down this Naga with how free her game has been.
She's gigantic, dude. Not only that, this is an incredible Blink Dagger timing on Baboka. 4-1-3, 34 last hits. He's having such a good start. Higher net worth than the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they prioritized him farming a little bit on the Ancients, and that really helped. Or he farmed a big camp while stacking Ancients. So like you said, this is a super early Blink, and it's going to come as a surprise here bottom as he makes his move. They're definitely looking for Visage with this one.
Try and slow down Tino's gain. Like we were saying, has been able to pick up on farm. Flawless performance.
Oh, they could get trolled.
Maybe they want to invade into the triangle. Power loss. Static Storm straight dropped on the dome. Shank's going to do whatever he can. They'll commit the lasso as well to guarantee the kill. Is Execration even going to rotate Bob over? Roll will just be short, and that'll buy enough time for Boom to back off to their half of the map.
It's such a clean take. You lose 1 support. Huh? Yopaj is fine. He's just toying with him a bit here as he has the DD run. Meanwhile, Legion Commander is farming top. You had 5 heroes there as Execration. Still traded 1 for 1 where the carry died for a post 5. So overall awful for them. And this means Legion gets time to work towards that Blink Dagger as well. And once you have double Blink, Legion and Batrider, you can really start to see these ganks come in from Boom.
And the map's going to be so difficult to play. Especially this T1 tower is going to go down pretty shortly. A bang. I thought Yopaj and Bob are going at it.
Yeah, the slight spam.
Oh, nice glimpse timing, X-Nova! Oh, beautifully done before the roll.
I think that pulled him during the roll, so I guess even if you're invulnerable, you can still get pulled by the glimpse for the Earth Spirit roll. Because he was mid-roll there.
Wait, we got a duel out as well with the Blade Mail. Palace just gets the ultimate off, and now WS as well. He'll be chased down. That is a much-needed kill for Palace, and no one else is nearby. to be able to get that finishing blow.
Oh, that's so huge. That actually allows him to come back a bit here. Trying for a kill on Ember as well with the combo.
Whoa.
Bedlam?
Whoa. Oh my lord.
Dying to 2 supports. Yopash feeding away 800 gold with that death as well. So that was what the supports needed. They were under-leveled. Now the two of them get to share a mid-hero kill without any pesky core hero to steal their experience as well. So they're actually caught up a bit with this. They're now looking pretty good in experience. Level 9 and level 8 against the level 7 and level 10 Batrider. Well, Batrider is clearing Ancients right now, so it's kind of unfair. He's basically a core at this point.
But yeah, like you said, the level is really important. You can now start to heal up that T1 tower, which I thought wasn't going to happen with the low point.
Oh, the glimpse. Shanks in trouble.
Shanks gonna nice injection of gold, gonna be given over towards Natsumi. Should still be able to chase him down with a Thunderstrike slow. And there we go. One more swipe, secures it.
I like the build as well coming out from Natsumi. We saw the Yasha into Orchid earlier, and I was not a fan of that build on a Naga in previous series. And actually, Disruptor gets the glimpse here on Tino. He's just gonna die. We see the damage output from Naga just shredding into the Visage. Gravekeeper's Cloak very quickly gets dispatched of, and then he just doesn't have any survivability against her.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Dude, he's got a 4-star from Baboka. Are you serious, man?
I mean, his net worth is crazy. He's only 600 behind the Legion Commander, but he farmed like a 5-stacked Ancient. So yeah, he's given a lot of priority. It's very interesting. Baboka has always been an exciting support player to watch, and they're doing some different stuff. Bang looking at Natsumi, but could be dangerous for him here.
Cautious where he runs. They might actually jump Shanks, Baboka. Trying to find that opening with the lasso. They're in a pretty powerful position though on Boom at the triangle. It's going to be very difficult for reinforcements to find a pathway down to bottom. They're going to jump mid instead, deeper towards the tier 2 tower. There's nothing for Boom to fear. Palace going to try and TP in, but the instant response out of the Orchid is not going to be able to dispel it, nor get the battle trance off in time. A secondary big kill for Boom, and only WS is going to be the casualty, but Boka will step maybe a little bit too far forward, but Shanks, he's already used his spells.
He still has lasso.
Growth. Maybe waiting for Tino to come over, but as soon as they see Tino, dude, they're just going to go to the Visage. What will stop them from going for the third core? Is
They got glimpse too.
They continue to bleed numbers one by one. They run into the meat grinder as Boom. 18 kills at 18 minutes in.
They're absolutely running away with it here. Playing so clean this game. A lot of it comes down to the mid lane being, you know, so one-sided there, with the Ember being a good pick into the Earth Spirit. I think that was a great read, and Yopash just played phenomenally, but you got to give credit to the pickoffs as well that they're doing with this Batrider and the Legion Commander. The Naga Siren Orchid there as well, stopping the Troll. Like, this is looking rough. I just think Execration haven't played towards the strength of their lineup.
Another kill. It is another kill, man.
They're lost right now. It's like lost sheep running around on the map. They're just looking for levels, looking for the next key item. But at this point, the map belongs to Boom, and they have fantastic heroes to punish anyone who oversteps. Like, every single hero they have is able to catch people.
Oh, they're not even done.
Well,
Smoke to the front of the T2 tower. Bang's got a great position.
That's a duel.
Stop this. But it doesn't matter if it's a support. It's going to be a dual victory for WS. 48 damage now for him. Not easy high, but it does not matter. With the momentum and the lead that Boom had picked up, and instantly off the back of the kill. Look at Yopash. He is just swarming into trying to catch up to the Troll. Maybe scout him out, take over a little bit of farm. Just make sure no way is safe for him to farm.
I like the adaptation as well on the Ember here. I said that, you know, Embers, they don't like to go for Dispel. A lot of Embers don't, and I've seen a lot of players don't do it even when they should. And here, he actually went for a second item, Yule Scepter, after that Maelstrom. So respecting the fact that there's tons of silence, control, and Yule's is important for him.
Oh, we kicked him away? I don't think it's going to matter. Maybe. Yopash is here with a really nice chains onto 2, but Palace is going to be able to enter the fight. Blade Mail does do a decent chunk of damage into Execration. They're going to
Naga behind them.
for the glimpse. Palos held inside the wall, and like you said, with the backstab from Natsumi, this is a perfect goal for the Naga Siren just to tear apart some of the support. It's a 1 for 2, but they can song to go back in if they really Yopaj is lacking potentially some mana to work with, but Boka's going to be able
Oh, they're stacked.
to lasso and just puts food directly on the plate for Natsumi, right in front of his face. Here is another kill, my good sir. You deserve it.
Dude, but Boka is 7-1-8, and he's delivering, literally delivering this game to Natsumi there, who will happily just shred through any hero who gets close to him. They're going to steal the Wisdom Rune as well now. That's another dent into Execration's already injured armor here. And almost full heart now on the Naga. And this early on in the game, you don't have the tools to deal with a heart Naga. You really don't.
I wonder what the probability is. 84%. I'm surprised it is not even higher.
Yeah,
What a scan. What a read, dude. On to Palos.
they know he's farming somewhere.
Way around.
He did just finish the BKB though, so he has that. But if he gets blink grabbed by anything, the chain stun is there with duel as well, so has to be very careful.
To me. He could song, they're all clumped up. This could be devastating.
Oh, they dueled him.
To get the jump in first.
Oh, that's so good.
Control WS. I'm in the primary target. You couldn't ask for a better initiation, especially with the Blade Mail, man. That is just a perfect way for them to start. And they're going to be rewarded with a couple of supports as well, giving over some freebies. This is just all booming. Is it even worth just the mental fatigue that will go into this game now for Execration? This is looking very difficult to come back from.
I think one more lost fight and they're ready to call it. I mean, you don't want to give up early for sure, but this is looking absolutely devastating here. They're getting completely handled. At least it's not a slow, dragged out game, but it is an absolute clubbing here going on as Boom play with intent, going immediately towards the Roche, and meanwhile Yopaj keeping an eye on the opponents as well, knowing that Ember, not the most important hero for taking down Roche, he's ready to just be a nuisance across the field instead.
Hino should have an idea. The neutral creep used the Hurricane. You would only know that if someone else is nearby.
Yeah.
And now, well, he's going to get confirmation that there was a person here. It's going to be Yopaj and X-Nova. And they should easily be able to go through the passive and then shortly go through his health pool as well. Bottom lane, they are contesting Roche. I don't think it's really going to matter with the lead that Boom have, and not when Bob is in no man's land.
He's way too deep. His team wasn't close enough with the troll. They need to play closer. And I don't know, man. The big thing about Visage is his power to just go together and use soul assumption to destroy early team fights, I feel. But this game, I don't know if they have used Visage at all in that way. He's just farming. All they're doing is just trying to build up levels and farm on Visage. I guess he wants to get to the point of Aghanims with the Solar and the drums, but you're not gonna get there in any form of good shape here, as you're just losing everything.
It's something's off, and I don't know if it's this mid lane going as poorly as what it did completely broke something for Execration, because this is actually a team that plays really well around Visage. A lot of their victories on the international level has been with like Visage Marcy strats or like Visage Luna strats. Even in CDPC, a lot of their victories, they get them off the back of Tino's Visage. They play very well with this hero, but currently like we said earlier on, they didn't go near him.
Yeah, I just feel like when mid lane is that one-sided, then the only thing you can do is try to play around a lane that is active and strong, and Visage is the only one. Troll was wanting to farm. Now Visage again, can I get caught out here? His team is close though.
That they are, but I mean, what are they going to be able to do? Troll's going to try and hunt the backline. An instant lasso puts Palos down into his place. Yours going to continue to stall it out as well as Yopaj will assassinate a bang off for the right side of the fight. Now back to Palos we go, but he just can't lock onto Parrot.
But both has a BKB, man.
Dude, this is just devastating. Tino won't even be able to escape as well. The glimpse from X-Nova stops him at the buzzer. They kill no one again. No one dies. But Boka is higher net worth than your freaking Legion command.
He's aiming for the troll now. It's the next one. He's going higher. This Boboka Batrider is just absolutely destroying the game for sure. But that was also just an impossible fight. You get jumped on Visage there. It's not a good start to the fight. They go in, try to tree and ulti the Ember, but he didn't even need to use. He had an illusion rune ready, so he just dispelled that immediately. Shake it off like it's nothing. 22k gold lead now. And I'm at the, at the phase where this game is definitely drawing dead. So they need to start thinking about what went wrong and what they can do in the next series already. Because coming back from this is going to be near impossible.
They have a gem? How did they read that? Excuse me?
I think he walked close enough. They had a sentry on the high ground, right? So didn't they see him for a little bit?
Okay. Yes, sorry, I didn't see the sentry there. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he just barely stepped in vision for a little bit there between the trees. But that's gonna be another takedown.
He's got a butterfly on that TV. Like, what?
Yeah, he's absolutely ready to just end the game here. 2 minutes on the Aegis. He's gonna stay on this high ground and keep hitting buildings until something happens to him. And I don't know if there's anything they can do. Their initiation is not that great on the side of Execration. Visage has the Aghanims. This is what they've been, the hopium they've been needing the entire game here is the Visage Aghanims to try and make plays, but it's more of a pick-off Aghanims. It doesn't do that great when the enemy team is already balled up on your high ground.
You're probably going to try and hope that, Bob is farming some creeps to get towards his BKB, so this is now completed. He's also got another item. They, I believe, got a glimpse of Palos taping back. Baboka tries to jump in. Just going to glimpse him away.
No.
Cool.
He could BKB to stay, but then he doesn't have BKB for fighting, so he's just out. The wraparound play now. They're smoking around together with the Visage over on the side of Willow.
They're going to pincer from either side. Looks like Bob's going from the north. Smoke does pop. And now it means he's just completely isolated from the team. He can pop his first round of the BKB, but that's where the Jewel's going to be able to come into play as well. Can they get in front of him? Nice body block out of WS and Yopaj. He'll get the kill into Bob. Off to the other side, Tino is able to get rid of X-Nova. So finally, a kill goes the way of Execration. But it looks like it's a little bit too late, unfortunate for them. Natsumi's holding the troll inside the base. So again, this means that Tino has no one else to play with. This is just an absolute masterclass performance from Boom.
Yeah, Boom coming in here looking so ready for this series. Just absolutely fantastic gameplay from start to finish. The laning stage went better than you could ever expect here. The bottom lane, that Naga versus Visage matchup was really good. But the top lane is the impressive part to me. Because that was the one lane I didn't think they had an edge. And the way they manipulated Creep Wave, the way they pulled it, and how cleanly they executed on it, helped them actually get a good start against the troll even. And this is the final Rax.
Go for it. Bob's going to try and make the attempt, but the Magnetize, they'll get a buyback out of Tino as well, or attention onto Yopaj.
He's out.
With a beautiful slide timing, and now he's even going to go back in with a Remnant. Doesn't have too much mana to work with.
Bob, duel.
Bob, another duel victory, up to 170 now.
Ooh, that is a lot of dual damage in 28 minutes, man. This Legion is basically getting dual damage off cooldown. Now they're going in, dropping some sentries.
Dude, X-Nova has Scepter as well. All right.
No BKB for you.
To work with on Troll, and yeah, finally they're gonna call it. This is not the Execration we were coming to expect in this series in particular. They're gonna have to go back to the drawing board because Boom just dismantled them. What a game one performance for them in this little bracket series.
This is not Execration's game for sure. Boom just looked way more prepared, and I think a lot of it comes back to that mid matchup pick. I think you are now too deep into the regionals where you're getting predictable. You're picking Shaker mid, you're picking Earth Spirit mid. What else are you gonna do on mid, Bob? You gotta play some other stuff, I guess, see some more things, because right now it feels like Boom know exactly what they should have expected for this game, and Execration kind of played into it. They got the Ember versus Earth and punished it properly. So I don't know, but a special shout out here. I mean, Baboka on that Batrider, like holy hell, dude, he was massive.
Is it even a special shout out? I think he's
the MVP, right? Yeah, I think he's the MVP. In a game, even when we got a 15-2 and 13 Ember who was playing super well, we got a Naga who never died and hard carried as solidly as he could, a Legion who did great in the lane against Troll. I think still that was thanks to Baboka on this Batrider as well. He facilitated so much of this.
So I think now for Execration in particular, heading to this next game, we've seen what Yopaj can do when he gets off to a good start. Like, this is multiple times now. Dude, there's so many games we can draw back on and be like, dude, he was like the Spirit game, the Shaker game yesterday versus Army Geniuses when he was like 15-1. If this guy has a good lane and he has control of runes, nowhere is safe on the map. And that is something that Boom do incredibly well, where they always have emphasis on supports rotating. We saw this time as well. Both supports rotated for the water rune, then they rotate for the power rune. Once you get a lead, he gets every power rune. It's very similar to what Quinn and Gaming Gladiators do. You cannot let him get a good start. Your early game is going to look so difficult to play.
I think a lot of it comes back to this. You shouldn't be revealing your mid first, I think, in this matchup between Yopaj and Bob. I think it's really important for you to try and get the best lane matchup, because that's what we've seen. Yopaj, in even unfavorable matchups, he has struggled. He has had really rough laning stages, and that's when he doesn't take over the game like that. But if you pick a hero mid that has weaknesses and has heroes that can easily counter them, then you're basically playing into Yopaj's cards, like you're saying, okay, do what you want. So Execration, I would like to see them just wait a little bit more, get Bob the chance to counterpick against Yopaj instead of the other way around.
And Bob's going to be goddamn fiery heading into this next game, because we have seen this man has something to say. He's very vocal, very aggressive with the tips. He's confident in his own ability. But you are one game away of getting eliminated now from TI qualifiers. You have something to prove. With a performance like that, you got to say, all right, guys, this is my fault. Potentially, like you said, could have been a bit of a draft issue, but you got to be like, guys, I'll just trust in me. I've got confidence myself. Trust me. We can head into the next game and I can do exactly what Yopaj did. Because he has done it. Bob can definitely do the same thing that we just saw out of Yopaj.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him at all. I just think Bob's weakness, perhaps more so than Yopaj, is that he's a bit predictable. He, so far in this qualifier has really heavily relied on the Earth itself. Earth Shaker, Earth Spirit. These are the heroes he goes towards. But I would like to see them just give him more last pick and counter pick potential here.
But Baboka, MVP, well-deserved performance from him on the Batrider, without a doubt. What an addition as well. We've seen some incredible performances out of him so far. You can argue Yopaj. I mean, I think there's a lot of people you can even 52 and 13, like we're saying. But I think Baboka's Batrider was exceptional.
You look at this inventory and it's like, oh, so Baboka got to play a core Batrider. That's interesting. No, not really. He was support, and somehow, while also ganking everywhere and being part of 25 kills, he found the time to stack the Ancients and the Big Camp and clear up both the Ancients and the Big Camp for himself with like a 5 or 6 stack on the Ancients. How does he have the time to do that while also ganking as much as he did and as cleanly as he did? This man was efficient to a T in this game. Like perfect. It was really, really impressive.
Without a doubt. He was perfect. All the boys were perfect on Boom as well. This is that game one you needed in this lower bracket series. We've got to keep in mind as well, the winner, they're going to move forward and play the last series of the night versus Geek Fam. So this is a long day for either Boom or Execration, whoever's able to get this victory. But currently, Boom, they have a game advantage in our best of 3. Are they going to be able to take it in 2-0 fashion, or can the boys on Execration amend some of the issues and come back with a strong game to draft? We'll have to find out after a short break. Well, a great start for the boys on Boom in our lower bracket quarterfinals. Wagga, I'm going to give you the floor and tell us what we can hopefully see a little bit differently out of Execration in this next game. Firstly, do we want to put more emphasis on the draft, or do we think it was a bit more of an execution thing from them?
I think it's mainly draft, but also execution, falls apart a little bit. But I want to go back to the draft. And, I already spoke a little bit about it, so I'm not going to cover that too much. I want to prioritize getting Bob a good matchup more if I'm in Execration's shoes here. I think that was really what dictated the entire game here, is the fact that Yopaj was popping off, and Bob, to say he was shut down is an understatement. He was absolutely not even part of the game. So change up that a little bit, but also just play towards your strong lanes more. Like the idea of the Visage, I think, you want to go and mobilize around it to play towards it. So if they're going to pick a hero that wants to sit back and farm a Battle Fury, be it Troll or PA or some other hero like that, then the two supports really need to be supports that want to go together with a offlaner and activate, be it a Visage or something else. We'll see exactly how they're going to execute here, as it's going to be Boom again leading the way here with the first ban on the Shaker. I'm not going to give Bob a chance to play his, most notable hero so far.
And it looks like all those other bans are exactly the same for Boom. And for Execration, the Coddle is the only thing that is missing currently from their previous Game 1 bans.
Yeah, see if they will take it away here. I also like what Boom are doing in removing the Venge. I think that's a hero that multiple teams have really shown can be so damn strong. And Coddle is going to be removed, so it's running it back similar to last game, and they're going to take the Bat Rider. So essentially banning out Baboka's Bat as well by taking it for themselves here. I don't think there's any chance they want to give that back after the Game 1 performance. We'll see what Boom's reaction is going to be, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Do we feel like Solar Guardian is a nice save versus Batrider? Or is it? Because I was thinking...
Yeah, I like the idea of having something globally that can impact, and they go with the Silencer immediately here. Not usually a hero we would see, but they could go Solar Guardian, from the Dawnbreaker later as well. Possibility. If you get the Global Silence and Dawnbreaker ulti, you can have some nasty fights. And this also takes away the possibility, I would say, for Execration to run Dawnbreaker to great success. Dawnbreaker Batrider, also a combo that is quite good, but now with the Global Silence, they kind of stop that potential.
Yeah, the reason why I asked is because we saw yesterday the Boom series where Game 3 they picked the Dawnbreaker, and then it was an instant ban out of the Silencer, which protects the Dawn and is very good with the Batrider. We've seen a lot lately, like Silencers kind of countered the Batrider because you jump in with Lasso, and then you want everyone else to follow up with damage, or it's pretty good with the Batrider lineup because, again, it then stops any saving aspect. So I wasn't sure if that was maybe a route they wanted to go down to get WS's hero early on, because now his Legion Command is banned out. We've lost the Yopaj Ember Spirit as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out here, because I don't think that they played a game of Silencer yet in the qualifiers here. So this is them, showing a little bit of different strat. I love that. You're in a very important game here. You already won game up in the series as well in lower bracket elimination game for the TI qualifiers. To now pull out something strange when you already won game up is a perfect time to do it, in my opinion, because they're not letting Execration be prepared for what's coming here. At the same time, though, I want to say Execration, they didn't snap pick the Earth Spirit this time, so I'm happy to see that they are changing up their draft approach, realizing that mid lane was definitely not okay what happened last game. Okay, so it's going to be WS on the Mars coming out. Silencer Mars. Got some combos there. It makes it a little bit harder to run ranged carries as well for Execration.
A lot of team fight already, gotta say, for Boom. So...
yeah, it's also comfort zone for him. He likes playing the Marson, Legion, Dawnbreaker. These type of heroes seem to suit WS and his playstyle.
See what the response is going to be out for Execration, though. You're looking to potentially double down now on your cells and maybe go for a lot of more smaller skirmish fights, considering Boom have a solid team fight? You need to maybe fix that weakness then so you can have the capability to go 5v5s?
Yeah, I think, you know, I want to see what they're going to do with the Batrider here and how they're going to play it as well. A combo that we've seen before is the Darkseer potential, but Darkseer wouldn't be too happy about laning against the Silencer. It can be a bit annoying, but Hero does a lot of lane support action and does win out the harassment against Batrider in a 1v1 as well.
Team pick.
We go for the TB into the Mars. At least the lane is pretty decent, and you don't take a lot of damage from the God's Rebuke, but I'm not a massive fan of TB against Mars just because of the arena blocking so much of your damage later on. The illusions are always going to be trying to hit into the arena or something, and you miss a ton of DPS.
5 seconds remaining.
Wonder, I mean, you probably show your Arbeng hero. I mean, I think I much prefer the Batrider to be played as a 4 than 5. I would like a support that has some slow/stun to be able to, like you said, I mean, Terrorblade versus Mars is a pretty good lane for the Terrorblade, so potentially be able to get kills on the Mars.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that they need to go for something something here support oriented, and when you have Terrorblade, you normally want a lane support that's extremely good at protecting him. So, I mean, this is the hero we used to see Undying with. They're gonna go for a Treant Protector, makes sense. It's a big lane winner. Definitely does give them a way to give Terrorblade a good start. Also, the HP regen or heal from Treant is super value on the Terrorblade since he has so much armor.
How does the line look for Boom? Because I was thinking, with, I mean, one of Baboka's better heroes, I think to be able to deal with some of the Terrorblade illusions as well, and instant hex for the Batrider jump. Oh, we get an IO.
Could be good, but they're gonna go a different route, huh? They go for the IO here and Storm, so they have the battery combo for Storm to get tons of mana, a way to enable Yopaj to take over the game. We will see how much he pairs up with the Storm, or if they will pick a carry that he's gonna run with a lot. I think they're setting up to pick something like Naga carry against the Treant Protector and Terrorblade here. It's a good carry-to-carry matchup, and you can dispel Treant stuff very easily. And then the IO doesn't need to play with Naga. He can activate around the Storm and create space.
Well,
10 seconds.
if Bob is going to have a game where he can bounce back from the previous one, this is going to be it. His Puck is, I'd say, top 3 of his best heroes. Some might argue even his best as well. Puck versus Storm is a very comfortable matchup. We've seen China in the past try and address the Puck mid lane and go like a yours on Mars, but of course that's not going to happen. Really, the only thing you're worried about is like global silence on the silencer. So overall, I'm a really big fan of this Puck pick for Execration.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's not even that bad against Puck, against Silencer, because you can dodge the last word very easily as well. So like you said, it's really just the ulti that's bothersome. Great Puck game for sure, and gives them a lot of activity. They have good team fight as well. Overall now set up with the Tree, Puck, and Batrider. And Execration, they did go ahead and ban the Naga. Like I mentioned, looks like Boom want to play something like that against this TB and Treant. And Boom, on the other hand, they're going to ban out the Doom to begin with here, as they're running an IO strats. Obviously, they're going to be a lot of healing, and they also have Storm. Don't want to get silenced.
Team ban.
More silence gets banned out in Night Stalker. Makes sense. Here, that would be very annoying for both Silencer, IO, and Storm here.
What do we feel like they're currently lacking on Execration they need to cover with the Tino pick?
10 seconds.
I mean, I think they lack a little bit in tower push. Yeah, they have Terrorblade, but I don't like him being the only one to push. And their single target isn't the best. They have Lasso, but other than that, the Treant and Puck, more AoE stuff. I would like to see them go for like Beastmaster maybe as a last pick. He's still available, and could be a pretty damn good hero against a lot of the carry options remaining for Boom. At the same time, giving them a good Sable against the Storm Spirit. So Beastmaster could be a big one for Execration, I think. Also pairs really well with TB, you get a ton of attack speed.
See if we get it out. What are they going to try and ban as well last here? You brought up the Naga Siren. Are there any other carries that you feel like are also potential? See Slark now banned out?
I think, yeah, I don't see one that's super annoying, so they just ban out Slark because it's a tough hero for them in the off lane that they envision here. You're running a Bat Rider, you know, Slark can be annoying because he dispels against that. Can get rid of the flame break and stuff. Also, the Slark is one of the better heroes for breaking big combo team fights. If you have Puck and Treant, you drop all these big ultis, Slark just presses his shard and is like, oh, I guess we lost now. They go Tide. Okay. I guess Tide isn't that bad against Storm anymore now that you can go Shard as well, because that's a leash. So Tide, you know, used to be pretty bad against high mobility heroes because you only have the Ravage, but nowadays I think the Anchor could be a good thing to go back to.
10 seconds remaining.
It is an okay Ursa game. I don't think you're the greatest IO pairing. I was thinking Monkey as well. Monkey, Mars, and Lane vs. Tide's pretty nice. I'm trying to think of heroes that don't care about all the BKB piece in control. And I can't think of many. And I know Ursa has some dispels, so he can kind of get out of them, but...
I think Monkey is tough because of the Treant and Bat Rider. The Ursa can work, but it's tricky as well if you get Global Silence jumped. I think... oh, sorry, I'm thinking the wrong team here.
What else has Natsumi been playing lately?
But yeah, I mean, at least the Monkey is tough against the Bat Rider and Treant here. I think Sven could be a hero to go back towards. Another hero that can just sit back and farm here a bit. You use the IO pairing a little bit, and then it's not awful against the Terrorblade. You get a ton of armor with the Work Eye for your team as well.
Importantly, I guess, like you have 0 ways to take objectives right now on Boom. So this hero must have a way to open up the map, because if you do not, Execration late game, I think they're going to win pretty easily. You have so much team fight, you have Terrorblade late game, you have scaling with your supports. Like, you need a carry to be able to kind of open up the map, and that is a little bit difficult.
Yeah, they could also go, I mean, they could go for the Morphling still here, I guess. It's an option as well. A hero that Natsumi enjoys playing. There's a lot of combo and there's some silence and stuff, but it's not that easy to get the squeeze on Morphling with the heroes they have, and they don't have the fastest burst. They're gonna go PL. Oh, I'm a bit concerned about that pick. PL does great against TB, so PL's great against TB, but PL into Puck is not fun. If you get coiled, very easy for you to get identified at, oh, what is that abomination of a Tidehunter? God. So PL, you'll see it in game chat. You'll see it soon. PL is great against the TB matchup, but I think he can struggle against the Puck, first of all, and there's just so many AoE damage abilities here that out of the illusion carries, I think he's one of the harder ones to play into all this. Naga would have been easier since she's less amount of illusions and can spread them out more easily than PL, who basically is a ball of illusions. We will see how this plays out. I'm concerned that if Bob gets a good game, Natsumi is going to struggle.
It's not very often where you get to the last pick and it feels like it is almost a impossible pick, but it kind of felt like Boom were in that position. I wonder if we had more time, and if they had more time, what I really wonder honestly what heroes they were considering.
I think
like what some other ones were.
Yeah, I think if they had more time to analyze this and really think about the best fit for the last pick, I don't think it would have ended on PL. I think PL was just, one of the quick ideas that come to mind due to the fact that, it's one of the known counters to TB, and it's very, very nice to feel that you have that. And it's not too bad to play it into Treant as well. You can Manta style off his ulti, and you can double walk around and be annoying, but when you add all of it together here with the Puck as well and the Tidehunter, I just feel like you might have a hard time, but we'll see. Maybe Natsumi is gonna prove us wrong and have a great game here regardless of the heroes.
You want to put a percentage on this draft? I'm saying like 70-30, maybe like even 75-25.
I'm probably a little bit more conservative in like 65, yeah, something like that. But I think it's
generous.
I think because of the Storm Spirit still, I think Storm can still pop off in this game, even with some of the stuff that's going on. But yeah, I would say it's definitely an outdraft in my eyes. The way I see it, definitely think Execration got the better end of the deal here.
And I think another big thing, like you said, the Storm Spirit, what is he going to be able to do? But really, this also, we haven't seen this lane combo in a while, but Io and Mars is a very strong laner. We were potentially concerned on what the Terrorblade Treant could do and maybe punish the Mars early on. But we go back to TI-10. We saw what Team Spirit were able to do with his Mars and Io. This is a combo that can win lanes. So would hate to be able to give up first blood like this, though. And it looks like they definitely will do that as WS will go down. Bob finds it's already a much better start here for the puck.
Oh, that is so cathartic for Bob after having a despair game in game 1, already off to a first blood towards the mid. Gonna be very happy getting his bottle immediately. Wouldn't mind seeing him send out the magic stick instead, something a lot of players will do when you get first blood against spammy heroes like Storm. The bottle, yeah, he got it out now, buying it minute 0, but just buying a magic stick instead, you're still gonna have the 2-minute bottle, and you get to build stick charges early against Storm. But yeah, we'll see how mid lane is gonna go after this. A little bit tough now for Yopaj.
So if Yopaj is somehow able to win this lane and also win the game for Boom, he might be unstoppable, honestly, in this qualifiers.
Yeah.
This is a true heat check for Yopaj this game.
And we'll see how well he handles, because this is, definitely a struggle. I think Puck is pretty favored in the Storm matchup, even on the mid lane. Definitely great against him later on. But even laning stage, Storm has to go close, can take a lot of harassment from the Puck.
Jesus, X&Over. Just going to give up another kill down bottom. I mean, this can be also a little bit scary. Early Gush with the Flame Break as well. There is going to be... The Silencer's positioning has to be really on point in this bottom lane.
Yeah, you can't really get too close. Gush and Flame Break pushing you back and then slowing you, taking your armor away. The auto attacks a little bit too much to deal with there. So we see top now. Abeng doesn't have too many trees nearby, as the Quelling Blade using here has cut down a lot of his trees. Yopaj going pretty low on mid, but he does get his bottle delivered, so he's gonna be fine still. On top, the pull was stopped by Baboka there. He stopped the Abeng pull on the big camp, but he's gonna go back and stack up the small camp instead for himself, as it's not blocked.
Just took a look back before as well. Boom haven't really ran the... Well, they haven't ran the IO so far in the qualifiers, and really haven't seen this hero a whole lot too as well. We were seeing it a little bit at Riyadh, really. I mean, well, not a little bit, honestly. IO Lesh was a very key strategy that a lot of people were having success with, but... What do you feel? Where do you feel like the IO currently is in the meta of Dota? Because ever since 7.34, I'm barely seeing this hero.
I think he's definitely fallen off in terms of favor. I also think people during Riyadh kind of figured out how to deal with the Leshrac to a certain degree anyway. So the IO Lesh combo was met with a lot of IO Skadi Terrorblade builds that would just counter the healing. So I don't know. IO feels to me like still a strong hero if you have a player who really excels on it, but he's not really a must-have hero or a hero that gets banned very frequently even anymore. But of course, he still has combinations, and we see one in this game. I mean, he's laning with a Mars. Oh, dive. Bob going in.
Able to get the kill though. Does pop a Selvin glyph. Uh-oh, Yopaj. Mass TP's out from the supports. Nice side sip of the orb. Bob's still going to be able to get the jaunt away, but dude, these are 2 support TPs out to the mid lane, and even though he doesn't get the kill, the voice lines will still fly out.
I mean, that's almost as good as a kill, I would say. Double TP from the support, and you didn't die on the puck. This is definitely upsetting here for the Boom lineup. They're going to have to run back to the side lanes. This gives them time to, eke out an advantage on the sides for Execration. And 4-minute runes, we're gonna see control towards it, as well as the Batrider wants to stack up his jungle as well, same as we saw from Baboka. All the supports are here for the 4-minute runes already. He tried to body block it. Abeng was a little bit late with the play he wanted to do there. He wanted to body block the water rune so that it couldn't be denied and the auto attack would go on him instead. But he didn't step in time, and Io already got the right click on it. So gets the deny.
Oh. Let's see off the back of the lanes at how much priority we're going to get on some stacks as well. I think that is the important thing that the Batrider is able to help provide Tino. The Bat himself, you mentioned last game, Baboka was able to get a lot of stacks to further his net worth, which was a big reason of why he was so dominant top lane. Bang. I guess it's the kind of one issue with the Mars cutting down all the trees. Not going to be easy for you to be able to land the spear.
Yeah, it's a little bit double-edged, I suppose, in that sense, but at least they're getting nice farm here. Paolo's getting bullied a little bit. Has the meta available soon? It's actually 45 seconds, as he used it before.
What is the build actually this game for WS? Because we are both under the assumption that this is an Execration favored draft. Does he need to go something different in regards to his item build, especially with the Ira? Can he be a little bit more of a scaling core with some right-click damage?
I was thinking about that too. We've seen the Deso build on Mars before with the BKB Deso. I just don't think it's super good this game. Normally you want that when you can do any form of damage to enemy carry, but you're against the Terrorblade. He really doesn't care. And there's even Treant for the living armor. Tide might not take that much bonk damage either. I would like to see him just go for a playmaker type build here and play active. Get the shard early, get blink BKB. And later on go for the refresher hex play. I think that would be a very, very strong play to get more lockdown against the TB so he doesn't sunder as well.
Yeah, and for the puck as well, right? Like hex is going to be absolutely key.
Oh, the double damage tree.
Bob?
He's coming.
Damn.
Boom.
Oh no, oh my god. Oh, that is a big right click from our Bang. Kill once again. And Execration, 1,000 net worth lead at the moment. They know the Tide is freely able to solo this bottom lane. Meteor Hammer now completed. So this tower is going to go down unless you start to rotate some heroes. Maybe with the level 6 on WS shortly, or maybe Yopaj needs to consider about moving to bottom.
Yeah, this is also what I was concerned about with the PL pick. You're not threatening the Tide at all. He can just do whatever he wants down here. Even 1v2, he can be fine. And that allows Shanks to make more rotations for the runes or stack up Ancients more and then clear them for himself or leave it for Tide, whichever. I'm honestly favoring giving the Batrider the priority in farm. As we saw last game, it was very successful for Baboka.
Yes, I agree.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, what next item could Tino get that could really change the early game? Like, is a faster pipe or mech or whatever really going to be that beneficial compared to something like a blink dagger for Shanks? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's fine just, building farm in laning stage, and he wants to stay down there anyway to use his Meteor Hammer and keep pushing, to keep invading space. So it's more about the back movement of going back to take Ancients. Feels like you're taking the back seat, saying, okay, I'm not gonna pressure you. So that's why I probably prefer the Batrider to take the farm. And Tide, he's gonna get his items anyway. He'll get his stuff going.
I do really like this item choice from Yopaj as well, who we're going to start to see swing over the top. Got a glimpse of our Bang. And I think they did also see Yopaj and Baboka moving here, so let's see if they want to react with Bob or not. Coil is at the ready.
A lot of last hits actually going to Abeng. He got all of them. The Treant Nature's Grasp. He got like 5 last hits there with the Nature's Grasp.
Power In's going to be quite nice first Bob. They can definitely look to get the kill as the Bang steps far too forward.
Gonna get taken down there, and the Power Rune. Nice little advantage for the Storm. He's gonna go back for more. Going back for seconds here, farming up the Mud Golem family.
I really like this item build out of Yopaj. We saw the Orchid was kind of something that I believe it was mainly Kiyotaka kind of brought to the forefront, and then a lot of the Storm started to go down that route. We said he needs to pop off this game, and Orchid, if you get it at a pretty decent timing over the puck, there is a lot of kill potential. Yeah,
Orchid is the type of item where you get a timing window and you want to make stuff happen. So getting its second item or something, like I don't even count Falcon Blade as an item. This is like a minor laning item. So I consider it his first item still, the Orchid, and going for first item Orchid is really, really powerful here. The puck, he won't have any response to it, and I think he's going to be a little bit careful here though. Console coming out.
They might need the arena defensively. It's a pretty good placement out of the Mars. WS, we see the ward's been able to protect them against Palace's right clicks, and now they're going to be able to tether WS as well to escape over towards the right side.
It's so fast.
They're going to be lacking damage and control as now they'll run into X Nova. Starting to get a little bit messy for Execration, as no one's actually going to get a kill in the end.
I mean, this is the downside to picking the Terrorblade as well when, you know, you have this range damage block from the Mars already. They pick TB into it, and now you suffer for it. The coil into meta combo just didn't do anything.
Dude, Tide is huge, man. What is his net worth?
Yeah, he is really high up there. Everybody else trailing behind by 1,000 to this Tide, who's going to clear up the Ancients for himself as well. He's going to stack them. So he did run back and leave a bit of space here for the PL and taking the Ancients himself. Bottom power rune. Going to be an invis for the Silencer, who could go in and see what Tide's up to, but it's going to be too late to do any real damage to it.
The experience soak would be nice at least. Might get him close towards that level 6.
Yeah, just sitting around. He's chilling, taking a bit of damage for walking on the tower. Actually,
that is crazy. That is...
Did he ravage that?
Oh, no way.
I think you can ravage that, actually. This early on in the game, you can punish it. You don't need to keep your ulti. And the insolence of stealing your Ancients like that.
You're wanting a really valuable pick-off now with the Global Silence. It's going to be a long zip-in from Yopaj. Catches up to Bang. Palace just going to have to stand on the outskirts. Still drop the arena. They used a decent chunk of their mana for the Treant Protected, though, so arena's not going to help them get the kill into Palos.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tidehunter is sieging down your mid tower as well. So TPing out, Storm going towards mid, but he doesn't have any mana to really scare the Tide here.
What do we... Oh, Coil top lane.
Wisp.
Not going to be able to get the break. Bob's going to try and target down the eye. We saw prior. They went for the Mars instead, so addressing the medic going to be rewarded. Now this is a catapult wave as well, so not only are they pressuring mid, they're also doing a lot of damage onto the top tier 1 tower.
I love the activity coming out here from Execration. They're also farming bottom at the same time on Batrider, so they're all over the place right now.
You know, Batrider will have to TP out off the Diffuser Blade reveal from Natsumi. But yeah, mid, there's nothing a Storm's going to be able to do to stop Tino. Like, yeah.
That tower goes down.
It's going to be huge.
This is what we always see from Tidehunter offlane nowadays. Just Meteor Hammer, take the bottom tower, maybe clear some Ancients like he did in this game, and then towards mid and take that tower as well. And it's so hard to counterplay. Like, most mid heroes don't really stop a Tidehunter who shows up with 1600 HP, even has the cloak ready.
Nice silence. Ravage at the ready if Tino can step in.
Coil on cooldown, so they're just gonna wait. They do get the bottom rune though, the regen rune. Storm would have loved to get his hands on that, but he's got a wisp already. It's basically a regen rune in a hero form.
I do... Okay, never mind. I'm gonna go for Smokers 3 on Boom. So again, haven't seen that Global Silence just yet. And they've got the arena ready to go as well. Palace has got a pretty good read. He has got a lot of stats as well. We'll see if there might be a potential lack of damage for Boom onto this Terrorblade.
He's also got 20 magic stick, and I think he's holding skill points as well. So he's got the ulti available.
This is really deep, dude. It has to be a perfect jump. Right next to the T2 tower, any TP is going to come out to protect him. They're not even going to consider it to continue going forward. Maybe just trying to force out some reactions, but no one TPs in, so Execration are still getting all the map they would want across the map. Sorry, all the farm they would want.
Yeah, they did get the top tower though, using this PL. PL now gonna move towards mid after that. Keep farming up, but yeah, this game starting out, you know, pretty low in kill score, but it's pretty active movement still. The Execration just getting a bit better trade. Xnova has to be careful. One step forward here and you could get jumped.
They might be able to set a trap. They're going to see Yopaj and Baboka starting to come through the portal. How can they set up them up? Maybe they want to bait Tidehunter. He'll run into them first. Ravage will fly. Bob's going to be able to close the distance. A pretty good timing out of the Global Silence, so we'll stop the coil. So Yopaj able to get that zip on away, but not enough time for the tether nonetheless. So Baboka will still go down, and finally we see some big ultimates used.
Yeah, some big clicks there. They thought that they could combo it, but I think they honestly just forgot about the Global Silence for a second. They were like, oh, if all three of us use ulti, we can bring him down even though Wisp is healing, or, you know, we can stop the Wisp from reloading out. But yeah, the Global Silence just says no. He's going to be fine.
Radiant are scanning.
Now we have some time. I do want to speak a little bit about Natsumi's item build. He had the Scepter queued up for a while, and actually changed his mind to go back into the Diffuser Blade. What do we actually... Your bottom lane, Yopaj. Oh, nice timing out of the lasso. Is Baboka going to be enough to keep him alive? Looks like it will with the tether. Even Palace is starting to swing down to bottom, but also we'll be able to relocate out in a second. So, all right, back to the PL. Yeah, what do we make of this Diffusal first when he had Scepter queued up for a while?
I think Diffu first is really good. I see some people go for the Aghanims first, and it just doesn't impress me. People forget, Diffu still speeds up your farm by quite a bit. Like, every creep pretty much has mana nowadays. There used to be a time when a lot of jungle creeps didn't have mana, but, you know, now there's only a few, really. So, even, like, the Alpha Wolf stack has mana on the Minor Wolves, so... the mana burn from Diffusal still speeds up farm, and it's better for contesting fighting. Of course, that being the big part.
Well, let's see how importantly active Natsumi is going to get if he wants to show up to some of these early fights where he can actually be at, you know, potentially on a farming rotation over, or if he needs to TP. This is a very difficult kill on Tino with Pipe. Palace is ready to go with meta. You've also got some other boys starting to funnel over. They might be able to kill with an early use of the overgrowth. Shanks is going to try and step in, but the lasso is still on cooldown. It's going to be up to Bob to hold them into place, and it's a goddamn good coil, man. Bob gets 2 heroes, and they're going to be able to bury them firmly into the grave. Execration now, with the help of the Metamorphosis and the Catapult Wave, this should be a tier 2 tower to add to the tally.
The difference is they don't have their entire team, and it was too deep into Execration's territory there. They get a pick off on tree, but at what cost? The peel wasn't nearby, and the TB was behind you as you go in like this. That was just a pretty suicidal go onto the treant. And we see a Tidehunter, by the way, queue up the shard now. I love this. A lot of people would not buy shard in this situation Tino is at, but having the pipe, having the meteor hammer, I think shard is all he needs. More lockdown. Even PL won't be able to use W if he does it. Of course, PL can kill the little, what is it? The ball and chain or whatever, anchor?
Yeah, Dead in the water is at least the ability name.
Yeah, he can, heavy anchor. He can kill the heavy anchor pretty fast, the 5 attacks required. But even so, anything to stop him from getting double walk off just for a little bit is crucial.
This Orchid for Yopaj, it has to go crazy, this reveal. If you're unable to get kills, and look at Tino, dude, pinging out that the storm's missing. So they are well aware this Orchid timing is coming up shortly.
Yeah, it has to be a big pick off, like you said, and he's looking towards top, but didn't immediately jump the Puck, as Puck had that shield rune. Probably calculated it would be a little bit sketch if he could kill them before the backup arrives.
Oh, we got time. Go back to the Tide Hunter build. There was at least one Eastern European game in particular where I saw a Tide go Blink and Agshard's second item. He had a crazy read on this new shard. I was very impressed. At least my first read of it, I thought it was going to be pretty crap. But
oh, it's absurd.
I've seen lately, yeah. No, I'm aware of it. I've seen some really good games in this Aghanim shard, and it actually looks pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was one of the things I playtested immediately when reading the changelog, and it's nuts, man. Even stuff like Lycan ulti can't move with it, you know? I guess the shard is really, really great for locking down either high mobility hero who rely on abilities, or just people who are fast as well. So the big thing that I could see comboing with it as well is getting some form of disarm. Wouldn't be too bad, but I don't think this is really a game where you want to go back for a Halberd on Tide. It's not really great against PL. But it does play well with the Shivas for attack speed reduction, so natural combo later. Look at top. Bang, he's found X-Nova.
Well, they're actually going to try and relocate in. So X-Nova has the potential to pop around with the Global Stance. Won't even be required to keep him alive.
Oh, he didn't ulti a storm?
But the Overgrowth might be able to get the kill, and now it's given enough time for Bob to swing on over towards the top side. Cole's going to be there at the last second. With the break, it's not enough damage to get the kill onto Bob.
Oh, he dies though.
Actually ticks out to the Witchblade, so we'll be a 2 for 2 across the map.
Yeah, that was also an Arcane Rune ulti by Puck, so he's going to have his ulti available quite soon again. But with ulti down, that means the Natsumi can just run up on this Puck, doesn't have to be too worried about getting coiled or anything. And he has the full Aghanim Scepter complete on PL. So his farm is going to ramp up, and if he wants to, he can join fights. Look at Execration, though. They're just going straight to Roche. You see, bottom tier 2 is gone. You know, we have already taken all the tier 1 towers. May as well just go towards a big objective. This is pretty ambitious, and it was immediately scouted by a scan. I guess they don't want to go and contest it, though. Nobody's reacting on the side of Boom. They're just saying, keep farming. Aegis, who cares?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aegis, who cares? But there's probably going to be an Aegis onto Bob, and we've already seen him have an exceptional comeback game here, 3-0 and 4.
Yeah, and
have a Eul Scepter completed too.
Exactly, I was gonna say, the timing of the Eul Scepter coming up now means that the Orchid hasn't punished his Puck yet, and with him having both Euls and Aegis in hand now, it's gonna be very hard to do anything about him. And Bob, when he's having a good game, this man can definitely take over, so pretty excited to see what he can do here.
I think, again, this was a very difficult position for Yopaj to be in. Like, he's 5-1, but I think this game in particular with his Orchid had to be the performance like we saw out of the Earth Spirit, where he was actually just from bottom to mid to top, back to mid, back to top. He was just everywhere across the map. As bottom lane, WS, there's going to be in a lot of danger. Once again, another defensive use to the arena. Boom are nearby. They're going to be able to jump and get an instant kill onto a Bang. Even Natsumi's here as well. This could actually look like a decent fight. Bob's going to start to pile his way throughout the river. It's a pretty good backstab from the Puck with a coil landing onto 3. That's going to give enough time for them to close the disc with the Ravaged. In combination with all the stun lock, Yopaj going to get some separation, but the Eul Scepter sets up for the meteor perfectly. And now Natsumi can do nothing. Dead in the water from Tino. Stops any doppelganger away. And this is just the start of the end here. That was
the reload as well. Yeah, coming back, he can't get away. So yeah, this is gonna be another pickoff coming off here as they get the Wisp as well, and the buyback on X-Nova earlier during the fight. So very, very costly, like you said.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know. That's kind of the fight where, like we said, this lineup is not going to scale. You're not going to be able to compete versus Execration. It's it's Natsumi against the world, and you lose a pivotal fight like that, a pivotal team fight where now off the back of the Aegis, you're going to get every single outer tower. Like, this is just looking doom and gloom at the moment for Boom in the second game.
Yeah, definitely. And it is a lot, they fixed the errors that we talked about after game 1. The draft, now the jump though. Aegis still on Puck. I don't know if they can kill anything.
Out onto the Storm Spirit as well. Bob might have the opportunity to be able to turn, but WS jumps to the back line and assassinates the mid laner. Storm's still in a lot of danger. The heal from Baboka is not going to be enough to keep him alive as WS finds a good spear, but there is no one there to follow up. And meanwhile, Bang, he's locked the PL into place, and now they're going to be able to turn to the supports as well. Baboka, tether in 4 seconds. I'll get the first, and the follow-up damage is going to be there shortly afterwards, as they're not even done, dude. Look at Bob hunting deep inside Boom's base.
He's doing whatever he wants right now, and yeah, they're going to go ahead and steal this Tormentor as well, get themselves the enemy shard onto their team, so getting even more advantage. 13k and building as they get the shard over on Puck. That's a great shard to get for free, dude. Yeah, it really comes back to me, for me, to the PL. The PL pick into Tide, he didn't do any damage at all in that fight. They went on the Tide, he just hit Anchor Smash, reducing 60% of all damage nearby. And yeah, we can see an initiation here. They tried to go on the Puck, and then damage is where? Like, PL is the one hero you're relying on in this game, and he's just not allowed to do anything. Even the overgrowth coming out from the tree, of course, keeping them in place.
Is there really a pick that would have made this game any differently? I heavily believe that. I think this Puck pick at the, I don't know if it's 18th anymore, but the Puck pick for Bob, again, it is his top 3 best heroes in an incredible Puck game. Like, as soon as you see that from him, I feel like I don't even care what the last hero is for Boom. Like, Execration just had a big advantage in the draft.
I think there are heroes they could have picked here that would do way better than Peel for sure. Not sure they would automatically win, but like I said, I would be more on board with the Sven. I wouldn't mind seeing Bloodseeker. Can't remember if he was banned in this game, but that would lane pretty well, and you would actually have some way to do damage later on as well with Maelstrom Shard build. Don't just get all the damage blocked by Anchor Smash. I don't know, there's a lot of issues in the draft overall, but I think the last pick just kind of solidified it, that this was definitely an advantage for Execration.
Kind of the nail in the coffin. So
yeah.
At the end of the day, I mean, Execration had to execute, and they've been doing that without a doubt. I mean, we saw game 1 was super clean and crisp for Boom. It's no different now in the second game for Execration. So it just need to be a bit of a closeout for them. They're going to double smoke as well. So they are well aware how ahead they are. They're just sweeping from bottom back to top. We're even going to see X-Nova and Yopaj on the opposite side of the map try and make a smoke play. I don't know where they're going to be going.
No, they're smoking to get across to... It's daytime, so they're smoking to get across to the other side of the jungle so Yopaj can keep farming. It's literally just that. That's the smoke gang. I mean, times are tough right now, dude. Tatsumi trying to fake. Successful.
Yeah, nicely done, but it's not with the big kind of AoE ultimates like that with the Ravage along with the coil.
It's like
2 quick and easy kills.
cute play peel, now die. You can't really get away from all this. Too many things. Even with the lasso going on, the illusion does not matter one bit. And TB on the high ground, waiting for his creeps to come in here. I mean, they have the BKB timing. Storm just finished BKB from all this jungling. TP's base. But with PL dead for 20, I think you got to give up a little bit of your base here on mid at least. Dangerous to zip in like that. Could get silenced or ulted or anything really.
Maybe we're looking for like a speed back to the effigy, to the T4 tower if they can reach it, because Dai's ultimates are on cooldown. Execration, they're not even going to give them that maybe that like 1 or 2% chance of a better fight with those ultimates down inside their own base. So they're going to back on off and play this one much more disciplined.
They got timings that they want to play towards. They're backing up right now because TB is working on his BKB. It's very close. The gem is coming out for the Treant Protector right now, and you know, just take advantage of all the scaling they have. Like Greaves is coming up on Tide this minute as well, so a lot of power spikes coming in for them.
Shanks is hunting. The Tide nearby again with the Ravage still on cooldown. Aggressive jump from Tino, but what has he really got to fear? They're going to be able to find the silencer before the global silence comes into play. Yopaj will still try and turn around off the back of the BKB. They want to try and get rid of the Batrider, who is the gem carrier. They'll be successful at doing so, but as soon as the coil is there, Natsumi, oh no, he dodged his own real.
What the hell, man?
I don't know, that's a rough position. I think he dies. It might have been a bit too late anyway, but...
yeah, I'm not sure. He's got to go down though. Whipping the Storm, run away, run Storm.
My friend.
Oh no.
No. Come back here though. Yeah, you're not getting away.
Oh,
Look at the courier.
that's tough. WS getting some courier takedown there, so no BKB for the Terrorblade. But you also don't have a team at this point.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Oh, you mentioned a dude in the bottom lane. What's going on here? Storm versus Park?
Oh,
Nice speed for
Park.
WS.
Gotta go down.
They're gonna get the kills above. Yopaj. Oh, he dies as well.
The damage from Dead in Water killed him. I forgot that even does damage, the 200 damage. I was like, wait, how did he go down? I think I've never seen someone die to the anchor before, but first time for everything.
The damage for that is just not bad, honestly.
Yeah, just a nice addition to everything else. Oh, the big question on my mind here, you know, the game is 18,000 gold lead. I think Boom are kind of drawing completely dead here. Dead in the Water is not incorrectly named here. So I want to say the big thing I'm looking forward to here is one more level on Tide, dude. I want to see if he takes the plus damage block on Kraken, because I have no idea how much he has right now, and there's no way to know until he skills it. The only way to know is if you count how many people died with your anchor smash on them throughout the game.
Is there ever a scenario where you, like, what are some of the scenarios you could run through that you feel like that talent actually might be something you're considering?
I think you do take that in general. Anchor smash affects buildings. It's all right. I mean, it's good for pushing, but the damage block in this game, it's just gonna make him completely unkillable. And he's been part of, what, 17 kills? Assume that at least, like, 80% of those he got anchor smash on the target by the time they died, so he's probably gonna get, you know, maybe plus 40 already, or maybe even more. I'm curious, man.
Yeah.
Give this man a level. I want to see how much he's gonna get.
I asked that question even before looking at the other 20 ton. I forgot there was that one.
Oh yeah, I mean, you kind of need to be a Deso Tide or something, which we don't really see much now. The one thing is, anchor smash affects buildings, does make it so a tower has no damage. The damage reduction on them.
Yep. Oh, this is the ages to end the game here. This time they'll give it over to Palos as their high ground sieger.
Yeah.
Was BKB. Dude, he's going to have Chrysalis as well once the core is...
Oh no, Abeng has found him. Look at him. He's setting up on the storm.
They're going to go for Yopaj instead. I'll start with the overgrowth. Instant response out of the BKB, but that puts it on cooldown for 80 seconds. They did, dude, if they even knew that his teleport was on cooldown, they may even be able to catch him, but they'll be able to TP out finally. Now X-Nova dead in the water.
No lasso needed.
Stops him with the buzzer.
Yeah. Poor man's lasso coming in there from Tidehunter. But now with BKB on cooldown, Aegis in hand, everything is... Palos? That doesn't work, man.
Oh my god.
I look over, like, where's the carry? Aren't we going? But he's busy killing himself on the Tormentor. Don't do it, man.
You walk of shames back to base when you try the Tormentor and now you got to go back and...
That's so true, dude. That is actually... I mean, I've seen that walk of shame a lot of times.
Maybe now he's got BKB and Chrysalis, some extra items. I mean, even Bang could potentially come over and give him a living armor or something like that.
I've been there too as Palos there, you know, you got like 44 armor on Terrorblade. You're like, surely I can take the Tormentor on my own, right? I got so much armor, but if you don't have a friend nearby, if you don't have damage reduction or armor reduction on the Tormentor, it really slaps, man. It hurts. Gonna be
Shard now.
Okay, Shard for Batrider, not the most crucial one, but it's, you know, just something extra. It hardly does anything, but he does have drums, so he can auto-attack a little bit.
Well, I want to... Alright, they just sundered him. I want to sing some praises for Shanks as well, because Baboka last game got the MVP. He's having another very solid performance. His Batrider 4, 7, 2, and 12. Would love to check how many stacks he made at the end of the game too, because I know he made...
Yeah,
I'd say like 8+ stacks, so it was...
Oh.
He's had a really good showing as well here in the Batrider.
Wait, it took it... How much is he getting? I can't even see it.
Oh.
Can you see how much block the Tide is getting?
Increased by 32, the
Okay.
8 stacks.
Okay. So it's currently worse than it previously was, because it used to be a plus 40 on level 20. But no, I completely concur. The performance by his bat has been great, and he grabs another.
Dude, that is probably the best target to get to start the fight. The silencer, quick and easy kill. Get rid of the global silence. Now look for the buildings. Another great opener for Shanks.
Great start, and they're gonna just back and reset here and go towards top, it looks like.
Oh, they're not backing off though. It's Boom that's trying to prevent them from getting outside the base, but Execration shrug it off. Yopaj back in for some reactions, but no one will even pump at that.
He's zipping back and forth, but he's not really doing any damage or threatening anything. The Aegis Butterfly BKB Terrorblade doesn't even flinch to these jumps. Palos moving towards top. He doesn't have meta anymore. 13 stacks, man.
13 stacks, man. What the hell?
That is good.
That's crazy.
That's a good amount of stacks compared to his opponents who don't even have that many with their entire team.
So, look, let's see how important this is going to be, but you brought up the Hex potential for WS. We might see it now. But Puck's just able to clear the wave and get out.
Yeah, the Hex jump. He has to disable for the Puck. Ooh.
Might see him.
Oh, he's too fast with the haste, dude.
Oh, he's gonna haste! No! Oh, Bobby even tips him, dude. It's like, yeah, great Hex reveal. What do you do now? You're taking a fight into our domain where we're set up and ready to go. Where WS has got another blink in a couple of seconds. They're starting to trail Tino and Palos.
Still no meta.
And Tino is untouchable.
Dude, they could still have caught the Puck is the sad part, because Yopaj got the grab on him. So if Mars just committed, kept running forward, he could still have gotten a spear there, and that would have been killed most likely on the Puck. But they disengaged, and yeah, just unfortunate Hex reveal. Now with 25,000 gold lead, with meta coming up back off cooldown soon, they're just waiting a little bit before cracking this high ground. They're gonna take their time to take the enemy Tormentor again. Execration just, you know, taking this one slow and steady as they're one game away from being eliminated from the chance at playing a TI. You can understand that they want to do this one clean and smooth.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
TB is pushing. Has no mana now, but he does have the Aegis soon.
Summed an illusion, so back to full. Appeal illusions are doing a decent chunk of damage, but it's just one barrack standing between Megas. Are they gonna go?
10 seconds on the Aegis. They want to stay on him, try and prevent the region.
Oh, nice coil. Really good coil, Bob. There we go. They're gonna be able to get out of the base. Yopaj, but the timing is get in.
Wow.
All right. Can they get more though? Over to the tree protected. Tino's stuck inside the arena walls as well. And well, now he might be killable with
It's a disaster, man.
and all the boom surrounding him.
Hey, he's
Somehow
pretty tanky.
time the ages perfectly, and they'll still be able to get the odd kill on Tino. Like you said, he's pretty tanky. They'll chase him down in the end, dude. That took so long. But this is it.
Yeah, they got megas.
Down, like, buy Deso, buy something. You're not probably going to get another opportunity like that.
No, they buy the heart on PL, so he's gonna have some sort of ability as well. TB is coming back soon. As much as I want them to just run it down mid, they only took one tower this far in the game, so there's glyph available for Dire, and then they have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 glyphs to go through, basically. It's gonna be a lot. So they're just gonna try and farm and stabilize the map a little bit, get the time to work on items, freeze up a little bit. That was a fantastic hold, though. That was really, really clutch.
Oh, my man. Alright, he's like, oh, nice reaction out of the Orchid on Yopaj. Gotta be cautious because the coil is back up. Poor X-Nova. It's down, quick and easy kill for Palos. They will not be able to get the Storm Spirit though.
Yopaj with the quick, I don't know him, and TP out.
Yeah, it's not a support I'm looking to try and die for.
No, not really. He has to stay alive on this storm here. He has the buyback available as well, so they can work pretty hard to defend their base. Their base is the small, you know, slim fit version base. Not any accessory barracks or anything like that needed. It's easier to defend when it's this slim.
That is true. That is true. I mean,
and farm is coming your way automatically. See, you gotta huff the copium now for Natsumi here in the squad.
Right. Okay.
Only upsides, really.
For boom. Ooh. Nice banter. Long zip in Yopaj. Oh, man, Bob. A bit slow on the fingers there. Might actually give them an opportunity to try and jump Shanks. Forces a BKB with a raining mana. Yopaj just able to get that zip away as well before the tide threatens with the Ravage or dead in the water.
Yeah, Puck having the Octarine core as well, by the way, can be very aggressive with how he uses the coils to slam them down. Doesn't have level 25 talent or anything yet, though, as we're still quite a way away from that. But if he gets to the point of having the coil talent, I think Storm just doesn't have a game anymore. You get locked down. The only thing that can save you is the Wisp at that point.
I think there's a very cool item decision from X-Nova going down the Vlads. I like... It's a cost-effective item that where PL really likes long drawn-out fights, and you know you might just be trying to buy a quick item for your last fight. So going Vlad's, I feel like, you know, it maybe increases by like 1% chance, and sometimes that is all you need when you are this far behind.
I think it's a cool decision in this game. I don't think that there's another item that would be bigger impact for him necessarily. Like, he could go, what, 4-staff? What are you going to do with the 4-staff? Someone get lassoed, you can't 4-staff them anyway. You're stuck in coil, you can try and 4-staff that, I guess, but in general, it doesn't look that appealing. And even if you want to go for something like an Aeon Disc here, he probably just dies anyway.
WS is very close to completing a refresher. I'm quite surprised at, honestly, how much farm he's actually been able to pick up. The fact that he's pretty much the same net worth as the Tide Hunter is kind of crazy.
Yeah, he's done a good job, and those are the exact 4 items that I said that I want to see from him on Mars in this game. It's too bad that he doesn't have much of a base remaining once he's gonna get there. But yeah, the double hex, double ulti. You can even do some cool stuff with the arena plays. You can you know, do some tricky stuff where you put 2 arenas at the same time, DPSing a guy to burst them. So TB could die really fast. We'll see how experienced he is with it. It does take a lot of practice, and he's only silver tier. If I'm going by tier here, you know, I'm not sure if he has nerded that combo as much as some people have.
Oh, Roche is back up though. It's going to be the 3rd Roche of the game, so Refresher Shard will be given over as well to Execration.
Yeah, gonna be giving them a little bit of extra control. Is it gonna be Refresher on Tide here? Looks like the best one, yeah. Refresher for Tide, Cheese number 2 on Puck. Oh, they're stacking the Cheese? That's illegal. I guess he has cooldown reduction though. He has the Octarine and Spell Prism, so the cooldown on Cheese normally 40, down to 26.4. Not too long, I guess.
Lastly, Ages on the Palos as well once again, so So what happened last time, but of course that fight for Boom was when the Aegis was expiring. This time you now have just under 5 minutes to be able to make something work on Execration. One fight is all they need. What's the buyback status at the moment here for Boom? No buyback on Silencer nor the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, pretty painful not having the Storm buyback. The rest, though, outside of the Silencer are also very close, so he might get it in the fight. But Storm is really the most important one to have the buyback on. He did finish up the Bloodthorn, so chose to itemize a little bit more.
All right, Natsumi, your time to shine. See what you can really do with this BL.
He's burning the mana of the TB.
Oh, Yopaj, an aggressive jump. It's a pretty good spear as well into the puck. They're going to have the damage to blow him up, though, Bob. Activates the cheese, and now the initiation has been shrugged off, and that opens an opportunity for Tino to jump in with a Ravage. Secondary Ravage soon to fly out as well, as they've got the Phantom Lancer leashed together with the damage from Palace. That'll secure the kill. No buyback for Natsumi to work with, and now they've got the yours on Yopaj. Finally, the G's are going to be dropped as this has been a very interesting series. Boom in game one was super clean and methodical. Execration showcase, well, they can have the same results as well with a very dominant second game. So I'm hoping, Waga, this means we have a much more even final game of this series.
I really hope so. And I think so far, this speaks to how even these two teams are. Like, I think the smallest difference in draft here, now I think it was a pretty big difference in this game, but even the smallest difference in draft is very important to talk about for these teams. And again, it comes back to that mid laner as well, right? Bob having a game made a big difference for him. This game, both mid laners were pretty happy, but the difference was to game one where Bob couldn't do anything at all. And ultimately, this draft from Boom just looked tough to play into what we saw on the side of Execration here.
I don't even know who is deserving of the MVP for Execration. I kind of want to give it to Tino, I'm not going to lie, but it's hard to look past Shanks too when we gave it to Baboka and Shanks had a better KDA.
Yeah, Shanks definitely did shine a lot here. I think Tino, you know, what he did was super high impact, but a lot of it also comes back to just the hero that he was. Like, he played it perfectly, but it's also very simplistic, whereas Shanks, he had so many options to what he could have done this game, where he could have moved and what he could look towards, make rotations towards. So I think Shanks stood out more to me as an MVP just for the moves that he made. Another stellar performance from a Batrider player here.
This is, at least for us, you're putting attention on the Earthshaker in this series in particular, saying that, you know, both Yopaj and Bob have looked very, very good on the Earthshaker. We haven't seen it slip through just yet. Both games it's been banned out, but maybe now we need to be looking towards his Batrider hero, because we saw Boom first phase it in game one. Execration mirrored that in the second game and was able to rival the performance from Baboka. And this was a bit of a different strategy, like you said. I mean, this is, you have an opportunity to maybe go for something different on Boom with this, you know, Silencer, which they haven't run so far in the qualifiers, the Io, which they haven't run as well. But unfortunately for them, they got penalized very heavily in the draft. At the end of the day, Execration had to execute, and they did that perfectly, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. No, I think Execration, they came in very well prepared here in game two, and nice to see them bounce back and not just drop out immediately here. So instead, we're down to a best of one, and I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure what to expect. I think you're right, the Batrider should rise in priority for the next game. I think he should be deserving of a first phase ban here for whichever team doesn't have first phase pick, honestly. Definitely over something like Caudle, in my opinion. I think the hero is more impactful. But we'll see exactly what they're going to prioritize, as we, you know, had a pretty impressive game one and game two from both teams here. And of course, Shanks on his Batrider was just looking menacing. I mean, 10, 2, and 16 is a super impressive KDA. He only missed 4 kills, by the way. His kill participation was outstanding.
And like we also highlighted towards the end of that game, the amount of stacks he made. He got 14 stacks. And I mean, Palace made 5 for himself. Bang made 5. The highest on Boom was 4 on Baboka. So the fact that Shanks heavily enabled Tino to fall back and farm up the jungle, but also then, you know, made his own stacks to be able to get those really key items for him to be a pivotal role in their success. So They haven't been very like flashy competitive games, but the team who has been coming out on top has done it in a very convincing way and very methodically as well. So yeah, I'm just hoping for the decided match and how even it is between these two teams when they are at their best. Hopefully we get to see that in the final game as well. I mean, potentially loser goes home, winner plays later tonight versus Geek Fam in our last series. So is it going to be the boys on Boom or is it going to be the boys on Execration? It all starts with the draft. They need a winning 5-man. We're going to have to find out who has that better lineup. First, a break. We'll see you guys shortly.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Dire's middle
Well, it's only fitting we get a deciding game 3 in our lower bracket series here to close this one out. Boom up against Execration. We've seen Boom have a dominant game 1 performance. We've seen Execration being able to showcase that they can have the same thing as well in game 2. So, Michael, we mentioned a little bit about the Batrider probably being something with a very high priority rate heading into this next game. Do you feel like maybe there's some other things that that hasn't been looked at so far, or do we feel like it's probably the heroes we've seen in the bans and the picks is probably what we're going to get now?
I think we're probably going to see similar stuff. They didn't change things up too much between the games. We saw the same first 4 bans coming out 2 games in a row from Boom. They didn't change anything. We saw the first same 3 bans coming out 2 games in a row from Execration as well. They didn't change anything there. So we'll see if either of them feel like prioritizing the Batrider to throw that in there, maybe push one of those 7 heroes out of the first phase bans, because I honestly feel like Bat has made a big impact in both these games, and maybe you need to adapt it a little bit if you don't have that first phase pick. Overall, though, I hope that we get a game that's going to be a little bit more even and competitive here, as both games were very impressive by either team, but it was also pretty one-sided in both of them. I mean, that was just an outdraft, I would say, in the final game that we saw just there, where they also executed really well on it, but gotta see if Boom can get themselves hands on a little bit better of a, not just mid matchup, but also carry matchup and the priority towards those core positions.
Yep, that's the main thing, and we're going to be able to see that be the case here with our third draft getting underway. So, Execration this time, we're going to be on the Radiant side playing with second pick. We got Boom on Dive's side playing with first pick. So, we will see once again. I don't remember if first pick has 4 bans.
First pick is 4 bans, and Boom were first pick. Wait, it's first pick for First pick is 4 bans, right? Yeah.
No, it's 3.
Was it 3 for the first?
10
Yeah.
seconds
Oh, I see.
remaining.
It's so confusing, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's recent change and getting used to all of it. The fact that it's unsymmetrical makes it a little bit harder to immediately learn, I feel, than the previous, where it was always like, oh, you have 2 bans, and so on. Now it's different. Got to get used to it a bit.
Oh, Night Stalker ban. Okay, so this is what's going to happen so far through
10 seconds
all of game 1 and game 2. It's been Boom that we're playing with
5 seconds
second
remaining.
pick, because they had 4 bans. So this is this is a little bit different now with the Night Stalker getting removed.
Yeah, mixing it up, and that could tell a story about what they want to play, because Night Stalker generally very good at catching those elusive heroes and also getting on top of heroes that don't want to get silenced and locked down. So curious to see them ban it this early, as I feel very few teams have played Night Stalker this far, and usually when we see it, it's been a late pickup. So this is really a curveball in the draft, in my opinion.
So something's going to get let through. It's going to be Gyro, Timber, Coddle, or Venge. We again, Night Stalker and then Batrider, the 2 differences. That's why there's even though we have 2 bans still yet to see. So at least those 4 heroes is what has been constantly banned out. So we'll see again what needs to be changed.
Yeah, we see them changing it up a little bit. Even Naga Siren coming out here being banned out by Execration as well. Interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
Definitely going to mix it up a bit here for the first phase. More options on the table then for what you want to get in this first phase pick. But I think, these teams after game 1 are probably pretty reluctant to take the Earth Spirit as a first pick. Like, I know it's a hero that both Yopash and Bob like, but are we really going to see them open that after what we saw happen in game 1 as well?
There's the tree. So Execration, what's our response going to be? We've seen Venges now uncontested. Again, the Coddle as well. So
10 seconds remaining.
if there could be something completely different that they even want to go down here with the first phase.
5
Yeah,
seconds.
I like the idea of Razor as well, like one hero that doesn't get enough priority here, I think. It was banned out in the first series, but second series was completely ignored, and I think it's still a very, very strong lane dominator hero, and we've seen 2 games now where one team gets a little bit ahead in the laning stage and then snowballs a lot from there. So getting a nice strong laner that can pair up against many things could be nice for them.
I think Primal Beast is another hero that could be considered for Execration. I think Primal Beast and Batrider have always been like nice early responses to the Treant Protector, and I've at least seen that hero banned out a lot in the first phase. And I think you brought it up even in game one, like Execration have the potential to flex it. Tino has a good dino, but we'll get the Clockwork instead.
Yeah, completely agree that it could have been a nice one, but they get the clock, so they get some ability to find a tree and catch him as well. And clock kind of signaling that you may expect perhaps a pos 3 that is ranged, you know, to pair up with the Clockwork. We could see that Visage from Tino again. Visage Clockwork, super strong combination of two heroes. So maybe that should be on Boom's mind to perhaps ban out, perhaps get ready for it.
Esports turn to ban.
Darkseid ban, so potentially. I mean, this is always the back and forth, right? You know, Darkseid maybe enable something like a Terrorblade. Both people would be considering now because you have the potential melee 5. But then also that means we could see a Drow Ranger coming out later in the draft as well. So
5 seconds.
there's a lot more that's continuing to get enabled here.
Yeah, I think it's smart to get rid of the Darkseid Clockwork combo at least. Pretty nasty to play against. And Boom are going to ban out the Silencer, which does set up a little bit. They played Dawnbreaker into Silencer before, and it didn't work out too well for him. It felt pretty bad for WS, and WS really likes his Dawnbreaker. So this, you know, sets him up in a way. And also Yopaj plus a lot of these Spirit heroes on mid also enjoys playing, you know, over on those Playmake heroes like Queen and Puck. So Silencer could be an annoying hero for a lot of these core heroes.
So that would be a pretty strong start to the draft in regard to lanes. Treant Protector, very good support. Then a Dawnbreaker off lane, very strong lane. Very strong lane, I should say. Probably top 3, top 5 off laning heroes at the moment, I think, that just never lose their lane, it feels like.
Yeah, I would like to see like Avenge Dawnbreaker off lane even, and then throw the Treant safe lane, put it together with, you know, some carry that suits the matchup for what you see Execration pick up. Something like that could build to really strong side lanes. And we'll see what Execration are going to do here, knowing that there's a Treant already. They got the clock, which isn't a bad matchup as well, you know, being able to battery him, but he's not likely, you know, he doesn't have to be the one to lane against him. They could throw him towards the safe lane, but they go with the combo that I mentioned, the Visage and Clockwork. It's a 1-2 combo, very easy to kill anyone for these two heroes, and you get tons of fight potential for the bounty runes at level 1 as well. So early smoke already looking strong for Execration.
10 seconds remaining.
Are there already some carry heroes you feel like Natsumi is starting to consider when he sees his lane matchup?
I mean, we could see him go towards. I mean, Terrorblade looks pretty damn good. I think that could be one of the nicer ones. Other than that, maybe go Faceless Void, but we're gonna see them first prioritize some other heroes, get the Dark Willow in there, and of course WS on the Dawnbreaker. Also like Dawnbreaker against Visage, because once Visage gets the Aghanims and looks for pickoffs, the Dawnbreaker can save people. And you even have the tree for giving armor. So they have some global safety nets on Boom now.
And you would say Boom's teamfight is vastly superior. Like, sure, Visage maybe with some auras can help offset that currently, but Boom's 5v5 is looking very scary with their first 3 heroes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they got the big circle spells, right? They got the Terrorize, the Treant ulti, and the Solar Guardian. There's some crazy stuff going in. So Execration, maybe we'll see him start picking to play more the split push game and split up the map a bit. They're going to go with Faceless Void for themselves here. A hero that generally lanes well against Dawnbreaker. Time Walk is pretty damn good. Also, Time Dilation is nasty for Willow because Willow has an extra spell, so getting slowed more. And also, Time Dilation against Shadow Realm is really brutal.
5 seconds.
But as the game goes on, I mean, I guess Chrono is going to fix some of your team fight issues. You will need damage now inside it.
Yeah, they need something. Oh, interesting. So putting the AA, this is going to be then the safe lane combination, Faceless Void and AA. I mean, that's a great thing. You were calling for damage into Chrono, AA ulti. It's a classic. Also counters out what you're playing against here. Treant Dawnbreaker, a lot of heal mechanics. Now the AA takes away the possibility for you to heal. You can suddenly burst people. And Clockwork, another setup for the AA ulti is that cogs. It's not just the Chronosphere that you rely heavily on here, but you can make plays around that as well.
To be, well, again, something we brought up earlier on, but also one of the few healing mechanics that actually goes through Ice Blast with the Sunder.
Yep.
You are still going to be able to get all that health back, which feels pretty nice, and very strong lane. So of course you've got to be cautious about your level 1 against the Visage and Clockwork, but as the lane goes on, there is a lot of kill potential onto the Visage. So I imagine Natsumi is going to have a pretty decent time.
He should have a pretty good time overall, because they don't have the best way to deal damage and trigger up the soul assumptions to come out and nuke down Terrorblade. But I wouldn't mind seeing Execration do like one of those sneaky moves, keep 3 heroes around and then go back through the portal or TP to your lane with the AA Visage Clockwork and attempt to do some damage or even kill the Terrorblade early on. Could be really neat for them here.
So we're looking at a classic like mid TB counters. Bob doesn't play the Tinker that I know of, but like, could we be looking at a Zeus, extra damage inside the Chrono? With that being said, then it would put a lot of pressure onto the Clockwork and the Void to land a lot of good Chronos inside the fights.
I wouldn't mind seeing either of those heroes. Both are great, but I also could totally just see something like Lina here. She looks amazing. Spellcaster Lina into that draft looks absolutely insane. And it is quite strong now. The shard has been buffed a lot, and she even got some basic buffs in 734 with the ulti, now overloading you to 10 charges on Fiery Soul, which plays into the shard, so you get 200 damage per ability you cast. And Dragon Slave even was made stronger. Just base was given some burn damage. So that's a hero that I think is being a little bit underestimated. And when you have Clockwork, Faceless Void in your team, you don't have to pick a mid that's a frontliner so much.
Esports.
They do get the counter pick though, so Puck coming out from Boom made a turret a little bit, as Puck is pretty good against Lina, can dodge the Dragon Slave very easily.
I hope... I was going to say Bob really likes his TA, but I feel like TA Void is no-go. I want some...
It's playable, but it's a bit slow, yeah. I mean, usually I like playmakers mid. There are some non-playmakers that do look good here, like, you know, TA being one of them. I also think that you could, with a Chrono in your team, Clockwork in your team, you could play Sniper into this and destroy the Puck in lane. Sniper destroys that lane. But it's so risky. It's so extremely risky because it doesn't play tempo. And if you don't take over the game, maybe your opponents will just non-stop gank you. So they're going to go with Tiny, and that's a very nice one. It was used a lot as a counter to Puck. I talked a lot to Stormstormer about this matchup, actually. He is playing on Entity over in the Western European qualifiers, and talked about how he practiced Storm against Tiny, or Tiny against Puck so much, and he played Puck so many times. He said he actually is confident with the Puck matchup now. And there's a lot of details around this, but essentially the tree grab is very, very strong for Tiny on the first creep wave, and Puck has to be disciplined to not use his Q for anything other than the range creep. If he uses Q for securing any of the melee creeps, then all the range creep denies, they add up, and Tiny wins the lane.
How do you feel about this Tiny pick? Because I feel like it was probably one of the better picks they could have gone for, with damage inside Chrono, with good matchup versus Puck and damage and like burst potential versus Terrorblade and Willow, and your scaling's pretty decent as well. And I think they needed an initiator, so I actually really like the Tiny pick. Do you agree?
I love it here. I think it's great. I think it fits very well. It does what they need, and at the same time, it's pretty similar in playstyle to a lot of the heroes that we see Bob really shining on. That ES and the other ES that he also plays, the two Earth heroes. He's really, you know, popping off on Tiny. Not too different. I think it gives them a lot of disable here as well, which can be great when you're playing against the Puck. Their lineup was a little bit low on disables. You only had Clockwork, the Chrono, and then the Birds. That's not really enough. And the AAQ, do you even count it as a disable on its own? So getting this instant jump now, he can blink in, start something, and then they can follow up. Looks pretty nice. At the same time, though, I think Boom didn't necessarily come out losing in this draft. I like what they have going for them. The A ulti could be problematic for them, but at least their carry, the Terrorblade, can circumvent that, like you said, because you don't really heal, you just increase your HP. It's not healing.
Well, we'll have to see how this matchup goes in particular, because the Terrorblade Faceless Void one is definitely an interesting one, where I think TB is a little bit more favored with how active you're able to be in the first 25 minutes and how much more farm you can get over the Faceless Void with your illusions and being able to join with fights with meta and taking objectives. But late game Faceless Void versus the Terrorblade can be very devastating with like Chrono plus double Chrono, so I think that's enough to get Boom over the finish line. I thought their early game in their first 25 minutes, they'd be able to build too great of a lead where Execration would have some difficulties with. But honestly, this tiny pick makes me a little bit more hesitant now to go with that, because that's his like time to shine as well. So I at least think we're not going to get, I pray we're not going to, and I think we're not going to get a repeat of game 1 and game 2 where one side just absolutely steamroll this.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I don't even think, that it's very likely. And I like seeing here in the start of the game, this is the third game, the deciding game. One of these teams gonna advance and keep fighting for a chance to play a TI. The other team will go down one of these two big names. And at the start of the game, both teams just throwing out a bunch of good luck, have funs to each other and tipping each other. So obviously you can see that, they know this is a tough spot for both teams. And I think none of them wanted to be the ones to eliminate each other here before going all the way to finals at least. But they're gonna have to battle it out as they find themselves in the lower bracket here.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting mechanics to look at this game, and just interesting matchups as a whole. As we have a bit of a fight firstly for the bounties. It's where that Soul Assumption's able to come into play, like you said, with the level 1 fights. They're going to continue trying to chase down.
They hurt, man.
Jesus, they hurt indeed. Shanks secures first blood and Execration off to a good start.
That's the thing, you throw one Soul Assumption, it lands on a hero, so it starts building up new Soul Assumption charges because he now took damage. And then Shanks, you could see he just continuously ran down the Terrorblade there. He even had one more Blood Grenade as well they didn't need to use on side of Clockwork, so playing the game well so far, getting a good start, getting that kill on Terrorblade, and this is worrisome, man, because if Visage is off to a good start in this lane, it could become disaster for the TB.
Yes. And because they have multiple people to play with a Visage this game, right? And we're expecting Tiny to have a really good time versus the Puck. It's not like that game 1 where it was, Bob just crumbled with the Ember versus the Earth Spirit. And because you needed that playmaking mid to be able to combine with the Visage. This game, you will have a mid laner to do that. You're also going to have a Clockwork as well early on to be able to do that too. So this is good signs already for Execration.
Also like the way Tino is doing this. He immediately sent out more Mangoes to the lane after getting a first blood. So he got himself the magic wand and the Iron Branch as a starting build, but gets more regen, just Mangoes, Tangos, and keeps spamming these Ws whenever he is on full Soul Assumption stacks. Just laying in the damage to TB, and it's gonna make the lane pretty tough for him. Meanwhile, can't really neglect the other lanes entirely so far. Mid lane, a little bit of damage onto Yopash here by Bob. 7-1 on the Tiny.
Is there any different items that the Puck needs to consider when you're playing into this Tiny matchup, just because the burst is able to provide?
You don't really change too much. You might go for the upgrade for the power treads if you otherwise wouldn't prefer to, but I mean that's usually what we see anyway. But you just gotta be a little bit more careful to be on strength treads sometimes when you don't see the Tiny.
Okay. Lastly, our bottom matchup. You brought up in the draft that you feel like time dilation is a really difficult thing for the Dark Willow to play into, and the Dawnbreaker as well in particular. To also Palos can kind of jump away whenever the Starbreaker is up. So are we expecting Palos just to be able to free farm down here?
Should be a pretty free lane. Like I said, the Void into Dawnbreaker is pretty damn nice, and a bit of a wasted Blood Grenade there from Baboka, throwing it onto the AA out of kind of desperation. Didn't really do anything.
I guess that is one thing though, like Abeng's positioning down bottom has to be pretty on point. Like you don't have too much kill threat onto Palos, but onto the ancient apparition, without a doubt, Bang can die with ease out of the combo out of Boom. So we do see they're going to do a really good job of being able to push the wave as soon as the Lotus timing is up. So Baboka gets that. I believe, meanwhile, top lane...
a Bang in trouble. He gets caught.
All right.
Got too close.
Bottom, where we're able to get another kill. Back to mid, Bob. Won't be able to get up to Yopaj, though. It was a nice attempt with the toss under the tower, but...
He just got caught with the Dawnbreaker. Level 2 Celestial Hammer charging onto him.
Nice cogs from Shanks, actually going to get some separation. So Tino's off to the left side. They might be able to turn back onto X-Nova. Soul Assumption coming out. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough damage here. X-Nova will be able to scurry back to the tower.
Shank's still holding on to that healing Lotus as well on the side of Clockwork, so has a little bit of juke potential. He's just being annoying. Does have to use the healing Lotus there. Get a little bit risky.
We have that fight for the water, and once again, looks like Yopaj is going to be able to pick up one, Baboka gets the other. So this matchup is no different like what we've seen so far throughout the entire series. Both these mid laners will very heavily rely on these water runes and power runes.
Yeah, and he's gonna go for the bounty rune on Tiny. The puck was orbing towards it, but since he has creeps under mid, he can't really go and take it. So Bob does get his bottle refill at least from that. Not gonna be too parched.
I think it was his glyph on his behalf to be able to stop Yopaj from actually killing the creeps and then jaunting over. So a nice little use of the early glyph from the Tiny. And I like this decision as well. I'm a very big fan of treads first on the Tiny instead of phase, and just farming until you get blink and then rotating. I had the opportunity to be able to cover Eastern Europe in 2 or 3, and being able to watch GPK, who I'd say is probably top 3 Tiny in the world, and he would just go treads, play his own game, and then get blink at like 11 minutes, and then he'd start to rotate. He never would unless he got that treads blink.
Yeah, speaking of rotations though, we see Top now coming in with the W Ice Vortex, amping up the damage.
Jesus, that's a lot. Natsumi, though. Early Bracer in the 1. That's a lot of stats for the Terrorblade, but it's not enough health to be able to keep him alive. They'll be able to get a return kill onto Shanks, but it does still mean that Tino is freely being able to spellcast, so Baboka's also going to take a spill. They're not even done just yet. Tino's got another round thanks to the 1 charger, so Mena is ready to go. X-Nova's going to try and duck into the trees. Looks like he's got enough health to potentially survive through only 1 point of the Soul Assumption, but man, Tino's off to a flying start.
Yeah, great start for him, and I like the combination of coming in with the AA as well for the 19% increased magic damage, with the Soul Assumption being such a massive spell as well. So locking them into the cogs, it was really the trio of heroes. Oh, mid puck. He's dead.
Whoa.
Nice use of the cogs there after a phase shift. No way to really get out of it there. Just got a little bit too close.
Uh-oh. And haste now.
This usually means that 1 hero is dead. No, when Tiny gets a haste turn at minute 6, that usually means he gets at least 1 kill with that. We won't see him go immediately as he has a lot of creeps to clear. Going back to Tiny a little bit though, as you mentioned, and speaking especially about the GPK and European Tinies, I completely agree with the power treads, and in Europe it's even common to see a lot of gloves before boots for Tiny mid, and just focus on CSing for the lane. So attack speed really being prioritized a bit there, and I completely agree with that play style, because you don't hinge so much on the rotations working, while still being able to rotate once you get the blink.
Because that bottom lane, this would be a huge kill into Palace, but Time Walks.
Oh my god.
US gets the slam at the perfect timing, but here comes that haste rotation. Like you said, it's always pretty much a guaranteed kill into
He's gonna get out.
WS TP's out. No guaranteed kill this time for Bob with the haste. He's gonna have to scurry back to mid.
That was perfect. Immediate TP out as well, recognizing the full combo was used. AA can't combo me or can't stun me here as well. So just getting out, perfect play by Boom, and the timing on that. Faceless Void had Time Walk ready, but couldn't get it. Like he was still getting locked up right as the Time Walk came off cooldown.
Now WS picks up the Wisdom Room, so he's got Solar Guardian to potentially work with. Of course, Radiant did get their own as well. It was Shanks who was able to find it on the Clockwork, but we'll be able to see that Boom can react now globally thanks to the Dawnbreaker's ultimate, and they might need it mid lane for this attempt onto Yopaj.
Yeah, I think comboing the puck is going to be the play here. If they go in, they could turn this. No TPs though.
They want to try and attempt it. They have the power rune up shortly, which is going to be vital. They're going to use the core to the Solar Guardian instead. He's able to get out of range, but has to break it, and nonetheless, that's still a kill regardless of the Solar Guardian not getting that slam down effect. So boom. A big kill onto the Tiny, which will slow down the treads along with the Blink Dagger timing, and Yopaj is actually accumulating a bit of a net worth lead over Bob.
Yeah, they needed that. They needed to get something going there. Getting a kill immediately out of these ultis feels really good. I mean, they had some nice plays bottom, so it doesn't even cost Dawnbreaker that much to leave her lane for a little bit, since she's doing really well against the Void so far. Double Bracer, Soul Ring, and Face Boots. He already has so many items on the Dawn, so this lane is tough for Void to stick around in.
Very nice TP out from the Terrorblade top lane. Great read from Natsumi. I mean, Shanks was moving over, Bob even TP'd in. This was something we were really hoping out of Execration in game 1 to be able to play with the Visage. So we see he has that Solar Crest timing. Unfortunately, they won't be able to convert off the back of those movements.
Yeah, but forcing out the TP, he did TP to the tier 2, so immediately back to farming, but that means your tower is currently falling. They're bringing Faceless Void to top. Oh, he changes his mind.
X-Nova's going to get run into. It's just Shanks, though. I think X-Nova should be fine. No +1. I mean, Tiny's starting to connect.
He's around, but he doesn't have Blink yet, so he needs to get a very good angle here. They did just see him, though. He might get him.
Oh, nice use of the Rocket Flare. That's a much-needed kill for Bob as well, considering he was able to get that previous one onto Yopaj mid, but ever since then, things weren't really going the Tiny's way, so he's going to get a nice injection of gold.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, good rotation, and then back towards mid, it looks like for him. 10 seconds until the power rune is coming up here. We'll see if more players are coming. I think Abeng is ready to check bottom rune, but not going to be there in time as Puck is already on it. He gets himself an Arcane rune on Puck.
Radiant's middle tower.
And the tower situation is evened out as bottom, Faces Void can't really stand against this Dawnbreaker having such a good start, so she's taking out the tower and now starting to push. She's building towards that Blade Mail that's ever so popular right now.
We haven't spoken too much about the supports this game, regards to the levels. We've got Ice Blast at the go for a bang. Both supports on Boom are only level 5 currently, so that's going to be pretty big. We might see Baboka maybe off the back of this kill could help get himself towards the Terrorize and Bedlam. He's going to look to combine with Yopaj, and they will swing over towards the triangle.
Not gonna find it though, as they run away with Visage standing very, very safe here. Gonna be too deep, I think, to dive him. They still wanna go?
No.
They cannot.
Now bottom lane, they're onto WS. So their own movement from Execration. This time they're going to be rewarded. They have to use the Chrono, unfortunately, but it's a kill for Pelos, which gets him closer. This entire creep wave should be the Midas.
Yeah, he popped that Chrono because he saw him basically like a big money bag there for his Midas to get sped up a little bit. Meanwhile, top though, Coil going down here, and Clockwork, just a support kill, but still, you'll take it. Game is starting off in a pretty explosive way with a lot of rotations towards these side lanes now.
I say, Wiger, at least it doesn't look like we're going to get a one-sided affair. At the moment, only 1,000 net worth lead. I mean, Dire Claws are having a very good time. 1, 2, 3 in the net worth, but it does look like we should have an even game 3.
Yeah, looks like both teams are fighting, at least for control a lot. The big question for me is going to be how much they can enable and make happen around the Visage, something that I was, critical of in the previous games that they played here. And I think as long as they manage to get some use out of him whenever Chrono is on cooldown, play around him instead, then they should be pretty fine here on Execration. The goal difference is really whatever at this point.
Are you wanting the Visage to rotate to mid potentially with the drums, or even with this item he just continues to play around top?
I think with drums, I would like to see him just group up, and I don't think they can go for tier 2 top. So yeah, opening up mid, it's difficult to do when you don't have a meme hammer tied, just going there and standing there. But if you bring your entire team, apart from the Voids, just 4-man Dota with drums and Solar Crest, I think it's pretty hard to fight into for the side of Boom. Right now, though, the Treant Living Armor is doing a good job just keeping the mid tower full and healthy.
So we're just watching a Bang and Bob farm some juicy stacks inside the bottom jungle, so that's going to get him much closer towards the blink.
Yeah.
His Create Wave as well is going to help out too. So it's not the worst timing. Again, I've seen some like 11-minute treads blink dagger timings out of the Tiny, so it's nothing too bad from Bob, but really the important thing is going to be, can he get the kills off the back of those first rotations? Because that really makes or break his potential to scale this game. If he doesn't get kills, then he's going to have a difficult time. If he is able to convert on those kills, then they could have a tiny issue on Boom's hand.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, like you said, the first few rotations are the most important ones to land, but they do have great tools. I mean, playing rotations close to the Soul Assumption or using the AA ulti, these things really help bring down anyone that he can find. At the same time, though, all ultis are a go on side of Boom as well. We could definitely see them make moves. For now, just gonna find the Clockwork going a little bit too far out. He was under a ward, so...
No way. Nice.
Oh my god.
Dude.
The urn was still on him, but the last hit goes towards the Warpine Raiders. That was pretty sick by Shanks, man. I didn't think he was going to get the hook out there.
Alright, nicely done. More time. I mean, Palace is one component now completed with the Maelstrom, so getting a lot of value out of his Midas. You have Tino continuing to get farmed. Like we said, Blink coming out shortly. Do we feel like there's a side that's looking to dictate the pace of this game over the next couple of minutes or so?
I think we should see more coming out from Boom in general, but maybe in the way of counter-reacting, because that's what they have. They have the Dawnbreaker ulti, so look to him to maybe bait here mid. Tree is sitting behind, Dawn ulti is ready.
They're still going to be able to get the jump. Is it enough burst though? Yopaj gets some separation, but the Ice Blast connects, but it's not going to matter. All the reactions was perfect from Boom. Yopaj will stay alive, but Palace is here potentially to turn the tides. But the Chronosphere, it just connects onto one. It's not good enough. Palace needed more, and now we might be in danger. The control's going to be lacking. Palace can get some separation.
Bet them.
Next Nova will still tick out to the time dilation, but finally Tino is going to look to swing down as well. Over this Sage puts the priority onto WS. They've got the hook shot as well as Shanks pierces through the middle. Yopaj though is hunting, wants some revenge. He's gonna be...
Oh, he can't get the attack.
Mana. Yopaj, yeah, sure, he'll get the kill onto Shanks. Will he even get the kill? He does in the end, but Tino, some much needed golden experience for the Visage, and in the end, I mean, we see the difference. It's a 3 for 3, but a pretty decent 5 for Execration. They'll get a little bit of gold advantage going their way.
Some good stuff for Execration. At the same time, though, they did invest more, moving in the Faceless Void there to use the Chrono, and meanwhile, Natsumi was just farming, and next meta, he can go push a tower because there's no Chrono available. So, I think it was ultimately pretty even what happened there. Now it's just the question, can Boom make something happen with the downtime on this Chrono? They need to mobilize and make a move, even though they have ulti cooldown on like Dawnbreaker for the moment now. They soon have Coil again.
But you've got meta, and I think that's the most important thing.
Yes.
Natsumi, even an illusion rune potentially for him. I hope he gets it.
Not taking it.
Okay, he didn't get it. All right, I guess he wanted to save it for Yopaj with Coil back up. Terrorize is not at the ready though, and with the Ice Blast going to come crashing down. They're all grouped up. This could be a bit messy for Boom. As Boboka and Natsumi, they need a Sun to target. They won't find it though. And now Bob's going to run over the top and catch up to X-Nova. So both supports on Boom are probably going to end up going down. On his dying breath, he finds the Overgrowth, and meanwhile, Yopaj, he's having a free fight. WS gets back in the midst of it all as well. What was looking like a disastrous start for Boom, in the end, actually works out pretty well.
Oh, that was so close to Baboka going down. I think he dodged Soul Assumption as well with the W. I think he was about to take his life there, but he managed to survive on the Willow as well. Big turnaround with the with the Dawnbreaker finally joining the fight. Didn't get the ulti back. We see a replay here. This fight, TB got stuck in a little bit of a deep position here, and the counterplay with the A ulti, with the Clockwork coming in with a beautiful hook shot, getting the 2-hero coil, and then you see the birds. Yeah, that was a tough spot.
We might have to go back live as, I mean, Boom aren't done just yet. Yopaj and X-Nova versus Smoke. They're actually going to move into Execration as well, who were looking to go for their own play. Chrono's ready to go from Palace if it can find the opening though. Drop it onto X-Nova. They'll get the connection onto the puck as well. It's a pretty good terrorize, but not enough to keep the puck alive. And now Bob's here for the cleanup as well as Execration. It's a much needed kills off the back of that big team fight going Boom's way.
Oh, fantastic punish there, as the puck didn't have max level yet on phase shift, only having 3 points in it. So he tried to do the phase shift into blink out, but he took damage too recently there from the AA ulti and couldn't get the blink away. So Chrono secures the kill on him.
Shanks?
A little bit surrounded here.
Bye. Drops a combo, not going to be enough though. Baboka. You're never going to say no to some kills for the Dark Willow. Once again, Waga, we're going to see this Dark Willow go down the Midas route, so Baboka's looking to scale.
Yeah, he wants to build up. He's got that Spirit Vessel as well, so that's sufficient for him as a fighting item early on. And yeah, the Midas into Aghanims, we're going to see it again. Very, very popular build on Dark Willow right now. It's every single Dark Willow is spamming at top. We're going to see a stun. Yeah, birds.
Oh, nice, Tino. Great micro out of Familiar. He's going to be able to stop that TP short, and now with a bang nearby, another kill for Execration. A couple freebies, and this is going to be enough gold now for the Scepter as well from Tino. So there's even more pick-off potential for Execration across the map.
Yeah, Tino having a much better showing here in this game as well. They're getting to utilize him a little bit more, and the Aghanims, like you said, is going to be allowing him to run around and look for the pickoffs. Then it gets really tough for, you know, these greedy backliners like Willow going for Midas. Might not have enough to survive a Visage jumping you suddenly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's a big stack for Tiny to be farming up, but there is X-Nova right next to it.
They're going to be able to jump in as well with the Terrorize soon to follow. They'll get the break. Palace can mess around a little bit with the time dilation, but he's got no threat of the corner at the moment. Solar Guardian's going to come into play, but no one's inside the beacon, so not the greatest ultimate from either side. Palace is going to be able to re-enter the fight now. Shanks is also wrapping around as Boom. They've got to reevaluate if this is a fight they want to take. 4v4 at the moment. Chrono's up in 10 seconds. Nice angle for the hook shot. Shanks again, man. Somehow gets away.
Had some clutch mechanical plays there. The hook shot out, but also the time walk to dodge the stun from the Cursed Crown actually allowed the Faceless Void to turn around and get the kill on the Dark Willow. And again, we saw that time dilation, just a natural enemy of Dark Willow, not really able to survive against him.
Oh man, this is dude, I'm so happy we're in this position. 15 to 15 kill count, 1,000 net worth lead. Again, game 1, game 2, very clean for the side that won. But this game is, it looks like we're going to have a barn burner here to be able to close out this series.
I think so. And WS, you know, he's getting strong with his BKB building up, wants to go for Assault Cuirass next, but at the same time, that Aghanims that we talked about on the side of Tino. So both offlaners looking to be pretty big this game, as they are, you know, starting to get to a point where they can exert control. Top. Coil coming in. He doesn't have BKB or Manta yet. He should just be dead.
Huge kill. All a Boom, pretty much. The only person not nearby was WS, who was farming mid. Then you see they're going to instantly respond with TPing to the opposite side of the map. They've got a great Clifford that's scouting out Tino along with Bob.
I mean, it's so nice to make these big moves currently in Dota. The portaling through bottom, not going to be in time to find the Visage. They scanned him, but it was actually just one of his remnants, I think, that they still clipped the edge of. He's not close enough, though.
I want to go next.
Yeah, sorry. It looks like Puck is gonna go for the Kaya Sanj here, going in as the next build, get some status resistance, an extra spell amp. The Dawnbreaker is just looking for a chance to play on the side lanes again with the ulti ready. It all has to be on the back of Puck initiating on something though, or maybe Willow bottom.
Well, Willow bottom indeed is going to be able to run into Shanks. Bedlam's currently on cooldown. Dude, he's being so annoying with his hook shots. They should still be able to get him this time, though. Daytime, so they know exactly where he's running away to. Europage snipes the kill. Level 15 here for the Puck. Meanwhile, Bob also getting scouted out by X-Nova. Now, they've got the potential overgrowth in a Solar Guardian. He will get some distance away, though, with that blink.
Okay, the TP up the Puck here might not recognize the Puck is already in the area on Tiny. Could be in danger.
Oh, they're actually going to try and blow up a bang. Solar Guardian will come in, but of course the Ice Blast is going to be enough to finish the job. Coil doesn't clip onto Bob, and now the rest of Execration is starting to swing over. They've got the Chronosphere at the ready. Some separation is occurring. Palace unable to line up multiple members as WS assassinates our Bang. But of course, the bashes will rain down, so no potential TP from the Dawnbreaker. And in the end, Execration, they're going to be rewarded with the heavy resources expended for that fight.
That was a clutch sentry right there by a Bang that he placed long ago, seeing the Treant Protector. Otherwise, that could have backfired hard if Tiny gets jumped on instead. And Treant Protector was in the last frame of his animation to use his ulti before he died. Didn't get it off though. Tiny crucially got away because of it. Otherwise, I think he could have gotten brought down as well. Big kill though, taking down the Dawnbreaker. Puts Execration in a little bit of a better spot. And this game is dead even, man. All the way through here. Both teams are just fighting for it.
And we're going to keep fighting. Tiny and Clockwork looking to try and smoke and potentially make a player. You still got the Chronosphere at the ready, so we'll see if Palace even wants to get involved. They've got a great ward as well, kind of deep towards the right side of the jungle.
They could move through the portal and gank bottom, or they could, yeah, go towards Roche bottom even. They do have the drums and Solar. It's a pretty damn fast Roche. I think they're thinking about it. Going for it for sure. That means they need to create space though. Someone needs to reveal if they want this Roche to be sneaky. Right now, we already see some drawing on the bottom part of the map here by Dawn.
They see Bob at least.
I think they're too late though. They managed to sneak this one. They're grouping mid for a smoke move now. Boom, they realize for sure by now that Roche is dying, but it is too late. Already dead.
First ages with this Terrorblade Faceless Void matchup is really important to go the way of TB, just so you can help get the objectives and try and with second Roche be able to end this game. So the fact that Execration are able to snipe that is going to give you a little bit more time to continue farming. You see Palace queues up the Mjolnir, looking to try and finish that. BKB next as well. So Execration have to be very happy with the current position there. And I think the big thing though is like Bob's scaling right now is looking very limited. Dude, like AA almost has as much net worth as the Tiny. I mean, that is crazy.
It is a combination, sorry, I'm dying here. It's a combination though of the AA being really farmed on top of the Tiny also being very underfarmed. So, you know, a little bit high net worth on the AA as the Midas Dark Willow is still 1,300 gold behind him. But yeah, Tiny not really getting his scaling going here, not going for any form of Midas. Ooh, nice pick mid though.
Ooh, that is perfect. Well done.
Dude, that was Abeng though setting up. That ulti already clipped the puck, getting the cold feed on him.
Tossaway is going to get some distance from Dawnbreaker and turns with the Avalanche as well. They still have the 4 stuff that's not even used yet from a Bang, and the rest of Execration, they're ready to go. Hookshot if they want to catch up to anyone else, but they'll just snipe a Boker on the retreat. Meanwhile, Tino as well. Well, that's where the hook can come into play. When you combine with the Visage, it's going to guarantee you another kill onto the Dawnbreaker, and these towers, they will melt.
Oh, level 3 birds now on Visage as well. So yeah, the towers are going to fall really fast. 81 damage on these little birds. And got the Solar Crest as well to spam. You can see him putting it onto the Faceless Void here to bring down the tower as fast as possible. Glyph and Living Armor though. Maybe they'll think better of it, but I think they could still bring down this tower.
Might be lacking some creeps though pretty shortly thanks to the TB dragging the wave.
Look at the damage though. It's falling.
Alright, no
backdoor not kicking in time.
Wow, dude, that's a huge fight for Execration. 2 big objectives, couple of kills as well to add to their name. You still got Chrono to go, so didn't have to use too many big ultimates, so they're just going to sweep down to bottom. And do you feel like Boom can contest this big Aegis spike that we're seeing out of Execration?
Maybe, but not by focusing Void first, and that's why we see Void playing like this. He's just going in, stealing the enemy Ancients. They need to go on the backline. They need to go on someone else. If they focus all in on Void, I don't think it's a good idea. He has the Manta. They're going to try him.
From the team, I kill in the first line without committing too heavily, but like you said, there's the Manta, so it breaks away from the silence.
Yeah, does mean that they can keep pushing bottom as well. Laying in the damage, the tower just disappears.
X-Nova's threatening of entering the fight.
He's got BKB on Tiny.
Over the top, they spy Natsumi. Does Palace want to drop the Chronosphere for the Terrorblade kill at the moment? It's actually going to turn and commit the meta. Coil used early on. They should be able to deal with the first fight, but this is a lot of ultimates, and now they also get a beacon out for the Terror.
What a jump.
Oh my lord, the burst potential Execration. They just wipe away the Terrorblade's health pool, nowhere to be seen, and now WS as well on the retreat. The Dawnbreaker makes it to the high ground, but that is not safe enough. Execration ball is rolling. Tier 2 tower now soon to be in shambles. They might get Baboka as well. If they hit the Tormentor, they're going to see him regardless. Pops out, TP out, Familiar stops him short. This is getting to some dangerous territories now for Boom in this final game.
Oh boy, they get the Tormentor as well, very conveniently, finishing the fight right next to the Tormentor. Can get that, and that's a shard over on the Tiny, who's a little bit behind before, but now getting a free shard gonna help him. Here we see a replay of the fight as well. I wanna see, yeah, the Treant Protector got picked off by the Visage Clockwork to the side. TP's in immediately to his death. Oh, that is so painful to watch. He didn't get anything off. X-Nova just out of position there.
We're seeing this game as well with the burst potential. We're not getting that value out of the Solar Guardian. Even if we see it, often your teammate's already been Ice Blast, so that healing effect isn't there as well too. So not only is this like we've seen other ways to counter the Dawnbreaker with like Nyx Assassin to counter the Solar or Silencer to counter. This Ancient Apparition is a very interesting read from Execration, not only to try to address WS, but also for a lot of combo inside Palace's Chrono.
Yeah, I think it was a very meta-breaking and cerebral approach to the draft here, saying, okay, you got the Treant and Dawn, you got a lot of healing, and you got a lot of, wombo combo, but the AA really counters a lot of that, so yeah, it comes back to that in the draft. But we just don't see Boom able to make too many of their moves themselves as well. I think maybe scared now after what's happened, Obviously the Aegis is no longer there, so maybe now we'll see them make a move, but look over to the Visage, man. He's got a full Hex, almost has the Shard as well. This is some big scaling.
Importantly, the 20 talent too. This guy is huge. And you're winning all these fights without a BKB on Palace, which he has now. Like...
Yeah, the discipline as well to go back for BKB here and not go for something else on Void. Very good for them because BKB solves like 4 of their 5 heroes on the side of Boom. You won't care about anything except for the Terrorblade now. So he's going to be doing great. The Execration are looking fantastic here.
Bottom lane, they're setting up on WS. A long-range Ice Blast with a Hex reveal. Another kill for Execration, a quick and easy pick-off, and now Boom. I mean, they're in no man's land. I think Execration know where they are. They're actually going to maybe take a fight. They're a little bit split from Exa.
Could burst the AA fast, maybe. They want to wrap around, but they're just going down mid. Surely they have to realize, yeah, they see them now. They're pinging.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's a DD Tiny. And it shows they might just blow them up.
Yeah, but whoa, the tier 3 tower is gone, man.
Oh, Bog. An aggressive jump with the toss back as well. Great timing out of the silence, but Natsumi has to use a BKB and Palace will respond to the Chrono. Look at the damage starting to come through. He needs a Sunder target. Natsumi, can he...
Oh!
No way! Palace, you lucky man! And now Yopaj as well. They're all in trouble. Boom. They need some buybacks. But
oh my god.
Kicking them.
Bro, I haven't seen a sadder Sunder attempt. He was it was like at the end of his animation for that Sunder, like, give me your life force, but no, gets brought down, and he's down for 40. This is easily going to be top racks here as the Visage shreds through it. They do have a tier 2 bottom, so it's not going to be mega straight out the gates, but I mean, this is devastating to them. They could even go and poke at the tier 4s if they wanted to. Or they could play it very disciplined here and just back out, which may be the safer route as you are in an elimination situation here. 25k lead now.
5% probability as well for Boom. These fights, just early game was looking very good for them. But ever since Execration have got the ball rolling, the team fight coordination has been perfect. And we haven't seen Boom be able to be competitive in these last couple of fights.
No, they have been completely shut down, honestly. The matchup is feeling really rough now. You're going into a later stage where the Faceless Void is confident he can just chrono something, and it's probably gonna be gone by the time the chrono ends. And a lot of it comes down to positioning as well. Like, sometimes Xnova on his tree has been spotted. The early gem makes his life very difficult. So AA getting that gem and being able to scout so much is really making his game harder. So see the wraparound here.
You can't get picked off the star. No chrono for 30. If there's ever a fight, it might be now, but Bob, he's gonna get the pickoffs. A quick assassination. Oh, Darkwill's actually still alive. Meanwhile, over to the north side, Jopash, he's in some danger. Phase shift to the last second with the Solar Guard. They've been able to isolate the Terrorblade. Natsumi needs the Thunder, he'll find it. But it might be a little bit too late. Stuck inside the cogs. Natsumi's doing no damage. Execration once again. The fight going their way, and Boomer in shambles, just trying to Delta split away and cut their losses, but they will not be able to do so. Palace with the bashes again, raining down onto WS. They also got a glimpse of Baboka.
Oh, he balked back too.
A 5-man wipe in the end as Execration are moments away of knocking Boom out of the qualifiers.
It's just another fantastic fight for him. The jump there by Bob was really, really good. He didn't get the insta burst, but on the back of the Aghanim's Clockwork, just laying in those rockets. He hit 2 rockets over on the side of the Dark Willow, taking 400 damage. You can see him running away, but these rockets keep going in. Boom! And he goes down to it, and the AoE damage is just too high. They have so many things that just do a ton of damage now. Even with the Clock Ags just spamming rockets, it's too much, man.
Up high again we go. Final siege potentially, Wago. I mean, it's going to be mega creeps. You won't be able to stop Execration from getting it.
It's 70 seconds of meta, dude. They're not tapping out because this is your tournament life, so there's no reason to give up. But yeah, they're already spamming some chat wheels here at each other, and they're gonna play it ultra disciplined. This is TI. They want to get towards, this is the beginning. They're gonna back up and say, you know what? Let's take Aegis. Why not? Literally no reason to not get yourself an Aegis right now. And over on the side of Boom, you don't really have a play. I mean, they have a smoke, but if you even try and run down there, Mega Creeps will be revealing what you're doing. And they're not even in time, man. Look at the DPS. Roche is just dead. They didn't even get halfway down there before Roche has fallen.
And Tino's already hunting. He's already ready to go, but the Silent is the grave. Oh, they were just a little bit too late to TP top. That was almost a cool read from Boom. A couple of seconds, potentially, Roche walks through the portal and they were set up, but nah, not to be. They get the Aegis, they get the cheese. Now Execration, one more fight is all they need.
Boom, drawing dead here in their own base, and we will probably see Execration consider a push immediately. We see all the ultis are back online. They're drawing a line. They have a smoke again as well.
1%. Waga, 1%.
I mean, 1% chance to have a chance to go to TI. It's a good thing, but it's looking pretty unlikely though. Tiny looking for his jump here. Sees the Treant.
Oh, he's found it. And that is the only person with a buyback who will use it straight away. And meanwhile, Palace, they're just going to blow up WS. Not a Dawnbreaker in sight with all the burst potential that Execration have. And now with a Rocket Flare, Bob.
It's over, man. They used everything. They're going for the fountain.
I mean, we got some celebratory chronos coming up shortly for the boys on X.
Fountain farming them.
Why not? They are filling themselves. Natsumi won't even find a sun to target. G's are dropped and Boom's run will be cut short from the boys on Execration.
Hunting down the Puck here. Puck might be able to get out. You know, he stays alive, but they do not stay alive in the tournament here. As Execration gonna be very happy with their performance here, taking this game. It started out very even. We had the 15-15 score, but ultimately it ends 40-21 with a very, very dominant just change of pace there from the side of Execration. They took over the game. We saw the counter initiations. We saw, honestly, a bang with this ultis just landing some beautiful setups even and counter plays. I think he had massive impact. This one in particular was where he landed an ulti that set up for a Tiny to jump in.
And you really needed to be able to convert on those kills, because we were at one stage we were mentioning like the potential of Bob with the rough start that he had. He may not have scaled this game, but we saw that was not the case at all. I love Tino's itemization. I love how differently they played with this Visage as well, where it was very active around him. The Hex in a couple of fights, I think this one in particular, we're going to see where he started onto Yopaj with the Silent as a Grave. Just Execration, man, this team, and of course, this was a lot of people's favorites heading into the qualifiers as well, with how dominant they've looked in Southeast Asia throughout the entirety of the year. So it got close to them being eliminated, but they will, they'll live to see another day.
Yeah, or, in this case, I guess they'll live to see later today, because there's more matches later in the lower bracket, right? But, yeah, they get a little bit of time to reset after that. First, we have the upper brackets going on as well. But definitely a solid performance here by Execration, taking this crucial game against Boom, because I don't know, man. Boom looked scary going into this. They actually looked like they had good momentum and that this would be a scary matchup. I think I would put Boom even as the favorite before seeing the series here, just by a little margin. But Execration, they found their style and managed to take this game here.
Yeah, I thought Boom were a little bit, as a whole, like to continue on that point, were a little bit more consistent, whereas Execration have very high ceiling. Their ceiling is very high, but their lows are quite low as well sometimes. But we see this is a incredible team when they can get the ball rolling, and this has to give them a ridiculous amount of confidence as well. Like now, potentially as well, they've opened up a different idea in the draft with this Ancient Apparition pick. I'm very, very impressed with the decision to go for it. I think Abang had an incredible game. I don't know if it's worthy of the MVP. I don't know who you're feeling for this one.
I'm probably still giving it to Tino for what he did here. Like such a shift from last game as well. I hear, 13-1 and 15. He was doing some great initiations in a lot of the fights as well, and his damage. I mean, we also saw what happened top. Terrorblade is a hero that can be good against Visage, depending, but the way they played this lane, the synergy between Tino and Shanks, they get the first blood on the Terrorblade, and then immediately when he comes back, they just say, okay, welcome back to the lane, let's keep nuking you, bring him down low again. I don't know, man. I think Tino, he stood out a lot, but the AA pick was extremely smart for the matchup here. I think they had some good understanding of the game.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think the understanding and the recognition for them to go for the Abang Ancient Apparition pick was an incredible read from them. So Execration, what a way to be able to book their ticket further into the lower bracket. Like you were saying, they're not done for today though. They get a little bit of a break, because next up we got the boys on SMG taking on Blacklist Rivalry. That is the upper bracket finals. The winner will move over to the grand finals. But of course, condolences for the boys on Boom. This has been a very tough year for that organization as a whole. There was a lot of promise heading into this year, of course, with what they were able to do in the previous year. They weren't able to have the showing down in Division 2, multiple roster swaps. At the end, we saw a lot of signs of life for them in this qualifier, but not enough. Execration is too strong on this day and in this series in particular. So for us, we're done for our second series, but there is still so much to look excited for, I should say. So next up, we're going to Blacklist taking on the incredible team of SMG. So that's our third series coming up. We're going to need a quick little break. When we come back though, we'll see you guys with the upper bracket finals. From the lower bracket to the upper bracket we go. We've had to say goodbye to 2 teams tonight, but now we get to determine who will be that first team moving over into the grand finals. We got Blacklist taking on Team SMG Wild in a best of 3. It's going to be a very exciting showdown.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one because both these teams looking really strong. I mean, we got SMG, who we've seen a lot of their games, and they look like they have some really highest level. At the same time, Blacklist, we haven't even seen that many of their games because they just win 2-0 twice back-to-back. You know, it didn't look necessarily super dominant. They had some longer games as well, but still, matter of fact is they haven't dropped a single round yet going into this, all the way in the upper bracket finals now. So this should be a good one, and I think overall, there's a lot to say about these 2 teams, right? I would say that Blacklist, they play, in the series that we've seen them from the replays that I've watched, they play very well as a team, going towards goals and just playing very active 5-man Dota. They deathball a lot, they don't get caught out of position, they're pretty weak, or they're pretty immune to pickoffs. You know, that's not really easy because they're always close to each other. So if you're gonna beat them, you pretty much have to either split push them to force them to stop this deathball, or you gotta have a strong team fight to go into all 5. At the same time, SMG, they played a bit different styles and different games that we've seen from them. I think SMG have probably the highest individual player skill level out of the entire qualifier, I would say. They're like incredibly gifted players, and we've seen a lot of cool moves by them as well. But they're playing a lot of different techniques or like variants here to Dota.
Really, you'd say that big one in particular is like this kind of interesting offlane meta they're starting to develop for Masteros, being that Naga Siren, which we do in fact see first phase banned as well. This is a pretty interesting response from Blacklist. I mean, we see SMG with the Nature's Prophet, one of the better heroes at the moment. They went down the Rubik route. How do you feel about this as a response to the strong NP that we've been getting?
I mean, Rubik, it's comfort zone for them. It's something that, you know, they played before. They played a damage reduction combination of like Rubik and Underlord. They also played the Rubik once together with the Primal Beast and had great success with that as well. So I think it's fine. Generally, like, Rubik isn't as broken in the current patch as Nature's Prophet is, but it also doesn't necessarily struggle because you get that telekinesis for instant lockdown on some of these high-priority spirit heroes. We see a lot of Ember, we see a lot of Earth Spirit, heroes that need some good lockdown against them, and Rubik does provide some instant catch.
Get to see the second phase of ban, so Phoenix going to be removed from SMG currently, so just prioritizing a little bit of the team fight potential for Blacklist.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I think they're doing a good job on SMG just addressing the off lane of Blacklist here, because honestly, KPS stood out, man. He's been delivering really well in Blacklist games. We were giving him MVP on his Primal Beast as well, so the fact that they're targeting down a little bit on him with the bans makes sense.
Queen of Pain ban too as well. Okay, so I think we, even in one of the games, I think it was actually versus Bleed, we got to see the Queen of Pain. Yep, there was a second game. Carl had a very good showing on the Queen of Pain, so we'll see if this is looking to protect something in the future here for no one. I mean, Earthshaker is still available. You know, that has been kind of some of the better ways we've seen people look to address the Earthshaker, if this is something that they want to go for on no one.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to end up with. It could also just be protecting the possibility for themselves to pick Earth Spirit, a hero that, you know, they have also not been shy to use. So laning against Queen is a very tough matchup. But it's going to be AA coming out early here. We did just come out of an AA series that we were casting, but that was picked into a situation where I feel AA made a lot of sense. Here, Blacklist are they're front-loading this AA, like, here you go. And honestly, AA against Nature's Prophet does not feel very nice to begin with. It's similar to what we saw before, the Nature's versus Skywrath. You know, you can really do a number to these low armor support heroes.
Yes, yeah, I like how you bring up the supports because they also do not deal with push at all. So I feel like already SMG probably considering about, can we fit a Lycan in, a Beastmaster in, some just kind of run at you lineup where in general SMG always play very aggressive, but also a hero that can help you take objectives. Maybe they might have a difficult time of picking it now because Blacklist will still be able to respond with 2 picks. So maybe they look to save like Masros's hero to the 18th potentially.
Yeah, it could be. Could be that they want to go with that. I like that you suggest the Lycan. I think that could be a big one. They're going to go for another combo, though. They go for the Clockwork Darkseer, tried and tested. We'll see if it's going to lane together, because there's also still potential of just putting that Nature's Prophet towards the pos 4 position to get some right-clicks into that lane. We've seen Darkseers kind of struggle sometimes. If there's a powerful lane, you can get bullied out. So far, though, AA, doesn't look too bothersome.
Why would you not pick Faceless Void here for Blacklist? Like with the Void AA plus against the Darkseer?
There's no reason. I think it's great. I think it looks very nice against the Clockwork. It's, gonna pair up well with your own combination. You can get out of the Nature's Prophet as well. Sure, the Leash talent eventually comes online, but that's gonna be a long way down the road, so don't have to worry about that so much. The only reason to not pick it now is if you want to maybe get something else, more importantly, quicker. They could also go towards something like Bloodseeker. They go Sven.
Okay.
So Sven is 100% win rate so far in this regional. He has 6 games, 100% win, and he has been, played to great success. Blacklist have played it, and they did use it, or it has been used a few times against Darkseer as well specifically. But I think this hero just provides something so unique from carry position that your carry just goes in and immediately bursts literally anyone, and then the fight starts from there. Because a lot of carries are kind of slow. They move in and you're like, oh, there's the Terrorblade. Oh, he's approaching. But no, you don't see that. Sven, you don't see him coming on the horizon. He'll run in with a Silver Edge, delete one hero, and then you fight from there. And I think that's proven to be very effective this qualifier.
Can you explain a little bit about the Sven Darkseer matchup as well? Because I've also noticed in China, people were picking Sven into the Darkseer and having a lot of success with that matchup.
Sure. Yeah. So honestly, it's unintuitive, right? Because you think the Darkseer is pretty good against melees generally, but there's the part where, first of all, Sven can cleave the Iron Shell creep from a creep that's not Iron Shelled, because his cleave is so massive and he's able to push the creep wave very fast. And since he can kill all the creeps quickly, Darkseer just gets sad. He wants the creeps to be alive so he can have Iron Shell on lane. And then later on in the mid-game, late-game matchup, it's just not a very good illusion to get. You get Sven, what's he gonna do? The cleave doesn't work, and his other abilities don't do anything. His God Strength doesn't work on the illusions. So you get a very basic vanilla illusion, and he doesn't even go for like an agi, type build where you have Daedalus, or like, you do get Daedalus, but you don't have this massive agi for attack speed increase. So, yeah, it's just generally a very nice matchup overall.
Okay. We do get to see to close out the second phase, though. Pango picked up for Blacklist, so you have your Carl hero and SMG going to snag the Invoker, which so far, at least in the previous series, we were seeing banned out first phase. We did get 2 Invoker games previously with SMG. Mid played it once, and we also saw Januel actually have a pretty good Invoker game as well.
Oh, we saw no one Invoker, right? Instead of mid one, I think.
Did I say mid one?
Yeah. I mean, we'll get them mixed up. Mid one and no one on the same team. They should go join one move or something, and then we have more ones. But yeah, that was the game where no one got the backdoor on the range racks and got the mega creep secured with a very nice move on Invoker. Yeah, he really shone in that game with his rotations and his ganks. And we'll see if he can emulate that in this game, as well as he does have the global presence of the Nature's Prophet to work with, the rockets as well. Quaswax Invoker could set up a lot of things here. I don't know why I even say Quaswax, like that is what Invoker is now. He's not, Exort Invoker is not really a thing anymore. The question is though, this Pangolier, how well can he do? Because Pango does build into the Diffu early, the Orb of Corrosion. Invoker is pretty low armor, can take a lot of damage from the Swashbuckles, and I like Blacklist lineup, just looking at it in a vacuum right now, not comparing it head to head. Like internally, they have a lot of synergy going on. They have good setup for the AA ulti, they have great lockdown, nice mix of damage. It has a bit of everything. The question is though, can the Pango get off to a good start where he can gank the silence?
Okay, I like the pick. I mean, it's your classic just response to the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. I think it should be a pretty solid lane as well. Bloodseeker Nature's Prophet. See how they're going to look to address it.
Yeah, and this is where Blacklist, they shielded the Sven instead of the Pango with their bans. So they banned out the Void, who can man fight against Sven, and also Medusa, one of the heroes that can actually deflect Sven's initiation with her ulti. So instead of protecting Pango from this rupture, so this could be annoying for him. Last pick here coming in. Kind of tough to say what's gonna like round out the draft entirely. Bloodseeker, Nature's Prophet being such a strong lane to go up against as well. I mean, you might just see them go for something like the... they could go Tide, I guess, but it's not fantastic. You're still against the Bloodseeker, but maybe it's the best that they have available. Underlord would have fit really nice, but it was a good ban by SMG here.
I think the Tide might give you an advantage in team fights. I was also kind of looking towards that. We're gonna get the Doom though.
Okay. That's smart, actually. Yeah, you get the Doom because Bloodseeker is one of the heroes who relies very heavily on healing. So dropping the Doom on him, you know, now that the Doom is different, it doesn't mute by, by itself anymore. You need level 25 talent, but the Doom is very, very good for preventing Bloodseeker from able to join the fight. And even the Invoker is likely to go for the Urn into Vessel build, so there's a lot of healing that you can prevent with this.
Even if you don't even want to doom the Bloodseeker, I mean, shutting down the Invoker's prowess inside the team fights and even the Darkseer as well. So there's a lot of very good doom targets. I think you just have to be concerned on if they can escape out of the fights, because like if you don't do Darkseer, he can surge someone, and if they have BKB, they're out. You've got Cogs to maybe disrupt, potentially Tornado to disrupt, so you're going to be kind of relying on like Carl's control and the Sven as well, and whatever abilities Tim's is able to steal. But how do we feel about the lane, though, in particular for the Doom? Because going up against a Nature's Prophet and Bloodseeker, it does sound like it could be a little bit more of a trickier lane, I think, once at least in particular SMG are able to get levels. So can we expect KP to get off to a good start and be that late game threat like Blacklist require out of him?
I think the lane could be a bit tricky here. Tims has a hard job. You know, he's supporting against the General Nature's Prophet coming in here, and that is a tough one. So we'll see how much Doom can get, or if he's going to suffer from this. I do believe that he can be competitive here in the lane for sure. Overall, the core matchups look nice for Blacklist, but I'm a little bit concerned about the supports, like I mentioned there. The Rubik will struggle against the Nature's Prophet, and it's not just about the lane, right? Nature's Prophet, he will have his eyes open towards the mid lane or even the enemy safe lane to make those moves. So we'll see if they can get ahead by using him early on for some teleportations. But looks like a very competitive game here. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out.
Well, like you said as well, Blacklist, their road to this current position hasn't been too competitive. They've yet to lose a map as well. We saw them in the upper bracket semis where they just dismantled Bleed, and we saw as well in the upper bracket quarterfinals versus Army Geniuses. Those were some difficult games. One went 60 minutes, one went 40 minutes. But so far, Blacklist have been on a pretty clean run up until this stage. And we'll see if SMG is going to be able to put that to a stop.
Yeah, and Blacklist draft, it lends itself to a playstyle they have been adopting so far as well. It is going to be very strong once they group up and go as 5. Even though they're playing into Darkseer, I still would give them the advantage for just 5v5 skirmishes, because, you know, Pango role is very strong. If he can somehow prevent getting himself ruptured, then you have this all these different combinations internally with the AA ulti as well. Over on the side of SMG, though, I also like what they got themselves, because I said, you know, Blacklist so far have been very 5-manny, very deathball-y, so they got the Clockwork, the Invoker, the Furion. All these heroes are very good at splitting up the map, making it a little bit more open, or, you know, just split pushing. If you notice, oh, they're gonna go for a top tower, we'll just start poking on the other side then.
Let us see as the horn sounds for our first game here.
The battle begins.
Should be pretty easy. Couple of bounty runes going either way. Arthur even considers about taking the one on Raven. So, but let's see. Eyes on mid lane as well. No one has been on an incredible run so far. We're moving over to SMG and Carl, the ever so stable mid laner. I should say mid laner. But we said he's playing some tricky matchups. Tornado to be able to purge off the shield crash as well could be a little bit frustrating in some of these early fights. But let's see what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, definitely. He could even, you know, with a well-timed Tornado, he can even stop him from getting the shield crash altogether if he uses it right as he casts. But so far, no one going to start out the lane in a very nice way, just getting himself 2 last hits out of the 4 already, and tough for Call to get any CS here. Continues right click, just Pango taking a bit of a beating. Bottom, we see a courier snipe attempt here, or 2. Not even gonna go courier sniping, just gonna pull the creep wave on the side of SMG here, getting the creep wave back.
I already see Cuckoo's up to being able to block that one off as well, so welcome to your new lane.
Yep.
The outskirts of the jungle.
Build a new lane matchup, but this is gonna work pretty well for SMG still though, as they keep going away and put the Iron Shell in Clockwork so he can run in and just be a nuisance here. This hurts, man. He doesn't need to auto-attack anyone here. That would pull the tower aggro, but just standing next to them, he's passively doing tons of damage. And he has HP regen for days on the Clockwork. He's got 5 tangles, uses a salve, buys another salve. He knows what his purpose is, man. He's just gonna go in with Iron Shell, and yeah, that's what he's gonna be doing.
Well, we've seen some of the Darkseid lanes have been very underwhelming, and maybe this is, like you said, he's just going to put his body on the line, make sure Mastros is able to get as much farm as he possibly can once they pull the wave and get the creeps next to the tower safely. So this is going to be important for Mastros to be able to get off to a good start, and we'll see how early those aura items are going to come out as well.
Yeah, gonna be, doing his best here, and I think Darkseer getting a very good start thanks to this as well. Like, so far they're doing a great job manipulating the lane. Mid, we see a lot of harass being put on this Pango, who's finally gonna start using Bottle and get his HP up again.
Lastly, this top lane looking pretty good so far for mid one's Bloodseeker, 12-5 compared to the 7-0. We were mentioning that there might be a little bit more kill potential out of the boys on SMG, but do you feel like that changes once Blacklist maybe gets some levels and maybe some early stat items as well?
I think it changed a little bit due to the creep that Doom got his hands on. He got a very nice creep here, getting the mana burn and the mana regen aura. So we got 3.9 mana regen for Rubik right now, able to spam his Fade Bolts and also burning away the mana here on the enemy. It's gonna keep themselves safe a little bit. They burned Nature's Prophet a few times, so he can't keep sprouting.
The Lotus fight go for Genuel. Looks like he picked up top one. Bottom went the way of Arfu as well. So SMG going to have both that advantage to be able to work with inside some of the side lanes, but we saw a lot in the previous series with Bob and Yopaj going at it. There was a heavy emphasis on mid rotations from the supports to be able to get the water runes, and the power runes is actually mid.
Oh, he has no spells.
Yeah, he's dead. What a read as well from Januel to TP, and no one makes the call that both the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash had been used, so Januel can easily TP in and assist no one with finding first blood.
Yeah, that's the value of Nature's Prophet that we were talking about, why this hero is one of the first phase picks. You can't expect to be safe on mid lane if you use both your spells like that. The call comes out, and that just shows good communication, right? No one understands that, wait, hold up, this guy just messed up, let's punish him. And they get the first blood over to Nature's Prophet. I almost like that more than Invoker getting it, because Nature's Prophet support, man, get a few items on him and he becomes a real menace.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot, but this hero has a super versatile item build. If you feel like you need a Scepter Rush, if you want a Solar Crest, or Staff, you want any other defensive items, like, he's your man for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's sort of that utility. He can build whatever and fix your game, basically. Looking at the CS for now, this is a very, very strong start for the side.
Again?
Oh no.
All his spells.
Not the same play.
I mean, he can cut through, but this is so much damage. A tornado comes out from no one. The TP's there. I mean, Cuckoo will be able to get the return kill onto Januel, but there's no TP on the... I guess by the time he respawns, it's going to be back off cooldown. But these rotations are devastating for Carl's early game.
I mean, still going to delay his TP by 4 seconds there, as it has a little bit of extra, and yeah, it does not feel good for him. And now you TP'd away mid with your AA as well. Meanwhile, bottom tower is being bullied. Darkseer, who usually doesn't do that well in lane from what we've seen so far, is off to a very good start, getting a lot of experience, and yeah, your creep wave is just dead, so this is tough for bottom. The AA and Sven not having the most fun time here.
They look very comfortable with this Darkseer kind of synergy between the two. I mean, Masros was even giving a shell to Arfu and is just farming up the jungle, giving a little bit more gold to the Darkseer, even when he wasn't nearby, so...
Yeah, just send him off to get some farm for you. Always a nice way to utilize your support when you're Darkseer. Meanwhile, we see stacks going to be paired by the Rubik, going to build up a little bit more, as he already did stack once over here. Working on tripling these stacks. At the same time, though, I mean, the Sven AA, they're not really suffering under tower. Sven doesn't lose any HP to being under tower like this. He has enough armor, he's a melee hero. He's completely fine.
But are you concerned the fact that Masros is net worth?
Oh boy, the mana burn mid. Yeah, it is. It is concerning that they're leading the way, but I'm more looking towards mid right now. Like this poor Pango is getting a lot of attention towards him, and it's starting to hurt.
How did Blacklist look to then try and stabilize Carl's early game? What are maybe the plays they could be considering to help the Pango?
It's gonna be just exploding towards the off lane. Once you have the roll available, go and look to make something happen. They could look towards the Darkseer as well. It's a possible play with the Sven, but I think it's a riskier attempt. And he could farm up the triple camp that they have stacked up here. If he wants, he can fall back on that. Looks like he is considering going and taking the Wisdom Rune. He's backing out. Carl looking a little bit indecisive right now. It would be a long rotation.
Just funny watching Daniel pump fake the TP at the Wizard room. Maybe trying to...
I'ma steal it.
Yeah, I'ma steal it. Maybe you have to TP some extra people in, but... So I guess the one big thing is Raven, like you said, they haven't really stopped the Sven's farm, so he's currently second in net worth currently. And how do we feel overall about the Sven game? Like we spoke a little bit about addressing the Darkseer, but what about now that we see like the Bloodseeker for mid one? Do we think this is a game where Raven with a ridiculous amount of farm could get the team over the finishing line?
Oh, I think so. AA though gonna get sprouted up after being cogged up. They got cut with the Quelling Blade. It's fine for now.
Oh, Masros is no remorse though, diving deep under the tower. My friend, your search is on cooldown. He will be able to get out of
Fade Bolt this up.
proc. It's not going to be enough to secure the kill. They're even going to TP the Pango down. When Carl's got Rolling Thunder, they're actually still stick around. Arfu and Jenny, well, oh, nice cogs. Stops the shield crash. It's not going to matter in the end. He does still die, so is it 1-for-1? Carl, did he get assist? Yeah, okay, did get assist gold at least, but no one even making his own movement down to bottom.
Yeah, considering joining here, as they are respawning soon on clock. We'll see if he comes back as well. No one was spotted by Carl. Heading back towards mid. The nice thing for Pango there is they didn't expand his ulti for that, so still managed to TP down and help kill one hero. But he's gonna get EMP'd again here. He's just down to 0 mana. He has a Clarity and he has magic wands, but top.
Top lane KP, yeah. Doom's already been used, but look at the response out of Arfu and Genuel. Mid one rewarded with the kill, even though there was an initial attempt onto him, so 120 seconds now without the ultimate for KP.
Yeah, he was trying to deter them from bringing him down using that Doom. I think he also used Doom to dispel the Blood Rage to lower the DPS to try and stay alive, but not really enough to survive all those 3 heroes focusing down on him. Now we see an invasion here, checking out what the stack status is. Gonna see that there are indeed some stacks and a Rubik.
They could rotate over. Carl's nearby. KP as well can come from the top side. They're going to need some more members, though, especially to get the kill onto the Invoker. And an early Ice Blast pickup from Cuckoo is going to result in the kill onto Arfu.
And they get the kill there with the help of Carl as well, but at the end of the day, not too much happening there. Just a little bit of an invasion, they check, and then one support each go down. Meanwhile, bottom lanes, Raven and Masaros are both farming away. The Sven has the ulti available now in Mask of Madness. This poor Pango, dude. He's always at 0 mana, I feel, every time I look. At least he does have a big magic stick building up.
Oh, he went for it. Oh, who can he catch up to him with the cogs? You bet he can. And now no one, he's going to have a free fight, being able to spellcast down inside the river. Kyle can still blow up the clockwork and also jump over to the higher ground. So that is a much needed kill for the Invoker. And he tips Arfu, thanking him for the freebie.
Yeah, Pango going to be very happy with that one. That's a lot of damage again coming out from the swashbuckle there. And also AA doing quite a bit with the Ice Vortex. You put up the cogs as clockwork and want to keep the opponent trapped. Well, AA just turned the tables on you and put down the Ice Vortex in the cogs. He's like, okay, yeah, you stay in there too. It's nice. A lot of damage for him. Now we see them clearing up the Ancients, or the big camp at least, and preparing to clear the Ancients as well with the Pango to try and get him back in the game a bit.
He's back. Not crazy back, but he's in a position where he's going to be pretty happy.
It's playable, it's playable. He's definitely not doing too poorly. The important thing is going to be his timing for the diffusal, and understanding that he's delaying going for his Orb of Corrosion, so not going to finish that up as AA actually steals the big black dragon last hit for Pango. But getting the differ timing is going to be what really enables him to be able to make moves and start making things happen. As I say that though, bottom tower is already brought down here. The attention from the Invoker and the Nature's Prophet, they do bring down the tower quite quickly. And so far, we haven't seen the same on top. In fact, it's going to be SMG now striking top.
This could be scary, man. I don't know if they're going to have the damage to blow up KP before the reaction comes through his Blacklist. They've already read this perfectly. Carl's going to be here with the Rolling Thunder. They want to try and target down no one, and with a combination, they'll blow up the Invoker. He chucks a Tornado out on his dying breath, which will help get the kill onto the Doom. And SMG, they're going to bring some extra numbers in as well, but Mastros will not be able to catch up to retreating members on Blacklist, so in the end, will be a 1-for-1 for either side.
There were a lot of people TPing up top as well. I would like to see Sven maybe even push harder on bottom and getting more farm down there, but it's going to be Bloodseeker now coming down to inhabit this area. He does have the full Maelstrom on Bloodseeker, so keeping up nicely with Sven, only 200 gold difference between the two of them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now with the hookshot, like all the tools are basically up and available now. Of course, the Doom being on cooldown means we won't see that anytime soon, but with the hookshot available for the side of SMG, they could make some moves as well.
Do you feel like it might be around this mid lane so they can potentially open up the tower if they get a kill?
I think so. I think generally just keep playing around this Pango, and Pango again gonna lose all his mana. Oh, the hookshot way off the mark there. He did have a haste that he popped immediately after the tornado, so perhaps a little bit hard hook to land. Yeah, I think opening towers is usually the important thing to play towards those, so we'll see how much they stress about it, or if they feel fine just, you know, farming away the way the game is evolving right now. They do have the full pipe on Masaros, so I would like to see them use this timing.
I mean, we even see mid one's positioning as well. He's actually looking to get involved here. Tornado's going to start and mid able to wrap around with the Rupture. So Kyle, without a doubt, going to be killed off. Mid one, make sure the Rupture doesn't get stolen. Quick fingers with the Blood Rage. Could have been a bit of a messy fight with a Rupture turnaround under the tier 1. Raven will still run into Arfu. There's a Cloakskin set up for the Ice Blast. Nonetheless, so Masaras will activate the pipe, and SMG, they just shrug off a couple of spells, and now they're the ones in control of this area.
Yeah, now you don't have Doom still for a little bit. You don't have AA ulti. Tier 1 tower gonna go down. Good rotation there. Good move by mid one, honestly, as well, to come and join behind the tower there.
That Genuel is quick. He's very quick. Take the Wisdom Room.
If you sleep for even just a second, the Nature's Prophet will get you. He will steal it. And he TPs away to safety. Of course, their own Wisdom Rune is very far away and hard to reach right now for the side of Blacklist, as they have lost their towers in the bottom area. I want to almost see Blacklist try and play around top tier 1, but for now it looks like they're still working on finishing this Diffu on Pango. Understandable, it's a very strong item to get. Needs 350 more gold. So Ancients will do it. He is farming under a ward this entire time though, so this is a long time that they know he's indisposed.
Really nice tornado usage from KP. Doesn't even get his mana burnt.
But that is definitely an insane creep to have when you're playing as Clockwork. The presence of mind to actually go for that immediately and like get this creep as soon as possible, as he did.
SMG, you don't want to give up this area though. Much everyone nearby. Raven's about a solo kill Genuel on the opposite side of the map, so a bit of a freebie for the Sven.
Yeah, he got too close under a ward. Got caught there.
Top of the Ice Blast. I'll be able to land the Doom as well, but the Ice Blast just off the mark.
He's dead.
It got the connection, got the pass through. Now Masros is in trouble as well. Surge on cooldown. Carl's going to be able to catch up to him. This is a much needed couple of kills for Blacklist. We saw early on the rotations out of the Nature's Prophet in combination with no one was setting them up to have a really good early game. But Blacklist, they've been able to stabilize and now have a 2,000 net worth lead and a potentially tier 1 tower on top of that.
Yeah, maybe a bit greedy from SMG to stick around after their first failed jump. They're gonna go for a kill here on Cuckoo if they can get it. Yeah, hook in.
They're close to react though. They are really close to react.
It's a trade.
It's gonna need a TP out pretty fast. It's not a good trade if you lose the Invoker though. Tornado gets some separation. SMG are actually coming over. Mid one's here too, just in case.
Well, it was going to be a trade if they went for the Clockwork, but they opted to try and go for the bigger kill, but ended up getting nothing now. Since they tried for the Invoker, but he's a harder one to bring down, especially with Nature's Prophet coming in to, you know, back him up as well. Make sure they can get out, has the Sprout there for safety. So that was, in the end, a very clean takedown.
You didn't even get the top tower as well. I mean, you veered all their attention away with that attempt at the triangle. So SMG really lose nothing.
That's the one downside for Blacklist so far, is that the Sven is really just focusing on farming, hasn't made a move towards the tower, and he's the only real tower damage they have. Whereas everyone on the side of SMG have been much more active. We even see top tower now gonna get denied by Doom as he realizes this is not long for the world, and that's 3 towers for 0. Not a comfortable start. Map is getting small here for Blacklist. And the invasion is coming. Sven just wants to farm. Can't get ruptured.
Yeah, he's not going to have that opportunity to farm though. He's got a BKB to activate. He's going to have the potential to turn around though, but the Cogs Arthur will make sure there is no chance at all. SMG, very nice invasion. They're going to be able to get the D ward as well. And like you said, this map is going to start to look very difficult to play because KP is going to need an Atos to the face. Once again, the Tornadoes might prove to be a little bit of an issue here for SMG.
He's so hard to kill with the Vanguard as well as the Hurricane that, of course, keeps getting him out of trouble there. They tried to catch him, but this man is slippery on his Doom. KP doing a good job, but he's not really getting too much actively done, though.
Oh, man, so close. All right, they'll get Tim's at least, maybe.
He didn't see him. Now he saw him.
Bit of a freebie. No one's already got the Midas coming out, so extra injection in gold. In fact, it's mid one that's rewarded, so he's going to be closer towards that BKB.
I'm gonna help him get ready for the fight as well, but...
Guys, they just left the neutral token. And now Radiant gonna steal it with the Courier. Okay.
Yeah. Rubik is like, oh, yoink. Not just spell stealing, but also neutral item stealing. That was no one's item, I think. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Well, sometimes when you play these ganking heroes, you know, your attention is way too much on just tempo, and didn't notice that he dropped an item, but at least he's got the occult bracelet. Even with the nerf, it's pretty much the same as a tier 2 item.
I must say, it is very funny watching Blacklist go down 4 arcane boots when you're playing into an Invoker.
Yeah, I saw Doom's mana, like he got EMP'd and then he was full mana again.
It's like, yeah, screw this hero, dude. You want to play Cossack's Invoker? You want to just be up to this crap? Yeah, all right. we'll go all the arcanes we need.
They got Rupture again. Pango in trouble.
A little bit too late on the swashbuckle. Arthur's on point with that hook shot as well. It's deep under the tower. They are reacting though for the boys on Blacklist. And I mean, SMG, they've stepped far too down on the low ground. No one's going to be cut off. He'll try and... Wait, is no one going to die?
Holy.
Dude, Surge giving over. No one...
He's fine. What?
Are you serious?
That was some real juke moves there. The Invoker. One of my favorites. Yeah, I mean, one of mine too. No, nice play, dude. Nice play.
All right.
He just charged through, and there we see the value of the ice wall, right? What a good spell to drop. Way too many Invokers sleep on this ability. Not dropping it in fights.
Who do you feel like is going to have a bigger, like, next 5 minutes? Because we have a very even game 20 minutes in.
I think Blacklist, once they can start actually swinging, so far it feels like they're just incapable of making their own moves. They're always being stunted by these initiations by SMG, even though that worked out for them this time. What they want to do is really group up as 5 with key timings. The Blink Dagger on Sven is going to be the big one. So looking towards that, I think they'll be pretty damn strong. But SMG are not letting their foot off the gas. Look at them. They're smoking in again, just looking for whatever they can find.
Oh, well done, Cuckoo. Great positioning. I mean, they know you're back to farming right now. You're not looking to try and take a fight. God Strength Doom on cooldown, Rolling Thunder on cooldown as well. So that's just Cuckoo's job to be able to position himself in front of the cores so they can freely farm and he can act as a blockade to any smoke gank.
Yeah, tries to eat the gank. Did have the 4 stuff, but not enough to get him to safety there. And top. Sticking around for the Wisdom Rune was dangerous thing to do for the Rubik. He's gonna become a Wisdom Rune. Extra experience for SMG, and they're gonna go for a Tormentor steal at 21. Dude, this is big. They just happen to be in the area now, so they're gonna conveniently just take this here, and that is a Nature's Prophet shard for free. All right. I mean, with the way that Nature's Prophet support is played, it's actually a pretty damn good shard.
We're going to see him come into play again. Moving to the
Atos?
bottom. KP. Oh, Atos is there. Now, he's still got the pipe to play around with. He's got Sven nearby. I think he wants nothing to do with it. Yeah, KP fell down a little bit too fast than expected, so Raven's going to continue.
Yo, look at the damage taken from the shard there. It actually did quite a bit in that short amount of time. With the Sprout as well. Nature's Prophet did 1,100 damage.
They're going to be looking at Roshan for the boys on SMG. So, well, he's super farmed as his Nature's Prophet support. The fact that he's actually somehow even neck and neck with his mid laner on no one. So, Solar Crest will be able to ramp up this potential. Alacrity given over to mid one as well. Now, they are coming down, though, on Blacklist.
Yeah, they're running over. Could maybe be there in time, but they don't have Doom in the smoke. And they don't have the Blink Dagger just yet on the Sven either. Roche is falling pretty damn quickly. They have to beeline it if they're gonna make it in time.
Clockwork's not here if a fight does break out. Ice Blast would be a perfect timing as well. I mean, Age is going to be picked up, but you need to retreat on SMG. This is not a fight you can take with everyone getting clipped from the AA ultimate, and they'll do just that.
They cut their losses, yeah.
Well.
That's a good one. They run away immediately. They realize when the AA ulti lands as well that this is not going to be a good position. They drop 2 low HP during the Roche for themselves as well. But that's still going to be fantastic. I mean, yeah, Consolation kill going to give you 800 gold for that POS 5 kill, but still, Age is in hand now for Bloodseeker. He will be a little bit more confident going up against the Sven. And they're going for a second Tormentor here, going for their own. Darkseer's got to be careful. He's got the blink. Gets away.
Both supports?
Wow, that's so nice, getting it on Clockwork as well. So now he's got both 4 staff and the jetpack. I think that's the best case scenario, actually, getting it on him. You could have gone it on Invoker, which is nice. The EMP getting the pull is pretty damn powerful, but I think you'd rather just get your supports to be as strong as possible here too.
What do we need to see out of KP in particular with these upcoming fights? We spoke in the draft that he's got some pretty good Doom targets to potentially use it on, but who do you feel like is the most important now with this upcoming one?
If the fight hasn't started yet, then I would say Darkseer is the most important. Like, if he didn't use his combo, his vacuum, his ulti, his pipe, then it's huge to turn that off. If the fight is already ongoing, though, then it's probably just Invoker or Bloodseeker that he has to turn his attention towards. But the big question for me is, how is Raven going to be able to connect to the next fight now? He has that Blink Dagger, ever so important that the Sven is able to come online in these fights. He's what you have everything invested in. He's got the biggest net worth. Needs to lead his team here.
Been farming up a Storm, but like you said, needs to be able to have that impact inside some of the fights now. Chrysalis is currently queued up for him. We've seen a lot of Silver's Edge lately with the Sven, so if that's something he potentially wants to go down, maybe he can just build it into a Daedalus in the future. But yeah, Raven's really going to need to start to pull his weight. 4-1-0. He's been involved in a couple of kills, but needs to be big in this upcoming fight. And a DD could be huge if he can find it, but maybe SMG are going to be able to get there first with the smoke.
Yeah, no one is going to spot it, so going to run over. Might take it for himself, might leave it. He is sitting on it and finally takes it.
But did they see him? Yeah, they did. Afu jumps off the top. Great timing of the force stuff there.
Oh no, both supports.
Yeah, he'll make sure there's no opportunity of the supports being able to escape. The combo's out from the Darkseid. You don't get that vital kill onto the Sven. They're hunting bottom, though. They see Carl as well outside the base, but also Radiant have a pretty nice cliff fort that sees mid one alone.
I think it's big now that both the supports are so squishy on the side of Blacklist. Having both the 4-staff only supports versus looking over to the side of Team SMG, where you got the Furion, definitely not an easy hero to bring down in his own right, but then Clockwork with the jetpack as well, and being a tanky melee hero.
They're going to bait mid one. They're starting to come down. Radiant unaware there's a ward inside the lane. Nice scan, okay. Very good read that potentially people playing on the high ground.
Yeah, they won't fall for this. A little bit too aggressive, obvious movement there, but at the same time, right now, all of Team Blacklist is stuck in their own base. Nobody's hitting creeps, nobody's farming, and meanwhile, SMG, they got the Nature's Prophet farming top, split pushing, they're, you know, enjoying the farm on bottom lane. Map is looking so scary for SMG, or for Blacklist right now, sorry.
Dude, it's a 16% probability for them. Only 2,000 lead for SMG, but I'm quite surprised the probability is swinging that heavily into Dive's favor.
Has a lot to do with the towers, losing the towers the way they have. They only got one tier 1 tower, and you're playing on very limited map. So right now the net worth difference isn't that big, but it's gonna keep getting exaggerated here as you lose mid tower as well. The tier 2 is gone. And you're gonna lose access to your outposts. Afu is going over and gonna take the outpost now.
We'll be able to catch out Tim's. Looking to try and TP out with a stolen one. Okay.
That's a funny survival right there. I like how he had his own TP available too, but he decides to go for the teleportation that he just stole. So. Okay, I mean, I guess now he has TP on Rubik, he can maybe get some sneaky positioning for a lift surprise initiation on something, but it's looking tough, man. This deep ward bottom needs to be dewarded. It's giving so crucial information.
It might force out the BKB. Raven's just a little bit too close to the base, though. I do really like this item choice, though, from Raven. He's got the Nullify queued up, a great way to address the Darks here. Importantly, the Bloodseeker, though. This hero really heavily relies on Blood Rage, and Nullify will still go through BKB. So if he can get to this stage on Raven, he's going to have a lot of impact with this item.
It's definitely something that he can do here. I mean, it doesn't actually dispel if he has BKB up in time, by the way. They changed the interaction for it. Okay. That's why the it was in the 734. It doesn't debuff during immunity, so he needs to throw it. But if he hits Bloodseeker even for a second, I agree that it's still very, very strong here. But it's similar, yeah, similar to Ursa. The Bloodseeker relies on having his attack speed buff. I mean, it's 175 attack speed, and even the spell amp increases his DPS from the Mjolnir itself.
Like you said, I mean, this net worth lead, it's just slowly growing for SMG.
Dude,
no one's might.
I missed this. They stole the wisdom. They used the Rubik TP. No, the other way around. The stolen Rubik Nature's Prophet TP. He went in and stole it.
All right. I see.
That's so good, Tims. I mean, he's making the best out of a bad situation right now on the Rubik there. So they get some experience back there. That's a nice swing.
Like you were saying earlier on, though, like with all the towers going the way of SMG, it's such an early stage. This net worth lead is just slowly growing, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. And these supports on Dire are going to have a lot of value as this game goes on. Like I think Afu already with minimal gold has been exceptional with his rocket flares to scout out Blacklist movements. I think his hook shots and cogs could be very devastating for the Pango inside some of the fights for the Sven as well if he can block off a choke point. So not only is it the cores we have to be worried about, you know, the Wombo combo, potentially even the Hex about to be picked up for Mastros, and it just needs a couple more components. So yeah, it's not just the cores, you're going to be worried about the supports as well.
Definitely agree, and there's a lot to shove them back into their base all the time inside of Blacklist. You got the Forge Spirits pushing now from the Invoker, you got the Nature's Prophet with this ulti, which by the way, he's soon gonna have Aghanims for. He's 300 gold away, and I would say when he finishes that, he's earned his promotion. He's an offlaner at that point, and you're playing with 3 core heroes. So yeah, this is looking pretty damn good what's coming out. Big move here. This is pivotal. Can they get a pick off on the Darkseer? They don't see him.
Oh, they're coming over, actually. Arfu pivots back over towards the mid lane, is going to be able to get the start onto Cuckoo, and quickly Januel is going to be in as well. All of a sudden, SMG, every single hero is nearby just in case a further fight breaks out, but it would just be the death onto Cuckoo.
These wards by Alpha so clutch, man. The lane wards there. Sven was standing under the vision for a little bit as well, waiting for a jump, trying to see if anyone comes in, but because of those wards, not gonna see any good targets, so they lose another little skirmish, and that's gonna just lead to them getting forced back to base again. We see bottom lane pushing in, mid lane pushing in, and at the same time, Nature's Prophet just jungling away, finishes the Aghanims.
I think you really need to start to consider about a gem on Blacklist. Like you just brought up, the vision it's just punishing Blacklist. They can't get onto the map. Gem is probably going to be picked up pretty shortly from them, I think.
It's kind of funny how gem works, because it's like you don't want to buy it when you're behind, because if you die, and there's a higher chance you die because you're behind, but at the same time that's when you need it the most, so that you can prevent those deep wards from just completely taking over the game. The ward bottom has timed out now, lived a full and happy life. It's retired, you know, but the mid ward, we might see the same thing there. That ward is, you know, just living full and healthy lives here on the wards, which is not what you want to have happen. Another smoke coming out. Revealed. Okay, they got a lucky bash on him immediately. So
we've sung the praises of a lot of this Nature's Prophet hero, stealing wisdom rooms, versatile item build, strong laner, but your potential just to be able to ward anywhere at any time on the map as well is really another very important thing that this characteristic of this hero.
That's very true. And also, you know, a lot of it comes back to Afu and the style he's playing as well in his clockwork, because he's been also the one to drop some of these good sneaky wards. So just good read on the map and understanding of how you want to dictate the pace of the game using these wards. Move down to bottom now, checking. Roche could have respawned already, but it's not up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is nonetheless important, that kill though. We do see them be able to get out on the map. So they drop a cliff ward down further to the west, and they have firm control of bottom as well. So we do see they're eventually going to need to go back and defend their buildings. So maybe this will give an opportunity for SMG to reoccupy around Roshan.
Yeah, they should take over the Roche area, because he could spawn any second right now, and SMG don't want to risk the Blacklist control of the Roche pit, since they have pretty fast Roche with the Sven, and also the minus armor coming in from Pango. So, moving to bottom, but at the same time, Blacklist, they want to try and fight this. Only 7,000 gold behind is not that massive. They could take a good fight if they get vision.
But they don't have a smoke on Blacklist for this fight. So it will be a little bit awkward. And KP's cut off from the team. No one's about to run into him. It's actually Arfu that starts over towards Raven. Meanwhile, KP is going to find the Doom onto the Bloodseeker as well. It's a decent start to the fight for the Blaze on Blacklist, but can they get more out of this? As Carl charges up the Rolling Thunder, Mastros an aggressive jump.
Oh, the double cliffing.
Sends two people onto the high ground. Cuckoo will get forced down. Raven can blink down as well. But they watched him. Now they can go back in with the Doom on cooldown. SMG, a beautiful dance. It was in and out they went, and now they see the opportunity to be able to chase down the remaining members as KP will TP out. Tims and Carl should be able to run themselves away as well, but I mean, great step out from SMG. Just the way they evaluated that team fight to look to kite. Mastros was big with the vacuum. It bought them valuable seconds, and once the Doom expired, they could re-enter.
They show good understanding too. They see the Sven, they jump the Sven before he can jump on anyone else. Like, the Clockwork basically just jumps on a grenade there, saying, okay, I see him, guys, I'll lock him down, don't worry. And then every single player on SMG can feel safe to take the fight without that concern. Of course, Doom still got that jump in and went over on the Bloodseeker, but without Sven there for damage, they're kind of lacking. They don't have the greatest damage output without their carry here. So, yeah, just really well taken team fight there by SMG. Good read.
Now you've got the Aegis onto mid one. And with Butterfly about to be completed, he is huge. You also have Cheese as well onto Mastros too.
Yeah, gonna be absolutely massive for him to get this Butterfly. Then he can stand toe-to-toe to Sven and not immediately get evaporated. Meanwhile, Tormentor is being taken here, so something for Radiant at least here. Blacklist get the shard over on Rubik, which is a fantastic shard to get. A little bit lowered in value when you play against a Bloodseeker, because Rupture saving when you're... or saving with Telekinesis against Rupture is not that easy.
Oh, Mastros has a Hex now.
Oh my god.
Dude, he's so farmed.
Yeah, he's... And the Lotus was paying big value in last fight as well. Using that against the Sven, he ended up stunning himself, so Lotus also showing to be a very good item for him.
See, SMG. I feel like there's a big opportunity for them to be able to take firm control of this game. 9,000 lead, but one more fight. Potential high ground objectives could be under siege. An early jump in from Arfu onto Raven. There's no real follow-up though, just some spells getting chucked back at Arfu just to be a bit of a deterrent so they won't continue.
It's just a prank, man. It's just a prank. He's getting out again. Meanwhile, the Nature's Prophet, he's got his eyes on the prize. The 2 Wisdom runes, gets both of them this time. So they did manage to steal Wisdom last time on the side of Blacklist with the stolen teleportation. This time though, not gonna get anything. So that was really just a distraction play by Arfu bottom. They were never aiming to kill anyone.
And speaking of Arfu, just scouts out Cuckoo dropping a cliff ward, so they have full read of the potential of Blacklist trying to take a fight around this high ground with a ward set up, so they're just going to play completely away from there.
Yeah, playing towards where they are strong, not going to go into the enemy Ancients right now, it looks like, but maybe they want to try and think about it. They have this Linkens on Invoker, by the way, now as well. Very, very useful against Doom and Sven, even against Rubik.
They're just going to walk up. See Raven showing top. Glyph's going to be expended early. Arfu's going to give them the information as well. What is this Clockwork up to? Forward. Did they see him?
I don't think so.
They didn't.
I think they're suspecting it, but I don't think they've seen him. And oh, if he rockets from there on hooks on the Sven, it could be massive.
That ward's going to be devastating.
He does that.
Starts on to Raven, who will be able to turn with the Gold Strength BKB as well, but this is multiple seconds of his combo just wasted onto a support, and he's still stuck in the trees. Rupture out onto Carl as well, so he's going to be bleed to death as mid one now looks to KP. A disastrous defense of the high ground, and they're going to be reliant on their buybacks. KP will use it instantly. Raven's going to get another jump in. His God Strength's expiring shortly. KP will find an opportunity here with the Doom. They'll turn to...
Got the Aegis.
As well. They've been able to isolate mid one on the first lap. Can they kill him a second time though? As SMG, they still have multiple members nearby to be able to protect him off the back of the respawn, and now mid one is actually going to try and turn to be able to chase down KP. That's a dieback out of the Doom. And SMG, what's the call now? Do you want to stick around for some objectives or not?
The backdoor protection going down, the creeps are coming in. Mid one could keep right-clicking here, but I think they should run away as all of them smoke up on the side of Blacklist. And yeah, good call to not stick around too long here. Fantastic engagement though. I mean, props to Afu. He set all that up. Sure, the Bloodseeker was tearing through heroes, and the damage and the control from the Invoker as well was beautiful, but the Clockwork made all that happen. That was really just his creation, that fight. He died a martyr, the first one to go down in the fight, but, you know, get no experience for it.
Oh, no. There's a DD on mid one. You can't take this fight. Aggressive force back into the middle. Cuckoo's going to be killed off, and now no one's already hunting for more. Combo's going to be off the mark. Tims will be able to escape.
Yeah, that's 2 heroes down, though they still know that Doom doesn't have buyback yet. 30 seconds, you know, on that dieback. This has got to be tough. Sven has everything at his disposal, though. If he can get a jump for once, maybe they can win a fight.
Dude, Arfu!
He's just in there. He stopped this Sven again. He stopped the blink.
Dagger! Dude, Arfu!
He's owning.
Not dude.
Yeah, he's so impressive. And now you have Sven ulti cooldown. They're just gonna back up. They're like, okay, cool, you used your ulti. We just chill. Also buyback on the AA. So they thought they would get the jump there, but Afu is just absolutely owning them in these engagements. It's
This guy's having an MVP performance, right? 3, 7, and 10. I don't care about the KD.
No.
He's having this game is incredible.
It's all in the details. All in the details. This is so far definitely standout the player of the game. Like he's just every single fight locked down the Sven from doing anything. As a support, as a POS, essentially POS 5, because Nature's Prophet really is the, you know, the POS 4. He's greedy as hell. He's a POS 3 for God's sake. So with that little gold, being able to have the impact of shutting down a 22,000 gold hero, it's brutal to watch. Really impressive though, super impressive.
He has a very interesting kind of sort of heroes that he likes to play. We've seen multiple times that Elder Titan is picked up on the 4, where it was banned out this game. You know, it seems like he, of course, he likes a lot of the melee position 4s. His Earthshaker is always formidable, but he's got those range heroes that he can play incredibly well as well. But currently, the melee ones in particular have been standout for him so far in the qualifiers.
He likes to play those melee heroes that stun a lot of people. He basically doesn't like watching enemy play Dota. So yeah, he stops them from doing stuff, which is, you know, that seems to be satisfactory to him. If he sees a key target, even Rubik here.
Now the jump, this time it's onto the Rubik. This time Raven's going to be able to find an opportunity to stop, but the Sprout puts Raven on the wrong side of the wall. They're still going to be able to get the turnaround. A decent turn here for the boys, but it looks like no one, all the attention was put onto the Bloodseeker, so the Invoker should be able to clean up. Somehow Raven's able to get back further inside the base. Genuel's trying to catch up to him, and they'll snipe him down under the tier 4.
Double buyback.
Buybacks, they're vital for the turnaround on Blacklist. They'll be able to catch up to Genuel. Mashos will surge away on the right side, but Blacklist want to make sure that no one can escape with their own lives, and they will be able to shut them down. It does cost them multiple key buybacks there for Radiant, but finally they're able to at least edge out a victory.
In a strange kind of mirroring of what's happened before. This time, instead of the Afu Clockwork being the only one to die, he was the only one to survive, and then his entire team died instead. I think that jump was a miscalculation. As much as we've been singing his praises here, I think he saw the Rubik, got a little bit greedy, felt like they were pretty far ahead, jumped him, and this time Sven got what he wanted. He could pick a target, jumps in, immediately they killed off the Bloodseeker. And here we see the initiation. Look at Sven jumping in, finds the blood, and quickly they go in with the Doom as well. Just double down on getting rid of that carry. And that's 26k gold gone. Once he's not in the fight anymore, they could pick apart this fight pretty easily.
Dire's middle tower.
So we kind of see the recipe for success here, and something you've been mentioning, like Raven needs to start the fight, and it seems like they just need to dump everything onto mid 1 as well. But if that happens once again, and you're not perfect with maybe shutting down no one as well, then this time Blacklist won't have buybacks. And unfortunately for them, Roshan, it's a long respawn as well.
Yeah, it's not up yet. It's the second time they have control of the Roche area, and it's not spawning. Man, Gaben is doing them dirty in this game. They're holding the area, but we see SMG coming over. I completely agree, though. If they shut down the Bloodseeker, it can be pretty impressive how they just pick apart the fight.
Oh, food, dude. No teammates even remotely close to the Clockwork.
He's put the fear of God into these guys. They're like, oh no, he's coming. Look at like, what, 50, 60,000 net worth total, running away from 10,000 net worth total. The Clockwork is here. But of course, they don't have the bird's perspective that we do. We can see everything here. They're gonna back up and re-smoke though. Re-engage.
This is a cool angle though from Blacklist.
Could work out well.
Radiant are scanning.
Mid 1 though sitting in a good position. This is like the smoke reveal trees. This is where you always go when you want to smoke reveal for Roche fights. The big wraparound though. Nobody's defending mid. It should be pretty obvious to SMG that there's a smoke.
It's about to expire. Quarter duration.
They re-smoked.
No one. Oh, look at them. Ghost Walk. Instant BKB. No one's not going to mess around. They'll get confirmation of where they are. And now Arthur's got a hook shot. We saw that Raven previously had to start the fight. And this time was going to be able to turn to get the kill onto Arthur, who's got a buyback. But they've wasted the BKB. And they can just wait for the God Strength as well. Blacklist, they need to go again. And they need to go.
Oh, Furin tipping into everyone though.
Dude, he just TP'd straight on top.
Januel. What the hell, man?
Freebie.
Oh, okay. They gotta... Maybe they can play towards Clockwork who bought back. He's running here. Maybe they can pick him off as well before he regroups with his team.
Oh, nice Sunstrike, dude. What is that vision? Sees all 4. Can he cancel some TPs?
Oh!
He got 1.
Oh.
At least it's just the AA. They'll catch Kuku. Tims was also able to TP out. That could have been disastrous, though. They were all lined up.
That was, yeah.
Ball back prior could have been stopped short thanks to the hook shot, but they'll make it out. It will give Roche, though, over to SMG.
Dude, that hook shot, if it was a few millimeters to the right, you know, it could have hit 3 heroes, it looked like. It could pass through 2 of them and hit the one in the back, stunning all of them. But it's going to be finally Roche taken up here.
Oh, it's a scepter. Oh, Mid1 is licking his lips. Scepter for me? Oh, he shouldn't have.
I think that'd be a very nice one for him to get. There is at least the nullifier on the Sven though, so he can dispel the shield, but even just the damage increase of the Blood Mist isn't too bad here, and you're not always going to be nullified, so Blood Mist can be pretty effective here.
What's his Corey doing here? What?
I do not.
That's both gems in the hands of Afu.
He got the AA shard as well as they took the Radiant Tormentor. It's gonna be the Invoker shard this time.
Very interesting game.
It's a, you know, it's a wild one to start out the series here. We're still only in game number 1, 20,000 gold lead. But we have seen the potential for Blacklist.
Yes.
They have the damage.
Just because it needs to be said, whether it's going to happen or not, SMG as an organization have always had difficulties with closing out games. Just needs to be said that, you know, we've seen Blacklist in the past couple of fights. It has to be Raven starting, though. You've said it multiple times. If Raven is not the one starting, fights, the percentage gets far lower down on the success rate if they're going to be able to come out on top. If Raven is not the one getting the jump, he's very close to level 25 as well, so it could help out with that extra burst potential.
It's pretty huge that he got himself the ninja gear, by the way. Like, that's so massive when he is the one who needs to stay hidden and then get the jump on the opponent. So having this smoke available for himself all the time is really, really huge. He's going to go and get himself his level 25 talent. The damage talent is coming in for 50% extra. So he can definitely delete heroes fast now.
Building up quite this barrier here for Mid1. Except let's see what the decision's going to be if they even feel like they can pierce the high ground. Still have a long time left of this Aegis to work with. Maybe they just want to continue to farm and wait for some next items. I mean, Masros has almost got Lincoln's, BKB just completed on Genuel.
Yes, the BKB Assault Cuirass, Power Tread, Solar Crest, Nature's Prophet. My favorite POS 5. This looks like he has, you know, overtaken the Doom here as well.
Very cool.
Masros is doing a good job though, staying ahead of this monster Nature's Prophet, trying to take his POS 3 away from him.
Oh, they're coming. All right. Radiant have a pretty crafty ward, though, that might scout out some of the backline. SMG will look for the smoke, though.
Sven, thinking about it?
Okay. Well, Raven, an aggressive start in. Mid1 just turns with him.
He's bashed.
Raven! Oh, he's got a buyback. That's a dieback on him. And now KP as well. He's going to be ruptured.
Oh my god, dude.
To turn with the buildings, dude.
That's just it.
It's a big opportunity.
I mean, that's just it, dude. 2 minutes, he doesn't have buyback. He jumped in, Doom wasn't with him. I'm not sure if Doom was being gone on at the same time or if it was just miscommunication and what happened there. There was a Lotus Orb over on the Bloodseeker, so Doom probably didn't want to jump in and drop his ulti, because that would doom himself as well. But that was just disjointed, man.
He's got buyback in 30 seconds. They're actually going to try and go before the potential of the Sven to respawn. They want to deal with the first life. Telekinesis closer inside the base. Carl's able to find a good combo and deal with the Aegis early on. Again, oh, Masteros. Oh, there's no follow-up, though. Wall's still on cooldown. It's going to protect Mid1 at least off the back of the respawn. They're going to deal with the objective.
Oh, the stolen vacuum!
He sets up for the Ice Blast. It's just not enough, though. It is not enough. Another tornado. No one is going to...
Sven, 2, 1.
Sven's going to be up in a couple seconds with the buyback. Can use it now, but he doesn't have the members to fight with as SMG. They're on the full retreat, but Raven's going to stop them short with the Storm member onto 2. KP's got the follow-up as well. Again, Masros this time. He's got the wall to combine with, and it was beautiful. They'll be able to tear them apart. Mid1's going one by one. He's got a buyback to look to rejoin, but Carl will reign supreme at the moment. One more swashbuckle to get Genuel. He TP's out of the nick of time. But again, that's a dieback on KP. That's a dieback on Raven as well. And SMG, they can walk it down and go for one last push.
Yeah, they're all coming, and there are going to be 5 as well. Clockwork respawning soon, and they're just starting to lay into this building. Sadly for Carl and Cuckoo here, they do not have any friends anymore. Januel trying to go on him.
Nice force from no one. Gets him out, and no threat now. I mean, the potential to maybe blow one person, and they know it as well. G's are dropped. Nothing left in the tank for the boys on Blacklist. SMG, they'll take game one, 49 minutes in, and now they are one game away from booking their ticket into the grand finals.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very good start here. Some solid gameplay overall. I want to say that the standout play, though, Afu on that clockwork, man, so many times that he set up for them and facilitated this, these great team fights where we expected to have the impact from Sven, but he breaks the 100% impact, the 100% win rate, that he's had so far in Southeast Asia. Sven now with a loss, and I think it was just about the crucial impact from all the rockets, hook shots, cogs, just impossible for him to get into the fight, man.
And even the laning stage as well, if you want to dive down that a little bit more, we saw it felt like Mastros and Afu had a really good communication between each other. It seemed like they'd played this Darkseid clockwork lane a lot and knew exactly what they needed to do with dragging the wave early on. Darkseid's level 1 is quite weak, and then we saw Afu just being given the Iron Shell and farming up the Crete wave and helping him double pull. It was from the laning phase, he had a great read of what he needed to do through the entirety of the rest of the game as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did utilize the lane as well as they could, and even though I would say that Darkseid doesn't do too well against Sven, they got ahead in farm so much, and some of it can come back to this early AA pick. AA, I don't know, man. I'm just not entirely sold about picking AA when all you see on the enemy team is Nature's Prophet, who does well against AA. He's not countered by it at all, and then they just add on stuff like the clockwork can pick you off very easily. I think the idea of going for the AA was interesting, but it shouldn't be used unless you see that the enemy team has stuff that's weak against it.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a different way for them to address the Nature's Prophet as well. And in fact, I don't think we'll see it next game. Without a doubt, I actually think it's going to be banned out. Genuel just was able to put in so much work too with the itemization that he went for, the early rotations that we saw out of him. So
yeah,
overall SMG, solid game one.
Yeah, I mean, he showed exactly why this hero is looking like one of the strongest, if not the strongest hero of the patch. Nature's Prophet is just an absolute beast, and he had good targeting overall in this game as well, choosing who he jumped on. But yeah, this game was a little bit rough for Blacklist. We could see that they wanted to play their same style that they usually do, the 5-man kind of start grouping up and then take fights, but never really got to enable.
What do we need to look at differently then for them to be able to play that style of lineup? Do we feel like just at the end of the day, like SMG just executed to another level and it kind of is just as simple as that?
I think that's a big part of it, honestly. I think, their positioning was clean. Their reads on the smokes was great, because even when they came in with the smoke on the side of Blacklist, Afu was there to sniff it out, man, and found the Sven and locked him down. So it's a lot back to execution, but a little bit back to draft for me as well. I don't like the combination of AA and Rubik. I think the two are too similar in that they're squishy backline ranged support heroes. I like it better when you have a ranged and a melee, the way SMG did it in this game with the Nature's Prophet and the clockwork.
Okay. Well-deserved MVP for Mr. Afu on this clockwork. We've seen him have some really solid performances on a lot of melee fours, which at the moment some of the position fours are putting a lot more emphasis on some ranged squishy spellcasters, like in particular the Rubik on Tim's this game. But Afu felt like he did it all for them from the laning phase all the way to the end as well. Yeah,
it's funny because his MVP stats here are gonna look so underwhelming. Kill participation so low, what the hell? But that's because he died first. He hooked into lock down one target that by the time they finally kill the Sven, he's not even getting the kill participation for it, probably because it's been so long since he landed a spell on him. But truly, to me, undoubtedly he was the MVP. He was just playing very clean this game.
And I think all of SMG played incredibly clean as well. And I wonder, looking to next game in particular, we might see Blacklist try and fix at least maybe one of their issues with just, they couldn't open up the map. We felt like, we saw there was a really big difficulty for them where SMG, they had the advantage of all T1 towers down at such an early rate, and we saw them just being able to freely farm and get whatever they wanted. It was a slow progression in net worth, but once they opened up the map, it was really, they never looked back from there. A very solid, clean game of Dota where it ramped up to a lot of pressure and a lot of team fights in the end. So it's going to be SMG that strike first in our game one. Of course, Blacklist. This is also their first defeat overall in the TI-12 qualifiers. So we'll see if they're going to be shaken up or not. There is a lot of experience on this team, but currently SMG, they have their number. Will that continue into the second game? We'll have to find out after a break. Well, SMG are one game away of moving over into the grand finals. And for any team, whatever team gets knocked down to the low bracket, that is going to be a incredibly scary run. You've got Geek Fam, Execration that is still waiting there later tonight as your potential opponent. We've seen both these two teams be building a lot of momentum currently in a lot of their games so far. So you want to get this victory. You want to put yourselves in that grand final, get a little bit of break where you can watch some Dota and maybe work out some more ideas. And well, currently SMG, without a doubt, in that better position currently as well. What do we need to look forward to for Blacklist in this second game? What needs to be a little bit different from them?
I want to see them get to take off in the next game, because it felt like they just got stunted so much by the rotations. Also, get rid of Nature's Prophet. That mid lane would have gone so much better had it not be a Nature's Prophet that just kept coming in and messing with his impact. Because Pango, yeah, it's a good hero to fight early. It's a good hero to rely on to build enough space for Raven to get big and then take the fights. But the Nature's Prophet and Invoker just completely shut him down, and because of that, I feel like they were on the back foot. KP was always waiting, like, hey, do I have someone to play with? Like, can we make a move for top tier 1? But they were just shut out, man. They didn't get to take a single tower, and a lot of it comes back down to this: get rid of Nature's Prophet. And actually, it's going to be SMG this time to take it away.
I guess Blacklist this time, they're playing with first pick, which we saw again was different in the last game.
Yeah.
Previously, what were some of the bans? It was we had the Primal Beast,
Brewmaster, Jaro. We had the Venge ET removed as well as the Naga Siren and early Wisp remove as well. But the ET, I think, is a big one here. Are Blacklist going to keep removing it? Because Afu so far played it 3 games, won every single game on it, but he also just destroyed you with Clockwork. So it's a little bit of a question mark now. Are they going to keep banning it? Are they going to ban something else? We'll see what they are going to land on, as they're obviously discussing a bit here. Bans are not clear yet for the team here.
Radiant team ban.
Gonna be the Jaro getting removed for now.
So a couple of carries for Blacklist looking to remove, a little bit of priority onto mid one's heroes.
Genuine, this whole lean back, he's catching some quick sleep here before the game, chilling.
Malik God needs his rest.
After last game, I mean, it's heavy to carry from the post 5 position, with Nature's Prophet getting so farmed. But he was having a great time. Not gonna get to run back on the same hero though.
See some ex-teammates going at it as well. Previously Genuel on that Fnatic roster with Raven, KP previously on SMG, so he was there for a decent chunk of time, honestly. So yeah, we do have some ex-teammates going at it as well in this all-important series.
Yeah, that just gives you one more layer of understanding of your opponent players, right? Everybody, knows what they're going up against. I've been trying to read what no one has written on the whiteboard behind him. Is it their schedule for scrims, or yeah?
No, it's the schedule for the games. It says.
Oh, it's their officials. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. TI qualifier games. Yeah, don't miss it. It would be a shame if you're missing your scheduling.
That would be quite a shame. I was also giving away. I saw that map last time. I wonder what the pins are. You got blue pins, white pins, red pins. I mean, don't know what it's all about.
Oh, I see. Yeah, is this word locations or something? Heat maps or something they're doing for individual teams? That's cool that he has a physical Dota map behind him. It's good to visualize stuff sometimes.
Dude, that boot camp looks sick as well. It looks like an awesome boot camp.
Yeah, it looks really sweet, actually. Good place to see. I like the cuckoo camera. It's literally just knees. All right, as we go. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the draft, I guess, as we get to the cuckoo knees full screen. Wow, such content. So Enchantress and Venge here, the 2 opening picks. Okay, I like adding Enchantress early on, actually. I think that hero gives something very, very comfortable in that you are able to do what SMG did very successfully last game. Just take away all the tier 1 towers. Like, the enchant creeps are so difficult to deal with, and you basically give yourself a really good tempo. The one drawback is that she doesn't do too well against those magic damage heroes, and come mid-game, she can just get blown up by some BKB focus from an enemy carry.
I mean, it just, yeah, I don't know. This Enchantress here is crazy. I really wonder when it's not going to be as popular as what she's been for quite some time. Like you said, she does too much, man. It's actually crazy. So
yeah, at the same time though, I mean, there are so many high value supports right now, and she's being outshone a lot by the Nature's Prophet existence. So, but she is a good hero to fall back on. Like last game, she was completely ignored. They didn't touch this hero at all, and now it's first phase pick.
Radiant team ban.
is there any form of like counter matchup into the Venge, or is this more they're just trying to draft for themselves currently?
I don't think it's so much about countering Venge necessarily. It can be neat to have a little bit of healing to sustain against the spam of magic missiles and so on. And of course, you don't get attacked that easily early, so Wave of Terror doesn't matter that much. But I think you're just setting up your own stuff for now until you get a little bit more information. But we do see the ban-outs here. Queen of Pain, TA being removed by Blacklist. They're banning all my level 30 heroes, dude. I'm not even in the game, man. It's not me.
That's right. I just want to try and make sure you limit your input. That's what they're trying to do. What gets you strong?
I don't know anything about the game anymore, dude. That's all the heroes that I could speak about.
What you got? TA Corp, that's it. Nothing else.
I'm working on Bounty Hunter too, so if they don't ban that, I can speak about him.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Not a bounty level 30. That's one of the gross ones.
He's my go-to, dude. If you don't get to play core, Bounty is a great time. You just run around and mess with people. So Phoenix coming in early here from SMG, a hero that I think a lot of teams have not necessarily rated as high, but Blacklist and SMG both play it. Both of them have used it previously here in the series. It was Blacklist against Army Geniuses. They played it back to back, and then they got a ban against them a little bit because of that. And at the same time, SMG used it against Geek Fam in their previous series.
So let's see what the response is going to be from Blacklist. I mean, you're already going to be needing to look at some supports to address it. Snap Mirana are some of the better ones. Of course, you can even look at some other carries in particular that are going to be able to deal with the egg, because currently it can also go in multiple roles as well. I know Masros doesn't mind playing the Phoenix as the off lane, but it could be Zhao or Afu playing it.
Yeah, could be a decent way to do it. You could also think about going for Silencer, a hero that doesn't do too poorly against Phoenix. You have the, Curse is very strong. They're gonna go for the classic 1-2 combo though of the Tide and Rubik. Actually, all their heroes are damage reduction right now. You see this? The Venge Tide Rubik combo. So right-clicking into this is going to be very difficult. And also they have minus armor combo going with Venge and Tide. So interesting start from Blacklist. Granted, SMG, they can pick a hero that is customized into this. So probably not going to go for something like a Naga who would suffer against it greatly, but instead some BKB carry who can man-fight. They're going to save the carry last pick. Going with the Doom and Invoker here.
I have some... I feel like you're very heavy committal in team fights on SMG, where you drop egg to control an area and where you doom and you don't want them to retreat. But I feel like Blacklist, all they need to do is just have a hero that can help you escape from fights when your R buttons are clicked, and then all of a sudden, how are SMG going to prevent you from doing that?
Yeah, I'm not in love with the heroes SMG have so far, because while they do have the Phoenix combo and then play around it with the Invoker spells, make it very difficult to take the team fight, they also have a little bit awkward ganks right now. They don't have the best amount of disable. It's basically relying on Doom or Invoker. If it's gonna be Enchantress and Phoenix as two supports, I don't like that none of them have a stun built in, or nothing to set up. And due to this low amount of disable, we also see the Ember Spirit being picked up. So, of course, the Doom is available to shut him down maybe, but when there's this little stuns and silences, then Ember usually has a very good time.
I mean, you might want to just double down and say, screw it, let's just go ultimate team fight and consider like a Faceless Void or something, but I actually don't even know if that fixes your issue, because you may just get run over. Like Tide Meteor opens up the map, Ember being able to rotate early on. With all the minus armor, he's going to be doing a crap load of damage. You could go for a pretty early active hero on Raven as well to get involved, because like you've said, in particular that last game, like Blacklist so far, we've seen them, they group up very early on.
Yeah, I think it's still possible, even into all this damage reduction, that we might see Team SMG go for a Terrorblade still, as we see the carry bans here. Because when you have Phoenix ulti, you want to basically have some form of threat. You can say, oh, we're going to do this, you know, we're going to take this tower. And right now they're missing tower damage. So possibly TB for the meta. At the same time, though, I could say the same the other way around. Blacklist honestly could play it as well here. It's not fantastic for them, but it's definitely playable.
10 seconds remaining.
Medusa and Drow being banned out from SMG.
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of hinting that they might be going for something like a troll here in the lane, I feel.
Would Tide have a fine time into the troll?
No, I don't think so. Not if it's Troll and Enchantress. I think that lane can be pretty tough for Rubik Tide. I think you get double range harassed a lot. So you take a lot of clicks before you get levels into the Kraken Shell. And you can't get close enough to land the Anchor Smash on a Troll since he just slows you with the W. So that matchup would be pretty tough here. And just the bans from SMG look like they are considering this. So either Troll or TB looks good for them, and Blacklist are gonna remove the TB since, yeah, and they're gonna go for Luna themselves. Interesting to see Luna coming out. It's a hero that Raven enjoys playing, not really a hero that's super popular in the current meta or anything, but Raven had good success on this before. We were covering their game against Bleed where they played it. And honestly, that's the series that looked really clean from them. I loved exactly how he played that game. His itemization was on point. They looked outstanding in that series, to be honest. But I'm a little bit concerned about Luna against Doom because you can't lifesteal anymore once you get doomed.
Does the troll matchup change now? Like seeing the Luna carry, you still thinking about this? Again, even Faceless Void as well, like we brought up before.
Maybe, yeah, maybe Faceless Void is appealing here. I think they're considering their options, but I like the Troll because it's stronger in lane. Faceless Void would still have a hard time against the Rubik and Tide. Like, he will get farm, but he won't win the lane. Whereas Troll can win that lane. And then I just think that winning lanes is super important in this current meta because you see the impact, like in the previous game we just covered. Looks like the players are ready and locked in now as we see the nods in agreement here coming out from no one and everyone. They're gonna finalize on Sven, in fact. Okay. Yeah, that's also solid. I mean, Sven doesn't really struggle against the minus armor because you got Warcry to protect yourself. And again, some nice combo here. They needed something that had good lockdown. And while you would get the ensnare from Troll, getting the stun from Sven is a bit more reliable.
And I think regardless, I mean, we were looking at strong laners, a big reason why you were highlighting Troll. Like Sven overall, I don't think you're going to stop the Tide farming as much as what the Troll would have, but I think it's just important you have a hero that can fight early. Because my big concern with the Void, even though I thought maybe it looked good with SMG's Phoenix and Invoker, is the fact that you're very, very cooldown reliant, and Blacklist could just ball up and
yes,
Tide with Meteor would just be able to take all your early objectives like we saw SMG do last game. So I think the Sven is going to be able to be much more active than what we would have seen out of like a potential Void.
Yeah, Blacklist are going to do what we have seen them do before. They want to try and do it again. They like deathballing, and they're gonna deathball. By God, they will. They have the Venge, the Tide, the Luna. This is again built to run down the tier 2 towers at some point, just group up and keep that tempo going. SMG, though, again with the Invoker. I think no one on this Invoker is pretty crucial against that type of gameplay because he really understands how to split push and mess with people. Not really just split push to hit creeps, but like splitting up and hitting some EMPs here and there or just take away some crucial resources. So interested to see how this one is going to play out. I would probably say that I favor SMG going into this game though.
Oh, you do? Okay. I thought you were all late in Blacklist. I felt like, you know, we've seen this draft, we've seen the death ball work for them, and you're like, I favor SMG.
Yeah. We've seen it before. No, they got a great lineup. In a vacuum, if you just look at their own draft, it's super synergetic. And I really don't think that their draft is weak by any means, but I do believe that some issues could be posed here by the tools available at the side of SMG. I like the Invoker a lot. Maybe that's why I'm rating it like this. But I could easily say that this is not going to be decided by draft. I think it's going to be decided by gameplay.
I like to hear that. I like to hear that a lot, as we're going to see smoke as well on top.
Ooh.
Quick
pick.
Dive him, and you hate to do it, and yeah, he's not going to. So he's going to give over first blood, and Carl will snipe that as well. So, but now we have an opportunity to speak about this, because this is where I wanted to go. You mentioned that you felt like, the Invoker, no one has been playing very well, master tier on it, and plus overall you think it's going to be a good hero for SMG. How does it play into the Ember though? Because previously, like a lot of people have mentioned, Qualifiers Invoker with Tornado being able to purge the Flame Guard feels very, very nice. Is that any different now with the status of these two heroes, and especially now with Cole having First Blood too?
I would say it's a bit different from 733 patch, at least, that Invoker doesn't have this built-in healing from just skilling up the Quas, right? That's the problematic part. You can get Sleight of Fist spammed on Invoker nowadays and take quite a bit of damage. However, it came at a trade-off where you now do quite a bit of right-click damage, even as a Quas Wex. So you're basically sitting at like 10 or even more higher damage than you had before. We'll see. I think the first blood definitely offsets the mid lane a little bit, but I think Carl should be more than fine on the lane itself.
Okay. And is this because you were just mentioning about the slight spam before with kind of the low armor from the Invoker and importantly the no cost regen? Do we think Carl's going to max out the slide and go Orb of Corrosion, or is there kind of another early item and skill build he's considering?
Yeah, I definitely think you want to get, probably Orb of Corrosion even before Boots, in my opinion, but we'll see if he opts to go for the face Boots approach as well. He's taking a lot of damage right now from this harass. No one is just being pesky.
Funny just watching Creep walk away from him as well. He wasn't able to get the last hit because of that, but he's doing a very good job afterwards. So it's a good start to his last sitting inside the lane, as we'll take a look at how some of the other ones are shaping up at the moment. Let's take a look at this Luna lane, because, again, we've seen Raven yesterday, like you said, had a very good performance out of the Luna. He's going to be paired with another range hero, being the Vengeful Spirit. Is this a lane where we feel like both cores are going to be able to freely find their farm, or will one have a little bit more difficult time than the other?
Maybe a bit easier for Luna in this matchup, I would say. Luna plus Venge combo is pretty damn potent, but so far lane isn't going too well, as they, have been denied 4 denies already by Masaros here, getting a very good start. They do end up getting the pull, so at least they fix the balance of the creep wave, but Masaros is looking to have a good start. And finally turning our eyes to the bottom lane a little bit, just as we haven't talked about it so much. The Enchantress versus Rubik are just trading hits, and then it's basically a Sven versus Tide 1v1 going on, where Tide is pretty happy right now. No points in the cleave yet from Sven.
Is there any real kill threat onto KP bottom?
Not without a good creep, and so far it's difficult since they don't have access to any jungle creeps for Enchantress. It's more likely that Tims might overstep and get Blood Grenade and taken down, but so far his positioning has been on point.
Maybe we might see that be the case with the Lotus fight coming up in 20 seconds. Both sides kind of starting to posture a little bit more aggressively for that. Some spam going back and forth. Mid one will already use the Storm Hammer, so he's not going to have this now for the Lotus, and there's a very valuable thing inside the lane, so it does look like Blacklist should be able to get the bottom one. Meanwhile, I think SMG at the top one as well.
Yeah, Blacklist's not really going in for the top one. Could maybe have gone and fought against the Phoenix there, but kind of conceding it. Afu is going to get his hands on it.
Mid lane. Is Carl going to be able to chase him down? No, pop some one charges, he's alright.
I like the build from Carl here. I'm a big fan of this against the Invoker. Actually, if he got a bit lucky there, he could have dove for the kill. Didn't get the Searing Chain though, it hit the creeps instead.
What does more points in the Searing Chains limit with the no Flame Guard for the Ember?
It's just about mana efficiency for me. If you go for the Searing Chains over putting a point, if you went for 1-2-1, then it's very expensive to use both your Flame Guard as well as your Searing Chains and your Sleight of Fist spam. This way he can just keep going a little bit harder with Sleight of Fist into Searing Chain, and it's less committal as well. You can just put that onto the Invoker. If he goes for Flame Guard, he just gets it dispelled by a tornado anyway.
Already see some stacks being created from Tims inside the Ancients. Going to be able to secure at least one of the water runes. Kai will get the other as well. So, of course, not that important for the Invoker, but having no bottles. So nonetheless, both water runes will go the way of Blacklist, and we know that KP is going to be fine dump on him as well. Already has that ring of health, and he does have that meteor hammer queued up as well. All my eyes are on what Genuel is going to be able to do on the Enchantress, though. We saw last game he was very active with the Nature's Prophet. Enchantress is no different.
Yeah, definitely. And we might see him, you know, just eye up some towers to go and push. And he could even swing in towards mid, to be honest. Like, no one's doing a good job fighting against the Ember Spirit as much as he can. And coming behind with a Centaur could be pretty big. Looks like for now he wants to help bottom.
Bit of a misstep there from Carl, actually accidentally pressed the chains without the slide. They're actually going to TP Arfu into mid. The combo's back off for no one. This should just be a guaranteed kill, and it's going to be our first one here for SMG as well. Great movement out of Arfu as they're still holding the Tornado just to close the distance, and no one going to be rewarded off the back of the rotation from the Phoenix.
It's really just a matter of time before any support would TP in towards mid there, and it's going to be, you know, Afu coming in first there to help offset the mid balance, but any of them could have died there. It could have been the other way around if we saw Cuckoo coming in mid a little bit earlier.
Oh, they might stick around for when the Ember respawns. This could be very devastating. You've got this potential to kill him off a second time. Cuckoo and Tims is also nearby as well. They're going to be able to close the distance onto Genuel. EMP, along with the cold snap, Cuckoo not going to go down. Tornado probably not enough damage. Oh, it actually is. Okay, no one. Able to get him secure with a kill from afar, so at least SMG also finds some revenge.
Does more damage than you'd imagine. Even he has 3 points already in the Wex, so does bring him down there. And meanwhile, Afu just sitting around, spamming a little bit onto the Ember here. And Power Rune is going to spawn top,
unlucky.
So no luck for Ember. And he's still level 5. Usually we see for the minute 6 Power Rune, you know, the Embers do the throw on Remnant top, run bottom play, but with him dying there, a little bit behind in the experience.
This is back-to-back games down. No one has also gone treads first before, like, your brown boots earn, which we see some of the other invokers do.
I like it. He's really working the auto attacks when he plays this hero, like non-stop laying in right clicks onto the Ember whenever he steps up. And the focus is back on mid, man. Look above, the Vengeful is being run at a little bit by the summon here. Gonna be fine.
Carl still not level 6. Tries to dodge the EMP. I mean, what was that damage right there? Blow up off. No one's still got some remnants of some DD to work with. Telekinesis in the last second. Carl's going to be able to get some separation.
Oh, Searing Chains?
The chains lands on the Evoker. Nicely done. Carl steps away out of harm's way and then also gets involved as well with the long-range spam of the spells. So much needed goal and experience. Carl has that ever so important level 6, so back to base to freshen up in the resources.
Oh, that is huge, actually. That was such an overstep. They dove very, very deep for that. I thought they would just make a play towards the support, but dove in with the Phoenix, basically accepting his death there. And I don't know, man. Meanwhile, bottom, you know, supports have left the lanes, so Sven is just jungling. The problem is, though, Sven has no HP, and there's a lot of creeps coming in for this tier 1 tower right now.
Radiant's middle
Like,
It's also Meteor Hammer as well. KP's got delivered, so this tower's...
if he goes up, he gets ravaged. If he shows himself, he's gonna get immediately ravaged. So all these creeps being untouched right now by the carry. They are pushing top, like you were alluding to there on top, the Ench, throwing your focus. Thinking about it.
The Meteor, yeah, that might be a bit difficult. He unfortunately used it.
Yeah, he needs the Gush and the Ravage onto him. He could kill him if he gets all his stuff, but the regen is starting to kick in here for the Sven. Has the Seeds of Serenity for health regen as well.
Top lane, they're still looking at Raven though. No one is staying around. Meanwhile, Blacklist are going to start to rotate off the back of the smoke. This haste could be devastating for SMG. Eyes on Mastros and who the Doom target's going to be. It needs to be perfect as soon as Carl shows. And look at him just playing his distance on the Ember Spirit, making sure he doesn't get himself in a compromised position. Mastros will still be able to land the Doom, but there's just no follow-up. They won't get the kill onto no one as well. Is anyone going to die? All right, no one dies.
That was a clutch Doom. He was just about to slide a fist the Invoker to death there, but very, very good Doom by Mastros. Still, though, looks like they are pretty confident on SMG going in. Oh, Ench.
No one though, back in as well. Combo's a little bit wayward. And meanwhile, Carl, he's going to try and jump over the top as well. But the chain's up in a couple of seconds. No one's still got a tornado to try and disrupt them. It's a perfectly placed one at that, but it's just not going to matter in the end as Blacklist brute force down a couple of kills around this top side of the map.
Yeah, SMG do get the tower though, as Masros was able to focus on the tower while the space was created by no one. But good kills going over to Blacklist here, and no one not getting the dream start that he wanted after a good start in laning stage. But then these 2 deaths really hurt him quite a bit. Like he was level 6 before the Ember was level 6, and now he's level 6 where the Ember is almost, you know, halfway to level 8.
I was definitely being able to kind of fix some of the issues that we saw early on with the Ember. And we'll see how he's going to be able to help out with the power runes as well. I mean, that's the important thing, to be able to continue him to have a solid early game. And you're potentially Tide Hunter even starting to rotate as well, which KP's already thinking about to potentially get involved if required for that power rune.
Yeah, gonna take the double bounty rune here as well, and he wants to farm up this neutral camp. No one is coming over, could steal a lot with the tornado here.
Yeah, but Blacklist are coming as well. It looks like they're reading this pretty well. I've got an idea of SMG starting to bring their forces down. A double remnant from Carl to get on top of the Enchantress. No one might be able to chuck at a tornado. Is it really going to do much to keep Januel alive? It'll get some distance away.
Nice.
That's some valuable seconds, and yeah, all right, he's out.
Staying fine for now. Pretty costly for Ember as well, playing that aggressive with his remnants. 10 seconds until he gets 1 back, then at least he has that, but losing a bit of his resources. Back to stacking for Cuckoo. Gonna go back to the Ancients, prepare more stuff for his Luna later on, or Tidehunter. Whoever really will take these stacks. It doesn't matter that much.
This Atos first for Arfu is a very interesting item choice. We've kind of seen like the Phoenixes tend to go for... I mean, there's a couple different routes, but we see sometimes the Ag Shard, Kaori in Western Europe really likes just rushing the Hex, which kind of the Atos can fulfill a similar role this game against the Ember.
Yeah, I think Atos is just to try and lock down the Ember and get it for cheap. Cuckoo not gonna be long for this world here as he gets caught out by the Ench and the Invoker, but I think he prioritizes getting as early as possible some form of control against this Ember.
Also, another thing, I suppose, as well, we were mentioning the draft, maybe some difficulties that SMG had to stop people from escaping under the Doom and running away from Supernova. So that's another thing as well. Top lane, there's a Doom from Masros under the T2 tower. Any backup, DPs are coming through, and nice sidestep with the tornado. So a big ultimate expended from Masros without guaranteeing a kill. And now Cuckoo's on the hunt as well. No Wave of Terror to be able to scout him on the high ground.
He's dead.
Oh, he went.
Last tick, the Urn plus Doom. He just barely died. He had 25 HP on the final 30 damage tick. And by the way, the healing reduction just secured that kill by a lot. I mean, if he was allowed to regen, if he was allowed to get the tower regen, even being next to that, he would easily have lived with like a few hundred HP. So this is the difference to Doom. Some people think, oh, Doom, he's useless now. Why pick him now? You can use items, you can BKB, you can TP out. But it also hurt, man.
KP is going to get run down as well. Arfu nearby with a little bit of percent damage. Quick on the moves once again from SMG. KP's going to pump the Ravage out.
Oh.
Supernova response as well, mean that KP will get stunned up. Cuckoo, nice swap. Gets some distance away. Now here's the one in the firing line, and they're hesitant. Blacklist don't know what to do to protect him, and well, there's nothing. You got Tims and Raven here, but not much that these two heroes are going to be able to do. So, I mean, at least KP doesn't go down, but still that is Ravage used.
Ravage used, but they did use Sven ulti as well as Phoenix ulti. I guess Sven ulti, you know, not wasted because he can keep farming with it, but it's a bit of a trade, I guess. And honestly, I don't think that they want to make too many moves right now anyway on the side of Blacklist. Looks like they're just keeping Luna farming, working on that Dragonlance. Want to get the Dragonlance Yasha timing, and then probably they're going to start forcing bigger engagements.
Cuckoo. And straight to no one in Arfu once again. Do you have Carlo? Looks like she'll be able to secure the kill onto Phoenix. Carl's got an Arcane Rune as well on the Arsenal, so not a fight that SMG will look to take. We've got to keep in mind as well with that previous fight we saw in the river with the ultimate shoes, that bought so much time for Januel, who took a tier 1 tower mid for free. No one else was there to help him. So once again, the objectives are starting to favor the boys on SMG. And this is huge because you have Mastros that's going Midas Octarine. So he's going to be able to build up a ridiculous amount of net worth. Mid one's back into the jungle as well. You've got greedy supports that are trying to scale, like Jar's gone Tread. So he's looking to be a right-click threat. You've got Arfu that we know this Phoenix can be a huge menace as the game goes on. So it looks like once again SMG are in a great position to be able to scale as this game goes on.
Yeah, and look towards top. I mean, nobody's reacting to the Enchantress creep, just pushing, and this can do a lot of damage. Just sending these summons towards the tier 2 towers, they will fall pretty quickly, as he will feed it away finally. Tims comes up here and starts clearing with Fate Bolt. But this is what you need. You need a hero to protect against the Ench. Enchantress still going for this no-point ultimate to get more points in Impetus and Enchant early on. A little bit of a sacrifice in survivability, but gets more value out of the other abilities.
Bottom lane, they could be eyeing up no one. I don't think Cuckoo and KP have what it takes though to get that kill. Maybe Carl can also get Arfu. Another dive is the potential. It's really currently been SMG, the proactive team across the map. Do we feel like that's going to continue to be the case over the next like 5 minutes, or can Blacklist start to make some plays shortly?
I think they can start making moves now. Like I said, they were working on Dragonlance and Yasha. They already got the Dragonlance. They got enough gold for a Blade of Alacrity for Luna as well. So starting to play around her could be possible for them here, but SMG just look to be a little bit more active with their positioning. We see bottom again. They gotta force something out of this tide here.
KP will shrug off the cold snap.
Not really close enough on him to do more. As the backup is here as well. Venge is behind.
They'll have to look to deal with mid as well. Full creep wave with Illusion and Catapult, so Arfu's going to try and TP in. Meanwhile, mid one tries to snipe the power rune away. Looks like he will.
He thought about going in to try and take the rune still, but of course mid one still had the stun, so not going to be able to. This move top.
Okay, finally, they're looking to get active. Straight to Mastros they go. Doom's still going to be able to find the ultimate, and it's just onto a Rubik. It's not really the most valuable target. That tornado from no one is huge. Just gives them some seconds to reposition. Raven, we're still going to chuck the Eclipse with a Ravage. Everything dumped on the head of Mastros. And now Carl, he can also jump over the top to be able to close the distance onto Januel. Like you said, no points untouchable. So he's going to get blown up pretty easily. And they might know that no one's here.
Yeah, maybe. He's trying to be sneaky right now. Looks like he's going to be fine, but he's hovering the area. Has to be careful if he does go down because there is a sentry, but he's gonna TP out. Doesn't want to stick around any longer. That was a good move to use the smoke and portal behind. I like the activity coming out from Blacklist because that's what we were asking as well. We're gonna see them, you know, make any rotations or make any active moves.
This mid one is so huge right now though on the Sven. And he can, if he wants to, BKB is going to be completed after this camp. If he wants to disassemble the Echo Saber. But this is a big Sven they're going to have to go up against.
It's a big timing as well. He got BKB complete and Ravage is still on cooldown. They could play towards Roche. They could play towards the tier 2 tower. They have the Sven ulti as well, so Roche is definitely on the menu if they want to.
Yeah, they're just going straight for it. They're not even going to try and take a fight.
Yeah, going into it. They have the Alacrity available as well, so gonna buff him up. And I don't know if they realize that's happening right now even. Blacklists, you know, they're just business as usual, keep farming. So I don't think that they are on point with this. But then again, they don't have Ravage, so there's no way they could fight. Even if they did have Ravage, it would be pretty difficult. Now Aegis though, that's a lot of, you know, potentials opening up here to take the tier 2s.
Well, you'll have to wait a little bit though from SMG. Also with the God Strength being on cooldown, we'll see them still potentially stick around. This could be, nonetheless, if a fight does break out top, Blacklist have an incredible war. Jar's probably going to get rid of it now.
Dire's top tower is
Yes, there we go.
Check with a Sunstrike and get a quick removal, and that means tier 2, they're still gonna go for it because they realize Blacklist are not playing this area. Blacklist are going and invading the Radiant side of the map. Got that pipe on the Tidehunter, not electing to go for the Shard next, instead Blink. I think I agree with it this game though. This game, you don't need Shard as badly, you need to land big Ravages, and with BKB and Sven, you're not gonna land it that easily if you don't have Blink.
Playing around mid though, SMG have come back. Meanwhile, mid one is also pushing top. So trying to play this macro game, get as much out of the map as they possibly can, but Blacklist haven't gone back to defend.
Blacklist still want the bottom tower, using the Meteor Hammer here on the Tide, trying to siege up as Ember is clearing the mid creep wave without getting caught. Pretty big value they can kill the wave for them right there. Kind of hinders SMG from doing anything. They're gonna TP bottom.
Being down. Well, Raven, the rest of the team has started to move away. Who can look to play with a swap, not going to get caught by the stun, and helps Raven make it back to the high ground as well. But look at the backline stab. Mastros flying to Doom. Supernova's out before the Ravage. They're going to turn to be able to deal with the egg, but still Raven, he's going to be brought down with ease, and our mid one's got a free fight with the Alacrity buff given over to him. They'll turn to Cuckoo, won't get him, but at least the cold snap is quick from no one to stop the Tidehunter TP. So in the end, SMG, yes, 2 casualties, but they're able to find 2 big core kills as well.
Yeah, big takedown, getting the Luna there. It's the second death of the game, but you know, she has been farming for so long without going down, and that was just a very ballsy move. I don't think they expected it at all. Kind of SMG, this is what I love about SMG from the games that we watched. They're a very unpredictable team. Blacklist is the opposite. They're a very predictable team. They play very structured, very organized, whereas SMG are chaotic, dude. That can be a good thing, can be bad. This time turned out to be really good for them.
Mr. Timms?
Oh, that's a nice spell to steal, dude. Getting a max level Stormhammer feels really good for Rubik. Oh, they're fermenting the rune. Don't take it. Don't take it. 10 seconds.
No. Very good, very good. Who gets it though? Let's see. Who's going to be the the rewards of the experience?
Ember, maybe?
Carl?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like KP might take it. I mean, Carl should probably take it, I feel. Okay, they take 1 each. were they doing rock, paper, scissors or something? 1 each.
Cuckoo Shards, of course, very nice as well. So, still they're going to be fighting to the ages for another 2 minutes as Cuckoo's going to run straight to mid one of the triangle.
Everybody around here.
40. Is this a fight they want to take?
Oh, so Egg is coming off cooldown soon as well, and Doom is already up.
Oh, swap back in. Mid one. If they can force up the first line without committing too heavily, this is a good start. Doom hasn't TP'd just yet to the team as well. They'll start with the telekinesis.
It is poking him.
Control.
Wow.
Perfect from Blacklist, but now mid one will turn. The egg is even better, but the retreat's been caught. Blacklist straight away back to the northern side. They've been able to reposition. Finally, Mastros is with the team as well. Tornado will fly out. But the read from Dai was beautiful. Poke down the Sven from afar, force an ultimate out, then reposition and go back in when you see an opportunity.
Yeah, the play was really nice, but it also comes down to the steal that he got early on Rubik Timms with that Stormhammer. You know, they're chain stunning with the magic missile, the lift, the Stormhammer, just beautifully locking people in place for a long time.
Oh, this smoke could be beautiful.
Quick move.
It goes to the lane anyway, it's not going to matter. Instantly, look where they go.
No BKB.
I mean, this is a huge opportunity. Blacklist, they've been getting some support kills, but finally they will be rewarded with a big core kill onto mid one Sven.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna go clear the enemy ancients for Luna as well. She could go mid if she wants.
Okay,
Sven dead.
All right, well, yes, you take something out of the map, but you're also probably going to lose KP as well. Cold Snap back up. No one is really starting to ramp up in the experience, and also Arfu gets involved too.
Good pick off there. I think he didn't expect to be brought down, but you can see the right click from this Invoker. He's hitting for 260 damage a hit with the Alacrity on him as well. And of course the Hurricane Pike, interesting choice that is very, very useful against the chain stun as well. Wisdom Rune gonna be secured here by Alfu before you might lose it.
I need to get that Tormentor. potential just for Arfu to get it is huge. I mean, it's not the worst for Enchantress considering Januel's got Treads, Force, Wraithband as well, Growbow too. So...
Yeah, I also didn't really comment on that, but getting the Tormentor for Vengeful, that shard stun is so good.
Yeah.
The bouncing stun, it effectively works as extra range for you, since you can just throw it on, you know, a creep or something in between you and a target. They're gonna go for it now, though. Sven, gonna commit the ulti for this.
Free. Well done. All right, very cool. This guy, Akshad, one of the best ones at the moment, and you're about to have a Hex as well for Arfu, so... Cores are going to have a lot of value this game, but also supports we need to put a lot of attention on. They could be devastating inside some of the fights.
Yeah, this is big, man. He's pretty damn close. It's early for a support to have a Hex. Only 24 minutes into the game. He's going to have it in just one more minute.
Philosopher's Stone definitely ain't going to... definitely is going to help out a lot here for Arfu, so... Yeah, like you said, it's going to be a great timing out of the Hex, and we'll see. Importantly, Blacklist, they've been able to stop some of the momentum that was being built. It's a 4,000 net worth lead. Probability is dead even, pretty much 51% at the moment for the boys out of SMG. You've got a BKB if Raven wants to complete it as well. Very close. We're just needing 500 gold for the Ogreax.
Yeah, it's closing in, and that's going to be the big timing they want to play around. The Luna looking absolutely massive. At the same time, though, the Sven, he's building up, having the crits now as well. Next fight could be real dangerous. And also, I want to mention, we haven't talked that much about Masaros. He's had, you know, not really a quiet game, but he's farmed, man. He's 1,000 ahead of the Sven. He is absolutely huge. The biggest hero on the field, this Doom. And,
Top lane, they might go on Carl.
No way. Okay, they're just pushing. He was pretty far back, pretty tough to get, but they do poke a few hits on the tower, force out the glyph.
Is that worth it though, Waka? Like, that's God strength now. Surely you look for a fight if you're Blacklist.
I think you should. Then again, it's a very fixed timing window where he's not going to have it. They're actually going to be the ones to smoke around and go behind bottom.
Oh,
this is a
Remnant?
This is a scary move with the Hex from Phoenix as well. No, the courier. Don't send the courier like this. Enchantress, no. Okay, micros it.
They're smoked as well. It's going to pop it now. Mid one, they're all clumped up. Fights it down to one. KP.
He didn't BKB.
Oh, they just blew it up. Oh, mid one disappeared. They're still going to be able to chase the Luna down. All commitment now solely put onto her. They'll be rewarded off the back of the kill. But what's the call from Blacklist?
Carries are dead.
It's a fight you want to take. KP's going to swing on over. You've got Carl here as well. And the Ember knows nothing to fear. They used every single ability onto Raven. So Carl can just run on forward, pop down 2 members, rewarded with a double kill. And what was looking like an incredible angle for SMG just doesn't pay out in the end.
I mean, it's just that BKB, man. It didn't go off. I don't know, Sven. Need to get the BKB there. Just gets caught by the Ravage when you're going behind the enemy. Like, they were the ones who knew what was going on. And KP with a good reaction. I mean, sure, his blink was fast and his blink Ravage was a good read to react to the situation, but that really shouldn't have happened for SMG.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They killed him right on top of Supernova and Sunray too, which is a crazy amount of damage. And dude, this Tim Stormhammer, man, you said it before, but he's putting so much work in with this.
Oh yeah, dude, it's a dreamy spell to have. I mean, you're just adding, you're taking like half of the lockdown that you have on the side of SMG. The Stormhammer is really one of their best disables, and then you're taking it onto the Rubik and make it even better. Give extra cast range to that shit, and yeah, he's having a field day.
Hang on, Masteros top lane. Multiple heroes showed down bottom. They instantly need to go through the rig a little bit too late. He can activate the BKB. Is Beano fine at the moment? Meanwhile, mid one was able to assassinate the Vengeful Spirit. No Ravage here for Blacklist. This is looking a little bit messy with their numbers disadvantage. KP caught on the low ground, and there's no way to... Masteros is already looking for the +1. Quick on the chains, though. Helps get some breathing room for boys on Blacklist, but Arfu's going to be in with the Hex. It will not matter, though. That should be Roche for free, though. SMG is still hunting.
Not going to be able to catch right there. They are very fast with the speed aura on Doom as well. Looking for a catch mid, but not really going to happen. I like the idea of just going straight to Roche here, but doesn't look like they're in a rush to get it.
Oh, they want more kills. All right.
Blacklist are going to be, you know, correctly, just backing away, saying, okay, chill. Full BKB on the Invoker now as well, 9-second BKB available.
Can they get to top? Bottom's going to be shoved out.
They can get there in time.
Ravage.
Yeah. They should be able to run there. If they go immediately now, easily. They have smoke, and the Sven doesn't have ulti yet. It's not that absurdly fast, Roche. They just need to immediately go. A little bit of running back and forth to pick up items here. Sven ulti comes off.
And we'll look at no one as well.
Always.
A smoke block with the ward.
They're not going straight. That's gonna mean that Roche goes down though.
They might run into Mastros though. Which, if they get this kill, they might still be able to take the fight into the ages.
Oh, this is sketch though. This is a dangerous fight.
That's not the person you want to run into first. It looks like SMG, they're actually TPing out. So there won't be a full 5-on-5 fight. It would just be the kill onto the Ench, and SMG, they'll get out with all the reward.
Yeah, they'll see bottom that they took the portal to escape, and they're gonna go through the portal with Tide in pursuit, maybe? Nah, he wants to stick around top. They're pushing now with their Luna. So even though they lost the Aegis to SMG there, Ench is dead, one hero gone. Means that you can maybe make a power play here towards this tower top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
The DD at that top rune as well could be quite nice for either side. Mastros mid lane. What?
Okay,
Dude,
just TP out.
Meanwhile, no one as well. They're going to run into Tim, so they'll be able to get the kill at least onto the Rubik. Mastros is starting to cut off maybe the reinforcements of pathing back to their own jungle, but it is just him. And
He got the courier. That's the Lincolns for Luna. Gonna be delayed by 3 minutes. And now with the smoke up as well, DD rune found for the Sven. See if they can find anything with the BKB on cooldown on Ember here. They just want to take a fight.
mid lane, KP. We'll be able to get away from the Stormhammer stun. KP's still getting chased down. Man, that's so much damage to defensive Ravage. Oh, all right, with the anchor, he'll be able to get some distance away, and mid one won't continue to chase. But dude, the only fights that have really looked good for Blacklist is when the Ravage has been up and available for KP. Now with it on cooldown, SMG, they can take a lot of the map. That's another tier 2 tower.
It's absolutely massive. I mean, not having the Ravage is going to make it very difficult for him to take any form of fight. So we see mid one now confidently going in, stealing away some of the enemy Ancients here, and wouldn't be too surprised to see them push bottom and even play for Torment or taking more engagements.
Well, they're coming.
Oh, the gem. They're gonna lose the gem. They split up too much.
That was godlike? Okay.
He's been owning this game. He's just getting a lot of last hits with Slider Fists in general as well. But I'm
KSing.
surprised that they just let go of the area there after Ravage was expanded and you have the Aegis on SMG. Not controlling the enemy triangle. Kind of just lets Blacklist get back on the map here.
Waste some of that Aegis as well. So we'll be able to go once again with the Phoenix respawning. Do have some big items though. Silver's Edge on mid one. Gonna help kind of deal with the Tide Hunter tankiness, potentially blow up the Luna. I thought I saw a Shivas. I think Doom just completed that. And a Hurricane Pike as well for Januel.
Extra control, being able to push people around. I mean, you got the Hurricane Pike on no one, Hurricane Pike on Enchantress now. So
Have you seen no one's item build?
oh, he's going for the Eye of Skadi. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
It's a great universal item, and you're playing against a lot of heal and lifesteal, so, you know, and not everyone can be doomed all the time. Might as well add this. It's like earlier we saw the AA and the Doom together, just really hating heal. It's the same thing here. But Eye of Skadi is just fantastic. You're a universal hero. Feels really great.
They are beelining it towards his Tormentor, but Radiant are aware. Oh, dude, if they clump up. Nice scan. Okay. So they won't be able to get it, unfortunately. Cuckoo still stick around maybe to go for a swap back, but won't even find that opportunity.
If he starts taking Tormentor, maybe they want to go and fight him, but he's probably going to take the tower first, and then it's going to be difficult to hold on to this Tormentor here for Dire. As they kind of just leave the area now. They will see the advantage of this age is 1 minute on it, and they're going to squeeze the most out of it. Getting tier 2 tower first, and then pinging to go over to a Tormentor. then might even see them push high ground with it as well here. It's going to be the Enchantress. So she gets the Sprink. It's actually very useful in this game. Against the Vengeful, you can very easily dodge the Magic Missile. It disjoints stuff, so it's not a bad shard to get.
Radiant are scanning.
Good spot for Dire to take a fight with this cliff ward. It might potentially run into no one. They don't have a sentry though. No one's going to pop out a vision for a second.
They do have the gem on Tide, but not going to be able to see him. A little bit too far away. Sven again, man, just looking for stuff, always silver edging around, looking whoever he can jump.
So it'll be a bit frustrating. They can cancel the blink. Never mind. Okay, KP gets out. They lose that ward though. Very powerful position for them to potentially take a fight with a higher ground advantage. So that is gone now. They're probably going to have to go to the opposite side of the map.
They're doing a good job just controlling Blacklist's access to the map here. SMG just all over the place, shoving in creep waves and keeping them on the back foot on the side of this Luna lineup, who normally wants to snowball down the towers like Blacklist.
Oh, mid one. Oh, it's a lot of damage. And now they get the Doom on the Raven as well. He can activate the beacon if required. Mid one's going to go for the secondary spot. They've got buybacks and they'll need them out of Blacklist. Further inside the base, the hunting goes as KP uses a defensive ravage. When are the buybacks going to come out? Because they're starting to go deeper and deeper. The punishment needs to be there, but the instant beacon beat.
Oh, no swap.
Astros will make it. And they all get out too. Carl's on the hunt. But a tornado from no one gets some distance. Januel's still in danger. Are they even going to lose him, man? SMG. This retreat has been perfect for them. They have expended multiple buybacks, and all they will get is a kill onto the Enchantress.
That is super costly there. What a brave initiation again. And I mean, I've been hyping this hero, man. I've been hyping Sven, saying how damn good it feels to have a Sven on the game. Mid one definitely got a nice pick off there, but that's the value of this hero as well. He just blows up someone, and then you take a favorable fight. Exactly playing in towards the strengths of the hero. And that Doom as well, just going straight onto Luna saying, nope, you're not going to be part of the fight. And Luna ends up just running away.
We're seeing how different like when the Sven initiates in this game compared to last game, right? Like just the fights look so different. You continue to bring it up last game and we saw like the one fight that shared on the Sven, it looked pretty decent. KP. Oh, mid one's ready to go.
They're going for him.
To be able to pop.
Holy
mouth! Oh, and it's an unnecessary turn, but who cares? It's going to be back up in 80 seconds. They will get the kill onto the Phoenix inside the river, but they are hunting. Mid one wants more blood. They set up a trap though. Mid one runs straight to them. Now Raven, can he get down to the low ground? He's going to find some distance away, so mid one will just turn for the easy kill, but SMG, they are not done just yet. Masteros.
He's chasing.
Hunting Raven, being able to sniff him out. There is no escapers.
Oh.
They will catch up to him in the front of the base. Raven goes down without a buyback, and Mastros as well jumps up over towards Tim's. Telekinesis will buy some time, but what is there to fear? A push away thanks to the headband means that he will get back to the safety of the fountain, but some objectives about to crumble.
Man, they're just looking so damn strong right now. SMG, how fast did that Tide die on bottom? And he didn't even have Ravage, so he does have buyback, but he didn't use it here as the rest of his team got caught out as well. And now this is going to be first lane of Rax, and he may lose more. Luna is down 40 seconds on Venge. Ember's trying all he can to defend here, and maybe they're going to back and reset, but definitely could do even more damage, perhaps. Sven looking towards mid, has the cheese ready.
Oh, KP! Yeah.
Backdoor protection finally kicks away, but I think they've done good enough to defend here, but I mean, that's devastating damage. You've used buybacks, you've died on a ton of heroes, you lose your barracks, and now SMG can just sit back and enjoy the map. 18,000 net worth lead, and the map is massive for them. They can play the entire field, whereas on the side of Blacklist, it's getting smaller, man. The access to the map is really limited. One little silver lining for them, when KP died bottom, he had gem. He sent out his courier and saved that gem. So they still have it and have access to, you know, D-ward and make sure that they can get some form of control back on the map here.
They're going to need that vision to set up for the Ravage. If it is not multi-man Ravage, then I don't know what they're going to be able to do. You just compare the Sven to the Luna. Like, this is a strategy that, I mean, Raven in particular has ran a lot with these other teams. We've seen Blacklist do as well so far, but just Sven looks like a far better carry.
I'm telling you, man. That's why I said I favor SMG in this game. They look strong.
I see.
Blacklist, I mean, their lineup is strong.
Look at this ward.
Oh no.
Look at this ward. Oh my lord, it's giving
Quick reaction though.
information. Mid one's gonna jump Raven, so it means the Luna can never freely right-click inside the fight. They'll turn over towards the north. A quick and easy kill. I mean, KP's able to get out of danger, but it is just chaos.
And she's owning, look at her.
Pew, pew, pew. Says Cuckoo won't escape. Meanwhile, Raven's gonna try and go through the portal, but mid one cleaves him. That's enough, dude. That is enough because no one's hunting. Carl on the opposite side of the map as well. Just Blacklist can never catch a break. It seems like there is never an opportunity for them to even have a remotely decent fight.
No, I love the no hesitation initiations coming in there from Masaros. Just sees a Rubik and says, you know what, good enough for me. He jumps in, takes that, and they take the fight from there. They're far enough ahead that any initiation going their way is a good enough one. And now we see them on mid here. 3 heroes dead. Ooh, this is looking like Blacklist are gonna make their way down into the lower bracket, man.
And what a convincing a victory it would be as well. Mastros. Look at that. Whoa, no, Carl! Oh no, dude's had an incredible game.
Oh boy.
You gotta die for that, right?
The
Timing of the stun.
The 4-step from Tide saved him.
Die.
Wow.
KP might though. No, he won't die. One last fight, maybe.
Maybe 18 seconds. They did get mega creeps already, so looks like SMG are gonna take the tier 4 tower.
Swap.
Then get out.
Once. Okay. BKB TP, he's chilling. Meanwhile, KP. So trying to run into Januel. They're just gonna all TP out of the video. I'm on no way.
Just TP. I mean, it doesn't look like it should be a lineup where you just TP against all those heroes, but no one finds the perfect timing after getting swapped out to just run a little bit out of the tower range and then click the BKB TP out. I don't know, man. There's not much going the way of Blacklist right now. Mega creeps against them, and of course, Roche falling quickly as we speak. Aghanims over on the Doom now as well. That is an absurd Aghanims to have as well. And he has the 25 talent, so he has the mute available.
All right, Waga. One last stand.
This is the final one, man. You don't get more than one fight here.
And Zhao's just going to break it. If there's the Enchantress that runs up... Oh, they might have seen Raven. Wait, they're going to start on the Enchantress.
Oh, the Doom.
Meanwhile, Mastros, that is the perfect jump in. The Doom onto multiple and the Egg's even better as well. No one can target.
He's chasing him.
Secret shot. Just the spell casting is beautiful from SMG. A prime reason why they deserve the slot in the grand finals. Congratulations. They will be that first team to make it over there. And I tell you what, this team is on one hell of a roll. I mean, their series versus Geek Fam wasn't convincing. It went 3 games. It was a messy series. The one versus Execration as well was a messy series as well. Game 2 went 65. But this one versus one of the favorites in Blacklist, SMG just dismantled them.
They really did. And Blacklist have looked really good. I did have questions before this, like were Blacklist tested as much as SMG were? Because they went up against Execration, who also look really good now. So their 2-1 series against Execration maybe wasn't, you know, the same as Blacklist going against Bleed and Boom, who have looked a little bit lower in my opinion so far. But yeah, SMG, what an absolute show here. They completely handled Blacklist, and honestly, I thought this would be a way closer match, but they're just on a different level here in this in this series. So that puts them in the grand final, guaranteed now to be one single series away from qualifying to TI.
It never feels like it's just an individual person that is getting them over the finish line as well. Like, everyone played the role that was required out of them in Game 1 and Game 2.
SMG are just ramping up, dude. They're leveling up as we go through the qualifier here, because they did not look this good before. When I watched them in the game against the Execration, there were like bigger weaknesses, and even in the Geek Fam series, like you mentioned. But they're playing their best Dota so far right now in the series against Blacklist, and they look like a fierce team to go up against in the grand finals. There's only one spot, man, and the 3 teams now in the lower bracket, they have a lot to fight for against this.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they're the ones coming into it. You may not have been expecting SMG. I mean, you bring no one in. How long have they had together to be able to scrim? But they look super goddamn crisp. They look like a team that has been playing together for a long time and have so much confidence with each other's play style as well, and they fit incredibly well together. So this SMG team, yeah, they've got the X on their back. Someone needs to be able to topple them right now because they are looking like the best.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're looking absolutely fantastic, and the players, you know, it's tough for me to even say who stood out the most in this final game, actually. I don't know, dude. Do you have one that you think was the one way? Maybe mid one, I guess, but I don't know. They were just really delivering here. I think mid one maybe would be my MVP.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think been one too. I think just some of the jumps that he was able to get inside the team fights for me in particular, and just his target prioritization. But I think again overall, I felt like everyone did their role. I mean, we're just seeing like any day could be Genuel being huge with the Enchantress rotating, or with the Nature's Prophet. You've got Arfu who can make some incredible clockwork plays, and then his Phoenix team fight with like his Hex build could be devastating. I mean, Mastros just free farmed on the Doom. It looks like they're enabling him.
Yeah.
On a level we haven't seen in quite some time. I mean, this is also Mastros. He is a person who's been trying to make it up inside the region. I mean, previously had a lot of success on like Motivate Trust. He was attempted on teams on like a Fnatic and Bleed as well for a little bit too. But it seems like they've really unlocked his potential too in the offlane.
I think so for sure. He's looking like one of the standout offlaners, if not the standout offlaner of the entire regional here. He's delivering every single game. He impressed us earlier in the first series we cast, I think, with the Vengeful Spirit, where he just absolutely bossed it up as well. So showing that he has flexibility, can play many different things. He's not really a one-trick pony type offlaner. No, he brings a lot to the table. And overall, that's probably the biggest strength of SMG. They bring so much. There are so many things they can do. They don't play one style. They play chaotic, unpredictable, and you just have to play really damn good to deal with them. And I think Blacklist, their weakness in this series that we just saw is that their game plan is very simple. It's very straightforward, and you know, it can be analyzed and predicted, because going into the series I knew that they were going to go 5-man death ball type drafts and try to do that, whereas SMG, they just take the fights really impressively. So I mean, props to them.
Props to them without a doubt. SMG them to book their ticket into the grand finals, which means that we still have one more series tonight. It's going to be done in the lower bracket, and to determine who will be eliminated. We got Geek Fam up against the boys on Execration. One team will continue on to the final day to, of course, verse Blacklist in that lower bracket finals. Is it going to be the boys on Geek Fam, or will it be Execration? We'll have to find out after a break.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of Southeast Asian TI qualifiers. That one spot on the line still, and we are down to 4 teams remaining. We got this best of 3 that's going to be happening here, our final one of the day, and what's been an awesome day of Dota once again. Elimination's already happening, but we got 2 teams now playing earlier today, Geek Fam versus Execration in this best of 3. I'm Break CBK, joined by Keizu. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. You know, I've been sitting around watching some Dota, as most of the games in this region, they all go very long. We didn't have a 3-game series just now, but we've had some good back and forth. And yeah, now you have Geek Fam versus Execration. We're getting to like the last couple of teams who need to battle it out. And I think both of them have been steadily improving. So we've got a good match on our hands.
Yeah, as you certainly would expect here, just about getting ready to wrap things up. Obviously, tomorrow going to be the final day where we will find out which team will represent. Could it be one of these 2 teams? Of course, certainly, but they still got quite the grind to go. But yeah, these 2 teams, we've had the chance to cover Geek Fam ourselves, even just come yesterday. Execration, though, ourselves we haven't, but obviously the number 1 seed coming into this event. They've done very well throughout the season, enough to be that top seed, but they got knocked down by Team SMG in those upper bracket semifinals. Of course, Team SMG, as we just saw, though, they are hot right now.
Yeah, they are just cruising. Even like a 2-0 against Blacklist. Looks like they were... I feel like they did good in both games, sure. Competitive games, but they squeeze it out with the 2-0. So, yeah, but here we're into the game of Geek Fam. Versus, like you said, we have not covered Execration yet.
Yeah, I'm excited, obviously, for so much being on the line, but 2 quality teams going at it. Always hyped to cast some top-tier Dota 2 action. You see the stretching going on there. Cox, their mid player, of course, you know, getting warmed up, getting ready to get things going here. Now, we're going over the previous series of even the ones that were played earlier today. And one thing that stood out, Geek Fam specifically, Warlock was actually very relevant in that series. Both the winning teams taking it in those first 2 games and even banned in game 3. So I'm wondering if that's going to make an appearance here early.
Honestly, it might. Like we saw it last time already. Like they're the only team that really picked that hero. And then, like you said, last series, they play it, they win. Then the enemy team takes it away from them, and then they win the next game, and then Game 3 it just turned out to be banned, so we'll see how it goes. As you can just see that Geek Fam, they really value some of these heroes very highly. Like also Venge is just a hero we've seen rise up over and over, so banning it out when you're not first pick, yeah, I feel like that just kind of makes sense. Yo, Bob, it's time to stop yawning, bro. If Zhao A was here, he would scold your ass.
it's something, man. We talked about that. We're gonna zoom in on him as we're highlighting that.
Yeah, what up, Bob?
You know, they're gamers in the end. You know, they get in their own zone. Obviously, as long as they perform, that's what matters. But
this is the mid matchup. I'm sorry to interrupt, Breaky, but we've got Bob versus Cox.
Yeah.
The battle of, I don't know, the kings. As there's the Warlock. Execration get themselves their hands on another, I mean, I wouldn't say like forbidden hero, but one that not many teams have been allowed to play so far with the Nature's Prophet.
Very true, yeah, and you would lean more towards a support Nature's Prophet is what we have been seeing when picked up, and strength of the possibilities there. But, you know, I'd like to say it still has that flex potential, certainly, if it's necessary. But yeah, the Warlock pick, again, we saw a little bit of it even yesterday ourselves in the hands of Geek Fam, those Fatal Bonds, it's such a good tool, not only in the laning phase, but just throughout the game. It's just constantly doing damage. And of course, there's the Chaotic Offering, you know, we can't forget about that.
Yeah. Hero just seems very good, right? You've got like you've got some wave clear nowadays. Nice with Fatal Bonds. They've got some buffs. Upheaval has received some buffs. You've got a casual heal, and then you just have a big fat teamfight spell with the Golem, which has also gotten buffed. I think it has like some slow resistance or something, and it is a bit stronger. So overall, it just seems like this hero has pretty good impact overall. I've also seen it from Western European teams, I think Entity, who are also waiting in the upper bracket finals. They've also been busting out some Warlock on Fishman, so it seems like the hero is it's on the rise.
It's always interesting between these qualifiers and just in general, even in one of these qualifiers, like you'll see the trend of the evolution of its own evolving of these heroes making appearances more and more as the event goes on, because teams realizing as they're still figuring out the patch. Again, there's only been so much competitive play since this patch has really hit. So Warlock is certainly one of those heroes that's feeling that impact right there.
So, of course, you only get one ban here as Geek Fam, since you already banned 4 heroes in stage 1, so Gotta kind of know what you want. Geek Fam seemed like one of the teams that really prioritize just having 2 supports early, and then they cover it with their cores. So now it's like, okay, we have 2 backlining supports. We're gonna need cores that kind of go in for us. So, you know, this is where heroes like Void and Sven and whatnot, they kind of like rise in value. So Geek Fam get themselves their hands on Rubik. And overall, most of the Rubiks we've seen, I feel like they've been doing very well.
Oh, yeah. And naturally, just a very fun hero to watch. Obviously looking out for the spell steals and what he's going to be taking over throughout the fights. The lift itself, of course, valuable tool. Fade bolt's always going to be useful. So, yeah, not surprised to see the Rubik going up with the Warlock combo here on Geek Fam side. Both teams apparently valuing their supports early on. Elder Titan, so far, the pick for Execration to go with the NP.
Okay, that means I'm not fully sure where the Prophet is going yet, because I would assume that you want ET in the 5 role against Rubik. You lane pretty well there. Sure, Rubik has a lift, but it's not like the best defensive spell, so I would assume it's a ET5. Then your Nature's Prophet is kind of open, and they go for an Earth Spirit, which is a hero that I like a lot, and I even know when this patch originally came out, the 7.33, where they like messed up everything, like the whole game became so different with Twin Gaze, whatnot. I think it was Tino. He was like playing offline Earth Spirit every game, doing this Vanguard, disassemble with Arcane Boots into Octarine Core. So if you're playing against them right now, I don't think you have any idea where any of these Execration heroes are going.
Very possible, but Geek Fam focusing on what they want to do, if anything, and what they want to do is the Sven Ember Spirit combo coming out right here. So perhaps a matchup with the Spirits in the mid lane, but as you said, still not really too sure yet.
Yeah, I think this is a very good double pick. So we talked about the fact, what do you need with these 2 supports? Well, if you have backline supports, you need people that go in for them, kind of make use of their stuff. You've got the Sven. If Sven lanes against Nature's Prophet, he's very happy. If Ember lanes against Earth Spirit mid, he's also very happy. If Ember has to defend any moves from Nature's Prophet, he's also very happy. So I think here, this double pick from Geek Fam is very good. It's kind of on Execration now to figure out, okay, if we flex these heroes in this way, which one of these 2 heroes can we counter? Because I think they need to find at least a good answer to one of them.
Well, we'll see what Execration decides to run with here. You mentioned a good answer to one of them. I mean, yeah, heroes that come to mind. Something obviously, there's of course, the very obvious, the Huskar against the Ember Spirit. But even as we saw yesterday, that's certainly no guarantees. Even with the dominant laning phase, things can get out of hand the other way, and not something you want to necessarily all in with. So yeah, Execration trying to figure out what that right pick is at this time. They go that position 1 themselves, perhaps, knowing that it's a Sven matchup.
Maybe some I was thinking of maybe Medusa or TB. I think generally what you want against Sven are carries that when he goes on you, he doesn't just instantly kill you. Which honestly, that is a lot of the carry pool. You will die to a Sven. But like TB, Dusa, they tank up a lot. They naturally buy Skadi, and I think Geek Fam's heroes aren't like too good at dealing with Medusa. Like a lot of times you see like, you have Shadow Demon support that's very annoying, or a lot of slows. So overall, I think Execration found themselves like a good pick to have the stationary carry, but if the Geek Fam still have very nice possibilities in the draft, so just like play around it, just kite the Medusa.
Bans are going to be really intriguing to me for Geek Fam here, because as you're pointing out, I mean, it's still not certain necessarily what Execration is going to be doing with at least those first 3 heroes, and then you got Geek Fam. It's much more obvious. They need their offlaner.
Ban anti-mage, I think, Execration. I know it's we haven't seen it as often, but when there's a Medusa, that's one thing you do see. Well, Execration do need to pick first, so it's kind of on them maybe to decide a little bit, but so I would assume that it is a Nature's Prophet 3 or 4 with Earth Spirit going mid and ET being a 5. Of course, it is more open, but if I had to kind of pinpoint, I feel like that is kind of it. Maybe you pick a new off lane, you try some team fight, pick that up against, I don't know, Sven, some auras for your Medusa. Because for now, like, yeah, it's a good Medusa game, but it's not like, I feel like it could still fall flat. Like your team might just die around you.
Yeah, whenever you have a Medusa, especially, I like to see a strategy more around the Medusa, the 4-1 strategy. You know, build an aggressive team around the Medusa.
Yeah,
so getting a core here that certainly would fit that mold. Honestly, something like a Dawnbreaker is still on the board.
Yeah, sure, why not? No, this hero is really good too. And it's like, I think Dawn is also very nice against teams that don't like burst you too quickly. It would only be Sven, like Ember, Rubik, Warlock. They all kill very slowly, which means it's very easy for Dawn to like just chill and like wait for the ult, keep farming. You can also transition to like the second core in the game. So yeah, anything along these lines I think would be super good for Execration.
Yeah. You see the bans that did happen. Timbersaw and Razor both, of course, very good against Sven, especially in the laning phase, let alone throughout. So understandable there. And Execration, their final ban. They don't want to get brooded, so they're going to take away.
Brood is that's also a good ban. That's a type of hero that I feel like when it's not in the meta, you kind of forget about it. Like sometimes it's a meta hero. It's just like, oh yeah, Brood is good here. They should pick Brood. But then the hero falls off, and I kind of forget that this hero even exists, so I think that is also a good ban. I don't think Geek Fam will have a couple of good options down the line, Anti-Mage, Tide, whatever it may be. But Execration, my friendos, what is it gonna be?
Well, they got 20 seconds before they have to choose at this point, so figuring, excuse me, that offlane again is likely. Is it going to be a playmaker? Is it going to be more of a teamfight presence like a Tide Hunter? But seems like you want something that's maybe more aggressive and making plays, moving around. And the objective hitter there, certainly, in the Dragon Knight.
Maybe that's a mid-dragon. I guess it could be mid or offlane. I guess if you... So the thing is, if you play DK against Sven, I think you're totally fine in the lane. But Sven does not care that you're in that lane. Like, you will not, like, bully him out. You will not pressure him too much. Ooh, Geek Fam with an Underlord. Yeah, I do like that. I think that fits in like kind of the aspect of what we were kind of looking for. I would say you lane well against Medusa. You can easily kind of outlast hit this Medusa in the lane as well. And you build so many just annoying items. Crimson Guard, auras, maybe just a halberd as well. You know, just stack up the annoyingness in this game.
Yeah. I love this hero. The Fiend's Gate use is always entertaining to watch, especially with so many objectives to see the Wisdom Rune play. So, yeah, very strong pick. And overall, it certainly seems like a great lineup on the side of Geek Fam. To clarify, it is Bob playing the Dragon Knight, so that will be a mid DK and off lane Earth Spirit in the hands of Tino as your.
He is. He is known for his Earth Spirit. I know that Tino does do some very good stuff. Also, their offlane dual lane with Tino and Shanks. They do some good stuff. Like sometimes they just kind of pop off, so it's on them to, I think, like maybe speed up the game early game. And we also saw the DK Ember matchup yesterday. Yopaj destroyed Yao in that mid lane. So I think maybe Execration, they're like, yeah, I want to do that too.
Yeah, that you gotta wonder. Yeah, maybe there is a bit of that. They saw what happened yesterday, and was kind of reminded, like,
it was not pretty.
It was not pretty dominant laning phase. Now, but again, it goes back to the laning phase looking strong there. Is DK that hero though that kind of fits that 4-1 mold? Is it enough of kind of helping to create that tempo that we were talking about? It seemed like that they needed.
Yeah, they don't have the most like follow-up damage, I would say. Like, okay, so you have support Nature's Prophet, which means he can always come to the move and like maybe Medallion, Solar Crest, or use his ult, but you don't have this Snapfire, you don't have this Skyref Mage. So I think for them it's very important on these early lanes. Does DK win his lane? Probably yes. How does Earth Spirit do? Because I think Tino, when you play offlane Earth Spirit, you don't want to farm so much. He's going to want to just roll around the map with his DK and make moves. So this first like 5 to 8 minutes for these two heroes specifically, very crucial.
Yeah. No, this is going to be fun. Game number 1, this best out of 3. The winner moves on to play Blacklist Rivalry tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. The winner of that will match up against Team SMG in the grand finals, where that 1 TI spot is on the line. So, Keizu, we are loading in now. Looking forward to this one. Should be good. Geek Fam, though, again, fan of their draft. Seems like it's just a very obvious draft. If I could put it like an easier to execute draft, perhaps as well. As certainly, could argue.
It's like very, and it's just like solid. It's like nice to look at. You see 2 supports, you're like, okay, they need like these type of heroes, and then they pick, heroes that lane well, that can go in, and then they like take this last pick, which is also kind of what they need. I just feel like I don't know, it looks very nice. I think it flows very well. So if they can execute, I think they'll be in a good spot. So we have a quick pause.
I got some reconnects in here. Want to make sure it's all feeling good, of course. Understandable there. But yeah, you mentioned the DK in that mid-matchup against Ember Spirit. We had a dominating performance. It was like 20 creep score, 15 denies early on in the lane. It was actually ridiculous. We thought Huskar was kind of the counter. Certainly is, but apparently DK is as well. I mean, why is that? Why is it just simply how he could just stand up to Ember Spirit and not?
Yeah, so like the thing is that DK is one of the few mid heroes that, due to like Dragon Blood and the sustain you have, you can literally just fight against Flame Guard and like you just keep hitting the Ember, and many heroes can't do that. And you can also just stun him. Like every wave, you stun, you deny creep, because stun costs way too low mana, 70 mana cost. As okay, looks like both teams will have a ward in the same place. I didn't quite catch if they saw each other place that. I think not, as I would assume Geek Fam plays it out of a smoke. You know, the wards are chilling together.
Hanging out. Geek
Just hanging out.
was placed first, but yeah, you mentioned probably hidden when they placed it, so for the time being, looks like it's going to be a successful ward for now. They also have one just to the right as well. You see that close-up action of Warlock, though. We mentioned going into this first game that probably going to be a contested hero, certainly for Geek Fam, as they've shown. I love this hero. 3-0 recently. I think it was 3-1 overall.
Yeah, I think so.
Say that. Three.
And they were like
at least 3 of those wins, or maybe the 2 wins. But either way, they like this hero.
3 of those games were them, and then the one was the team stealing it from them. As if you're wondering why Warlock has a Quelling Blade level 1, he will not jungle. He needs it against Sprout nowadays. As if you eat a Tango, it doesn't do anything. You're just wasting it. But a little bit of pressure early on.
Wow, it's a lot of pressure.
Good old stapler.
Yeah, he's just whacking him over and over again with that Astral Spirit buff, but in the end, Armand will be fine. Just
there's some of these heroes where I feel like the 7.33 patch has been, I would say it's like one of my favorite patches when it comes to bringing new things into the game, like Blood Grenade and whatnot. You know, it just really changes how some heroes work. Like suddenly Undying 5, ET5, the heroes who needed like a little bit of early pressure and more speed, they got that.
Yeah. Yeah, Elder Titan, he's definitely got it. He continues to run down the Rubik at that bottom lane and allowing Medusa to just kind of have a 1-versus-1 against Underlord, who, you know, Underlord certainly can hold his own too, but...
I think my observer's not too happy about Bob not having skilled stun here early on against Cox, but I think he's still doing a good job. You know, maybe he's taking a different approach. You lower the damage of Cox with your Brief Fire, because then you lower his damage and then you can still outlast him. So we'll see if he puts on as much of a show as Yopaj yesterday, because if not, then we'll swap into Observer for next game.
He's gonna be too tilted after the can't continue on. I gotta go, guys. I gotta.
Yeah.
No, that is interesting though. Obviously, you know, player preference certainly coming into play right there. But yeah, so far it's 6-3 Bob versus 2-0 Cox on the other side. So Dragon Knight is
destroying
work beautifully. Yeah.
It's okay, sure. You've got this top lane. I mean, the Earth Spirit Nature's Prophet lane. I'm sure it's better than it looks, because to me this looks like a low priority single draft lane. But you know, it's just funny how sometimes it looks like it, but they can just make it work. I don't think they will pressure the Sven too much, but all they want, I think, is levels, and then they want to play through their Dragon Knight. So if that's what they can get, they'll be super happy out of this lane.
Yeah, Execration, it's a pretty beautiful CS chart to look at so far. I know we're only 2 minutes into the game, but they're all 3 of their cores are having a great time. Of course, we expected the mid matchup especially, but Earth Spirit even 9-4 against the 7-0 Sven. So Earth Spirit, it's always fun. I've used this word evolution of these heroes. How a hero like Earth Spirit has been just support for the longest time. We're seeing him as a core in this patch, it feels like, whether it's mid or even the off lane here. And, you know, kind of makes sense. He just is like this tanky hero that can do a lot of work.
I mean, thank God the Dota players are allowed to figure things out. You know, it's like, oh, this hero can be played in another role. Whereas, so either way, I think that's nice. You can sometimes see it mid, you see it off lane. Looks like Bob is still doing a good job here in the mid lane. I do think that down bottom, Underlord is not having a good time. I mean, ET Medusa is it's a scary lane. Like ET plus any hero that gives him anything. A PA Dagger, Medusa Snake. It's just it's a pain in the ass to deal with.
Very spammable abilities, You're constantly having to take pressure from. You do see up top, you got Nature's Prophet just roaming back to the lane to continue to assist. But at the bottom, I'm watching as well. As, Rubik's been trying to do this jungling, but Elder Titans just continue to keep that harassment up.
This Nature's Prophet +4, I feel like it's just so annoying to play against. Imagine you're a mid hero, and then every rune you want, this clown just TPs on it. You know, Water Rune minute 2, TP steal. Bounty Rune minute 3, TP steal. Water Rune minute 4 with the rune. Like you kind of get the point.
And he's already in a very unfavorable matchup against the DK. You know, this is not going to be the most fun game for Cox here on the Ember Spirit, at least in the laning phase. But again, we've also mentioned this many times throughout these events, in these qualifiers. Ember Spirit, there's a reason why this hero is top picked and so liked.
Yeah.
If he does have the bad laning phase early on, he can definitely recover. You see bottom lane, a lot of damage on the Elder Titan, but he will survive it.
Up here it comes. He didn't even TP for it, so they're doing a good job at like trying to slow down the bottle region of Cox and whatnot. But he's still doing pretty well in this Ember. I don't think he cares too much. The thing that I care about is Earth Spirit CS. What is my man smoking? He's 26 and 4.
Yeah, well, Nature's Prophet certainly a part of that too. Runs in and just starts throwing auto attacks into Sven, and
yeah, he's just sprouting them. Like anyone who doesn't know about the new patch, they're like, "What the hell is this Nature's Prophet doing?" But Sprout deals damage now, my friends, and when they eat out of it, they don't get anything from it. So yeah, what a stupid hero, actually.
Stupid good hero.
Yeah, absolutely stupid good.
Definitely powerful, and it's a reason why one of the most banned, I think the most banned actually overall. Shanks.
It has to be, yeah. So he's gonna be, okay, taking a bit of pressure though. But yeah, this early lane for the Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet I think is great. They're getting, I would say even more than what they want. They're getting farm, but most importantly for these two heroes, the early XP. Because when you want to play on like high tempo and speed up the game, you need the early levels. Like you will give away 500 gold for a bonus level.
Yeah. Yeah, net worth, 3 of the top 4 belonging to the Radiant side. You got Sven is only one doing solid here for Geek Fam as far as the net worth is concerned. Again, still early on, no hero kills yet. It's very rare, especially in this region, what we've been seeing.
Oh,
they usually do a lot of
it's coming soon. Minute 6. Which also means heroes are getting that level 6. You have mid hero, you have Bob, he is ult available. They're gonna have the siege creep, so everyone is gonna go mid. Gonna have 6 people here on the mid tower and on the active rune. So Geek Fam, they need to try to withhold this early pressure.
Yeah, Bob immediately kills a catapult, immediately pops ultimate. Now you see he's gonna take Fade Bolt there, but here comes
Shanks.
Shanks and Narman's dead. I mean,
oh yeah, Sprout his ass.
There is the first blood, so you called it, coming up to 6 minutes, and the tower is gonna take plenty of damage as well. That region for Ember, at least.
Yeah, they're gonna bring Scam as well. Because what's important is you need to hold this tower. Like, you don't want to lose it against the first Dragon form as Cox gets stunned up. Blood Grenade.
He's not 6.
He's dead.
No Remnant. He's just gonna slight, and he will fall right before the Bounty Rune can be picked up by him. So, even more momentum now for Execration.
So, like, now, if you're Execration, you're, well, incredibly happy. This mid tower is gonna go to, like, what? Less than half HP. You also killed the Ember once more before he got level 6. Or, well, you killed him once before he got 6. So, yeah, Bob is very happy here. So he's just high-fiving and whacking the tower. So, yeah, next form, this tower is gone.
And there's really nothing you can do about it. I mean, it's one of those cases, you just accept that fact, most likely, that it is going to be lost. Scan.
They're scanning. He's thinking about TPing there, but he'll just get instantly lifted. So he'll probably just deal with the 1-for-1 trade. It's a good job by Narman, aka Hassa, being ready in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. Good heads up there. Bottom lane, Elder Titan TP's back in to help support the Medusa some more. But yeah, Medusa's also quietly, as she tends to, been farming away. You know, Onit's doing solid, though. I will say that. It's not like he's fallen behind drastically. He's actually keeping up with everyone else, so that's good news, at least for Geek Fam.
Yeah, good old Medusa Sven. You know what they're both gonna do? Just keep farming. You get a Spark of Courage on the Sven. He will happily take that. Some more damage if he's ever in trouble later. The physical armor as well. Yeah, why not? God Strength. Kill the wave, farm the jungle, and yeah, Bob, this is your mid tower gone. Which means soon he's gonna go to the top lane. Cox just gets level 6. Yeah.
Dragon Tail hits as he zooms away, but yeah, the tower's dead, and Ember has to keep his distance still. So yeah, expecting the stacks though. Speaking of the Sven versus Medusa matchup, certainly be keeping an eye on that. Oh, Invis picked up, but picks it up right in front of Rubik, getting it first. Ember with the stomp. Excuse me, Elder Titan with the stomp. Stomp would be crazy. Dragon Tail. So Rubik, he's dead. He tried to
he is a goner.
Dragon Tail stun though prevents that, and this Dragon Knight as he's
Bob is doing it. Yeah, he's actually... He is gonna be very strong. I don't know about the 4th point and his passive, but, you know, whatever. He's doing so well that I think he could kind of do whatever he wants. It's gonna need a couple more levels. He's got the Soul Ring, the Magic Wand. And once he has Blink, he's gonna have a couple more levels to go with that. And next Dragon Form, I think... Olnit will maybe say goodbye to his top tower.
Expected to move up there. I mean, 25 seconds on the Dragon form, so we'll see. Going to push out this mid creep wave and where he goes from there. Speaking of top, Olnit in the jungle. Going to start farming those neutral items. Already has his own Spark of Courage. But yeah, Warlock doing the stacking, so...
Yep.
I mean, you've seen Sven. He is still topping the charts. So yeah, again, that's the good news for Geek Fam.
Yeah.
The bad news is all 3 cores on the other side are just about near him.
Spark of Courage on Medusa. This item has got to get nerfed. I will talk about it every time I cast. Because when these stupid carries just get 18 damage, like more than 20% on heroes that have Split Shot or Cleave, it is it's a very good item. You know, I'll just think everyone can figure that out. But the good thing is that Skem has Golem already again at like minute 9. Always he leeches a lot of XP. They have a lot of heroes that move out of the lane. Then he stacks for them. They clear that. So they could look to use some of these early golems, I think, in the next couple minutes as well.
Yeah. Underlord, he has a Vanguard, has the Arcane Boots, so he's certainly in a comfortable spot to perhaps assist in a fight. But yeah, as you mentioned, Keizu, it's almost like
bye-bye.
Here. It's just
yeah, it is.
Kill top, and DK will take some of the jungle as well.
Yeah, and then like 1 to 1.5 minutes, we're gonna have to DK Blink, set up the map, go for smoke. Maybe you can keep like the Nature's Prophet ulti for then as well. So if you're Geek Fam at this point, like maybe you don't even wanna use your Golem aggressively that badly, because I feel like you don't have the best aggressive capability. So perhaps you just try to hold it and you try to read the enemy moves, and then you're just ready with some Fatal Bonds, Golem counterplay.
Cox there is putting some pressure in the mid lane behind the tower, avoids the Echo Stomp from Elder Titan and slips on out to continue farming in his own jungle, or else that could have been pretty dangerous. But yeah, good job there. Medusa, pretty typical stuff. The Manta Style's queued up, has the Yasha.
Yeah, this Underlord Medusa matchup, very interesting. They just both sit there, kill some creeps and chill. As both teams very focused on stacking, of course. As I think this is not the first time we're covering some Sven versus Medusa game, where of course stacking is so good nowadays. A lot of the carries that love stacks are also good. So yeah, both teams preparing that. Also, you see some wards and D-wards around, because you need... This is... careful there, Abing. Oh, that's a magnetize. I like that.
I was going to say, is he going to magnetize?
Oh yeah, I've never seen this before. I'm a fan.
So, he's going to take this farm, or is he just softening it up for the...
No, screw you, Medusa. You're free farming bottom. This is mine. Oh, I love this shit. This is great.
He got Blade Mail already. He has 1,500 gold saved up. I mean, this is an insanely farmed Earth Spirit, so...
Yeah, he's the top net worth now. This is great, because to be fair, if your Medusa had to leave bottom lane, I think, sure, he will take it, but he's just kind of chilling down there. And Shanks as well. I talked about their offlane duo before. He's got Spirit Vessel on the Nature's Prophet, which can like help you even more to kill some of these Underlords and Sven, so... They've got some sick timing. I think also Bob's Blink is coming out, so gotta be careful here if you're Team Geekers fam.
Well, Sven making a point that I don't care what you guys do. I'm the carry on my team, and I'm taking that farm. So he takes his Ancients, and he does continue to be the top, just about 7,000 net worth. Now, he's got the typical build as well, the Echo Saber, the Mask of Madness. BKB is queued up for him, understandably. Great idea, but look at Bob.
Oh, 3-man smoke.
With Tino.
They seem to be smelling something here, as Force has a very defensive positioning. I like his item build. He's got the Occult Bracelet as well, the Cloak, the Vanguard. He's kind of prepared. Woo. Slight miss.
Forced by now. Kicked away.
Oh, kicked out of the ET splitter though.
Yeah, a little unfortunate right there, but either way, it's...
here comes Cox.
Underlord surviving. Tino rolls in, hits Warlock. You mentioned, though, he's got Chaotic Offering, so you don't want to overcommit here if you're Execration. Ember Spirit's on. There's the Chaotic Offering, as well as the Fatal Bond, so got to be careful for the spread damage. Earth Spirit pops
Tino's a bit deep.
Not going to be blocked, though. Tino's dead. Tino get picked off. The God's Strength of Sven. He's going to beat down on the other Titan, and that's 2 kills going the way of Geek Fam. They did lose Warlock, but he did his job. Shane?
He's stuck.
Jinx, yeah. Cox is like, get me out of here, please. Okay, he is going to
Vessel.
survive the Spirit Vessel.
Oh my god, this...
Down to 5 life.
The Flame Guard kind of doing work. As you know, also you have the stolen Brief Fire on Rubik, and that stuff is no joke. It's a lot of damage. Like suddenly you have Fate Bolt and Brief Fire, you lower everyone's damage by quite a lot. As I think Execration, you went a little too deep. I don't think your Medusa wants this fight. He just wants to keep farming. So good job by Geek Fam. We talked about the Golem.
Yeah.
Seen it put to use.
I mean, they were diving in between tier 1 and tier 2.
They were asking for it. Let's be real.
An Underlord, yeah, just doesn't seem like them. I mean, I understand why they're feeling confident, but that's certainly a little too confident there. But Geek Fam's like, thank you very much. They're going to pick up their own Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
They'll continue on. Oh, double damage going to be picked up by Ember. That's big.
That will certainly be of help, perhaps in the next fight for Cox, as bottom tier 1 does fall. So Geek Fam have lost all of their tier 1s, which, you know, it can happen. It's not like the end of the world. You're playing against a Dragon Knight and like all this early type of tempo and pressure. At least Olnet is doing very well. And if he can try to replicate what he did in some of the other Sven games where he has good net worth, gets a Blink, BKB, whatever, to like speed up the game and go in for his team, I think that is what they will have to do in this game.
Medusa in her own Ancients, but doesn't really have a stack to work with currently, so we'll just farm up that area, though. Still make the best of it, but... Oh, 3-player smoke, Dragon Knight. Once again, leading the way with Elder Titan and Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit almost has his own BKB finish, but still needs the recipe. It looks like DK is working on his, so... We mentioned Sven was going to be building into his own, and he's just about there, actually.
Yeah, I do like also that they gave the stack earlier to Tino, because I feel like the heroes that will fight for you are the Earth Spirit and the DK, so give them the farm to go in as Cox, Earth Splitter, Silence, see ya.
The Wrath of Nature also bouncing in. I mean, that is some nasty damage. The Earth Splitter connects, and yeah, no chance to get out of that one.
Yeah, I think unless you're cheating or you have a shield rune activated, most heroes in Dota will die to this move.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you see it right there. Gets blowing up. So yeah, when things synergize like that here on the Radiant side, you can just see how much damage they can do. But kind of goes back to that previous fight as well. I mean, we mentioned how Underlord got kicked out of the Earth Splitter, and you know that was some big damage that potentially could have killed him, and who knows how the fight would have gone.
Roll in. Silence.
Speaking of Underlord, this time, will he survive? Chaotic Offering again comes up in a mouse put down. The Blade Mill's activated by Tino. Rolling at the Breathe Fire as well. They will kill Underlord, but Sven with the cleave. It's so much damage as expected at the Pit of Malice. He is locked in place, but gets...
Oh, bros.
So falls in the midst of that. Triple kill for Cox on the Ember Spirit. Wow. I mean, Earth Spirit barely survives.
They are not... Oh, Tino? He will TP out. They are not... They need to respect... Mr. Warlock Man, Fatal Bonds, Veil of Discord Golem, and Dr. Cox. He's here too. He cleans. Look at it. He dealt the most damage on Warlock.
That's ridiculous.
So, my friends,
Warlock.
Yeah, they need to... This is the second time now where they don't need to really take the fights like that. You know, like they're forcing it. So they're gonna have to rethink that from now on.
I mean, they definitely need to. Yeah, if it wasn't from the previous fight, certainly after this one, with especially how that went. I mean, Geek Fam has got to be feeling fantastic right now.
Oh, yeah. You've got the BKB on Olnet as well, right? Like, he's happy. As they're pinging out a Bing. It's probably going to be okay. Also, Bob, after dying, he swapped his item build from, I think, wanting to buy a BKB to a Midas. So,
oh, wow.
We have changed our approach. I think he was really like, okay, guys, this is bullshit. Let's stop fighting. Let's just late game. I go Midas. See you later.
I mean, Ember's more farm than DK now. Like, it's very telling of where this game is at, too. Speaking of Ember, Shanks is going to TP away, so good old Sprout TP play works pretty well.
BKB's not here yet.
He's dead. The Blade Mill, he doesn't care. He just tears him up through it. And that tower's gone.
What looked to be an incredible early game from Execration has quickly turned around. Now it's Geek Fam. They're certainly in the driver's seat. Like, sure, they're only up 2k, but now they've got like a lot of timings. Like, Olnet is very strong. We've seen Warlock in all these fights as well. You've got levels on all the other heroes, a pipe and levels on your Underlord. So, yeah, Execration definitely slipping up a little bit over these couple minutes. Ooh, a bang.
And a Veil of Discord on Warlock as well. So much amp damage coming out on their side. Yeah, they're playing beautifully around this Sven.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, Ember Spirit's also, he's more than recovered. He's catching up to the Medusa, for Christ's sake, on the other side. He's about to be second in net worth at this rate, it feels like. So
Yeah, that's what nice team fights are going to do for you. He's also got the Boots of Travel, which honestly I kind of like. I feel like he can deal with some of the split push, like he can deal with some Nature's Prophet, like he can always, and also just scale. Like he can get the farm and then still go to his team later with the travel. So I kind of like how Cox is building up in this game.
Medusa, Butterfly is going to be the item that's next. The Manta style was pretty typical early on, but from there it's a question of what direction she wants to go in. And again, the Butterfly, clearly the answer, at least that's what he thinks. Sven has a blink coming. Basically 100 more gold, and he'll have a blink though as well, so even more initiation and just another great tool to work with. And Roshan looks like it could be a thought right now.
I think it should be soon as, oh, okay. Chains into the gate. Bob, how are you going to get out of this one? You're not. Everyone's here.
There is support kind of nearby, but they're just going to let him be. It's just not worth trying to fight this, and now the Fiends skate back. I just love, I know we've mentioned this before, I love this ability, and seeing teams use it like this.
Underlord, if this hero doesn't have a bad lane, and generally right now I don't really see this hero get shut down that much, and I think with the map being so much bigger than it used to be, all these mobility spells just seem that much more important as Boots of Travel, Glyph.
Medusa.
That's our early Manta as well, chained up.
In trouble, yeah, the Manta already used it. Now here shows up Sven. That mana pool's melting.
Oh, nice lift.
Now the life pool's in trouble.
Oh, they're trying so hard to make him use Stone Gaze.
He's still alive, but the Pit of Malice.
Stolen Stone Gaze as well.
Gaze, it doesn't matter. It just delays what seemed to be the inevitable the whole time. Can't get away.
Oh, that was some really nice layering. Like, they start first, they get the chains on him, only gets the stun off. He gets lifted right before the first Stone Gaze. Then they kept feeding him like 3-4 mangoes and lotuses to finally give him like, let him get Stone Gaze off. And then Rubik just steals it anyway. I think Narman's best hero is Rubik. I think my boy Hassa, he's been known for this little Rubik hero.
Saw it yesterday, we're seeing it again today.
Yep.
And this Tormentor's gone. That's the Radiant Tormentor that'll be taken by Geek Fam. Gonna get that shard. Going over, speaking of Rubik, that's a great shard for him. That telekinesis now.
Very nice.
Powerful.
I mean, this guy's already being annoying on Rubik without having, you know, gold fed into him. So now he's got a shard, it's gonna make it even easier. Skem with the Trust to Shovel, he's got like 10 salves. So while they were doing the Tormentor, he was just salving up everyone in the bros. So now we're all full HP. It's time to go smoke.
It's time for Sven to, well, thought he was gonna
run away.
Yeah, apparently run away, never mind.
Oh, double Wisdom Rune Steal though. Nice move from Execration. I mean, you need to squeeze in every little bit that you got, because Geek Fam, they've got Pipe, Crimson as well. Your Medusa is not going to deal damage into Pipe, Crimson, Underlord Aura, and Warcry.
No, you're certainly not. Sven, thought it was maybe looking at Jumper Spirit right there, but never mind. Just farming out the mid. You see what Nature's Prophet's doing? I mean, Shanks is
he's farming.
Some kind of farm, I suppose, yeah. He's, he almost has his axe finished. How impactful is that axe going to be this game, you think?
Axe could be pretty annoying. Like, I think, so of course it's going to be like the chained root and so on. I think against, it can catch the Ember off guard. If you're looking to run away, you can try to root them up. But also if you're starting the fight and you like start rooting some of these heroes, maybe the supports as well, I do think that Nature's Prophet Axe has a lot of potential. It's Roche time.
I mean, the strategy certainly has completely changed by Execration from coming out of the laning phase to now. Now it's that solo get your farm. And
yeah, I mean,
because we need to recover.
Like, think about it. If you look at the game right now, DK, Bob is not ready to fight after having the best early game of his life, simply because, you know, sometimes you make some mistakes and then like, okay, you make a deviation to go Midas into BKB, which I don't think is a bad play at all. But just those two fights, they changed the whole dynamic of this game.
And there's the obvious Roshan that we saw coming, and as we see with this first Aegis, it is going to be given to Ember Spirit. Right now, Sven feeling pretty cozy. He's got the BKB. Extra tanky. It's still earlier on. The damage from Execration, not as much of a threat, so makes sense why they want to give it to the Ember, and they're just going to push down the mid lane, or excuse me, the bottom lane.
Yeah, it looks like it's not too easy for Execration to defend right now, so I do think that they're going to look to delay perhaps a little more. They still have got this like later game matchup of Medusa versus Sven, and I think DK scaling is not that bad against Sven. Sure, like now in like the next 10 minutes, Sven like kind of cuts through you, but once you get your upper talents, like a little more armor on the DK, eventually you get to stand your ground and just chill. So I like what they're doing. ET is just defending and stalling, and the rest of your team, they just keep farming.
Yeah, so this tier 2, it's definitely dead. If you're Geek Fam, curious where they go from here.
They are coming for a fight with the DK BKB.
DK jumping in, they jump on the Sven, but the chaotic offering once again. The blow up on Odin is real. It gets half-life, but it's not enough damage. The chase continues. Bob, he really wants that kill, but he's just too damn fast. Meanwhile, Cox in the midst of it, doing plenty of damage himself. Eversmith, though, he's the Dragon's Tail stun. He is stunned in place. Slide of fist, wanted to get out. Pit him
Silence!
out. Yep, they get the kill on Ember, so the Aegis will be burnt. But Sven, you know the reset's coming. He doesn't have God Strength. Oh, it is still activated, though. So he actually would have God Strength. Palos still has...
Good Fatal Bonds. Oh, my God.
No Bonds ridiculous. Nature's Prophet is dead. And plenty of damage being spread. But Medusa's still holding her own. Buyback from Elder Titan.
Okay, Force, Glimmer.
Underlord.
Whip yourself.
Medusa has shown that she's been a pretty big threat this fight.
Yeah, he's just getting to chill there. It is not easy for them to kill him unless they need to all in that hero. Yeah, again. I mean, Skem is just, he had a very good Fatal Bonds to start the fight, and then when they re-engaged, I think he had a 4-hero Fatal again. So, I mean, overall, not the worst fight for Execration. I mean, you still died and had to use a buyback, but you're kind of showing that you have the fighting capability.
Well, Sven, though, gonna do that reset we talked about. I mean, he's got a full harpoon now. Fantastic item on this hero. And he's smoked up with 2 others as they're once again going hunting.
So, Palos
is gonna be back up.
It's going for the high damage build, which, yeah, I'm kind of down for it. We talk about all the auras and the armor hits to cut through, all it with the ult.
3 hit. Elder Titan's dead. Dieback. He's out for 60 seconds.
Tino?
Caught. He's got Blade, he's not using it though.
Well, he's dead anyway, so I guess see you later.
Okay. I mean, he activated BKB, but yeah, a little bit, maybe just pure panic right there or whatever, but Manchester still hits.
Oh, Sprout. Stone Gaze.
The Sprout saving for the time being. The Pit of Palos barreling. Karst goes.
Oh, harpoon.
The pullback with the harpoon and Palos.
Yeah, body block his ass, Cox. Get your Cox in there.
Block. There's the stun. And there's the big red crit. Nearly 1,000 damage coming out from Sven to slice him down.
All right. I mean, Geek Fam is kind of, they're running them over, making it look like, I don't know, a school battle. It's like the older brother is just bullying the little bro. Olin just goes in, 2 shots ET, keeps the fight going. Suddenly the next guy's dead. And then Medusa's like, where you at, guys? I'm alone.
Yeah, the team just, at that point, not much more they could do. They had to run, and Medusa not happy with it, but it just kind of shows you how much more ahead this Dire team is, especially when they get a jump like they do. I mean, they blow up another Titan with a dieback, like losing ET right off the bat like that. He does plenty. I mean, even just him being alive with the natural order debuff and buff is big.
Yeah, just like trying to like stomp some people, or maybe you can even like stomp the backline or whatever it may be. So, I mean, for Execration still, it's not like their scaling is bad, but the way that they're fighting and have been fighting in this game so far has not been good enough, I think, to try and fight back in this game. Whereas Geek Fam they've been very clean once more.
And it certainly is impressive how Cox here in the Ember Spirit is. He's doing fantastic. I mean, he's been above the Medusa now. He's just about to hit level 20 as well.
Yeah.
He's got the Kai Insanes, Lincolns, and Maelstrom, a great item build there. Gives him a lot of freedom to move around in these fights and also deal plenty of damage throughout. So, I mean, what's the game plan here for Execration? You wait for another Roshan, take a fight around there? Is there some items that are coming to mind for you?
Honestly, it's just, it's scaling. You need to continue to get farm on the map. I'm really looking at some of like the later talents as well, like DK trying to get maybe some like more attack range or even some 25 talent. Obviously, that's not something you want to be playing for at 20 minutes in the game. Talk about, oh guys, I need my 25 talent, but I think they need to just slow down the game, play for high ground, and keep getting items, and then like play on some later stage timings, maybe some 5-slot Dusa with Rapier or whatever.
All right, well, Execration are continuing to spread. He's farming at bottom. You got Medusa all the way to the left, you see there. Farming the Ancient.
Ooh, my friendos! Surprise!
The blow up on Nature's Prophet. The Sprout will save for the time being, but now Medusa might be in trouble. Chaotic Offering comes out, clears the trees, and that's dead. Nature's Prophet. Medusa with a Stone Gaze. Gonna help for the time being. And she's able to TP out because of it, so close call there, but at least Medusa lives.
Okay, so you get your Medusa out, but that will be, yeah, just gonna turn it into a high ground push. Instead of God Strength for a little bit. It's glyph number 1. Own it. And that's a dead Medusa, I believe.
Man, it's gone. The save is not going to be enough. She's out for a minute. And now they're turning their attention to the objectives. Although Tino trying to make the focus him. Blade Mill, it just doesn't matter. He's down for 50, no buyback himself.
Well, Chad played.
The objectives now.
I love it. Like sometimes you have this, oh, Sven is bad at high grounding when they throw spells on me. I need to blink out. This madman, he just blinked in. He still had God Strength, because that's another thing you can do. Sure, they want to throw their spells on me, but the moment they show their ass, I'm going to jump them and just 3 to 4 shot them. That was a Medusa, and she just died.
Yeah, evaporated. The damage output is insane by Sven right now. That's what happens when they get the farmies out.
Oh, yeah.
It's 8-0-6. This is I know you were talking about him yesterday for Geek Fam. One of these pub stomp players that never really got the chance to be on the big stage up until this season. And he's making the best of it. We've seen these last couple of days here. Geek Fam is looking very strong right now to take game number 1 of this best of the 3 series here.
Yeah, he's hella doing it. And like all of these games, sure, you're going to have the Sprouts that are delaying this Rax push. You might even be saving it. No. Oh, Blink Stun, Stomp. Okay.
Stand of Swords, own it. Turns around on the Tino, though.
They don't take any damage.
They really do not. Yeah, your Spirit definitely takes damage. Able to pull out at the last second, though.
Okay, it's stolen stun on Rubik as well. It's got the Dragon Tail. Yeah, Medusa still needs like what? You need the Silver Edge and like 1 more item. Like there's just too much trash you have to deal with. So they're trying to buy a Nullifier on the DK to like get rid of the Warcry, get rid of the Crimson Guard. I think that's actually a really, really nice choice. But that will just mean that Olnet later he has to buy the Shard and then Warcry becomes undispellable.
Yeah.
Oh, they see them.
It's been pretty well. Hold on, because Medusa again at half mana. Harpoon back in. Stone K is going to be committed. Tino nearby as well to assist. Cox is
low on mana. Well, he's out of mana.
Lift. It's completely gone now, and you see right there, even just a couple of attacks, how fast she goes down. Again, Medusa out for another minute. They're just cutting off the support. That feels like that's the 3rd or 4th time where Medusa kind of just dies alone.
Oof.
They just can't get to it.
Earth Splitter. Slightly swing and a miss.
Oh, hold it. Got the creep wave, and I was going to say go for the tower, but no, he wants heroes, damn it. Nature's Prophet, that's a hero.
Easy godlike.
Was a hero. Having to resurrect now, so...
Oh, here comes Bob. Never mind.
Bob
force.
And now he's forced literally to fight right here. He's going to pop his BKB and unable to finish that Nullifier stuff. Okay, just got delivered.
Yeah. Very cute play from Force. Literally forcing the DK into his old Pit of Malice. I don't know if I've seen that one before, but I like it. You know, Force Staff is not only a defensive item. As Bob. Ooh, easy bait by Olnet. Nice lift.
Yeah. These Lotus Orbs are doing a bit of work, but now it's a dead DK. Maybe?
He flops on in.
Yeah. He's out for a minute. Medusa is back, but it's just 1 by 1. I mean, Execration is, they're in...
Bro, look at Force. He's healing when Medusa's hitting him. That's not a good sign. I mean, sure, you throw down the Nature's Prophet ult, you hit me with your split shot, but it's like, haha, that tickles, and nothing actually happens. Like, all right, Rax number 3.
Execration is throwing bodies at them, really. Like, just
literally
play as much as they can, but it's... For what cause is it? I don't know. It just seems like that they're just not getting anywhere close enough to truly winning a fight. They're just simply delay as much as possible. But the Rax, it's going to fall bottom. The top goes down as well, and we all know what that means. The horn comes out, and that means Mega creeps 32 minutes into the game.
That means very easy game, of course, for Execration. You just need to queue up the Rapier now. That's how you beat the Megas. But yeah, 30k gold lead. Mega creeps available at 30 minutes. Yeah, I think if you're a Geek Fam, you're chilling. Everyone's laughing, having a good time. spam some voice lines. I like it.
Figuring out what ridiculous items you want to buy now to just even to get further ahead.
Yeah.
I guess if there is one hero that you'd want to have on your team for coming from behind against Mega Creeps, Medusa is certainly on top of that list. So there's a positive note, I suppose, for Execration. But they got Roshan now to worry about, which is going to be dying here shortly. And that means another Aegis, and this time Cheese going the way of Geek Fam.
Yep, sure, they're just gonna do that, and I feel like Geek Fam don't seem like the type of team that would shy away from, on the next God Strength, like they just smoke up and they just blast you out in your base. You know, they're gonna get all their core items now, take this Roche, wait 40 seconds, smoke up, and then just like blast you in your base, straight up. They're not gonna go farm the whole map and wait, because they know how strong they are.
Oh, look at this. Top lane, they all come up to the top lane. Rubik's already in here, gonna spot them. Finds Elder Titan. Cox gets in there as well. The lift on Medusa and the cutoff from...
1, 2... Yeah, see you later.
Dead. Yeah, just call it. GG, they know. It's over, and it's Geek Fam taking game number 1. A very impressive performance as a team.
Yeah.
Down in the laning phase. All 3 lanes going Execration's way, frankly. Didn't matter.
They're just kind of doing it. I don't know, played really well. Afterwards, I want to definitely credit Geek Fam for how they play, but I also think Execration, if you have a start like this on multiple of your heroes, you are not allowed to mess up like that. I think they shouldn't also really blame the draft. So you just go into the next one, you're like, okay, made some mistakes, we overplayed a little bit, it's okay, let's go into the next game. Whereas if you're Geek Fam, I feel like you're kind of chilling, you're going to feel very good about this draft. You didn't have the best early game and you still came back, everyone played well, you had good team fights. Yeah, they're going to be feeling great.
Absolutely, and you're all right. If your Execration didn't shake it off, don't overthink it, because the draft certainly was strong. Obviously, the laning phase went fantastic, and we're gonna actually, I guess we're already going to the mid game here with these highlights. But the one point I think you'd agree is that where they dove the Underlord at the bottom lane, in between the 2 towers, they didn't get the kill. Things turned, and that's where you could kind of feel like, you know what, that laning phase dominance didn't really matter anymore because Ben was getting farmed enough and. They just want to fight on this.
If you're Tino and Bob, I'm pretty sure you know, like you had 3 early games, you even had stacks on your Earth Spirit, and then neither of you really had the best impact. So I think you kind of like imagine a Timbersaw who has a free off lane and then he like takes 8 stacks on a triangle and he has no impact. You're gonna feel bad about it. So surely they do too, and they'll look to swap it up because they had 2 really abysmal and disaster team fights beyond this tier 1 bottom of the Dire side, then at their own. So overall for them, just need to talk that through real quick, maybe like not overplay as much because, well, luckily it is only game 1 in a BO3, so you've got some time to adjust.
Yeah, one more thing I'll say to that on Execration side is they are coming off the series earlier today against Boom Esports. So the reason why they're here, they got dominated in the first game. They were down 1-2 there, and they came back to win the next 2, and then of course, get to this point. So, you know, they are fresh off of that as well. But, yeah, no, Geek Fam was impressive. Here in game number 1, played it very well. And obviously the stat line's pretty across the board. But for me is Olnit on Sven. He's had a great performance. He's the one that kind of kept the composure. You know, he still had a great landing phase as well, despite how bad it was going just across the board. Yeah. And absolutely a reason why they were able to stand strong here.
No, for sure. Like he's just playing really well, I think. Like, it's not just from the laning and, like, how he's moving on the map, but it's, like, how he's going in and out of the fights, how he's stutter stepping, like, back and forth, like, bait out spells, then re-go back in. I think they all play really well. I think Skem's Warlock was kind of busted, too. Like, all these, the Golems, the Fatal Bonds, like, just a nice positioning. If you see this team open up these 2 supports, you need to start thinking of banning Sven, I think. Like, they've done this twice now. And when they have these backline supports, you know what's coming. You need to be ready for it.
Yeah, no, the draft, as always, going into game number 2, it's going to be fun to see how that plays out. But say this, I mean, Warlock's certainly going to be addressed at the very least.
Yeah, that too.
Like, maybe they'll take it themselves. We saw that in the previous series against Geek Fam, but he seems like the flavor hero in this series so far.
Because I feel like what they just do, they have this Warlock, they do well in lane, he heals, he pushes it out, he gets all the levels, then he makes stacks for his carry. Now his carry is happy, he has gold and net worth, gets early golem, and then they go and win team fights. So it's like, it just works so well.
All right, well, Casey, they're going to be able to think about it here for about a 5-minute break or so. So are we. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Game number 2 coming up next. Geek Fam up 1-0 against Execration. We'll be back. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Game number 2 coming up just around the corner here. Execration versus Geek Fam, and Geek Fam, of course, up 1-0 in this best out of 3 series. And what a game it was. Again, the laning phase, great for Execration. All 3 lanes, all 3 cores, doing pretty good. But it really goes to show you how fragile a game can be, even with a lead like they had early on. One mistake and things went the other way.
Yeah, I feel like saying they had a good laning stage might even be an understatement. That was like that looked like a beatdown. They had everything they needed early on. So hopefully going through this next game, for them, they're gonna have talked about what they think went wrong. Because I'm sure individually and as a team, they don't feel good about the last game. But at least they know that, we can get off to a good start again and then just do the same thing, but better.
Yeah, it's exactly. Don't overthink it. Learn from that, maybe that simple mistake that you made there as far as diving a hero in the positioning that allowed for the other team to kind of make the comeback. But know that you're still very confident in yourselves and what you can do. So, as we talked about, though, Warlock definitely going to be the hero that will catch our attention early on. And, we'll see as we're going to be loading in here shortly to game number 2, how the picks are looking as far as the pick order. And that can give us more insight in terms of will it be banned or perhaps picked up. So it looks like it is going to be Geek Fam, with that first pick.
Okay.
So I'm assuming Execration will ban Warlock.
Yeah, I think like Venge and Warlock are some of the heroes that are at least on my mind when it comes to Geek Fam. So I think that they probably need to kind of be aware as well. Like if you're Execration yourself of what you need to be banning there. But yeah, those are the ones that I'm going to be looking at.
And of course, your natural heroes like Gyrocopter or even Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit obviously even played in that recent game that had a great performance in the hand of Cox there. Yeah. As far as coming from behind and doing plenty of work throughout that game. Yeah. And being kind of the second carry behind his Sven teammate in the end. So
interesting. We've got because sometimes when you're a first pick, I think we've talked about before, you can set up some of these heroes where you feel like maybe they need a couple of bans because you probably know that they're going to be banning Warlock, they're probably going to be banning Venge, so you can try to set up something else. So I'm looking at kind of seeing what this Clockwork ban is all about, because generally Clockwork is he's more of a response. So there must be like a specific idea that they kind of have right now going into the early picks.
Yeah, definitely interesting there, but even dipping a little bit into their own reserve time before finally settling on a couple of their bans, Invoker and Nature's Prophet. We stressed out Nature's Prophet, certainly a hero that gets banned. In fact, I believe it is the most banned hero in qualifiers. So, not going to see it here.
Just really not surprised. I would say like even we have seen it lose. I think like the 2 times we've seen it played, but the hero just still seems strong. I think it's kind of just annoying to deal with, and I'm sure this is like a type of hero where if you really know as a team how to execute it, then it's gonna be really annoying in your hands. Execration, no silly games. They take out the Warlock.
10 seconds remaining.
So Warlock gone, and then one more before we enter into the picks.
I would like to point out that I like that Geek Fam, I think 3 of their players are eating nuts right now, so they're staying with some brain food. The only one not eating nuts is Cox.
Well, gotta work on that.
He's gonna have to step up his game here.
Great way to get that energy as we get into game number 2 here. See you later, nerds. Now with the first pick.
There it is. Now it all makes sense. You set up your first pick, Primal Beast. You ban the Clock, because literally Primal Beast cannot use a single spell against Clock. You get linked up, you can't trample. The battery assault is gonna keep like canceling your onslaught and your pulverize. So now see, it all makes sense. Just have to be patient, which I know is very hard for Dota players, but I think we can try to make it happen.
Bob with the smiles right there. Down 1-0, but still not letting that affect their attitude, which is good to see. It is a game in the end, and obviously got to keep the positive vibes going. So certainly capable of forcing at least a game 3 here, as they had to do earlier today. As mentioned, they were down 1-0, and they won the next 2 to get to this point. So Earthshaker is their pretty quick response though, to the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I would say it's probably just going to be their like type of mid matchup, right? You have a way as well you can cancel his ult from long range with Fisher, and the lane, if he tramples on you, you can just totem and like kind of hit him back and also stun him. And mid Earthshaker, it just looks sick. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see that response come out.
10 seconds remaining.
You got the Doom ban thrown in there, Visage in Treant. Yeah, Treant certainly could have been that first pick viability as well, but another team going that direction, so gets banned after the fact. And then the one more ban before once again all those picks. So you thinking that this is going to be our mid matchup even the primal?
Probably so. Yeah, I feel like that would kind of make sense already of the get-go. Of course, either team can still like kind of flex their stuff around and like really see what's up, but I think there's a high chance that you've got these two big boys, the big beefy boys, match up in the mid lane.
Yeah. All right, well, as the draft continues, we'll get more of that inside, of course. But it's up to the now Execration to figure out what hero they want to follow up with the Earthshaker. And, ooh, yeah, a strong one there, Vengeful Spirit.
Oh, look who made it through the first phase. It's the Venge, which, yeah, of course. Just good hero. We've mentioned it so many times now. Swap is good. Midas Armor also with an Earthshaker is great. Like this hero later on with the high level in Totem just deals a lot of damage as well. So, yeah, just solid.
5 seconds remaining.
Now Geek Fam, 2 and 3 picks. Primal Beast again, who they're running with, but bigger support options. So what do we got? We got heroes like Rubik was banned, right? Yeah, Rubik was banned here. Lion's definitely been very popular amongst a lot of these teams, so one that maybe comes to mind. I'm not gonna pick a support at least second so far. Sven coming out, that's the support though. Ancient Apparition to run with the Sven, but hey, it worked last game. Why not try it again?
Sven AA, interesting. Well, it's of course a very classic lane. Cold Feet stun, you can get that going. I wonder if the idea behind the Sven AA is kind of that Sven has very bursty damage, and if the Ice Blast connects, if you swap that target out, he's probably still not fight ready, or he may still just shatter at the end. So perhaps that's one thing that they kind of wanted out of this. And I would assume that they probably just feel like that Sven is just a very safe carry. Like, it's hard to stop him in the lane. I do think with an AA5, this might give Execration like an opening where they can try to make something happen in this lane.
All right, so Execration may be thrown off a little bit by that, but ultimately, to figure what they want to do here. Gyrocopter is definitely, you certainly have to put his name out there as a candidate.
I do think that maybe AA is a bit annoying, but you know, with Venge Gyro is solid. Maybe like a mobile or more tanky hero would be nice for Execration. Let's see what they go for. I'm gonna go for the Dark Willow. I think Willow has a good matchup in the lane against AA. Brambles are annoying, you have to shadow around. Brambles also incredibly annoying when it comes to a hero like Primal Beast. So I like their support duo so far, if this were to be their support duo of Venge and Dark Willow.
Ooh, this is making some a very aggressive team, a very gotcha team from Execration with that Beastmaster pick especially. Geek Fam very confident with their Darks here though. Pretty quick reaction themselves as they get the Darks here. Yeah,
I think this is a pretty damn good Darkseer pick. Like, just speaking alone of, okay, auras are good, you're gonna want to like buff up, and the damage of Execration, it's a little weird, right? Like, you have Roar or Echo Slams that kind of need to lock you down, and then they're gonna pump out this magic damage from the Dark Willow and Venge into it. So you've got that already. Vacuum, I think, is also very good against these Execration. They don't keep the most range away from each other, but most importantly, wall. You can get Venge Aura and Beast Aura for your Sven, and that is dirty.
10 seconds remaining.
And that'll be a thank you very much coming out from Geek Fam. So, yeah, it's... Because I was going to say, it doesn't even necessarily know the matchup yet that he's going to be into, but ultimately, that's the reasons you point out right there. That alone is more than enough to convince him that the Darkseer is a strong pick. And who's Darkseer going to be paired with? Likely don't even know yet either. But that'll be the final pick and with a position 4, most likely. Of course, Execration needs their safe lane, but yeah, a hero like Earth Spirit right off the bat comes to mind. I mean, he's still there, so if you're looking to ban Execration, maybe that's one of the candidates.
I guess there is like some small chance if you want to like play the Primal Beast as a 4 and pick a new mid, but I feel like you don't really have to do that, so just most likely you just have a 4 come out for Norman to lane with your Darkseer. Skyriff is bad out for now, so maybe just some casual like range 4 heroes. Otherwise, if you're looking into the melee pool, there's some that seem fine. You mentioned the Earth Spirit. I think that's totally okay. I think Tiny probably has a bit of an annoying game to play, like Brambles and Boar slowing you. Like, you would like something of a bit more mobility, I think. That's why Earth Spirit kind of fits the bill.
Yep, there's the Lion Band, one of the top supports throughout these qualifiers. So goes back to, Her Spirit continues to be a fairly solid candidate. Kind of going through a lot of the picks.
You could maybe also, if you want to play like, I think you could go for something different where you pair up the Sven with a stronger 5 or a different 5, just to like really try to dumpster this Beastmaster in the lane, and then you put the AA into the offlane with the Darkseer. They just pushed the wave with Ion Shell and Ice Vortex. And then, I don't know which team it was, but they used AA in the offlane just to like stack the triangle for like Darkseer and Sven.
Yeah.
I could see that too.
What about Enchantress then? That's the counter to Beastmaster in some ways. So.
Yeah, I think that could kind of work. So they do have some options open. I think they could also like pick a range 4. They can pick a melee 4 with the Darkseer. But I don't see anything that like really stands out. So I'll have to see if Geek Fam can find this wow pick to wow me.
There's even the IO direction. That's something to potentially keep in mind too, that they could go with. So yeah, it's quite a bit of directions they can certainly go in. This final band, so I've also thought about Execration and Morphling. Does Morphling sound like a decent carry to you here? Good in the Darkseer matchup lane, and overall, is Ancient Apparition an issue?
Yeah, well, apart from AA, like if this AA hero wasn't in the game, I would probably want Morphling, and likely them too. Like, let's be honest, but AA just it's too annoying. So you're gonna want a hero on Execration that abuses auras and doesn't care too much about Ice Blast. Like, you need to be able to stand your ground and use auras from your Beast and your Venge. That's the like mainly important stuff.
Could go the Drow direction still. Maybe like Luna? We've seen a couple of her.
The tempo of Luna could work.
Yeah. All right, well, Geek Fam has the first pick, though. They ban out Faceless Void, so yeah, what's that support option going to be for Geek Fam? Given the candidates, Enchantress, Io, Earth Spirit, maybe even the more obvious one.
No, not really sure. They just all kind of seem fine. Nothing is really like, I don't know, really catching me by surprise.
Well, even with the time coming out there, okay, that's another hero that's good synergy with Darkseer for sure.
Okay, that's actually, I kind of like the pick. I do think that Dark Willow is one of the worst matchups for Spirit Breaker, but it fits into the bill of, you know, melee 4 with Darkseer can give you like more ways of initiation and so on. So yeah, I'm actually kind of okay with it. So now it comes to Execration. Yeah, it's not the easiest pick.
I had a little bit of a moment there because doing my stats search, and
yeah,
Spirit Breaker is not the greatest. Hasn't been picked yet for Southeast Asia, but in overall qualifiers 5 times, 0-5.
Yep, not the stat line we're looking for here. Thank you.
No. But, Geek Fam, hey, they say it's time for a win, baby.
TA. Okay, so you've got the. I think you've got a lot of the tempo going on your side, right? Like for Execration, because I don't think this is necessarily a great TA game against Geek Fam's heroes. Like what TA doesn't like is when heroes get on top of you and break your refraction. I think Geek Fam have like 3 or 4 heroes that can do this, and also like the Ice Vortex, but it works really well with your own draft. You have TA Venge safe lane, you can push back the lane, you have minus armor in your draft, you can take fast Roche, you have Beast Aura. It's more so on them to like speed up the game, take over, take first Roche, and just kind of go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, feel like that's what we were seeing last game though too. It's on paper, it really felt like Geek Fam's overall lineup just kind of made more sense in the end as for just easier to execute strategy for Execration. And maybe it's not as difficult strategy to execute this time around by any means, but they're going to need that tempo like you talked about earlier on in the lane, and have Templar Assassin snowball. But you had mentioned the one ability there too. Why the TA for me is you're going up against the Warcry Sven. Yeah. And man, that the mitigation that's a factor. So they'll have to get through that.
Well, the good thing is that you go like this. So you have a lot of minus armor that even though he gives a lot, you kind of like nullify it in a way. But yeah, Warcry is annoying. True. But they're gonna have to really be careful about some of these early moves, like Cox and a Primal Beast. If he just makes like a nice move down bottom and like gets 1 kill on the TA and helps his Darkseer, I feel like that could really swing the game a lot. So they need to be super aware of these early movements.
Oh, both teams all smoked up from the beginning once again, and let the movement begin. Early tips coming out from either side. Yeah, so the Spirit Breaker, you kind of memed about the stat line right there ultimately. Yeah. It still feels like a pretty good pick here, as you're pointing out. Obviously, the synergies there with Darkseer and a way to kind of create that chaos throughout the map. And early on, Geek Squad, I did it again, Geek Fam.
No, keep at it. Nice job. So like they weren't quite sure where they were since they're all mid, and then he just axed over into the triangle to check the watcher. I really like that. So obviously he knows. Yep, my bros, they're over there.
Yep. So they are gonna play a bit more defensive, not give them any openings.
Yeah. Ooh, so they already blocked everything in the triangle just to make sure that there's no early stacks for the Shaker. Well, all these 3 heroes could take stacks, but especially Beast with the axes and so on. So Geek Fam, or Geek Squad as you like to call them, doing their homework.
Oh, uphill run. Bob, kind of checking things out right there, but a lot of auto attack trading coming out. The axis from Beastmaster, the stun on Dark Willow allows Spirit Breaker to take the bounty rune, and they also grab their own. So it is a 3-for-1 favoring Geek Fam.
Just like last game, 3-for-1 for the Geek Fam. So they're doing some good stuff, knowing how to use their heroes early on. But early laning stage, Shanks and some El Trublo will be okay.
Yeah, early laning stage, not even in the laning stage yet technically, and almost going down right there, but Shanks, the Bramble Maze, helping him out, and he'll be good. That was a blood grenade used as well, so using some of the resources, but let the lanes commence now. So yeah, the first 2 heroes that were picked, Earthshaker and Primal Beast, end up in the mid matchup, as we expected. And it's just a melee clash going at it.
Yeah,
so
two big beefy boys. I would say a slight advantage to Earthshaker. Would also make sense as he was like the kind of a counter pick. It's not like some be all end all, but you can always totem out CS. It's a bit similar to the DK Ember where you just have more CS.
Oh, Templar Assassin at the bottom lane is running after the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker. Pull the creep in. That is first blood, though, going the way of Geek Fam.
Really?
Yeah, Interesting. is not going to save him there.
Yeah, even without the cold feed, so just I think taking too much harass and then getting caught off guard by a Stormhammer and a Blood Grenade. Not the kill you want to be giving up, but nice job from Geek Fam.
Yeah, right now Beastmaster, now he has his summons to use, but at that point he only had the axes still, so not much he could assist with. But you see the bottom lane again, they did a creep pull, and now Darkseer and Spirit Breaker are back, so Templar Assassin being annoyed.
Yeah. I like the Blightstone a lot from Palos here, and also the meld. So you just got the Blightstone, you've got the Wave of Terror, you've got the stun. So they need to be very careful about this early pressure. You already see it here.
Forrest is definitely feeling it. He knows he's dead. It's just a matter of can it get denied, but no. Vengeful Spirit with the last hit, so yeah, certainly needed to be careful. Wasn't careful enough.
Yeah. Oh, he got both with 1 sentry, so a nice job by Shanks at least to deal with the triangle. Maybe not the best placements from Geek Fam to have both of them killed in one, but a lot of pressure up top in the meantime onto the Beastmaster.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's perfect placement there with that counter ward. But right now, CS, a couple things to highlight, including Earthshaker in that mid lane, 15-6, Primal Beast 10-0. So Bob is certainly getting that advantage.
Yeah, sir. It just kind of makes sense. He had the advantage last game too. I think he's got the hero matchups in both of these games. But this time around, it's going to be more important that it will also transition into the game.
You see they continue to taunt one another. Always entertaining.
Yeah. These 2 heroes they've got some good taunts. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, I guess he's just getting out-clicked by Skem. He's just abusing the higher range, but interesting. Thought this was a slightly better matchup for the Dark Willow.
Well, right now, it's not looking like it.
Yeah.
Just having to pop some regen. Close right there to almost losing the salve, but avoids damage. Just enough to get nearly the full regen coming out. Is trying to pull, but Ancient Apparition's like, nope. I will prevent that. Yeah, Sven's having a great time because of all that too, and it is similar to last game, Casey, where we're sitting here like Sven's having a good time, but all 3 cores on the other side are doing pretty good.
Yeah, Bob is, I think Bob is angry. Also, nice cancel on the onslaught there. 27 and 10 against 13 and 0. So this is what like the Ember versus DK matchup we saw yesterday with Yopaj and Yao. So very good start on what they need. His Force, no level in Surge, gonna vacuum. Oh, he tried.
Yeah, that was maybe his out right there. If he gets
I think
clipped,
he's gonna die. Okay.
There's no chance. Yeah, the blocking from Vengeful Spirit and Templar Assassin's like clap, clap, clap. Thank you. Gets another kill. So TA certainly having a great time. The CS is solid and has 2 hero kills that he's been a part of.
No, this is really good for them. This is wouldn't expect him to get this many kills on bottom. I think Force may probably have a level in Surge. Like if you go vacuum like this on the Darkseer, you're kind of looking for kills. So like maybe you want to ask Skim to come over, but early laning stage not working out too well.
Top lane, Tino, he's fine, but plenty of damage. The Blood Grenade even committed once again, but Sven really just zoning him out. Maybe going to apply some tower pressure even as well, but as they're at the tower, Dark Willow, nowhere to be seen currently, is definitely stacking though, at least trying to.
Yeah, they should know, right? You lost both your wards early on. You know that they cleaned it up. And you always see him like, oh, where's he coming from when the minute mark pops by? Yeah, the triangle. So you kind of know that the stacks are coming. You do have some heroes that can contest it later, like Primal Beast and Darkseer, especially. Very good at that, but that means you need to be aware and ready with vision and the smoke to do so.
Yeah, who takes those early on? I know you're talking about Beastmaster could even axe them.
Yeah.
Is the Earthshaker's going to come over and Echo Slam you? I mean, what do you think is going
to he might. We saw it even last time. If they're big and he has to, I think he'll do it. Otherwise, you probably give it to your Beast. Like when you play with a Beastmaster, you want to speed up this hero's game. Narman. Nope. Too much minus armor.
Yeah, that's a first death on him, but he's starting to feel the pain now too. Yeah, this bottom lane is being destroyed by this Radiant team. Paolo's having a fantastic time. Vengeful Spirit is certainly deserving credit as well. That wave of terror, even level 1, is doing the work, and of course the stun keeps him in place.
Classic sentry battle. Like this is how important stacking is right now, that you just try to block it over and over. Bob is going to find himself Skem's courier.
Oh, 6-minute rune battle. Here we go. Echo Slam is ready. He's going to use that fissure on top of the Bramble Maze. Bramble Beast has to be a little bit careful. He wants to kill, though. He's going to pulverize, slam.
Oh, onslaught.
Shaker, the heals. Oh, he's going to survive. The enchant totem. He turns on a Spear Breaker. The attack from Ancient Apparition. It finally connects on the cold feet on Dark Will and Dark Will. What a clash. All that for a damn rune.
It's a 3-4-2 trade at 6 minutes in the game. This happens every time. Okay, I'm just gonna say, when Earthshaker is level 6 and you contest the first rune, don't go to the rune that Shaker is going to. He just destroys heroes this early. Like, heroes don't have enough HP to deal with like an Echo Slam that's bouncing off of other heroes.
That with an enchant totem auto attack as well. It's a lot of damage clearly, and Primal Beast and others feel it, but when it's all said and done, about 1,000 overall net worth currently is about a 400.
Oh, where's the rune?
Sven. He wants it.
He got it.
Gets it.
But they got both. Oh, Chick Chan Hawk. Will he hit? It's not close enough. Come on, you stupid bird.
Dinosaur bird right there.
Yeah.
Can't catch up. Hold it. He'll be fine. And gets the Wisdom Rune. You mentioned they also grabbed their one on their side by Spear Breaker, so...
Oh, Cox. Good layering.
Cox, he's going to onslaught away initially, slamming the trees, but only to be dead shortly after, and Bob even adding insult to injury right there.
Yeah, I like it.
Working on the lane games.
Yeah, you're down one game, you're slapping this guy both games, just tip him. I like it. As Force is getting to recover in the bottom lane, I mean, Paolo's on a TA. He's doing very well. I would say #1 objective for him. I mean, he's going to be killing creeps no matter what. If he can avoid a death coming his way in the next couple minutes, because it's certainly possible for Geek Fam to kill him, but if he can do that, then he'll have a very good game.
Oh, comfortably. Farm in the jungle for the time being. No sign of pressure just yet. Darkseer wants to at least get his soul ring. Farm in some of the jungle. Speaking of jungle farm, you see Vengeful Spirit assisting with the Earthshaker, who has 1,600 gold saved up, has his power treads, a wand, obviously wants that blink, and Ventral's going to continue
Yeah.
to assist. So they're making sure Bob gets the blink ASAP.
He will have a very scary timing. This is a pre-10 minute, as Norman was pinging him out, so they know that there's some stacks being taken and whatnot. Shanks is currently taking the mid lane. I mean, this Venge is going to be level 6 at 850 as well, so early swaps, early levels on all heroes across the board.
Top lane.
Ice Blast, okay.
Cold feet. Ooh, doesn't go off right there. Beastmaster's able to run away.
My chatter. It's a close one. Yeah, oh my god. I think that may have been the last take that shattered his ass, actually. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, you can just get caught off guard at 9 minutes. Some of these supports at level 6s because they've been stacking, they've been leeching experience, they've been pulling. And suddenly, like without Ice Blast, this kill just doesn't happen. So 7 now on this AA. My man is very high level on this AA, Mr. Skim here.
Yeah, already has his mana boots. Feels good item to have on that hero, especially earlier on. Yeah, his God Strength going to be activated by Sven to... We saw this last game. Similar timing, you know, activates God Strength, starts farming up his own jungle. But Blink just purchased by Earthshaker, so here we go. You know, this is that key item. What do they make happen?
I think Palos has get the hell out of bottom.
Set of kills coming, potentially. Primal Beast, Onslaught, the Pulverize ready.
Oh, pushes him into the blast.
He is like the... Oh, the Echo Sun, there's that blink! And the turn coming out from Execration. They get two, they want more. So on Earthshaker. He has a blink in a couple of seconds if he can get it off, although Bramble Maze making it difficult. Darkseer.
Swap.
Away, never mind.
Nice.
Swapped right back into the Bramble. Gets taken out. 3 kills so far.
Oh, they see him.
They might get a 4th. Skem's going to be stopped, and that
Ka-chow.
is for triple kill for Palos. They knew the gank was coming, and what a timing of that blink by Bob.
All right, well played. He just like he baits the he read it early enough so he could keep walking to the left and like kind of make it easy for his team to respond. Bob with a TP, easy Echo Slam. And while they ended up getting like 4 kills overall, yeah, that is huge.
Absolutely massive. Sven continues to do Sven things during all of that, sure, but...
Yep. Farm.
Hey, I mean, that's so big because not only does she stay alive, she got 3 kills out of it. She continues to farm where she would have been still resurrecting. I mean, her own Desolator is 1 Warhammer, 1 Mithril Hammer even away.
Yeah. Who took the stacks in the triangle? Was it Beast? Because if he did, then his net worth is very low.
I did see the Dire team over there earlier.
Okay, so maybe they stole some. Yeah, they probably stole some away. Yeah, because I think his net worth is too low for him to have killed a lot of stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, Bob again. Minus armor. Ka-chow. That's a core hero, by the way.
I am actually shocked at how quickly he did die, because to that point, yeah, core hero, he's got Soul Ring. I mean, it doesn't matter. All right. Yep, Bob is he's going to work.
What's an ancient stack that they could be stealing in return? They do see it now. Or do they? He's pulverizing it towards the back. Yep. Easy steal.
Yeah.
That's 1. And that's 3. Very nice. The Helm of Dominator will be completed here by Tino. So might look to pick up a little creep. Gonna stack it once more. 3k gold lead plus some ancient stacks left over. He also stacked the other side of the ancients with his boar. So nice job by Tino.
See you later, nerds. Good cleanup. You mentioned the Helm of the Dominator. Heading through more of the creeps, so the Hellburst Smasher assisting. Bottom lane. Bob.
Oh, here comes Bob. He's hasted at least.
Dude, yeah, he is zooming around. Easy
to get out of jail free card with the haste rune at least, so we don't have a deja vu from last game.
You know what? I'm glad, because I was literally had the same. I had a deja vu. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
No, is this where it turns again?
I'm like, we've seen this before.
He's gonna be patient with it, not force anything, and a easy tower kill, fall back. That's more like it. 5,000 net worth lead now for this Radiant squad. As TA, though, as impressive as Bob's been, he's just created more space for this Templar Assassin to... You mentioned this is what they needed. She needs to have a great time at the early tempo, and it's mission accomplished right now.
Yeah, and also like this early on, right? You've got the Desolator from the TA, which, sure, you mentioned the Warcry, but you have max melt plus Deso. Like, Sven is not always going to be these early fights. He's going to want to farm. I mean, he does actually have a lot of levels already, because I was going to say, oh, he won't have max Warcry. But at least, you know, until the time being, Sven's going to want to continue to farm before fighting.
Yeah.
So we have a camera issue, of course.
Nope. Sort that out. That's important.
Want to see your faces.
Yeah. Primal Beast, his own blink is going to be coming soon. He's got about 2,100 gold. Queues it up, so another 100 gold or so, and he'll have his own initiation tool, which feels like they certainly need.
Oh yeah, I love myself some Primal Beast close-up.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh yeah. The trample damage numbers in the back.
That is a massive, massive hero.
That's a thick boy.
Saw the giant ring on one of those bad boys. That 60-minute game.
Yeah.
Timid.
Can't wait to cast Cox with a giant ring. It will happen one day to some caster. Good luck.
I'm letting you cook with that one.
Nah, I'm good.
That silence was intentional right there. All right. Again, big deal here. Game 2 even. Game 1 going the way Geek Fam. Obviously, trying to force Game 3 is Execration. And
this Kobold, sorry to interrupt you, but I got caught off guard by these animations of the Kobold. Look at him. He looks like some straight out of Naruto. Like some golden aura. He's making gold for everyone. They're fixing a webcam, right? They're not like plugging in a new one because we're paused for him to set it back up on his PC.
I don't know.
The people aren't. I'm not good. I'm not good with technology either. So actually, I shouldn't be talking. I will probably have to, I don't know, restart my computer.
You're a boomer.
Problem fixed. Good job, everyone. We're back on the deck.
All right. The Game 2 continues. And again, it's very good right now for Execration. As we're coming out of the pause, you got Bob hanging out in the bottom lane. He's actually already got a point booster, so the Ags naturally is going to be coming up next in line. Darkseer farming some Ancients that he has stacked on the right side as Sven farms his own jungle up top. Obviously, Geek Fam wants to continue to do a bit of avoiding right now. You got the pipe being worked on by Darkseer. Yep. They certainly would like that. Sven would like that BKB, I'm sure, before too much else happens.
Both offlaners doing what they do best, is just kill creeps. Tino's been killing Ancients for like 4 minutes now, I think. I feel like I'm watching 3-3 from Tundra just play this Beastmaster, because, I mean, I kind of get it, right? They don't need to do much. All they need to do is get their own stuff and push the game forward. They're taking Roche. They didn't need Beastmaster for it, so he's just getting fat until they want to fight together. Don't show Palos, his webcam ain't working. Not yet, at least.
The TA.
Yeah.
No, speaking of TA, though, yeah, she got the Desolator delivered and immediately went to Roshan as expected and melted Roshan as we saw. So Templar Assassin having the Aegis now. It feels like go time potentially for Execration. I mean, a blink, of course, on TA would be nice as well, but do they even wait for that?
Shield Rune is pretty powerful, of course, for your Primal Beast. It is, woo! Good blink out. He was about to, he was about to be dead.
TA was setting up right there, but in the end, Primal Beast able to blink in time. So he'll be fine for now. But both teams pretty content on farming on their own sides of the map, and it does continue to feel like that is favoring Execration currently, but Sven, the one shining star, because the more time, another couple of minutes, he ideally should have that BKB.
Yeah, he'll have to... Yeah, he'll have to do a lot in this game. You can kind of, I feel like, see it coming. Because Force as well, like, a Pipe is nice and all against these Radiant heroes, but when you think about it, is it really? Like, Pipe... So Earthshaker is very hybrid. I feel like he's more of a physical hero at this stage of the game than magical. And TA with Deso and the Wave of Terror. If these heroes are not Warcried, yeah, you are dead in 2 seconds.
Yeah, Warcry. It is level 3 right now.
Yeah.
So he is putting some value into that. So 12 armor that he's bumping. But as you mentioned, they got to be around him to benefit from it. Bottom lane, TA's currently by herself.
They're pinging him. He does have some vision around. And of course, also, right, he's the TA. So, like, you have TA traps. He's spotting a few heroes already.
I mean...
Good silence.
Yeah, he's going man mode right here.
Yeah, he's got him.
Apparently for good reason. Spear Breaker just gets shredded. The rest run.
That was actually very nice. Like, obviously, he has the Aegis, so that's going to help you make that play maybe more convincingly, but he just picked up the Shard, and he already had a few traps around, so the moment they go on him, he just silences the Spear Breaker and the Primal Beast, so they feel like it's a free kill, but he's just kind of baiting them.
Yeah, that Shard is so good on this hero. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, still trying to figure out the camera issue. Camera be bugging.
Maybe they should sit so close together that he fits on someone else's camera screen.
As like in the background, like
yeah.
Yeah, it's me, I swear.
Yeah, or like they pulled back the desk so that he's on Tino's camera shot in the back. I like that. I always like seeing the portrait shot. Okay, drums on the bench, so more early game kind of flow and pressure. I like that a lot. Just drum it up, because now you have the Beast Aura and the drums. Shanks has got a Yules as well, queuing up a Midas, so he's maybe going for the securing the late game later on the Dark Willow, as we are back in the game once more. But BKB completed on Olnit Sven.
Okay. That's, yeah. I don't know if that's okay, he's got BKB, let's go make a play now, or is it just more of a, at least he has a BKB now, so if a fight happens.
It's probably like the type of thing where you're kind of looking for it, but it needs to present itself. Like, you're not like just gonna force it now, oh, go smoke, I have BKB. Because I think 2 minutes on the Aegis, it's not too hard for you to wait it out, but the net worth is actually, hold up, we have lost Scam to a Totem Echo Slam. So Mr. Bob has got an Aghanim Scepter at 17 minutes. Everyone is incredibly fat in this Radiant team.
I like the players obviously very familiar with one another, having some fun with it.
Yeah.
Can you please take another one? What is happening right now? Oh gosh.
Oh.
Double pause attempt. You can tell there.
Come on, Bob. I'll get another camera.
Come on, Bob. Your name is Bob. Fix it.
Sorry. Yeah, I guess it's not too easy for, if they don't have a second webcam, how to fix if Bob's face is broken. Oh, I like it.
Yeah, this really does. We haven't even seen like the full thing come together for Execration, and that, you know, Beastmaster synergy with this Templar assassin, that farm that she has, and of course Vengeful being together too. Like, when they're all five together, basically, what's to come? It is so damn scary. So, Geek Fam, you know the inevitable will be happening, but they really need to make sure they get those jumps. And a big Darkseer vacuum wall could certainly turn tides as well.
No, they're doing. Yeah, I mean, I hope that these pauses, you know, aren't gonna kind of do anything to Execrate, because they're having a really good, like, they're having really good flow in the game, a really good state of the game as well. I think they're playing the map nicely. It's not like they're doing anything special, but this is just very solid Dota what they're showing right now.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Obviously, technical issues is unfortunate.
Yeah,
it's, you know, let's hope that, like you said, doesn't really hurt too much of the flow for the players, and can get it sorted out and back into it here with game number 2. But 8,000 net worth lead overall for Execration, but the net worth, it's almost, I don't want to say irrelevant, but again, it's understandable that it's a lead for Execration, but it even feels even bigger in some ways. It's the game's more difficult for Geek Fam right now, that's for sure, and what they're going to have to do to execute, and perhaps some
absolutely. They're going to have to do like some very big stuff even. I think it's kind of on Olnit again. Right? He has to like find a really good way to get himself into the fight, but also his team. And yeah, like a big vac wall, like a vac wall with some cleaving going on, I feel like is what they need to be looking for right now.
Oh, it's certainly, the potential is there, of course, so. Yeah, this is not the Spirit Breaker pick, though. I mean, that was the last pick, Spirit Breaker. Mentioned, I mean, the synergy with Darkseer good. But we really haven't felt much of the Spirit Breaker, though. 0-4-1.
That is true.
Line you're looking for. But all right, we are back, good to go, hopefully. And immediately, Spirit Breaker is charging top. Catches Dark Willow, another strike. Nope, the Yule's going to be used. So Dark Willow picking up the Yules, goes to the Shadow Realm. Oh, she's looking at turn.
Ooh, cancel into the Terrorize.
Got the committee.
Oh, see you later.
Showing up. No Echo Slam even needed. The swap. Bit unnecessary, frankly, seem like. But in the end, they get both the kills. Yeah, good turn there.
Yeah, they're doing. This is very nice. Like, they're just doing the stuff top and they're kind of like just being open to playing your situation that's at hand. You know, Palos is still staying bottom, like kind of also being annoying here. Shanks has a Yules and a Midas. I mean, it's just an incredible Yule game against Darkseer and most importantly the SB. So yeah, 10k gold lead now. Like, we haven't really seen any team fights because they're just owning the whole map anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mentioned Darkseer with that pipe, both a good item, but doesn't necessarily feel like the overwhelmingly tide-turning item, but still something that Geek Fam can use to their benefit. Smoke play, Geek Fam trying to get aggressive. What a fissure block. Knocks them in. Now Bob's going in. Echo, fine, 20-second cooldown still. He blinks out.
Palos is here.
Roar. Trouble. Sven with BKB, but he's roared. He's locked down this whole time. There's the back.
Oh, the back wall.
Oh, the chance is real and the cleave is real.
Oh my god.
Exactly what they needed. Aegis Resurrection, though. Templar Assassin. It doesn't matter. She's just dead. That's it. That's what they needed.
Oh, what the... I mean, I was... I did... You know, I was kind of coping a little bit when I said that that's what they needed. But yeah, that was a 4-man vac wall into Sven's stun, into Sven just cleaving away at all of them, into like a pulverized and stunning. Yeah, okay, that was disgusting. If you're an Execration fan, you don't want to see that again, because if you see that again, your team may have lost.
I mean, this is just a thing of beauty. The Bob just messing with them initially. I mean, right here, it's like, okay, yeah, this is Execration winning this fight, right? There's no chance. Never mind. There's the wall.
Oh, God.
We see what happens. I mean, well, there is live action going on, but the replay, I don't even care. That replay was great. Anyways, back to the live action.
Cox, if you die, no one cares. So we're good. The live game begins now. Live game begins now.
All right, all right. 40 seconds, he's going to be dead for. Bob's in pursuit, so on a serious note, though, this is actually a couple crucial kills here for Execration, because after once we saw what we saw again right there with the replay, I mean, yeah, that was massive. But Execration still has the lead, and they get a couple more kills now.
They still have everything that they need. Like, they had so much of a buffer that even after this mistake, they're totally fine. Shield Rune on Shaker. You're up 7k gold. You just bought a gem as well on the Venge, so I like that. They want to continue to like push the game forward, right? Take off all the vision on the map. They just need to take a deep breath, and again, it's a similar story as game 1. Just don't overplay. The whole map is yours. You don't need to reach into like the last 10% of the enemy, you know, map control. Just play your 80% and be happy with it.
Yeah, Shank's interesting with a Hannah Midas. We saw the Yules that she picked up earlier on the Dark Willow, but Hannah Midas follow-up, so amplifying farm to get even more support utility as this game continues on, perhaps skilling into what could be a later game, but both teams very defensively smoked right now on their own sides of the map, but obviously they're not going to run into one another. It's going to be some Wisdom Rune control.
Okay. Looks like they were kind of smoking and hoping, right, that maybe Execration would come to contest the Wisdom Runes. As one thing that is also important, Gossamer Capes are incredibly strong against TA, which is why you see a couple of Geek Fam heroes already pick it up. Actually, 3 of them, because you just dodge the first attack. It might just be a Melt Deso hit, so that's pretty good. Olned also queuing up the AC, getting the Crimson Guard soon on 4, so they know what they've got to itemize against. It is physical damage.
Absolutely. Sven finds Beastmaster, but immediately realizes this is not the fight. Surprised he even jumped. Oh, he's lucky he's on that other side. If he gets blocked on the side that he wasn't there, then maybe a different story. But fissure block just missing, and Sven is able to walk it off for now.
Well, Netref lead is still just increasing by the minute for Execration. There is a big ward though here, so they need to be a little careful if they were to fight. You have Bob the Boar. He's kind of trying to scout. Will be successful at that.
Scans on both sides coming out. Jump.
He better blink in there and trample that shit.
Get that damn bird out of here.
Okay, it's I mean, both teams having a good position, so it's more about now. Do one of them get impatient?
Sven's impatient. He wants Bob. Bob gonna be swapped though immediately. Bramble Maze put down, but
Roar.
he doesn't care on Sven. Although the Primal Roar, keep it in place. Nice terrorize as well on the back lines, and Sven.
This is messy.
He could be sworn off. It is messy, and it's not good right now for Geek Fam. Execration trying to capitalize. Done on a Bob as he jumped in. They do kill the Sven though. The Echo Slam to help finish the job. Cox is just roaring around, but he too is going to be picked off. So the messy.
Oh, nice Bramble.
The advantage of Execration. The Bramble Maze hitting 2. Ancient Apparition will fall. Spear Pricker, the Cursed Crown, going to explode, and likely to be the end of him as well. A couple more attacks later. Yep, he is dead. So no Roshan, but beautiful fight for Execration, and that lead is only growing.
Yeah, nice fight for them. Yeah. Make sure you don't leave your arcane boots on the ground. Yeah, look at all the damage. 4K from the TA. Even Shanks on the Willow, getting so much stuff done in that fight.
16,000 net worth lead. So, yeah, that was quite a moment we had a little bit ago with Geek Fam and the big vacuum wall cleave combo, but a couple minutes later, now things are calmed down a little bit. It's the realization still hitting that this is Execration's game to lose.
Yeah.
Certainly at this point.
And TA, another great reason why the Zero is so incredibly nice for you to have. The vision on the map of the trap spot. You could just solo the Tormentor if you're in a good spot. So now Bang on the bench just got himself a free shard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Vengeful, the magic missile, bouncing around, doing some extra work. Sven, they're still running them out as Geek Fam is trying to get a catch on somebody, but I mean, everything is ready to go other than Echo Slam for Execration, about 30 seconds before that's up. And I don't think that's necessarily an ability that they need to wait for if you're this far inside.
They see Norman on the breaker.
He activates that bulldoze, runs uphill, and he's less than half life just like that. So, oh man, almost got finished, but unable to do so. Yeah, this Spear Breaker is not liking the game right now.
It is hard. As the Execration now, they're just like pushing forward and getting you out. This ult barely gets to make it out, and you're dead.
I thought he was gonna get locked down there. I mean, that was a bold TP. Just felt like he had to though. They do kill Ancient Apparition.
Oh, they're all waiting here. They're all scouting. Oh, they saw him.
They know he's here somewhere, and they find him. Yeah, it's the desperation here by Geek Fam, getting intimidation for sure. And Sven at least makes it out, but 3 of his teammates do not.
They wanted to like stick around and like try to sneak the Roche like towards the very end with a kill. That was at least pretty funny. I don't mind it. As Palos, he's just I mean, his team wants to take Roche, but my bro has different plans. He wants to kill some noobs and some heroes. And he's like, okay, whatever. No one's coming. I'm coming for Roche then.
Illusion's being sent out by Bob, but Olnit will run into one of them and continue his farming journey. But yeah, Roshan all the way to the top now. And Execration gonna kill it off quickly. So Aegis, I'm guessing there's no reason not to give it to TA here, right? Yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah, this is just TA's. Yeah, get all these. You're gonna get all these tier 2 outer towers. I think tier 2s, map control. High ground is maybe still a bit iffy, but if you get to like 25k, 30k gold lead, I don't think anything stops you. So, yeah, as Geek Fam, they're gonna look to. They want this AC on Sven, I think, before they take a fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, it's a matter of will Execration give them that opportunity to continue to farm and get specific items they're looking for. You mentioned the Assault Cuirass on Sven. About 2,000 gold saved up now, so he's still needs a little bit more, but he's trying. However, the top tier 2 tower, that is going to fall here, and Fortification just delaying it. So Execration, I don't know if they're going to be turning around anytime soon, unless they maybe see somebody bottom.
You could also, like, I think here, you don't have to high ground, but you could go knock at the base, force them back, and then go mid. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of, like, you go top tier 2, no one comes to defend, and now you just walk mid. Like, I think Geek Fam are pretty happy with the state of affair if they just get to keep farming. So right now I think you'll be better off hitting this top tier 3. Bob is giving it a little bit of a chunk, but yeah, that's about it.
Sven in the Radiant jungle. Realizing where the enemy team is at currently, and that's on their side of the map. So,
Yeah.
all right, I'll take your side then. Might be found by Vengeful, though, if he's not careful.
Dire's top tower.
That looks like he'll be fine. And yeah, this Valkyros is getting ever so close now. He already has the Hyperstone for it.
Yeah. Hey, Beastmaster, Tino's doing a good job too. He's gonna have his own AC, so it's just gonna nullify Olnit getting this one for his team. So it's gonna offset each other.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Okay, I think it's still kind of go time. Like if you see them in this ward here, which is a good one, you could go there. But yeah, I like that Execration. You can just force them to you.
Dire's top tower
Go
is
hit this
under
top lane, hit the top tower. Yeah, they smoked in a ward, my friends.
They saw them smoke. So how do you position this if you're Execration? They're definitely expecting to potentially get jumped right here, but not yet. Sven's by himself, though, right now. Ooh, they thought about it, but he runs away. So yeah, that does delay Execration slightly as far as pushing into the base, but ultimately they are certainly still doing it. Ancient Black Dragon leading the way. Templar Assassin also on the high ground. Of course, they just 2.5 minutes. Level 20 as well, by the way.
That's nearly the full tower gone. That is the full tower gone.
Dire's top tower.
New glyph will be available.
Primal Beast looking for his moment. Doesn't have his BKB.
Full rise. Nice, Fisher.
Stop. Without the BKB, that's not working. Curse Crown, that's a dead Primal Beast.
Jesus.
Hold it, jumps in, stun, going for the kill. Onto Earthshaker. They blow him up, actually. No buyback on him. That might be the cue for Execration to fall back.
It was a good Nether Strike, for sure. Like, very nice timing there by Narman to finish that kill off on Bob. Because if he gets out and you like pop God Strength and the wall, that would have been bad news, Batman. But now, also for Execration, you've got Aghanims on Shanks. This Dark Willow is not going to be a joke either. Beast Aura, Drums, Venge Aura, it's going to hit hard.
Jeez. Don't underestimate that. Range Rax goes down.
Oh,
Charge
Brambles.
TA, but immediately has to turn around because Bramble Maze is mentioned. It's an issue. Sven pops Warcry, thinking about it. Just cleaving on the creeps. Trying to save the melee racks, but it's a lost cause. Although,
Vacuum stun.
There's a cleave.
He can't use cheese. He's ice blasted.
Doing plenty. Yeah, geez, as he said, Beastmaster's just dead, so the resurrection of TA, they got to get out now on Execration's side. Oh no,
Bam.
Rise.
Bam.
Vengeful Spirit, he's dead. TA survives, but I mean, they lost the racks, but still, Geek Fam, they show that they can fight.
Yeah, if you're Geek Fam, I think it's fine to lose the racks if you can like see that you're able to, if you're able to use your spells like that, blink, vac, 2-man, just a 2-man Stormhammer into an Ice Blast, like that's pretty nice. More gold, more XP, and also the confidence that if we get it off, like we're still gonna kill them.
Yeah.
Really nice opening here. Yeah, that was beautiful.
It's as long as Sven continues to be farmed, which he certainly is, you have that vacuum to pull them in for the cleave. I mean, it still feels like that. There is openings here for Geek Fam, certainly. You see right here, the live action.
Got Olnit.
Just picked up, but Templar Assassin able to get out.
Bob is still eyeing them, kind of.
Well, finds Spirit Breaker.
Nice job. He pushed him in with the headband into the Bramble. That was a style play.
Knocks him right back in, so easy kill on a Spirit Breaker. His struggles certainly continue, but again, Olnit makes it out, and he'll just go back to farming.
Okay,
Yeah.
Satanic and Swiftblink up on the deck next. He did buy a shard on Sven, if I'm not mistaken. It was coming out just now, so this is gonna make sure that Warcry is just gonna give everyone more armor all the time as well. Keep it there. So yeah, I really like this build. Also the Defiant Shell help you out. Like yeah, everything is just get all the armor going that you can.
Mm-hmm. Tier 4 item.
72.
Also.
Crazy.
Looking at the armor there, it's cheese.
Not something you see too often.
No, Dark Seer is even up there at 51 or 61 even. So yeah, these are tanky heroes. They're gonna say, oh yeah, tier 4 items about 5 minutes away. So speaking of those neutrals and enhancing even more, so Geek Fam make use of that perhaps. Bottom, that's Cox is trying to get out, popping the BKB and charging out. So he'll survive. Is that a double damage rune?
Oh.
Spend right.
All right, that is the scary rune if it does go to Earthshaker. I mean, Sven uses it fairly okay too. Spalos looking for a bit of a poke here. Won't find too much.
And that's, yeah, the Radiant side, I mean, Execration, you want to respect that double damage rune. But as I say this, they're going to 4-player smoke around the TA. We're wrapping up here. Templar Assassin has that silver edge. Dark's here. Trying to see what they want to do.
Okay.
BKB on Spirit Breaker's almost finished.
Oh, I like the smoke. If they can do it as quickly. That is... Oh, didn't go for the last one. Nope, still get it off.
Vacuum, complete whiff right there. Essentially, the wall's not going to do too much. A swap in. Dark's here. Hard kill. Will it be enough, though? The Echo Slam goes off, and Darkseer's still alive, actually, in the midst of it. Sven, meanwhile, he takes out Bob, and now he's going for the takeout. Never mind. Not going to be enough damage.
Bramble.
Templar Assassin lives. The Bramble locking down Sven. Turns around. Does the
Carlos.
This goes down. Oh, my God. Sven holding his ground and takes out the TA with him. But Geek Fam still in trouble. Buybacks from Sven will finally come out. Ancient Apparition, there's a nice back.
Oh, that's a lot of buys.
That's what they were looking for. Beastmaster cleared up, and the buyback is certainly worth it. So everyone ends up buying back, but I mean, when you kill all 5 heroes, it's worth it.
Yeah, okay, so now it's going to be a lot about, okay, how much do they get out of this while the Radiant team is still dead? Like, let's say this is the quickest Roche respawn of their lives. 50 seconds, so not the fastest, but still pretty quick. But yeah, they get to hold. Lots of buybacks. So I'm really liking the Shank's impact on the Stark Willow. Like, once these BKBs are out, with everyone having 80 armor, suddenly magic damage becomes pretty damn nice.
Yeah, see this fight right here. It seemed like now this is where things are going to look pretty good. But Bob, again, he jumps in with the Echo Slam, and he just gets shredded.
Yeah.
Right there. Cheese use, keeping heroes alive. But Sven here, this is where it's just like, are you kidding me? He's basically one auto attack from death, and Sven...
I mean, he's honestly taking so little damage. The TA was literally hitting him for like a good 10, 11, 12 seconds. But then mass buybacks. I mean, they are pretty strong in your own base.
Yep, and eventually very worth it. So back to the live action. You mentioned Roshan, it's up. I mean, it's a fast Roshan. They're going to head top because it's about 35 minutes. So they're like, all right, Roshan, quickly move. Let's go. 5-player smoke. Oh, they're going to try to maybe catch Execration checking up here. Scan hits. See Dark Willow. But counter smoke.
Dragonlance now on the Willow, queuing up a Moon Shard. With the AC aura, the Beast aura, Venge aura, Boots of Bearing. Honestly, Geek Fam are gonna have to start caring about this Dark Willow. De-warding going on.
Talked about she got the Hand of Midas earlier on. It certainly is paying off now.
They're looking.
Jump, the vacuum, the TA, pulverized. They really want... No, TA is going to get out. They got the Vengeful, though.
Yes, buyback.
There's the buyback. TA, BKB is going to be activated. Where's Sven during all this? He's way back, dealing with Bob.
Just looking to re-engage. Echo has been used too. But they use God Strength. It's half the ratio now.
Yeah. Want to make more use of it here. Kill Roshan, or at least do some damage. Scan hits. Now, what do you do for Execration?
This is a risky play if you're Geek Fam.
There is no Echo Slam. Oh, smoke, they see him. Bob's in trouble. Trying to leap away. Stun him in here. Slam back down. The swap play comes out, though. So eventually, this would be a dieback, remember. Fissure, BKB, though, for Volnit.
Look at the damage.
From a roar. That damage feels pretty good. Darkseer gets taken out. Sven, he's trying to run. He does not have BKB God Strength or really much. He knows he's in trouble, and so does Execration. He's out for 2 minutes with no buyback, and this is Roshan for the Radiant.
Oh. Skin barely gets to walk it off.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is a Roche, Aegis, Cheese, and most importantly, 100 seconds without your strongest hero on the deck for Geek Fam.
Yep, and now Execration, the game has absolutely opened up for them. I mean, they've had a very confident lead for basically all of this game, but I mean, they've had a very confident lead for basically all of this game, but I mean, they've had a very confident lead for basically all of this game, but I mean, they've had a very confident lead for basically all of this game, but I mean, they've had a very confident lead for basically all of this game, but Obviously, there's been those moments by Geek Fam with the Sven Khalid, the vacuum combos, and what they've been able to do. But this feels like it could be the beginning of could be the fatal blow. As without Sven, what do? You just do not have the damage. They're just gonna march here for.
Yeah, it's 1 minute without ult. I'm not sure how you're gonna, how you expect to defend this. You need some crucial vacuum wall again, like 4-man plus.
Yep, but look at how they're spreading.
Tower 1.
Almost like they know.
Yeah. Tower 2, back wall.
Yeah, it's not really on much though. TA gets a little low, about half a life, but then the turn happens and. Like we said, there's just too little damage at this point with Sven dead for Geek Fam. They call GG, and we're going. Game 3 in the lower bracket.
Well, the Execration striking back. A very nice draft with the good type of tempo, similar tempo that they had in game 1. But I feel like this time around, just a cleaner execution, right? I think it's less mistakes, great early game, a good draft that works with one another, a good amount of stacks, and just clean.
Absolutely. Was a very good game by them. I mean, it's back-to-back games now. We're in the laning phase. They look really good. They really do. All three of their cores playing well as a team. They just look clean. Obviously, in that first game, just perhaps a couple of mistakes and game went the other way. But certainly credit to Geek Fam there. But yeah, in this one, they really built off of that momentum very well. And yeah, Geek Fam, again, they had moments, but that's thanks to kind of this combo of the whole vacuum in his sleeves. But even as beautiful as some of those were, it still really didn't matter in the big picture.
Yeah, this Bob Earthshaker as well, like just doing well mid, and then these first couple moves where they try to gank him. As here in the highlight, we see this insane play from Geek Fam, but still didn't do too much for them. But yeah, Bob Earthshaker doing well in the lane. First Echo Slam does a lot. Then he saves his TA bottom with another big one. And it's just, I don't know, I feel like the TA just got out of control really quickly with all these auras. And I think Narman, he looks incredible on ranged heroes, but this Bird-Breaker game, I think this was a hard game for him and for his hero.
It is something when you last pick a hero, especially one that isn't seen really much at all in this patch so far. And I know it's easy to kind of put the blame on it. I'm not saying that's like, oh, this was Spearbreaker 100%, but yeah, we talked about it. I mean, it's 0-5 in all these qualifiers. There's a little bit of synergy there maybe, but yeah, his impact was basically nothing, frankly. So not the hero that you're necessarily looking to go again. If you're a Geek Fan, but yeah, certainly all the credit again to Execration on this victory right here, certainly, and while we're going to at game number 3. So again, even this later on in the game with such a lady, still had Geek Fam, some way, somehow holding and making things interesting here. As this was the last fight that they were able to hold. They killed Bob there, and we eventually saw the buybacks coming into play, but still not enough. So. But Sven, now I do wonder, is Sven going to be addressed here in game 2 as far as like a ban? Because even in the losing effort, Ultimate played it very well, and it's a dangerous hero.
It depends. Maybe if they can have the same type of tempo, they don't have to care too much. I do think that Ultimate played very well, but it was not as easy this time around for his hero to do much, I think. He was like lacking this kind of tempo from his teammates. So I think Execration were probably pretty happy with what they had this time around.
Well, once again, stat lines there, and I think it's another case, though, of we gave it to Own It last time around. Well, let's give it to Palos this time around. Carry player for Execration, Templar Assassin. Obviously played a great game himself. And there you go. The kill participation, 65%, so maybe a little bit lower once again, but overall, very, very strong performance.
Yeah, like good laning phase, then just like clean game afterwards as well. I think there's Shank's Dark Willow definitely putting up a little bit of a fight, I think, as well for MVP. It's just a very good Dark Willow game. The Brambles against SB and the Primal Beast, going for the Axe-Rider, the Yule. So yeah, overall, I think game 3, it's crunch time, my friends. Game 3, elimination series. You're getting closer and closer to qualifying to TI. Like this talk right now between this game for both teams is one of the most important ones they'll ever have.
Absolutely. I'm excited for it. I'm sure the crowd is, and I'm sure the teams are as well. We got game number 3, Geek Fam versus Execration. TI-12 qualifiers for Southeast Asia. You did not want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. The Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer, driver, and pedestrians.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got game number 3. That's what time it is. This is it between Execration and Geek Fam.
Yep.
The winner stays alive. They'll play a Blacklist rivalry tomorrow and keep hopes alive at TI. Anything can certainly happen.
Yeah.
I'm BrickCBK, joined by KZU. KZU, this is going to be fun.
There's, everything is on the line here. I'm sure the teams will have talked about what is, what's up, what do we want to do in this game. Looks like Geek Fam are already swapping up their bans a little bit. I think this Primal Beast thing they tried last game, it's not happening again. I could see something like you ban Venge, you ban Razor, you go for some Gyrocopter, you just bring it to the enemy team. Never mind. You will do it again with an adjusted ban of Shaker that you swapped up for the Ember. And Execration will just be like, sure, we'll just take the hero that you banned last time, and this time you didn't.
It's interesting because you mentioned the Clockwork ban that they did last game.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, okay, that makes more sense now because they went to Primal Beast. But yeah, they didn't even touch Clockwork this time around.
Yeah.
They're not going to ban him actually in the end either.
There's a chance that Execration would maybe try to get their hands on it in the next phase. I think also this Dark Willow was a problem. Like, I'm not memeing about it when I kept talking about him in the last game. His Brambles did a lot, the Yules. I guess it's also the fact that there was a Spirit Break on top of the Primal Beast, but if you're Execration, definitely a hero that you should also be looking at.
I'm sure they are. Shanks played last game, and obviously you had a performance like he did. A very comfortable game. He was able to get the hand of Midas and accelerate his scaling. So, yeah, compare. Of course, it goes back to Spirit Breaker on the other side. Narman, impressive player, but just on that Spirit Breaker, now is 0-6 in these qualifiers overall. It's just not a hero that seems all too powerful right now.
Yeah. So Execration, think about what they want to ban. I feel like the Rubik ban, it did quite a lot in the last time around. So this time around, okay, they'll take out the Sven that you mentioned and take the Dark Willow, which, we talked about too much. It just looked very good.
Yeah, the Sven ban, again, it's just one of those respect things, I think. It's like, even in the losing effort, you still played it well. The stacking as a team, you obviously know how to play with it. And let's make him play something else. Because the big key there is why they banned the Sven. Ooh, there you go. That's more Narman style.
Yeah. So AA Rubik. I feel like you could have Beastmaster again here for Execration. I feel like there's nothing really wrong with it. Like, Beast is good against AA in lane. AA doesn't really do too much to you. You always get Vision. You have the Roar against the Primal Beast, so some BKB lockdown. Lycan, another hero that comes to mind if you're Execration. So let's see what they will go for. Like, this AA is a little... I dare even say it's a little out of place. I don't really see why there's an AA, but I see the rest. So it's more about how Geek Fam will complement it later.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just a little bit more one of those comfort style picks, but in the end, they're going the Ancient Apparition route with the Rubik. Rubik, though, like I said, is certainly a Narman specialty, and have given him praise already several times on it, so comfortable that they got that pick, certainly. Execration now, though. They're position 5, still on the board as well. Go with the Ember Dark Willow opening, and that's not a position 5, that's an off lane. They're going Doom.
Interesting. I think AA doesn't mind this Doom matchup too much in lane, because you just get to kind of keep hitting him. I don't think he pressures you all too much. But okay, Doom should help you out with a bit of the carry matchup a little bit as well, right? Of course, with the Doom, you can't lifesteal, can heal, yada yada. But and just a solid lane between Doom and the Dark Willow, and Clockwork does still come out. I mean, it's a crazy good clock game. Both AA and Primal Beast do not enjoy this matchup at all.
That really is interesting to me because, again, you were saying they prioritized that ban last game on this hero.
Yeah.
You'd think mainly because of the Primal Beast first pick that they did. Yeah, this game, they just ignore it. They go other directions with their bans. Obviously, much more even like off-lane folks with the Visage and the Beastmaster there because two good heroes. But yeah, now you're still having to deal with the Clockwork now. And that's going to be a bit frustrating, I'm sure.
Okay, Geek Fam, what is the pick here? I feel like you want a carry that will lane well with AA, but you also, I think you need a BKB against Clock, Willow, Ember. I feel like Medusa AA just sounds horrible. I feel like TB AA is also a bit strange, even though these are the type of heroes you kind of want against this Execration draft. What am I overlooking? There's got to be something better.
Well, Gyrocopter, I always go back to
Yeah.
him. I mean, he's still there.
Yeah, I mean, Gyro's worked before as well against Doom. I feel like Doom should be good against this hero, but then it just keeps losing to it. I mean, AA Gyro's a bit meh, but it's a good Gyro game.
Yeah, why not? It's just kind of one of those safe fallback options. But a hero like maybe like a Faceless Void also comes to mind. Mm-hmm. Is getting some bans here and there, so could be a little more slippery. Certainly could build a BKB on him.
I don't know. I feel like, or maybe Alchemist actually. I like Alk. Never mind. You don't heal anymore against Doom. Never mind. That used to be a fine matchup for Alk. It's not anymore. Scratch that. I feel like this AA pick is making this pick very hard. So I am not fully sure what they want here. So it is still the Medusa, which I think kind of makes sense. It's good against the heroes. I mentioned it, but I don't know. There's something very awkward in the mid game about AA Medusa. Like, they don't really synergize well with each other at all.
Yeah, let's kind of look at stats as well for Medusa. From our perspective, it feels like she just hasn't had the most success either. It's just that case of she gets the farm, but doesn't necessarily win the game in the end. So, yeah, I think that's just one of those, like, again, there's just solid comfort picks, perhaps, but especially when you have a Gyrocopter though on the board. To me, it's just pick up the Gyrocopter over Medusa. Frankly, it's just I think the hero's proven to be much more successful than Medusa, and just overall played so much more. But obviously, they're going Medusa.
Okay, so they need Geek Fam need an offlaner most likely.
10 seconds remaining.
Something with auras, I think, would be pretty nice for themselves. I mean, they could even go beast if they wanted. I feel like is pretty good. Because you already know, your Medusa is already your win condition, and Execration will look to kind of counter that with their last pick. So I think you need a hero here that will help Medusa to fight through the counter pick that will come out from Execration. I feel like beast and so on, they kind of fit the bill.
Underlord ban. Of course, a very comfortable hero that first game. They go with a Legion Commander ban as well. And now Geek Fam. Thinking about their final ban, yeah, the Anti-Mage obviously makes sense. But if we're talking about Gyrocopter, I mean, is that an option on the other side?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, apparently yes, because I feel like every time I think that heroes are good against it and they should beat him, they lose to it anyway. I mean, throughout the past, Medusa has always been a good hero against Gyro, as has AA. So I feel like there's got to be better heroes. I think the TB AM bans were pretty good. Faceless Void is not the best against AA. I think if AA wasn't in the pool, you'd be looking at Slark probably for Execration. But luckily for them, they get to see the offlaner first and then decide. So it's going to be a Dawnbreaker, which, yeah, okay. Solid. But I think it's also not like the easiest. Like, Clock is a bit annoying, Brambles are a bit annoying, or like Terrorize if you jump in, just get pushed back. So looking for this Dawn to have an explosive early game, because I think he needs that to have good impact in this game.
So what about Phantom Assassin? That's another hero on this list that one of the more popular cores. Execration.
They might be looking at a range hero, because they probably have Clock 5, like maybe Drow Ranger or something. Gyro, Drow. I feel like something that keeps range is pretty nice, because most heroes that commit are not good against AA. So like playing on some outranging style could be cool, but let's see.
To choose soon. There you go.
I think that
Hold the Drow.
kind of makes sense. You need heroes to... You want to keep your distance. You kind of want a range hero in the lane with the Clock as well, so he doesn't just get annihilated by some Rubik Dawn lane. So overall, I think most of the picks for both teams do kind of make sense. I'm still a bit on the... What's it called? On the cuff when it comes to the Medusa AA. But very, very playable drafts from both teams.
Bob has definitely had the mid lane matchup favoritism and has frankly been dominant in both mid lanes.
Yeah.
Both in the losing and the winning effort. But is Ember Spear versus Primal Beast, is this one where Cox should be able to do a bit better?
I would say, yeah. Like the Ember Primal Beast matchup isn't that bad. Like, sure, you can chain him when he tramples, you Sleight of Fist spam him, but I think early on you can even take a level of Uproar on Cox on the Primal Beast, and he'll be a-okay. So he'll do way better this game than in the other ones.
Yeah, so looking forward to that as well. His impact as a result of that. He's able to move around. We mentioned Narman on his Rubik. So
Yeah.
There's some certainly positive things there for Geek Fam. And yeah, we've talked about Dawnbreaker plenty. Just as an offlane hero.
Yeah.
Can be that semi-carry you need her to be. Also, that ultimate is fantastic throughout the game. So yeah, certainly positive pinpoints here for Geek Fam. But it sounds like you really kind of say this is somewhat evenly matched when it comes down to the drafts.
Yeah, I think so. Like, both teams kind of have some of the tools that they would want in order to win the game. I think laning stage will be very important, as I touched on earlier, with like this Dawnbreaker and the AA Medusa. Can they stand their ground and just like keep pushing out the waves and like kind of stand there and really get a lot done, or how's it gonna go? So I think the lanes will tell us a lot about the game.
Well, so far the lanes have looked very good for Execration, both the first two games. So setting up to be perhaps a great game 3 for them as well. But Geek Fam certainly has something to say about that. So we are starting to load it now. Again, this is it. It is go time here. Our final series of the day here for Southeast Asia. That'll take us into tomorrow. We'll have the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. Blacklist Rivalry and Team SMG are the two other teams that are awaiting to see what happens here.
All right, Geek Fam and Execration. I think we're going to be in for I'm going to call a longer game. A longer game with a lot of fighting early, then the game will slow down and we're going to go to like 40, 50 minutes. Honestly, the scaling on both sides is really, really strong between their heroes.
We could have an early clash. It's 5 players.
Yeah, we might.
Execration going bottom. They're wrapping around.
That's a very long wraparound, actually. Oh, the twin gate wraparound. Okay.
Oh. That's something. Okay. They're trying to catch somebody up here. But from the mini-map, I mean, they're not really catching. I guess they are going to get a ward down early on.
30 seconds.
Get some vision deep in the jungle up there, but I don't think we're going to have too much action here.
That doesn't look like it. I mean, their level 1 is nasty. You have Clock, you have Dark Willow. Like, those two heroes alone with some blood grenades and some slows from Drow. That's a lot of pressure if you find anyone.
Yeah. But Geek Fam playing it defensive enough that I'm sure they didn't even realize what just happened right there, but it doesn't matter in the end. Other than the ward that is up there. So we'll see if that ward comes into play.
Yeah. It's okay. Looks like everyone will just step back to their respective lanes, of course. It's a very interesting ward, I must say. Like, it shows them the easy cam. If you're playing with Doom, it can show you, like, if there's a heartbeat creep, they can just change the lane. I think that's very interesting. I've not seen that ward before, so that's very cool.
All right, into the lanes we go. The mid lane matchup, as mentioned, Ember Spirit versus Primal Beast. We talked about Bob. It just has had a dominating laning phase himself against Cox in the first 2 games. This time shaping up to potentially be a little more even, but we'll keep a close eye on this one as well, as we got the 3 eyes out and looking at all 3 lanes.
I thought in this lane as Primal Beast, what I've seen some people do is that you go Uproar level 1, because then it's going to give you damage and armor to just kind of smack the Ember. But for now, it's got Onslaught on Mr. Cox. He's going to try to do the best he can with that. But yeah, I expect Bob to have a slight win in this bottom lane. Paolo's taking a lot of pressure on bottom already.
Speaking of bottom, yeah, that's Drow Ranger getting very low right there. Even the blood grenade committed, but he is fine. And Dawnbreaker, okay, took some good damage as well. Battery Assault so on cooldown. And clearly some clashing at the bottom. Perhaps not the most surprising. Goes back to Dawnbreaker as well as a core. She is not afraid to fight. And with a Rubik, they're looking for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Dawn, this is one of the strongest laners in the game right now.
Still level 1 though. Has a Celestial Hammer, but no Starbreaker yet. Clockwork abusing that for the time being.
I like Clockwork's quick buy. Just tangle solve, tangle solve, tangle solve, tangle solve. He's ready to sack his entire game for his team.
He knows what's coming. Plenty of counter harassment, but the life of a Clockwork. Throw your body at them. Of course, good synergy for the Drow, and puts those cogs up, and Drow's able to lay some good damage in. Top lane, you got Doom is off to a good start. And from our experience, it feels like we haven't been able to say that too often. For whatever reason, Dooms just haven't had the most successful laning.
That is true. They have the Hardcam too, which should help them a lot. I mean, Medusa is the type of hero, you don't really counter Doom in the lane, but you're very good against Doom in the game. So it's more of like it's like a give and take. So Doom should have a good early game. So he gets pushed in by the little Wild Wing. Does have a little tornado himself though from eating the small one. And queuing up the Meteor Hammer. So we've seen this before, and I kind of like it. It's going to help them like take over the lane, take down the tower, just get some good farm going.
That was Ice with the Night Stalker, right?
Yeah.
I recall the Meteor Hammer play. So yeah, we definitely saw him make use of it. Oh, speaking of making use of abilities, that's Shanks going down at the top. So
that happened last game too. Like the Sven AA caught him, but then they had a stun. They didn't even have a stun this time around. So Shanks, his mid-late game, pretty sick, but early laning stage, a little bit of a blunder. Allnet will happily take that first blood.
Yeah. That is a big team mention. No stun, so that really just comes down to perhaps a bit of an overplay. Taking too much damage in the process. Mid lane, how is it looking? 16-6 Ember, 13-2 Primal Beast, who's taking some good damage right here. Nice deny, though, from Bob. And Ember Spirit certainly is winning the laning phase, though, once again.
Yeah, kind of as he should, but racking up a lot of the knights, too. 17-8. And yeah, bottom lane, you've got the Rubik Dawn. I guess it's no surprise that Dawn is doing well, but this is a big lead on bottom. Drow only on 12 CS so far.
Oh, yeah. All that damage he took early on. I mean, Clockwork seems like he has been doing some decent bullying, but it's apparently not enough. I mentioned Drow's falling slightly behind, so yeah, game 1 and 2, all 3 lanes for Execration were fantastic this time around. Geek Fam, at least 2 of their cores are doing pretty damn good. You got Medusa and especially Dawnbreaker feeling good right now.
Yeah, I must say that Bob is doing well. He's going to continue to do well. And Stino looks like he's maybe swapping up the build. It's queuing up into a Vanguard right now. So we'll see which one he sticks to. If it is the Vanguard or the Meteor Hammer. Vanguard, of course, more defensive.
Yeah. Oh, that Bramble Maze. Scam could be in trouble as a result. It looks like it. Yes. Yep. The final auto attack. Nice Shadow Realm.
Very good damage. It does have Stick and Lotus. Don't hold it on for too long. Yeah.
That mana disappears just all of a sudden.